This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good morning everybody, it is day 2 here of the ECS Romania. Phil G here on site for you to take you through today's action with of course my co-commentator Rico Full. It's about to get started here, got another hot day coming your way and a hot day of action. Let's get it going right now. Good morning once again everybody, lovely to have your company wherever watching from around the world. Phil G here for you to take you through the very start, the introduction of this match number 6. It's the first game here on another lovely morning here in Romania, just about 25 minutes outside of Bucharest at this beautiful picturesque ground, and what a great day we had yesterday weather-wise and also cricket-wise as well. Several really close games in the morning, a few blowouts in the afternoon, but a really great day of cricket we felt and thoroughly enjoyable. Hope you had a good time too watching it, and thank you again for joining us. And today it's going to be even hotter, it's going to be even better, and we've got match 1 coming your way, well the first match of the morning coming your way, match 6 in this ECS series coming your way. It's going to be Phoenix taking on Bliss Warriors. Bliss Warriors, what a day they had yesterday. They played 4 games. We thought they were going to be a bit tired by the time they got to the afternoon games, but guess what? They just got better and better and better, and they were very cohesive. They had 2 big wins in the afternoon, and it showed the rest of the competition that they are absolutely here to mean business, and they want to get into that final on Wednesday, and they want to get their hands on that trophy. For the other 3 teams, a bit of work to do. Most of those teams only played 2 games yesterday. Bliss Warriors with the 4 games, it puts themselves top of the table on 12 points. They're looking really tight up there at the moment. Really good day for them. 3 on the spin today for them. So they got 3 games first up this morning, and they're taking on Phoenix in the match coming your way very shortly. So let's get over to the coin toss. Stefan Gooch, our tournament referee. Take it away, Stefan.
Bliss Warriors to call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It's come down tails.
You'll like the ball first.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank
Good
you.
luck. Phoenix have won the toss. They'll be having a bowl.
So there you have it. The Phoenix Cricket Club team, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bowl first. Not a bad idea. We saw yesterday a couple of teams win the toss early and bat, and they really struggled. So this morning, let's see what happens. This is a repeat of yesterday's first game, Bliss Warriors versus Phoenix, and that went down to the wire. That came very, very close to a potential GB. Should I mention it? I'll whisper that because I don't like to say it too loud, as you guys all know. I don't get too carried about golden balls. Anyway, let's not worry about that. Let's get into this game. I can't wait to get started, and it's time for me to throw to my very good friend and co-commentator Rico Full. Rico, the news in the toss is that Phoenix won. They're going to have a bowl first. Over to you.
Bună dimineața to Phil G. Doing a wonderful job out there in the middle, and you can tell already that he's glowing. It is hot. It's going to be a hot one. Highs off around 29 today. Currently around 21 degrees. We're going to have a fantastic day of action. But let's start with what we saw yesterday in day 1 of this European Cricket Series in Romania. Bliss Warriors took on Phoenix, and funny enough, this is the first match we're going to see here today. Bliss Warriors got to 106 for 5, with Ranga de Silva scoring a half-century on debut. And that was enough to help them to victory as Phoenix ended just 6 runs short. They got to a point where 6 of the last ball would have got us to a golden ball, but it didn't quite happen as Arun Kumar, Unis Krishna, he's 29 and 15, wasn't enough, and Isfahan Duki picked up 3 wickets in that one. Next up, Bliss Warriors would go down to the Royal Eagles in, again, another close match. Bliss Warriors only got to 79, and that was with the assistance of 5 penalty runs being awarded to them. But the Royal Eagles managed to get there with only 3 balls to go. Rajinder Jassi, player of the match. Not only did he take 2 for 8, but a fine 24 of 16 coming in low down the order. He held his nerve and helped the Royal Eagles get a victory over the Bliss Warriors. But then after that, the Bliss Warriors had a bit of a break, and we would see the Bucharest Gladiators take on Phoenix. The Gladiators would have thought that getting to 125, thanks to good knocks from Atif Naqvi and Likshan Sasanga, would be enough to get them the victory, both men scoring half centuries. But it was not to be, as Bilal Ahmed scoring a fine, brisk 33 of 9 in the player of the match performance helped Phoenix get to a win with 1 ball to go. So 3 very close matches to start the day and this series. But then the next 2 would be one-sided, which was a bit of a surprise because the Bliss Warriors would come back, and the break that they had did them good. They came back and won the last 2 matches. The first one was against the Royal Eagles. It was a repeat of match number 2. Bliss Warriors this time getting to 102 with, again, Ranga de Silva picking up his 2nd half-century of the day, 57 of 30. He was well supported there by Delusha Lakshan. But the Royal Eagles, they just fell away. They didn't manage to even pick up a point. They needed 5 for the last over, weren't able to do it. I think the best way to put it was they went to pot in that game, and the Bliss Warriors picked up 4 points, and they would do the same thing again in the final match when they took on the Bucharest Gladiators. The Gladiators would have been disappointed with their day. They just narrowly lost out to a victory to Phoenix, and then chasing 109 was the score put on the ball by the Warriors. So 110 they needed. This time it was Delusha Lakshan who scored a very valuable 32 of 18, and it was helped by Ijaz Hussain, who finally scored some runs in the day, scoring 30 of 18. But the Gladiators, nobody really looked like they were going to get them going. It was only Sasanga who scored 23 of 9, but everyone else fell away. Some good bowling from Madhusha Lakshan. He was great, actually, with the ball. In the earlier match, he took 3 for 8. He took 1 for 9 in that one. And keep an eye out on Mahesh Abhisinghe, the left armer. He's bowling with some real pace. So that's the way the tables look. So a massive lead there at the top for the Bliss Warriors. But Phoenix have only played the 2 matches, and you would say that they've got a good opportunity to catch them up here today, as well as the Royal Eagles. But of course, yesterday, as I said, the way this match finished was the Bliss Warriors 106, and they defended that. Phoenix got to 100. So Phoenix this morning will be looking to get their sweet revenge. A very good morning to everybody in the chat. You can see a lot of people are tuning in this morning because it's a big day, of course, on the European Cricket Network. Not just 5 matches from sunny Romania. Hopefully there'll be 5 matches from sunny England there in Hornchurch. And with that series kicking off, good morning to John Hisham. Hello to Dave. And saw Ivan B there in the chat a little bit earlier as well. The ECS Supporters Club from Australia. Good, I suppose, good afternoon and good evening to you, Scotty. Hello to Daniela, Buna Diminata. Have a very good morning, and yeah, stay tuned in to what again promises to be a very exciting day 2 here on the European Cricket Network. Romania SkyQuest was in there as well. Good to have you all with us, and we should have some good games, as that's what Jihad Hussain is saying. And, beautiful day. I have to say the conditions are absolutely sensational. I can tell you that the only problems that myself and Phil G will have today is trying to keep the sun off our equipment. I can see that Phil G's come well prepared with a few towels to cover his monitors. And that's exactly what we're going to have to be doing throughout the day. And we'll be squinting at our screens trying to see what's going on. But I don't mind that. Bear in mind some of the difficulties that we had with the weather for the start of this series. Of course, it was meant to start over a week ago with 6 teams taking part. But of course, we've had to shorten it slightly going into this, the second week. The start of another week, by the way. Happy Monday to everybody. So we had day 1 yesterday, day 2 today, 2 more days to go. 19 matches in total. And we'll know who's going to be crowned the champion. So we are ready to go here. The umpires are out there in the middle. So the news, as we heard there from the middle, is that Phoenix winning the toss and electing to field. So they're looking to, once again, try to do a little bit better than what they did yesterday. Try to restrict the Bliss Warriors and then knock off the runs on this occasion. And if they're to be successful, we know what they've got to do. They've got to try and get rid of some of the key batters. And I think the main ones that come to mind, of course, will be, once again, Aranga de Silva, who was superb yesterday. And ECS Hussain started to find his form. And then you also have to add Delusha and Lakshan to that as well. Certainly did find his zone, his hitting zone yesterday in that final match. The umpires are ready. Looks like Ramesh Sathisan is out there this morning. So here's the first. First one blocked out. It's a good delivery, good start. Gets the ball on the money. This is Joseph Kurka, who probably was the pick of the bowlers for Phoenix yesterday. A nice start. Right. Little bit of an inside edge on that. 1-1-1, but well, one is saying one is saying two. They will settle for just the one. So first runs on the board, and they will go to ECS. So ECS is saying gets off the mark. Scored 30 runs in the final match yesterday. It's the only time really he troubled the scorers. Up until then, he wasn't what we'd call at his best. Comes Kurka again. That's down the leg side. Nice, neat take there from the keeper. Good work from Bilal Ahmed. He'll be hoping to be in the runs today, Bilal. One thing about Phoenix we saw yesterday is that they have got some good players, but they never really showed their full potential. Maybe because they didn't play enough cricket. I mean, Bliss, one thing they did do yesterday is have enough. That's Andrew Begg, I think, we can see coming in the background. He's got some goodies in those bags, and I would imagine that it's some supplies of water because it is going to be a warm day, and I think we're going to be having to keep ourselves well hydrated in the day. I want to say to all of our Italian friends, Fiesta della Repubblica. Una buona fiesta. Today is Italian Republic Day, also widely known as Fiesta della Repubblica. So enjoy your fiestas there in Italy. Goes for the big shot, but I think he hits this onto his foot. Yep, he's hopping around. ECS Hussain. Ouch, he says. He's in a bit of pain here. He clobbers it right on the top. Oh, yeah, that hurts. And he's having to use the wicketkeeper here, Bilal Ahmed, just to stay up. Oh, that's hurt him. That's hurt him a fair bit. So, see, he's just struggling a little. Says, yeah, I'm okay. Don't worry, I'm fine. Well, that man we just saw in the background with the carrier bags has now brought us some, nicely chilled water. Thank you very much to Andrew Begg. Also, we're doing some umpiring a bit later today. Played. And well stopped. Good cricket, good fielding. Great bit of fielding there. So yeah, buona fiesta for everybody in Italy, or even if you're celebrating if you're away from Italy. Launched high, catching opportunity though, and taken. What a really good catch that is. And I think that's Lolita. I really do. He's absolutely clobbered this, and that's Lolita Punjabi. And, well, I know the Punjabis were celebrating last night because of the IPL result. Well, the Punjabis giving his team Phoenix something to celebrate here. That's a really good catch. Well, ECS, well, first he wounded himself. Well, he hit it better when he hit it onto his foot. But this time goes for the big hit. But he finds the safe hands of Punjabi out there. What a good catch that is. So ECS will go for just 1 of 5 deliveries. And, yeah, Punjabi out there in the deep. Holds on to a really good catch. Nicely held. And he's a little bit shy as well. Didn't really want to get involved in the celebrations. And Kadka gets the breakthrough. So that's one of the big wickets that they want to get. ECS goes back. And, well, it's nice to see this man playing again. Here's Ngoni Jibui, guy from Zimbabwe. I didn't see him play yesterday, but he is in the side today. So good hitter of the ball, good all-rounder actually. Is Jibui. Let's see how he goes. Here comes Shah with the start of the second over. Right, so reaches out at this and goes to the fielder. Somebody else who gets set to join me after doing a good introduction out there in the middle, and probably going to tell us how hot it is. Here's Phil G in the house.
Good morning. Bună dimineața, Rico, and bună dimineața, everyone in the chat watching from around the world. I hope you're doing well here on this very fine Monday morning here at the wonderful cricket ground here. Mora Velasi, love the ground here. It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. All different shades of green everywhere.
This time we'll take the single. Good work again. Phoenix throwing themselves around first thing this morning. I like that. I like the intent. Showing a bit of aggression. They want to have a good day here today. They want to come back strong after going down in the match yesterday. They got 3 matches today. So do Bliss Warriors. The only thing is Phoenix play 1, then rest for 2, and then come back strong. Well, they hope so at the end of the day. Whereas Bliss Warriors play 3 on the spot.
Yeah, they get their 3 over and done probably before lunch.
Oh, good delivery, good seed. Nicely bowled there from Sharp. Beats the outside edge there of the batter.
On a day like today, we know it's going to climb to about 30, 31 degrees. It's already quite warm out there in the centre. When I was at that gym introduction, yeah, it's not a cloud in the sky. There's barely a breath of wind. It's quite warm already, and our poor cameraman was already, he'd already been here for about half an hour at the ground before we got here. He's already dripping in sweat. I thought, yep, everyone's putting in overtime. It's tough ask for everybody.
Played away to the sweeper out on the boundary. 1-1-1 is the shout, and so that's all they are going to get.
Question for you, Rico. If you had 3 games to play on a day like today, we know it's going to be warm, would you rather get your 3 done nice and early and get out of here, or would you rather do 1 now and maybe 2 in the afternoon, or even maybe 2 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon?
I think the 2 and the 1 in the afternoon works for me. I think to play three straight, particularly if they end up being, you know, long testing games. It takes a lot out of you.
Yeah.
That's not a good delivery, but, oh, well.
Ooh.
Now then, that goes for 6. It's going to be a maximum, but I get the feeling this could have actually gone through the fielder. It's that little clip again that we know that Iranga likes to play. Let's have a look at this. Well, I mean, he is trying, I guess. I don't want to be too harsh on him. I suppose maybe he gets that just right. Just straight onto the pads, though, Shah. And that's clipped away quite nicely. Iranga de Silva, sometimes he often likes to rely on his timing, doesn't he, Phil? But often, especially going down the ground, we've seen him get out a number of times by trying to time the ball for 6 rather than hit it.
Yeah, you spotted that yesterday. He was punching at the ball rather than hitting through the line.
Take the single. Good running, actually, from... Oh, well. They'll get some overthrows here.
I'm not sure why the keeper just allowed that one to go through about chest height. It was a nice... Would have been a pretty easy take, I would have thought.
Yeah, well, that's Bilal, who I mean, he's running to the stumps. It's a good throw. I'm guessing that if this was a direct hit, he could have been in trouble. But in the end, they end up giving some extras away. End of the over. And only 3 came off the first. And that's pretty tidy as well from the bowler. Having a look at the way things look at the moment, Bliss, they had a good day yesterday. 12 points from their 4 matches. They did lose the one, but did take a point away from the Eagles. That was the one that they went down on. And then the last 2 matches, they picked up all 4 points against the Gladiators and also there against the Eagles, wasn't it, when they had the rematch against them?
Yeah, we weren't too sure about them coming here to play 4 games, were we? But in the end, they proved to have the stamina to get through with 12 points from yesterday, and they'll feel pretty good about 12 points from 4 games and top of the standings, and deservedly.
Played away, and hesitation. Well, once again, Bilal, just a little bit slow reading the play, I feel. I think as a keeper, when you're seeing that the batters are looking to maybe take that single, you've got to really get there pretty quickly, and I think he gets there a bit late again. It wasn't a bad throw. I think if the keeper's there, he might have a play on that. So on this occasion, Chibui just has to stay there. But nice to see him playing. I missed him yesterday. And did see his name on the squad. So though they did play 4 matches yesterday, they have got some fresh players in today as well. That's another good delivery from Khadka. And, he's different, really, isn't he, to Mahesh? Of course, you got another left armer, Mahesh Abhisinghe for the Bliss Warriors. Whereas Khadka tends to go across and gets the ball perhaps to move away a little bit. We know that Mahesh gets the ball to come in. And that's where I think Mahesh becomes a bit more dangerous than Khadka. There it is again, just good areas, consistently beating the bat.
Yeah, Khadka, when he started bowling yesterday, Rico, he had a couple of wides to kick things off, leg side wides. That radar wasn't quite working for him in that first match, but he got better as the day went on. And I think he picked up a couple of wickets, maybe in the 3rd game they played, and he just put on a display in his first 2 overs. That was quite mesmerising, and the batters had no response. There's that again. Now, this is so unusual. Well, this is actually Chibui this time, but that is what De Silva was doing yesterday. It was just that punch down the ground that didn't have real elevation and hitting it straight to a player. Player has to come forward to complete the catch. It was a great catch in the end, but Chibui has come undone here with just what was almost like a bit of a dolly gentle push and provided some catching practice for the mid-off.
Yeah, it's a good catch. I mean, he has to get down low to take it. I know that Rajesh Kumar, the captain, he did drop a couple yesterday, but it's clever bowling as well, because this time what the bowler does here, just at Khadka, he gets the ball straight to the batter. So where he's kept going outside of his off stump and making him reach for him and play a miss, this time he's at him. So as you can see, Ngoni's thinking, okay, I'll get after this. But yeah, you're right, he doesn't really get any power in it, and it ends up being a nice catch taken. So there's the shot again. You see, he doesn't get the elevation, and it's a good, sharp catch taken there by Rajesh Kumar.
Yeah, it's like he's in 2 minds. Do I elevate or do I go along the ground? In the end, he almost gives it a bit of a scoop, and it goes straight to the waiting hands of the fielder there. He takes a very nice complete catch. 2nd wicket down.
Oh, just drops the bat on this one. Does the new batter. This is a man that we really like in the field, Lalitha Kalahara. Now, we both said that we feel that his time will come with the bat. He looks a classy player. Sometimes you can just tell from a guy, just from, it seems strange, but just from the way they're in the field, you can say this guy can play. And he stuck around yesterday, but never really got motoring, and he gets an absolute seed there. What a peach of a delivery this is. This is an absolute corker. Have a look at this. Oh, you beauty.
That's the kind of delivery that would square up any right-hander anywhere in the world. That was a great delivery. It was a peach. I wish I could remember what's Romanian for peach. Pechade or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Where's D? Never mind.
I know we got issues here with our internet and everything, so we can't see things properly, but I can tell you that the end of the second over, it was 13. End of the third is 13. So that is a wicket maiden. Very well bowled.
Incredibly well bowled. And unlucky maybe not to get a little feather edge on that last ball and get maybe a double wicket maiden. That's a rarity. That's something you don't get to tick off on your bingo card for ECN. So a message in the chat there from Finlay's Chickens. Asking if the Central Euro Cup is going to be streamed. It will indeed be streamed, coming to you from Prague. That's starting next Sunday. It will be the Men's CE Cup Central European Cup, and then it'll be the Women's Central Europe Cup here on the European Cricket Network. I'll be back home to take you through that along with Vinny, Danny, and also Rico will be joining us for the ECS, which kicks off the week after.
Yeah, they're looking forward to it. So you know that this one is going to be a teaser of the fielder. He does well. And the batters will come back for two. Yeah, last time was last year. It was my first time in Czechia. First time in Czechia, full stop. Not just for cricket.
Right,
and I loved it. It was great.
Well, we can't wait to welcome you back again. That's going to be a lot of fun. And, of course, this time I'll be in the commentary as well. I've obviously joined the team recently, so I'll get to, hopefully I'll get to call a couple of games with you, a couple of games with Danny, a couple of games with Vinny. And that's going to be enjoyable. It's 15 days, the T20Is, and then the ECS Premier and Challenger. We'll talk about it a bit more later, though.
Good running, good backing up this from Kalhara. And gets to the other end pretty quickly.
Daniela helps us out. Piasica. Thank you, Daniela. Yes, a Piasica.
Yes, that's
that was
right.
the pitch.
Thank you, Daniela.
Piasica. Thank you very much. We'll have to remember that one. Might have to pin that somewhere so we remember it, because that's a great way to describe that previous delivery at the end of that last over.
Little clip. Nobody there. I mean, the bowler's going to have to feel this himself. Gets the throw in. It'll be close, you know. It'll be close. And I think he probably just gets there. But, yeah, this is the danger with this field. I think the two batters must have said, he doesn't take the ball. No. Doesn't take the ball, Bilal. I still feel that it would have been very, very close. You can see he's trying to hurry it onto the stumps, is Bilal. But they get away with that. But, yeah, with this, the way this field is, that's very clever running. 3 men only on, well, they've got a 45 there as well inside the circle, but 3 men on the boundary. So any shot in that area, you can take the 2. But this time you're going to take more than the 2. It's going to go all the way to the boundary. Not quite where he was looking for this to go, but it's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. And the Bliss, they're a team that we know. We saw yesterday. If you have a look at their scores yesterday, so batting first 106, batting first 79, batting first 102, batting first 109. They've just batted first all the time. So a team that gets to around that 100 mark, and they did that on 2 or 3 occasions yesterday, but they do defend it. And that's the thing about them. They've got good bowling.
Yeah, true. Very true indeed. Heart was in my mouth for Kalhara just during this over because he was trying to get off his Derek. And there was a couple of nervous moments with that almost run out. Then the skied one that went behind for a boundary towards third man. So the man we've been keeping close tabs on in the field, and now he's got a chance with the bat. He's on 6 from 5. De Silva's still there, 12 from 7. 22 for 2 coming towards the end of the 4th.
Nice looking shot, leans back, but they have got the field set, and 4th over does get completed, and well, there was a boundary in that one, but they, once again, we've said this about them a number of times, one thing they don't really do is they don't often get a big power play. On this occasion, the power play was only worth 13, but that over was slightly better. This is what we had yesterday, and with the 5 matches played, total number of runs, we almost got to the 1,000 mark. Total number of maximos, 53. Quite healthy. Now, the maximo rate, 5.3. A little bit low. We have seen them on average around the 7 mark. The last few places we've been, there's been plenty of maximos around the 9, 10, and 11 mark. So, a little bit lower, but that could have been for a number of reasons. Could have just been that the ground. Also, has to be said, the bowlers did bowl very well. That's why the wicket rate, 6.3, is much higher than what that is normally. Yeah,
I was going to say that wicket rate, very interesting, tells a tale. And also, we talked about what could be par here, and if you have a look at those numbers as well, par is being suggested below 100 from the result of what happened yesterday, and I guess that's probably fair enough. But yeah, we expect more runs. We expect that run rate to climb today and tomorrow. Although the afternoon games could be a little bit tough as the sun does get high in the sky, and the ground will take a bit of a beating heat-wise as well. It might sap some of the strength out of the players. But then again, what goes for the batters also goes for the bowlers in terms of weather conditions. We continue. Jai Surya shouts to catch it, and just escapes the player there. On that 45 inside the circle, just that little tickle around the corner, and maybe a bit of an elevated fine hook shot or pull shot, exactly like that one there. Gets through him though, and that's a bit of a shame. Jai Surya just a little bit of a stare down to the player, and I bet the conversation was, "That's what you're there for." Try again, reset again. 24 for 2 inside the 5th. Bit of a tough morning here for the Bliss Warriors with the bat. Shout, turned down. Fair enough too. De Silva not looking fluid as he was yesterday. He's stuck there on 12 runs. He's now up to 8 deliveries faced. Jai Surya bowling with a good bit of pace as well. Kahara 8 from 8. Going at a run a ball. So he'll be looking to increase the momentum there as well. A bit of work to do for these two. Score probably not even close to where they probably want it to be.
Good delivery there from Jai Surya. Jai Surya can certainly get the ball to move around. Let's have a look at some of the run rates by series, so you can see some of the high ones there. And well, Spain, of course, always going to be high. Madrid 14.2. Jersey, the Liberation Series.
Yeah.
I know they were banging it all over the place there. And so you can see we're a little bit lower. Overall, though, around that 12.5. And I get the feeling here as maybe as the batters do start to see what the bowlers have to offer, that we will get some high scores here. So I think one or two batters will be looking to really open up. I mean, Aranga de Silva certainly could be one of them. But the issue it is that we've seen so far with most of the batters is that they start slowly and they do catch up towards the end of the innings. That's a good-looking shot. There is a fielder out there, and for the second time, he just gets beaten. It's a nice shot, and this time is Kalahara. He gets his away, just nicely timed, gets plenty off it, and the fielder on the boundary, once again, he just can't get there. Maybe they need to be looking at the tallest man they've got in the field to go over there. So good finish to the over. It's the halfway point. It's 31 for 2. It's a low-scoring power play. It's a good opportunity for us to welcome you into the commentary box for the very first time here today. Bună dimineața, and welcome to Romania.
Absolutely. What a wonderful day you've joined us for. Day 2 here of this ECS, and Rico, it's going to be another warm one today, warmer than yesterday, but we're hoping the cricket's going to be even warmer as well. The scores, you saw on the stats before, I was a bit surprised. Past score below 100. I'm expecting that to increase today. I think it should. However, have a look at how this game's going so far. Bliss Warriors batters are just struggling here. The bowlers are really on top. We saw it yesterday morning too. The bowlers were on top in the early stages in yesterday's action. Maybe it's going to be a repeat here today.
Yeah, I think so. I get the feeling we will see slightly more runs. Don't forget the ground has also dried up quite nicely. You know, yesterday it was still recovering from being pretty wet, and don't forget for a number of days it was waterlogged. Yeah. So I think the ground will be faster. Oh, well, that's a spicy delivery. A little bit of masala on this, and, well, he's running out of the way of it, isn't he? Well, Aranga de Silva, well, how about this? That is a spicy delivery. Whoa. And he's saying, I'm out of here, I'm out of here. That's too hot for me. Oh, come on your scale of chili sauces, what's that one?
That one is probably about a 7.5 out of 10. That was evasive action required immediately, and good work from the batter to get out of there in a hurry. He saw the writing on the wall and said, not for me.
Belly Hyder is the bowler. And now it'll get played down the ground. Should be fielded quite comfortably. It will be, just a single.
Yeah, that was not what we call a pasica. That's what you call hot and spicy, that previous delivery. 32 for 2 in the 6th. The run rate is only at 6 and over, so the bowlers are all over this game at the moment. And it's up to the Bliss Warriors batters to really break free, break the shackles. They need to kick something on here. Not sure how they can do it because they just look completely tied down.
Yeah, I mean, they've got an awful lot to do now in the next 5 overs. I mean, if they're going to get to 100, then they've got to be scoring around 70 runs in 5 overs. And, yeah, that's going to take... I mean, yesterday, if you have a look at the number of big overs, we saw probably about 4 magical overs in the day, which is not a lot. And that, I think that gets reflected in the number of maximos and the power score.
Totally.
Batters trying to do more, but I have to say, the bowlers bowl very well.
Yep.
I mean, sometimes we're at tournaments, and you often hear us saying a lot of the times that the bowlers, they're bowling too short, they're not pitching it up, they're bowling the wrong line, it's down the leg side. We didn't say that too much yesterday. All the bowlers, and both of these two teams did very well yesterday with the ball. Bliss Warriors, when they're out there. So even if they get an 80 on the board, it ain't going to be a walk in the park for Phoenix. We know that.
So true. Yep. I've got a point on that as well, which I'll bring up in just a second after this. Nice strike down the ground, and that goes for a big chassé across the rope. Lovely strike, that one. Yeah, I think in T10, I think as a viewer, some people get very fixed on the batters, and it's always, is the batter doing well? Is he not doing well? Is he dragging his heels? And a lot of questions get asked, especially in the chat. We always talk about the batting, but I try to give a shout to the bowler and say, well, maybe the bowling is what's exceptional. Yeah. Maybe the bowling is what we should be talking about, because if the bowling is good, then the batters are going to struggle, and this is what we're seeing this morning. The batters are struggling to find any width. There's been missed hits that have gone to the boundary, which has helped them along the way. Yeah. Only 2 wickets down. That's the catch. It's getting to the end of the 6th. Only 2 wickets fallen. It's not like they're 5 down.
Yeah, and also you've got to really highlight the fact that, that's not a good delivery. Let's see what the umpires make of this. 2 umpires having a look. We'll have a look at it side on as well, if you can, Emans, because I've got the feeling this just looked high to me. I don't know if it does come down. Yeah, it's all right. I mean, he's a shorter player. I remember you saying yesterday. Yeah. I know we often go with the height of the banner fence you can see in the background, but with a shorter batter, that would be a bit unjust to him. But I think that's okay. Over has been called, and it's 41 then for 2 at the end of the 6th. Yeah, what I was saying there is you see there in the squad, Aranga de Silva, 15 of 13. Now, he's the guy who's in form. He scored 2 half centuries yesterday. Yep. So he's not doing not doing his captain any favours. He's got to get a move on, really.
Yeah, if you look at Hussein and Jabui as well, look at that, 1 from 5 and 6 respectively. Yeah. Again, just they get off the mark and then they're just struggling immediately. Really tells the tale. Quick shout out to Jules, who joins us in the chat. Jules Albright, lovely to have your company, Jules. Oh, good work from the keeper.
It's very good work from Bilal Ahmed. I thought he was going to chop it onto his stumps.
Me too, yes.
But Bilal Ahmed, he was alert to that one. This is just Surya who's coming back. He's hoping for a better day today, I think, with the bat. He was a little bit unlucky, I felt, yesterday. He played some nice shots, but kept finding fielders, and then he got run out once as well. That's hit on the up. There's nobody back there. It will just slow down, and they're going to come back for a couple. Good running.
Yeah, it didn't sound like he middled that one, and the result, as you saw there, it probably would have pulled up completely inside the circle, but a couple of runs. And suddenly, Kalhara, who we thought, stand by, we'll see him get a good score today. He's entertained us already with a 23 not out from 14, playing a bit of a lone hand there, because I kind of feel like De Silva's almost asleep at the wheel.
Hey, which part of Australia are you from as we see the batter being tucked up again?
I'm from the lovely city of Melbourne.
What part is that?
It's south and to the east.
So not Western?
No, not Western.
All right, then.
No.
All right, then. Otherwise, I was going to say it's a holiday for you today. Go back home. But now that you've told me that you're not from Western Australia Day celebrates the day that British captain Charles Ferment claimed Western Australia for the British back in 1829. It is a holiday there today. More on that after this one. That's another good heavy delivery, and it's played and missed at. So, so setting up the Swan River Colony. While the day was originally called Foundation Day, it's since been renamed to include Western Australians, including Aboriginal communities as well. So Western Australia Day is celebrated today.
There you go.
So to all of our viewers from that part of Australia, enjoy your celebrations. Oh, he shies away from this. Shies away. I think this is up there long enough to at least have a play on. I don't know. What do you think? Go for it and maybe concede a few runs, or try to get the wicket?
I think he had time to step in and effect a catch there. That didn't go like a rocket. It was played with soft hands, and it bobbed up.
I think if you're a fielder in that position, you've got to be alert. You've got to anticipate. And I think he would just stuck to the ground, down the leg side a little bit. But again, not going to hurt them. Jaisuri, sometimes that can be his problem. Sometimes though he does get a bit of pace and he gets the ball to rise, he can be a bit leg-side-ish. And I think batters who are good on the legs will whip him away. But again, he gets another tidy over, and and they just really are struggling here for runs. They're just going to get another single there, so 44 for 2 at the end of 7.
Yeah, now we have a look at the up-and-coming events, and obviously the Medina Cup finished yesterday, and congratulations to Belgium for picking up the trophy there. Well done to them. They must be very excited there, partying on through the night. Here in Romania, we've got the ECS. You've joined us here, myself and Rico Full, for day 2. 2 more days to come after this. And don't forget today, Hornchurch, the ECS and ECSW towards the on the weekend. But ECS kicks off today in very shortly, actually. And next weekend, Czechia kicks off the T20I action. And don't forget, we've got Finland and Bulgaria, ECSW and ECS and T20I action in Bulgaria. So a lot of cricket coming up this month.
Oh, it's another one that's been missed out, and that's been the story of this innings so far. Caliara, at least he's going a little bit better than De Silva, but I think this is a bit of a problem here for Bliss. They've got 2 good batters in there, but I would say good T20 batters. They need time to get going, and with them both there, I mean, that one straight to the fielder, they will get just a single, but the strike rate is the issue. When they're both together, you can see, I mean, singles, yeah, they'll pick up singles, but what they're going to have to start doing here now is coming down the track, trying to go. They've only lost 2 wickets, as we just said. You just got to go for it. They've still got the likes of Delusa Lakshan to come out there, for example. So, you know, just be brave. Go for it. And just again, so just guide it away. It's a big hornet comes in here and flies away. Hey, stay out of here.
Oh, he is big, isn't he?
You're not allowed in here. Go.
Wow.
Thank you.
That hornet's so big, he would have a surname. He was massive. My God, that was like the size of my thumb, and I've got a big thumb.
He was a big boy.
Wow, okay, well, he's left the building. Thank goodness for that.
High. All right, now this one is one that he can catch. He's got 2 going over him, and, well, he's gonna hit this one. Well, that's just... Phil, you got to have your best fielders in those key places. Now, he's blinded with the sun. It does go high up in the air, but look, no excuses. You know what the weather's going to be. You've got a cap on, get yourself a set of shades. He's lucky he doesn't touch that, because if he did, he would have broken 2 fingers. I'm telling you, that is not the way to catch a ball. And then all he does is let it go for 4 runs. So, oh dear, that's not good. It's not good. But you've got to know where your good fielders are. And I think already the batters know, having beaten him on a couple of occasions, that that was always going to be a safe bet. And what the fielder does is he sort of palmed it over the boundary for 4 runs. Badly needed runs as well. Haliara, that's a lovely shot. That's more like it.
Shot.
And that one, well, that hits the bear right on the nose. 6 runs. Shaba, shaba, kinna sona. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Here we go. Target practice. And look, we've got to be kind to the animals. So this is just feeding the bear with a little bit of breakfast. There you go. Have a little bit of grizzly. Grizzly on grizzly action. 6 runs. We said this yesterday. Kalahara, he's a player. We know he is.
Yeah.
He will become good. And great take. Super take once again there from Bilal Ahmed. He's been really good on anything that's going down on leg side. That quite easily could have gone all the way to the boundary for 4 byes. End of the over. And it's 56 for 2.
Yeah, he does really well there to stop that ball getting through for anything extra. So a couple of boundaries off that over gave a bit of momentum to the innings. The 50s up as well with that boundary for 4 runs that went behind square, and that lovely strike down the ground. And so good to see Kahara getting into the runs. We've been talking him up yesterday, mentioned it earlier, and now he's stamping some authority here, albeit pretty much a saving grace for the Bliss Warriors team, because no one else has been able to fire up. But we have to give credit. Always give credit to the bowlers. If the batters are failing, there's a reason, and it's not because of anything on them being poor. It's the fact that the bowling is good, and the bowling is good today. And this is a joy to watch. Phoenix doing quite well here. It's elevated, couple of bounces, long off, runs in, a little bit of a spill. Easy single there though.
Yeah, I think you're right. You can't take too much away from the bowling. Bowling has been very good, so credit to Phoenix. But it also has to be said, the batting or the style of batting from Bliss hasn't been good. I mean, if they were 8 wickets down here, I would stick with what you say and say there's no more to be said. But when you're 2 wickets down, then you have to say, well, where's the energy in pushing for that second. Why aren't they trying to run harder? Why aren't batters saying, you know what, look, I've been out here for 12 balls, I've scored 8, so if I get out, I'll get out. I'm going to just be dancing down the track and trying to smash every ball to the boundary. They haven't done that. And you can see that they're trying to get an extra push in here now. That one is another mistake from the fielder. Got to take that into account as well. This time, who's that out there? That's Devinder Singh. You've got to remember that we've also seen probably 3 boundaries now, maybe 4 with this one, where it should have been maybe 2 at the most. So they have picked up about 8 or 10 extra runs from nowhere as well. So they've been assisted a little bit by Phoenix. But, yeah, they just haven't. You know, when you see a score like this, only 2 wickets down, yeah, you can give credit to the bowling side, but you also have to say, as a batting unit, we never really pushed harder. We got batters sat there who could have come out and made a big difference, and we just haven't allowed them to do so. This one is going to be 4 more. It's a good hit. So Haranga de Silva is starting to get going here eventually, but just remember what he was on. So he's hit the last 2 balls for 8 runs, but before that he was 11 of like 13 deliveries.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's just not good enough.
Yeah, if he's making his run now, he's making it probably about 4 overs too late. You know, see off the 2 wickets fall, see off a couple of deliveries, settle down. Don't want to lose any more wickets straight away. Get back into gear. Don't take 4 overs to get back into gear. I think to the point you made before too about maybe they're more comfortable in the T20 format of the game, where you get a couple of overs maybe just to work the ball around and get yourself into a frame of mind and then start going after it.
Yeah, exactly. If you look at the batting from these 2 here, I mean, Kalahara's been a little bit more aggressive, but this sort of scoring rate in the first 10 overs of a T20 or first 13, 14 overs of a T20, you think, yeah, you're going really well. But in this format, you just got to take the odd risk a bit too. Right, good luck. Wicketkeeper should want it. He's bottled out of it. And it'll be a great catch if he takes it. Oh, boy, he does take it. That is an exceptional catch from Ali Haider. It really is. And as soon as he takes the catch, the first thing he does is have a look at the keeper and say, oh, you didn't want it, though. That went a long way upfield, G.
It did.
And I think this has come back sunburnt. And he's just out the camera there, unfortunately. I wonder if we can see it from another angle. It's a super catch. It is brilliant. And in the end, I think it's fingertips. There it is. Gets it in the fingertips and draws it back into the palm of the hands.
Yeah, he followed that all the way down to the hands, and that last probably 2 seconds the ball was coming down, he had to compete with the sun as well. He was staring directly into the sun, followed it in the hands. It's just at the very end, he had to outstretch the arms ever so slightly to complete the catch. But regardless, Rico, that is a great catch. That's a very good caught and bowled. Very disciplined to stand his ground there and take it. And as you say, he turned around, looked straight at the wicketkeeper and said, you got the gloves, but I got the catch. I kind of think that maybe you could have helped me out with that one.
It's a good catch.
Anyway, it was a very good catch, yeah. So well done for that catch. Hayder will be very happy to get that one. He gets 1 for 19 from his 2 overs. And we start the last.
Okay, this one probably is going to go for the boundary. It is 4 runs down that leg side from the bowler, and just gets easily worked away. Liking this from Kalahara, using his feet, coming down the pitch. He likes to play. I mean, one thing they haven't done to Kalahara, actually. Let's see what he does here.
Yeah.
I mean, they have got square leg bat, but the way he's batting, I'm putting my 45 back. I'm putting a behind square and square leg on the boundary. That's the areas he likes to go. Let's have a look here. Well, that's just a Gandhi ball. That's a poor delivery. It gets demolished out of here. That's huge 6. It's a full toss, which is right in the hitting zone. Boom. Shakalagya.
Yeah, side on will be interesting here.
Yeah, I'd like to see the side on this, because when I'm looking at the way he's played this, he does come down the track. That sort of go against him. So I think the bowler's going to be okay here with the height, but we're going to need another ball, because that one's gone from an early morning dip.
That's probably the biggest hit we've seen from the 6 matches that we've had, including this one, of course. So we didn't see a bigger hit than that. We saw a hit that went over the batting cage, over in that deep mid-wicket area, but that one went over and then some. And I reckon that's probably almost splashed down on the full. What a lovely strike. He's raced to 45 from 26. You know, he's heard our commentary yesterday, and he's eyeing off a half century here. He wants to impress us.
Yeah, look, we said yesterday, even though he wasn't able to get too many runs yesterday, he had 1 knock. The first time we saw him, I think he scored about He scored about 10 or
Yeah,
12
yeah.
off about 15 deliveries. Looked solid, but just couldn't get into this format. But you can see he's learning pretty quickly. Misses at this one. Probably don't want to run here. I think you just want him on strike. I know Krishnan has come out there. This is Sanjula Krishnan, but yeah, you got somebody who's in the 40s. There's 3 balls to go. Just leave him out there. Let's see if he can crunch another couple of boundaries. Get you know, into the 80s here maybe, but maybe even touch the 90 if you go really well. Expecting it to be around about 82, and I think that's probably what Krishnan is saying to him here. He's saying, hey, look, 3 balls. You just stay here, Muller. Even if you hit 2 out of the 3 to the boundary, we'll take that. Well, he's not managing to at the moment. It's good comeback, actually, from Rajesh Kumar. After a couple of poor deliveries down the leg side one and then the full toss, he's come back with 2 dots.
Yeah, that's pretty good, especially in this final over where you know the batter is going to be looking to middle absolutely everything, not trying to play safe, trying to put everything out of the ground. So as a bowler bowling the 10th over, even the 9th over for that matter as well, you've got to feel that extra bit of pressure to know you're coming up against pure aggression.
Up in the air. It's a lot of work to be done by the fielder. Probably will plug and slow down. The batters will scarper back for 2. So we get to the final ball, potentially off the innings, and Kalihara, it'd be good if he does pick up a half century here. Remember yesterday in the final match, in the whole day, his fielding was sensational, but he was just top draw in the last match, and we were giving him the player of the match just for his fielding. So if he can get a 50 here and they get a win, he certainly will be in the talk of player of the match. High in the air, it's in the sun. I can't see this being caught. Shades are all over the place. In comes the throw. It's not a good one. Just turn around and go again. Why don't you? He's saying, let's go. And in the end, he's probably, well, if they take the barrels off, he'd be out. But I think the umpire has called over, and he's going to finish. He's going to finish short, isn't he, by a couple?
Yeah, I think he finished on 49, and I think maybe Krishnan was trying to suggest to him, do you want your 50? Let's go, come on, do you want your 50? And in the end, no, because it's going to be run out because the keeper's got the ball and the umpire's about to call over and innings, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, let's have a look at the highlights here. And the thing is, most of the highlights, it has to be said, was mainly down to the very good tidy bowling of Phoenix. They got the early breakthroughs, which was good. Ejaz wanted the big 6, but it was Punjabi who held on to the catch. Brilliantly done. And he was sending some more delights to the Punjabis around the world after the victory yesterday in the IPL. But that was a good catch taken there also by the captain, Rajesh Kumar, low down. This was 2 wickets down. So there was a recovery, there was a partnership as Arenga and Kalihara got things going. But Phil, they just never really upped the tempo. They stayed in second gear for a long time.
They certainly did. I mean, the run rate was 6 and over until probably about the start of the 7th. And then it was a bit of a rush of blood from Kalihara. And thank goodness for that if you're a Bliss Warriors fan, because you really needed to see something. There was, maybe a boundary per over, but they just weren't ticking that scoreboard over. Aranga looked a shadow of the batter we saw yesterday. Just not timing the ball well, chewing up a lot of dot balls, and just really struggling full stop. This was a terrific caught and bowled. Eyes on the ball the whole way, and that was the end of Aranga's innings as well. And then Kalihara, well, he took control here, hit a couple of big shots. That shot there was a monster, a dead set monster into the pond. That's not coming back for anybody.
No, that was smashed away. But then, fair play to the bowler. Rajesh Kumar did finish well, the captain, and got a couple of dots in. And they only managed to get a couple of singles. So Kalihara there in the end, not quite getting to his half century. Would finish 49 not out, but he used up half of the balls available, 30 deliveries, and he hit 4 sixes and 3 fours, and that just tells you the story that there's a lot of dot balls in there. Well, in terms of extras, I've got to say Phoenix, we're saying how well they bowled, and that's reflected with the extra 3 wides. Beg your pardon. 1 wide only and 3 leg buys. So very tidy from Phoenix, and that's why they've kept the score down to around the 80. Quick look then at the bowling figures. Josh Atkadakal once again outstanding. 2 wickets, only gives away 3 runs. There was that 1 wicket maiden from him as well. Eddie Hyder, that caught and bowled, I think was fabulous. I think we'll see that on the social media. That ball went up a long, long way. And whereas we thought the wicketkeeper should have been putting his name on it, he didn't want to. You can understand why, but Haider kept his cool and took a very good catch. Well done to him. So in the end, Phoenix, they've restricted the Bliss Warriors to a score of 80, but the Bliss Warriors, they find a way to win. Remember that yesterday in match number 2 against the Royal Eagles, they almost pulled it off when they only got 79. And we saw them defend at 102, we've seen them defend 106 and 109. But this time, they're going to have to try and defend 80. Phoenix have got the opportunity to get their sweet revenge. Well, revenge is bliss maybe for Phoenix. Let's wait and find out. Join me, Rico Full and Phil G, when we return for the conclusion of the first match of match day 2 here. Match number 6. We'll be back in around 10 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Well, there's the pond that some of you are talking about. Yeah, it's a pretty big one, the Wadavasia Lake. And of course, you can see that, well look, a big hit will get there once it clears those banners, because the other thing is that from there it's downhill. So if you clear those banners, then that grizzly is going to make its way to the lake, you know. It's beautiful, it really is. It's a lovely setting where we are. You can see that from your pictures. It's a lovely, warm, sunny day today. Highs of 28 will be with us in about an hour or so time, and it will stay that way all the way through, not just today, but the remaining 2 days as well. This is the bonus point equation with that score of 80, 56 or less. So basically, if the Bliss Warriors can restrict Phoenix to a score of 56 or less, they will take 4 points away from the match. They did that on 2 occasions yesterday, the last 2 matches they played actually. But I suppose there is, though we haven't seen blistering striking in this tournament so far. The highest score that we've seen was posted actually by the Bucharest Gladiators, 125, and they would lose to Phoenix, of all teams, who chased that down. So on paper, it should be a straightforward chase for Phoenix. Now, whether they can do it in 7 overs and take 4 points, well, that will have to remain to be seen. But it's not going to be easy, because there are, as we said, some good bowlers in this Phoenix lineup, and Mahesh Abhisinghe is definitely one of them. If he gets that Yorker going, he's going to be uprooting some of those pegs, that's for sure. And ECS Hussain will be keen to do well. I'm just noticing here that there is a substitution, and I think it's the man I mentioned, ECS Hussain. Remember, he did crunch one onto his foot when he was batting, so he's off the field. So obviously they'll keep a track of how long he's off for, because they probably would want to have him bowling. So this is going to be interesting. He's hobbling around. He did crunch himself. He doesn't look that comfortable. Anyway, we're ready to go. Rado, official timekeeper, says let's play. The umpires say let's go. Here's the first, and it will be Mahesh coming in to bowl to Bilal Ahmed. Oh, well, catch me if you can. We can start with a royal duck, and we won't. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's an absolute clanger. There was 3 of them lining up, and that's gone all the way through and out at the other end. What an opportunity. Bilal Ahmed gets a huge life. And I was just getting ready to do me duck sounds as well, as Phil G joins me back in the igloo.
Oh, that's not a replay I want to watch too often. That's just, that's borderline horrible. And, you know, I'm saying it from a fielding viewpoint, because your teammates see that one go down. The first ball of the innings, you're defending a low score, and it goes straight through the hands onto the grass. Yeah, that's not worth watching again if you're a Bliss Warriors fan. If you're a Phoenix fan, you're probably breathing a massive sigh of relief and saying, all right, next one, let's put our heads down here. Jai Surya facing the next ball, but Bilal Ahmed can thank his lucky stars.
That's well bowled. Jai Surya, so he's got to deal with the away swing from Abhisinghe. You can see the way he plays that, he's cautious off the swing. But I don't know, he's a sort of, I think you're better off trying to attack Abhisinghe but in the form of using your feet. You can't just swing across the line to him. I think you've got to be, well, a big appeal here. And, well, it's another batter that's got hit on the leg. Steps across here. I think this ball is seeing too much, if I'm honest.
Yep.
It's a question of height as well, perhaps. But he does. You see the way he tries to play this, Jai Surya. He sort of jumps right across. But he's worried about the swing. My approach would be take a guard a bit further outside the crease. Wicketkeeper is standing back and try to get to the ball before that swing comes into play.
Wow.
This is away, and will be just a single. So you can see he's just sitting back, waiting and just trying to dab the ball out. I think your better approach to bowlers that do what Mahesh Abhisinghe is going forward and trying to get to the ball before it starts swinging, trying to get it on the full.
Yeah, we saw yesterday he he put on a terrific display of swing bowling in a match where he took 2 wickets in his first over. And that swing was late. It was definitely a late swing. So you're right, Rico. If you bat out of your crease, you know, maybe a short step or a bit more, then you're helping to negotiate that swing. You're helping to sort of just help yourself to make sure that you get it covered.
Magic spray time, everybody. It's not quite. Keep them on. Keep them on. Okay, we need the censorship here now.
I didn't realise it was Pants Down Monday. No one told me that. I'm used to Pants Down Friday. But there you go.
Well, Pants Down Monday. Is that a thing, is it?
Pants Down Friday is a thing. Back from, I think it's Hamish and Andy from Australia, a couple of radio DJs. They used to call Friday was Pants Down Friday. Just a bit of a jest sort of, name to call a random Friday sort of thing. I don't think they followed it through. Not like we do with Peacock Friday, of course.
I was just about to say, I'm glad that Corey came up with Peacock Friday before you came up with Pants Down Friday.
Could have been ugly.
It's a bit of an ugly shot there. And this is the thing that Abisinga will do, because he's consistently at you with that full delivery, that swinging away. Whenever there's one that's not full, it's a little bit shorter, batter's eyes open up, said, all right, this is the one. I've got to get this away. Bilal Ahmed, who's lucky still to be there, plays and misses at it. A very good start. There's 2 with the ball to go. Should have had a wicket. Will he get one? Not this time. That's hit beautifully. That's going to go all the way for 6. It's a lovely shot. It just gave him a little bit of extra room. This time there's no swing. And Bilal Ahmed gets a boundary that he was after. Boom! Shaka lagya. Kinna sona apna pose bhi hod kita. 6 runs.
Yeah, it was a lovely strike there. Last ball, the over gets sent downtown. Stayed up for the pose as well. High elbow, very correct shot down on one knee. 92 matches since the Golden Ball. Yesterday morning, we had a couple of matches which teased us ever so slightly, teased the chat as well. And maybe today we'll get teased. Maybe today we'll get the real thing. But 92, that number's climbing. We've got to stop it getting into triple digits. I think that's on us, Rico, to try to prevent that from getting up there. We'll do our best. See what we can do here. And obviously send your thoughts and prayers to us to try to help us work on that one. Dookie is coming on early to bowl the second.
What I don't want is first day of Hornchurch, they get the Golden Ball.
Oh.
That'd be rubbing it in, wouldn't it?
You and I should get on a plane, go straight over there and just remonstrate. We'll just tell people off. They know you can't do that to us. You cannot have that happen. But you know what? You're probably right. It'll probably happen. First match 1.
Good luck to them.
Good luck to them, I say.
We need one. Yeah,
yes.
we need one.
Yeah, we need to break the drought.
So this is Dookie, who's... It's uppish. Oh, it's going to go for 4 this, I think. It's going, and... Well, now then, this could be a remarkable save. We're going to have a good look at this. That's sensational work there. This is Nguni Jabui. Look at this. I mean, does he do it? Let's have a look. Let's have a look when he touches this. I think that's 4, actually.
That's 4, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a great effort, but that's 4 runs. And the reason it's 4 also, I think when the hand's gone past the boundary, when it does push the ball back, I think he's pushed the rope onto the ball. It's a super effort from Nguni. That's going to be 4. 4 carreras.
Yeah, very acrobatic there. Unfortunately for the player at mid-off, he timed his dive badly, and he dove and then had to do a double dive. Very respectfully punched back there by the batter.
Yeah, I suppose, again, they're thinking about the rate required. It's around about just under the 8 mark, but I think when this is something that myself and Charlie, hello Charlie, used to talk a lot about. When it was low scores, teams went with the mindset saying, oh, we can push it around. We just need 1 boundary. And myself and Charlie always used to say, just go out there and bat like you're trying to score 120. Forget the 80. Think you're getting 120. Because otherwise, you end up getting yourself out. So Surya won't take the single to the fielder. That's understandable. And they've got good fielders in the side, and that's dealt with by Lakshan, who probably a bit miffed that he didn't get a chance to have a bat, especially when they only made the 80 for 3. Hit hard, and that's going to one place. It's hit like a laser beam as it gets to the boundary. And it's Ijaz Hussain hopping around in the dugout with his injury. He tries to stop it. And in the process, he probably injures his fingers. Here he is, Ijaz. And good shot, though. Powerful shot, Jai Surya. We know he's a talented player. He saw him score some good scores here last year. And, yesterday, though, wasn't a good day for him. He was run out quite crazily in one match, and in the other, he just couldn't get the ball past the fielders. That's the look at the standings. Bliss Warriors, they would like to add to the 12 points here today. They have 3 matches. Phoenix, the team that are behind them, they would love to get 3 wins out of 3 and be breathing right down the neck of the Bliss Warriors.
They sure would. Bliss Warriors going to have to get used to being chased here in the standings in this ECS. Big appeal. Umpire immediately shakes his head, says no, continue on please. Yeah, the standings tell a bit of a story about a great day yesterday for Bliss Warriors, but also tells the story of not a great day for Bucharest Gladiators. But they're up next in match number 7 following this one, and that's their chance to try to basically just kickstart the tournament all over again for them. For Bliss Warriors, they're looking to kick on and really just lock in that top spot. Nicely flicked around the corner, goes very fine. It's going to run away. Boundaries coming now. I like the theory you mentioned before about, about what you and Charlie having a conversation about, play as though you're going for a higher score. Yeah. I've always said, don't try to sort of time your run to finish the game at the end of the final over. Yeah. Look to finish in the 8th or the 9th over. And it kind of goes with the whole idea of mentally preparing yourself to get ahead of the curve. Yeah, and get ahead of it.
And that's what good teams do. Good teams will never leave it to the last over. Yeah. They look to do it with a minimum 8 balls to go because, you don't want to put yourself in that position.
Yeah.
This one's a false shot, chance, and well taken. Well dealt with. Not the easiest of catches. Ball's up in the air. It's going to go into the sunshine. And no mistakes there from the fielder. So Bilal Ahmed, well, I suppose he makes 11 runs more than what he should have. Should have been out very first ball. It should have been rolled up for it, but he will go. Ball number 6 gets him in a mash. Abisinghe gets his first wicket of the day.
Yeah, Abisinghe. He impressed us yesterday with some very good swing bowling. He gets reward for effort now. He got hit downtown for a big Maximo at the end of his first over, but this time he picks up a wicket there, and that's Shamad Madomal, who takes a very good catch. Had the sun to contend with, and just goes to prove that some of these players, if they got the sun to contend with, they can still take a catch. That old chestnut which comes out every now and then from the fielders who put the catches down. It's always like to sort of note when a player says that, sort of point out that the sun's actually behind them. Does happen sometimes.
It does happen a lot of the times.
Anyway, first wicket down, 20 on the board, halfway through the 3rd.
Devendra Singh comes out at number 3. He did play a couple of shots yesterday, but would play a shot and then get out. And it's a genuine leave, and it will be called a wide there by the umpire, Ramesh Satheesan, who's out there with umpire Dhamindra.
Yeah, very... well, Abisinghe, he bowled a couple of wides early yesterday, just trying to get his radar locked in, but... yeah, since then, those early matches, he's been pretty good. So that's just strayed there.
That's better. Wants the single, and it's an easy single, actually. Both the batters are looking at each other, give each other a nod and say, yeah, let's go for one here. And Abisinghe, I think if you can keep him blocked out and take singles, I think you'll thrive in this contest, especially when you're only chasing the 80. Again, Bilal getting himself out in an uncharacteristic way, really. I think he's got to bat with a bit more responsibility, I feel, for his side. They're not loaded with batters. Oh, that one is a risky shot. And, well, that's a rare error, actually, from a very good fielder. I think that's our man who took the catch there, Mamadou. And he gets this one completely wrong. Lets it go through him. I mean, he thinks he has the long barrier down, but... well, he leaves a little gap, and oh, look at that. Not only does the ball go over the boundary, but so does the cap.
The Grizzly has a hat thrown at it in disgust. That was a very unusual reaction there after the ball crosses the line.
I want to see that again, as this is well blocked out. And, well, you can see that he sets himself high standards. That's the fielder, as he makes a mistake. You know, the only thing missing here is the Billie Jean music, especially with the... oh, look at that. That would have been perfect.
Oh! Yeah, I was going to say, we were up the high pitch. Oh, or a hee-hee. or something like that. A little bit of a moonwalk back to his fielding position. Something like that would have been perfectly set there. Throwing the hat to the floor. Unusual stuff. There you go. 26-1 after 3. That's the power play done and dusted. Phoenix need another 55 off 24 balls to pick up all 4 points. Note that's for all 4 points. You never know they could do that. Have a look at the tail block situation here. And you can see the first half of the innings for Bliss Warriors was pretty tough going. There was a wicket made in there the 3rd over. 3 runs only off the 7th over. Then things picked up a little bit nicer towards the end there. 12, 10 and 14. 14 was the best over they could get. And that's thanks pretty much to Kauhara, who was just fielding in front of us a few moments ago. We've now got Lakshan fielding in front of us. I think Kauhara's moved around a bit towards the extra cover boundary.
Yeah, Madhusha Lakshan had a good day yesterday with the ball. Picked up 3 for in match number 4. Oh, very tidily indeed. 3 for 8. And he also picked up 1 for 9 in match number 5. So he's a good guy to come on the bowl here now. Just a teasing delivery. And see, with balls like that, I mean, if you're going to go after them like Devinder Singh does there, well, if you're going to just swing hard.
Yeah.
Because if you're doing it that way, it's the faintest of edges, the catch gets taken. At least if you're swinging hard, you've got a chance it might go to the boundary. Takes that away, and again, a little bit of pressure applied there allows the batters to take the single. Another misfield.
Yeah, Krishnan took eyes off the ball there. He had eyes on the stumps before the ball was in his hands, because that quick single was being toyed with. Jai Surya, 13 from 11. He's been there for a little while now. He needs to fire up. He had a funny old day yesterday with the bat. Let's see if he can pick up a good score here and guide his team.
It's worked away nicely. He's going to get it in the gap, isn't he? It's going to be 4 runs. Good shot from Thalina Jayasuriya. Waits on this one. He's very good on the ball. That's slightly over pitch. He's got good movement. He gets in his feet in a good position.
Yeah.
And he whips that away, finds the gap. It's going to be a boundary. Hey, we've got some goodies coming up here now. What's going on here?
What's going on?
Well, I'll let you deal with that. It's Tiff Nakvi who's come supporting some Romanian goodie delights here.
That is fantastic stuff.
Oh,
Look at this.
Well, one is called...
Go for it.
These have got liqueur rum shooters.
Oh, okay.
I think they're for later.
Yeah, I think these have got liqueur rum as well.
So he's bought us chocolates that there's no way we can eat while we're working. Yeah. By the way, that's going to be at least another 1 run.
Yeah, we've been given alcohol-laced chocolates very early in the morning, which is one of probably the worst teasers you're going to ever get. We're still in match number 1, Rico.
Hey, here's the catch. Here's the catch, and we need the chat to help us out here. I mean, they are laced with alcohol. There is no doubt about it. We've got rum liqueurs, different brands. If we don't eat them now, they melt.
They will melt, yeah.
So what do we do? Surely the right thing is to eat them.
Alcohol content, 2% maximum. That's what it says on the back.
Okay.
So if my Romanian's good, or maybe that's 20%. It depends how much you trust my Romanian.
They're going to melt here. So
they will, yep.
Or, you know what we do? Well, what we do is we put them all together in a big glass, and they will melt gradually, and then at the end of the day, we just have like a chocolate rum smoothie.
Well, but the thing is, if we take it back to the hotel, we put it in the fridge for, say, half an hour, take it out, it's going to be like a mousse.
That is also true.
We whisk it up, we'll make it into a mousse. That would be all right.
Hey, we got to go easy tonight. I tell you why. Shot. But the fielder there, and where is it? It's behind you. This is classic Jai Surya. This is why I felt for him the other day. He played shots like this, and that's worthy of 4, but he always found the fielder. So I suppose credit to Bliss getting the fielders in the right place, but he absolutely laced that. Yeah, the reason why we can't do that later, Phil, we got a pack tonight.
Oh, we do too, don't we?
We got to move hotels.
We're moving hotels in the morning.
We get back about 8:30 anyway, don't we?
Yeah.
Place that with soft hands. We'll take oh no. Oh, it's another misfield. They'll get 2, but should have probably just been the 1.
He's going to throw the hat again. That's
is it him again?
It's him again. He's going to. Oh, he hasn't thrown the hat. I thought he might throw it. Thing is, though, it didn't go across the boundary line, so he had to get the ball back to the keeper. Otherwise, there would have been another another moment. But in the end, it's fine. They get through for 1, 4 overs gone, and it's 37 for 1 on the board. That run rate ticking upwards towards 9, just over 9 now, 9 1/4, 9.25, chasing a score which is very gettable. You see that white line is looking quite comfortable at the moment, and on a slight upward trajectory as well. So they keep going at this pace. They should gobble this up in probably about the 8th over. If they can accelerate.
They've got to be looking. I mean, 26 was the first 3 overs, which I think 44 they require. If they do that in 3 overs, they get all the points. They surely got to be thinking about that. Though I do know that Phoenix will also be a little bit worried, thinking that if they lose a couple of quick wickets, they could let the Warriors in here. So I think Jayasuriya is very key. Devinder Singh is just prodding it around a little. And have they got other batters that can come in and do the job? You would feel that they have. You've still got Arun Kumar, Unikrishnan. So I think one of these two, probably I think Devinder Singh, because Jayasuriya, he looks like the guy who could guide them home. I think Devinder Singh probably has to think, you know what, my role here has to be to try and get some big hits here and try and get us the 4 points. Oh, Gundy didn't have to play at this. It's going to be called a no ball anyway. So the only thing he does, he takes himself away from the free hit. So Devinder Singh has got the license to go the full Monty. Yeah, no doubt about that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yep. Yeah, so that's what he's done, isn't he? He's taken the single, got himself off the chance for a free hit here. Well, Devinder Singh, he's got a chance here. He's on 5 from 4 balls faced. There's no reason why he can't open up with both barrels and try to put this one into the lake, or at least down the ground.
Murusanka, he is the bowler. And, of course, that left and right combination from the batters does cause a few issues, as we can see. It's a better delivery, well bowled.
Yeah, didn't know what to do with that one.
But from the moment that ball is bowled, he's in defensive mindset.
Yep.
It's a free hit.
Yes.
It's a free hit.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Let the ball hit the stumps and run.
Yeah, who cares?
You know,
you're going to get something from it, aren't you?
You get something from it.
In the end, he got a dot ball.
Yeah,
just not good enough.
That shuffle across is a big appeal. Big appeal.
Massive.
Let's have a look at this.
So convinced, weren't they? Oh, it's a good shout.
I think that's a very good shot. There's no bat there that I can see. He shuffled right across. I tell you what, he's a lucky bunny, is Devinder Singh.
Let's have a look side on. Is that going over? Oh, you know what? If it's going over the stumps, it's going over by a hair's breadth. Just. Well, maybe that's one of the best turn downs of LBW you've ever seen. Possibly for height, but not for line.
This is the next ball, and once again, defensive mindset.
Yep.
Why is he there?
I mean, yeah, good point.
Why is he being sent in at number 3 to block?
And he chips uppishly. Could have easily gone to hand. So yeah, it's a bit of a head scratcher, this one. Not sure why he's earned his spot there in the top order, coming in at this stage.
Yeah, halfway there, get to 40. But yeah, just those 4 deliveries there. 4 deliveries, just a couple of runs from them. And I think that the 4 points seem to be getting away unless Jayasuriya can hit the next 2 deliveries to the boundary. They're just, annoying with the field here. They did put mid-wicket back, but they brought him back up again here now. Oh, now this one is pretty full. The umpire having a think. It's Ramesh Thiessen again. Well, they're certainly putting him under big pressure with these calls. Let's have a look at this one here. Here we go. Now, that was nowhere near. That's going well down the leg side. In fact, that's a missed opportunity from Jayasuriya.
Oh, big time.
Yeah, this is where I think he moves too much. Scuffs at it, wants something, gets nothing. Ends up being a very good over. Top over. Manusanka starting with a full toss beamer. It was a full toss, free hit, and he's recovered from that. And mainly thanks to some very unusual batting from Devinder Singh, who then blocked out 3 deliveries, including the free hit. And got a single, and then the next 2 balls go for nothing as well. So just the 3 off that over. The score stays on 40 at the halfway point.
Let's have a look at Group A matches kicking off there in Hornchurch, running concurrently with this series. Starting soon or started already? Must be almost about set to go.
They're 2 hours behind us, aren't they?
2 hours, are they? Yeah.
Yeah, 2 hours behind.
Okay.
So probably, I don't know, about
not
45 minutes away, maybe.
Not too long to wait for that one. I'm sure people will be tuning into both. That's a strange old shot, that one. Just goes to play with soft hands on the leg side and gets a leading edge that just rolls to extra cover.
He's out there with a mindset of block and not get out. Devinder Singh, that's a full toss. You step into that and you crunch it. And he's looking to play out on the leg side. Because the way he's played it, he gets lucky. He gets a outside edge and it gets a single. So Jai Surya is probably thinking, well, this guy's not doing me any favours. I'm going to have to get on with it. And that's why he charges down the track, and he's going to get plenty of this.
Yep.
6 runs, good shot, good footwork. See, Devinder Singh has just put pressure on Jai Surya. Remember what I said a few overs ago, that the way they should be looking to do this, Jai Surya is the guy who stays there in case they have a wobble.
Yep.
He sees them home. Devinder Singh, that's what Jai Surya is doing. But in the end, Devinder Singh's not doing that. So Jai Surya is having to say, well, okay, I'm going to have to do it.
Yeah, chewing up dot balls in the process as well, Devinder Singh. Not sure about that. I think you're spot on, Rico. I think your assessment of this partnership is pretty much bang on. It's a head scratcher for me. I don't get it. And Jai Surya, he's probably got the weight of the world on his shoulders from Phoenix, all looking to him to get the win. And it's pretty tough also when your batting partner is looking to you to score the runs. As I used to open the batting for the Prague Barbarians back in the day, and I'd find that a little frustrating when my counterpart would be thinking, I'll turn the strike over, you take care of it. And I'd say, we're 2 wickets down. What are you talking about? We should be sharing this responsibility. We've got time. We're not in a rush. It's okay. Let's score runs. Let's both score runs. So, yeah, a lot on his shoulders.
Whips this one away, straight into the hand of the fielder, and it's a really soft dismissal. There's no pace on it from Dookie, but he just chips it up. It's a very simple catch there taken on the boundary. It's, I think, Marusha Lakshan holds on to it.
Yep.
And Ifhan Dookie picks up another wicket, and it's the one of Jai Surya who, well, you get the feeling here, he just kind of gives his wicket away.
Hit it straight down his throat. Absolutely. Picked him out. Of all the greenery around the ground on the leg side, Rico, he simply just picked him out and hit it straight down his throat. So what I was saying just moments ago about the pressure on his shoulders from the team and from Devinder Singh at the non-strikers end, it just compacted on him. And he's caved. He's gone for 26 with 21 deliveries faced. And Phoenix, if they stutter and fall over chasing a score of, 81 for a win at this point, well, there's not a lot more we can do for them.
Not really. Arun Kumar is the next batter that comes in. And thing is, though, Arun Kumar probably knows that at this moment in time, with Devinder Singh on 7 of 9, he's not going to get too much support in the run department from that area. Now, the run rate has gone up to over that 8 mark here. Dookie, can he get another one? Well, it's down the leg side, just gets casually clipped away. And it'll get the single. So it's Devinder here now. Let's be interesting to see. It's the end of the over. I was going to say it's interesting to see how he deals with Dookie. So Dookie gets his 2 overs in. 1 for 16, 48 for 2 at the end of 6.
Yeah, so 1 for 16 from 2. That's going 8 runs and over. That's what was required of Phoenix to pick up the win. So I think from the skipper, from Dookie, getting the 1 wicket and going at 8 and over, I think that's job done. He takes himself off from the attack because he's done what he had to do. You can see there the batting card there, Devinder Singh. It's on him now. He's come in at first drop. He's got 7 from 9 deliveries faced. We're being a little bit critical, you could say, about him, but he's not facing a really tough bowling attack right now. I mean, he's faced a couple of deliveries from Dookie and in the previous over as well, and he's looking to get singles. He's not looking to strike. He's not looking to pick the gaps. He's just looking to prod, push around. He's mishitting for those singles as well. He's just not looking confident.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Not looking confident. You can see even from his start, he's pretty nervous. He's niggly. Let's see. Well, this is Mile who gives you no pace on the ball.
Ooh, now.
They're liking this.
They do like it.
They're liking this big time. They're liking this. And Devinder Singh, yeah, look, he's out of his crease here. Doesn't get the foot back. That is out. And that kind of sums up what's been a real Now, what's the word to use here, Phil? Without being too unkind, it's been a pretty bad. If he was able to club a boundary or two and then get out like that, you think, oh, all right, at least he got a couple of boundaries. But to get out like that, so he's faced 10 deliveries for 7, and then he just gets himself out, swings and misses, gets out. That's not a good innings at all. And whoever made the decision to send Devinder Singh up the top of the order here at number 3, it's a huge error, and it's put more pressure now on Phoenix.
Yeah, that's good work from the keeper, though. That was actually Krishnan who was stumped there. Devinder Singh was leaning on his bat.
Krishnan?
Yeah, Devinder Singh's leaning on his bat at the non-strikes end because they got a single off the last ball of the previous over. So Devinder Singh gets to watch the carnage, and unfortunately for Krishnan, he's just...
That's his first ball, then, is it?
That's no, it's his second ball. He got off off the mark on the first ball of the last ball of the previous over. So that was his second ball.
Well,
so second
that means
ball.
I have to apologise a little bit to Devinder Singh then.
Well, what? Just hold that thought.
Shall I hold it?
Hold that thought, because you never know what's going to happen if they get a single here and get Devinder on strike. No, just push back to the bowler. Madamal is the bowler, the hat thrower, the one who cursed the ball and threw the hat on top of it, Michael Jackson style. He gets a chance to bowl now. He's a pretty handy bowler as well. Short in stature. He doesn't mind giving the ball a bit of flight, though. And this is a really good start for him. So 3 balls bowled. And he's got a stumping and dots. So he's doing the job here for Bliss Warriors. Another blocked out, not looking to score. Another dot. They're racking up here. They're racking up. Not sure if this was supposed to be scheduled for a 5-day test match or not, but at the moment, they're racking up. Aleem Abdul not looking to hit out. Well, and he scooped it up as easy as you like. Probably one of the worst dolly catches you'll see probably this summer. And that is, well, I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed, as my father would say to me sometimes. And then go put me on the naughty step. That is disappointing. Aleem Abdul, you need to go sit on the naughty step. That's what you have to do. That is not very good. Chasing a small target and just blocked up in the air. Darmul rushes in, takes the catch. He's ecstatic. He's got 2 wickets in his over, and he's staring down the barrel, Rico, of a double wicket maiden if he can bowl another dot.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know what to say. We said right from the beginning that you've got to really go into an innings like this and be positive and look to play shots, because if you don't, you're going to get yourself into trouble, and they just haven't played shots. I mean, Joe Surya, can't blame him too much, 26 or 21, but I mean, Bilal Ahmed, don't forget, he should have been gone first ball, made 11 or 6.
True.
Devinder Singh, I mean, he's still there, but he scored 7 of 9. Who's this? This is a captain who now has come out. Let's see if he can get anything going.
It's a dot.
Dot ball end of the over, and it will be a double wicket maiden.
Well, if that's on your ECN bingo card, you will put a big tick next to that. You don't see that very often at all. Let's have a look at something different. This is the ECS Romania Match 7 Fantasy Dashboard. Bliss Warriors are going to come back against Bucharest Gladiators. So the second match in a row for Bliss Warriors. Bucharest Gladiators looking to bounce back from yesterday's disappointment. A lot of changes into that team as well. You see there's 4 changes. Sagara Sadon Pereira, wicketkeeper, comes in. And Muhammad Khayyam is also in. The bowling attack is strengthened there. Muhammad Ali with the bat, and Ali Zawar also with the ball coming. So a few changes there for the Bucharest Gladiators. Obviously, it's a Monday. Maybe some of the players have to go to do work duties today. So a bit of a change for the Gladiators. They'll be looking to get a win on the board. And they'll be looking towards that man, Atif Naqvi, at the top of the order there with Sasanga to really step up when that gets their chance to bat and to get amongst the bowlers if they can.
Yeah, they're going to be the 2 key players. You're absolutely right. Right. Let's have a look at here what's happening. So Bliss Warriors now, they got their tails up big time. That run rate that was under 8 a couple of overs ago has now gone to 11.
Wow.
No surprise, because of the last 3 overs, they've only scored 11.
Incredible.
And lost 3 wickets. So here we go. Madhu Sankar to bowl his second over. Only conceded 3 in his first, and he's bowling to Devinder Singh, who's going to show us all that he's going to just turn things around here, and he's going to club a couple of boundaries, and we're going to be saying he's a star of the show. That's what he's going to do here. Well, that's what I'm saying. Let's see if he is going to do it. I gave him out already, remember?
He's the sleeping juggernaut. That's what he is. He's going to burst out like the Hulk, and he's going to belt this thing around the ground. Oh, he almost makes contact with that one. It's a leg side wide, so the score is ticking along with the wides. That's good. Score is now up to 49 for 4. They've almost within, well, they're in touching distance of the 50. And Phoenix, I tell you what, you really need to go into the room full of mirrors, have a good look at yourself, and just ask what has gone wrong here. 4 wickets down and just struggling middle order. Just can't get bat on ball. There we go.
It's a nice shot. And Devinder Singh will get a boundary.
Get a boundary.
4 runs. 4 carreras. And that's more like it. So Devinder, he will get a boundary there. The umpire just wants to chat. Umpire Devinder.
Yep, fair enough.
Umpire Devinder is watching to see what Devinder is going to get here. This ball just bobbles on the rope here. You just see it just there.
Yeah.
And thing is, the fielder, that's a bit naughty, really. The fielder knows it. Should just turn around and say, hey, umps. That's 4 runs. We know it. We got a good view of it here.
We even called it too, didn't we? We gave the soft signal to the umpires.
Right, that's a 50 up. So Devinder Singh, maybe he's going to do what I said. Well, that's one of the boundaries. Let's see if he can get a few more. Well, he just times that off the middle of the bat.
How about that?
That's the second boundary. I tell you, Fuji, there's a...
I didn't
realise.
realise.
My crystal ball there. My crystal ball. And, well, that will help. So 57. And now all of a sudden, you see, just a couple of shots. And now you can't hear the Bliss Warriors anymore. They're gone quiet. And that's all you have to do. You just got to be positive. All right. Can you do it again? Good comeback. Good comeback.
He was looking just to defend that one down and maybe just try to bring up a dot ball. I'll tell you what, he's threatening to become the next Bruce Banner. That's what he's going to do. And that skin's going to turn green. He's going to tear himself out of his gear, and he's going to belt the living daylights out of this Grizzly. Well, not quite.
He tries then, after muscling the ball, he then tries to time it to the boundary and almost chips up a catch, but he gets lucky. It'll be a single. And he hands the strike over to his captain, Rajesh Kumar.
Yeah, looming dangerous there with that little scoop, but he has got to 16. He's gotten ahead of his of parity in terms of his runs scored and balls faced, so that's good. Rajesh Kumar with the job. Good ball.
Good slingy action here from Madhu Sankar. Does finish the over fairly well. It's a good one, though, for Phoenix. They get 10 off that one. But remember, they're needing 10 and over from here on in. So 2 overs to go. 23 required off 12. Devinder Singh finally seems to have found the middle of the bat. And he's starting to swing it with some aggression. And Rajesh Kumar is yet to get off the mark, the captain.
Well, this 9th over is going to be very interesting indeed. We have a look at the run rate chart there. It's dropped down to 7.25. It was running at 9.25 a few overs ago. So you can see that the impact of those wickets and also the impact of maybe a less than positive mindset from some of the Phoenix batters has resulted in that run rate dipping well below what they need. Little uptick there, just a slight uptick with those boundaries in that previous over as well. But this 9th over is going to be super important if Phoenix want to pick up a win here.
Well, yeah, they haven't scored a run off him yet. It's a Madhu Mal who earlier was doing the, Michael Jackson.
That's right.
Impersonation, throwing his hat over the boundary rope. Gone.
Gone.
That's gone.
Yep.
That's gone. This is what Devinder Singh has been doing. He's been pushing at the ball. That foot is up in the air. He's leaned too far. Watch this. He doesn't get back for me. Keep it on the keeper's gloves. No issues. I think that's out. Let's have a look at this. Does he get that? It's difficult to quite see the line here. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I think you're going to have to go with umpire's call here. I think you're going to go with umpire's call because of the glow of the sun. You don't see the line. When I saw it, it looked out to me.
I called that as well. I agree with you.
It looked like he was leaning forward. The foot went up. But they're going to have to go with umpire's call here. I mean,
you can see the line just there. Good work from 2 circles to get that nice and tight and close.
I think they're going to go with umpire's call. And it's going to be out.
Given.
I think that's the right call. And Devinder Singh, remember what I said about, 7 balls ago when it wasn't Devinder who was out, but in fact it was Arun Kumar. I can repeat that and play that again here because it's exactly the same. He's just leaned out of his crease. He's dragged himself out the same way Arun Kumar done. I mean, take nothing away from the bowler, because Shamad Modumal now has taken 3 wickets for no runs.
Yep.
But it's just poor batting. It really is. I mean, look how wide this delivery is. Why are you trying to play a shot like that? You need runs. What is he going to achieve by that? It's just very poor batting. You should just be looking to say, right, it's short. I'm in my crease. I'm going to just club it. And Phoenix, well, I see them going down here. I really do. Unless somebody comes out and smashes 3 boundaries, they're going to go down here, and it's going to be the Bliss Warriors who's going to pick up another victory to add to the 3 they took yesterday. Modumal. This time, not out. This time the foot stays down. But at least he's going for the shot.
Yep.
What's that? Kadak, he still goes for it, but he keeps that foot planted down.
I reckon Modumal's going to get another wicket in this over. I get that feeling in the pit of my stomach. He's going to pick up another one. He's just, they don't know how to play him. And he's not, I don't think he's a difficult bowler to play. It's just, there's some premeditated shot selection out there which is just poor.
You know what, if he was bowled, and he did this yesterday, he bowled wicket to wicket, that's when he's dangerous. But he's been given width, and batters are just, I mean, that's 2 stumpings he's got.
Yep. And
both of them are identical to that one of Devinder. Right. Captain Rajesh Kumar, what can you do? He hasn't got off the mark yet. Well, he uses a long handle. He's just going to get a single. Singles are not good enough here. That rate is going upwards. Only the 2nd run that has come off Modumal.
Yeah, I think they're going to leave themselves way too many in the final over. And it's only 2 balls to come in this over, 21 required. Even if they hit 1 boundary off one of the next 2 deliveries, which, you know, almost goes against the flow of play. I just think there's going to be too many in that last. Oh, good work there. Good work in the field to stop that getting past. Keeps it to a single, gets a generous round of applause from his teammates. Just threw himself down onto that one and stops it getting past. There was backup, but good work in the infield nonetheless. 20 from 7 required. Last ball of the 9th coming up.
Right, up in the air. Well, this could be the 4th wicket. And it will be the 4th wicket. And Modumal gets another one. 4 for 3 in his 2 overs. And Phoenix. Oh, Phoenix, what are they doing out there? That's the 6th one that goes down. It's 58 now for, well, in fact, I'll give you the right score in the moment because our system's gone pear-shaped again. But another wicket goes down. No issues with the catch taken there by Delusha Lakshan. And here's the captain, Rajesh Kumar, will have to go. 61 then for 6 at the end of the over. And they've got an awful lot of runs to try and get to win the match in the last. But when you think where they were, and let's focus on that. They were 26 for 1 at the end of the power play. At the 5 over mark, they were at the halfway point on 40 for 1. And that means that in the next 21 runs, they have lost 5 wickets. And it's the way they've lost those wickets, Phil. And
yeah.
I mean, Phoenix, I mean, all I can say in terms of run chases, it's probably right up there as one of the poorest that I've seen.
Yeah. They say that the mythical creature, the phoenix, rises from the ashes, Rico. I'm telling you now, this one's got its foot stuck, and it's getting absolutely barbecued itself on the grill. And they've only got themselves to blame. They've only got themselves to look at, and they have their little huddle, because they've still got 2 more matches to play today. How they're going to bounce back from this, I don't know, because they're going to have to do a lot of soul-searching and a lot of discussion. Skipper needs to take a lot on his shoulders for Phoenix.
I guess it's not done yet. 20 runs of 6 deliveries. Get a boundary straight away here. Maybe he got Kadka with the bat. He's been joined out there by Sharma. But it's all on this first delivery, really. If you can get a boundary in this first delivery here. But look who's bowling it. It's Lakshan, who's been absolutely fantastic with the ball. He's another wicket taker. And it doesn't seem like a bowler. Marusha Lakshan is going to get hit for 20. It's been not a good display from Phoenix, really, with the bat. Oh, that's clobbered, and it will be brilliantly fielded. Of course it will, because who is it? It's Kalahara. There's only one Kalahara, and he is sensational. And maybe on this occasion, well, I suppose it's between him and the bowler Shamad Madumal will get the player of the match. I think Madumal might just pip him to it, you know.
Yeah, with those 4 wickets in those couple of overs.
Yeah.
Kalhara's 49 not out was exceptional as well. And he hasn't had too many opportunities in the field because the ball has barely gone near him, thanks probably in part to the lack of attack and aggression from the Phoenix batters. He hasn't had a lot to do this time around. So 5 balls to come, 19 required. It's still there for the taking if they want it. Depends how hungry they are.
Yeah, that was good save. That could have been 4.
Yep.
Could have made a bit of a game-changing difference. But with they're just taking the single. And they've got the field set for this as well. And that's well fielded, you know. It's really well fielded.
Yep.
Quite easy, could have tried to stop it. But in the end, kept his eyes on the ball. He thought, you know what? All I'm going to do is push it forward. I'm not going to let it get past. I'm not going to let it go to the boundary.
It's a good tip there for the kids watching about how effective that bit of fielding was. Just to keep that ball in front of yourself. Doesn't get past you. That means it can't go to the boundary. And that's pretty clever work down there.
Great catch.
Something on that. Yes,
Great
indeed.
catch.
Oh.
And Aranga pulls off a really good catch. Just at Kodaka, can't blame him. He's chasing a wider delivery, trying to get plenty of bat onto it. Gets a little stick. Catch is well taken by Aranga this over. And it's going to be a wicket. And a well-deserved one there for Marusha Lakshan. So another one bites the dust. And really trying to give it a bit of everything. But all he does is get a bit of an edge on it. And Aranga de Silva does the rest.
Yeah, Kanaka, he's gone with the right mindset, hasn't he? He's tried to launch that one into the beyond pretty much. And he hasn't, he's slight little deflection, but good work from behind the stumps.
Phil,
really well
I
taken.
tell you now,
Yeah.
if after that first wicket went down, and if they reversed the whole batting order, Phoenix, they would have won this match.
Yeah, that's a good
Because
shout.
the
Yeah.
batters would have gone out and least played shots like Kodaka. He would have taken it on. He would have swung hard.
Yep.
They wouldn't have been pushing at the ball and being stumped. They would have just thrown the bat. All right, 1 or 2 of them may have been caught out.
Yep.
But 1 or 2 of them may have just got a 16 and 18 wins them the match. They've done this completely wrong at Phoenix. And if they don't learn quickly, I can't see them winning a match because the way that they played here has been poor. Yeah. And they're really going to have to do well to come back from it. It's probably going to be too wide. So who they got today? Remember, we said that they'll have a break now. They were second. They'll probably stay second because they will pick up a point at least.
Yep.
But they then play the Royal Eagles and then the Bucharest Gladiators later today. The last 2 matches today, we'll see them. And so they've got time to regroup and come back stronger. And they're going to have to come back stronger.
Another wide there. Yeah, look, these 3 teams outside of the Bliss Warriors, Phoenix, Bucharest Gladiators, Royal Eagles, they've got a lot to prove to us today. They really do have a lot of work. They've got the work cut out for them. So when they're playing against each other, not against Bliss Warriors, will the real contender for the finals please stand up? That's what I'm looking forward to seeing. I want to see out of those 3 teams, when they're not playing Bliss Warriors, which one of them is the team that's going to say, hey, I want to play on Wednesday in that last match. I want to be there in the final.
Catching chance. Doesn't take it. It would have been a good one from Lakshan. Goes with it with his left hand. Gets fingers to it, but don't take it. Yeah, I mean, massive win this for the Bliss Warriors because they'll take 3 more points to add to their 12. They go to 15. They've got 2 more games today. Then they've got a whole day of rest tomorrow.
That's right.
So they would have played majority of their matches as well. So they'll have, 2 more to play then on the last day, on finals day.
That's right.
And that will be it. They will finish on 68. It will be a victory by some 12 runs in the end by the Bliss Warriors. And I suppose the same way a lot of people already describing it, you've just got to say that Phoenix, they got it all wrong. They had the opportunity. They did the hard work in the field. They restricted the Bliss Warriors to 80. We did say at the time it wouldn't be easy because we know that the Bliss Warriors, they've got a good bowling attack. But Bliss Warriors, as harsh it may sound, they didn't win that match because they necessarily bowled well. They won that match because Phoenix didn't want to win it.
Phoenix absolutely bottled it right from the start. Couldn't agree with you more on that one, Rico. Could not agree anymore, and I'm sure the chat might support us on that one too. That's how we saw it from our vantage point here. We're going to roll some of the highlights and just sort of relive what happened there and just try to pinpoint at what point did Phoenix completely and utterly do a U-turn from a chance of winning this game. I thought they started well. It was sprightly. They did lose one early wicket, but Jai Surya, he was looking pretty solid there for a bit. Had to take a fair bit of responsibility on because he had a bit of a blocker at the other end, Devinder Singh, and I'm being very generous about that description.
Yeah.
But I was really impressed with Jai Surya until he got himself out. But I felt that was probably just a bridge too far, a bit too much pressure on him. Good catch there in the outfield, staring up to the sun. And that was the first wicket that fell. And after that, it was all Jai Surya. The highlights for the next probably 20 seconds will be all Jai Surya because Devinder Singh, he didn't bother anybody.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a look at the wickets, I mean, I'm trying to think to myself, this is Jai Surya getting out. Just chipping the ball out. Earlier we saw the way Bilal Ahmed got out. Two good batters. And this is Arun Kumar. I mean, just look at that. So going back to what I'm saying, not one dismissal when I'm looking at it saying, oh, that's really well bowled. Because, it was all Phoenix get themselves out. Here's another one. I mean, what is that? I mean, talk to me about that. So they just were getting themselves out. Look, this is just a gentle catch me if you can. Thank you very much. And of course, the bowler's not going to complain, is he? I mean,
exactly.
Madhu Mal, he at that point, double wicket maiden, comes and bowls his 7th ball, ticks a wicket as well. I mean, that's the one that goes to the boundary. But yeah, we saw 2 shots then from Devinder Singh. We thought, okay, maybe. Then he doesn't say. I mean, let's talk about these. I mean, it's not like Madhu Mal is spinning the ball so much that you play down one line, then it beats you. It's just poor cricket.
That second stumping got me as well because the ball was just going straight on. It was on a length that allowed you to. It sat up. It set up wide of the off stump for you to just go one step, crunch, and you would have put that over the boundary line, no problem. It would have been that kind of shot. That's a great catch also by the keeper there. Need to give a shout out to him for that really good take in that final over. But that's how it all ended up. Phoenix, they're going to end up being 12 runs shy of what was, well, a pretty low score they had to chase down, and it was probably thanks to those middle overs where the batters just couldn't fire up like they forgot. Have a look at the start there. Jai Surya, that 26 from 21. Devinder Singh ends up getting 16 from 15, but, half of that score was from just 2 shots that came out of nowhere. Prior to that, it was basically 8 runs off 13 deliveries, and no one else could give support. Aleem Abdul with that shocking 4-ball duck, that caught and bowl that he coughed up. And when you turn to the bowling card, it's, I feel bad for Madhushankar because he's the only one who didn't get a wicket, but he bowled pretty well. Wicket shared all around, and that 4-for for Shamad Marumal, who will include a double wicket maiden in his first over.
Yeah, certainly would. Dan, for Shamad Mamadali also shows just how quickly your day can change. It'd be an interesting one to see who they do in the end. Give player of the match to it. In fact, it is Shamad who gets it for that fine bit of bowling, 4 wickets for 3. And it was between him and Kalahara. Kalahara, once again, he misses out. He missed out on his 50 as well, 49 on 30. I suppose when you look at it in context, though they were important runs for Kalahara, 80 is not a big score, so to defend it, it's got to be a bowler that does the job, and I think Madhu Mal certainly deserves it. Next match coming up in 16 minutes' time, so we're going to have to take a pretty short break and get some more fluid inside us, not those liqueur chocolates. They will have to wait. And we'll come back and talk you through the next match. And we're going to see the Bucharest Gladiators taking on, well, at the moment, the invincible Bliss Warriors. Join us back in 15 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket fans, welcome back to this wonderful ground here for ECS Romania, the continuation here of day number 2, match number 7 coming your way very shortly. It's going to be the return of Bliss Warriors taking on Bucharest Gladiators. Big game for these two teams. Bliss Warriors top of the table, Bucharest Gladiators sadly bottom of the table. Only played 2 games yesterday. Let's see if they can get a win today and start their tournament or restart their tournament, and well, they need to get something out of this game for sure. At least a point, if not all 4 points, maybe even just the 3 points. I can't wait to find out. But let's get over to the coin toss. Stefan Gooch, our tournament referee, he's got the captains for that coin toss. Stefan, take it away.
Bliss Warriors to call.
Heads.
Heads is called. And it has come down heads.
We're betting.
Batting?
We're betting.
All the best. Good luck. Bliss Warriors have won the toss. They're having a bat.
So there you have it. Bliss Warriors win the toss, going to have a bat first. I think it's a pretty good call. The ground has really calmed down nicely. All the dew has already been burnt off. The outfield is getting faster, and I think it's a really good idea for Bliss Warriors to go out and bat first. They batted first in the previous game, didn't make the big score that they wanted, but you know what? Every opportunity for them to do this again, and they're going to look for their batters to really star. On the flip side of the coin, let's talk about Bucharest Gladiators. Just the one, well, actually not even a win yesterday, just the 1 point. Bottom of the table with 1 point. That was a bonus point they took in the first game they played. In the second game they played, couldn't even pick up a point, gave up all 4 to the opposition. They need to turn that round today, and this is the best opportunity for them to do so. Looking for their big stars, Sasanga and Narkvi, to step up and to really put on a big score and to chase down some runs. That's going to be posted by Bliss Warriors, because the news on the toss is that the Bliss Warriors, they won the toss, they're going to have a bat first. So let's get over to Rico Full in the commentary position to take things away. Rico, kick us off here. Bliss Warriors win the toss, going to have a bat first. I can't wait to see how this one turns out. Match 7 coming your way.
Thank you very much to Phil G, and to welcome everybody on Italian Republic Day, also widely known as Festa della Repubblica. And so enjoy your celebrations there in Italia, also Western Australia Day today. So celebrations there in Australia was originally called Foundation Day. It since has been renamed to include Western Australians, including the Aboriginal communities as well, so celebrations there as well. And on this day in 1953, the 27-year-old Elizabeth II, the elder daughter of King George VI, was crowned Queen of the United Kingdom at Westminster Abbey, having taken the throne upon her father's death in February in 1952. A couple of days to mention on this day in history. And, of course, some of the celebrations going on today. Well, Bliss Warriors, they're certainly celebrating. They celebrated yesterday, finishing top of the pack, winning 3 of their 4 matches. And they've won the first match of 3 today, match number 6. And they're looking to do the double over the Bucharest Gladiators. Gladiators, a few changes for them. They've got Sangara, Sudan Pereira in the side. Mohamed Kanyan coming in there as well, amongst a few others. The hope that they'll be strengthened. 51% to 49% is what the win projector is saying. Yesterday, this contest, the Bucharest Gladiators were big-time favourites, and the Bliss Warriors, batting first again, scored 109, and the Bucharest Gladiators were 69 for 7. They didn't pick up a point, losing by some 40 runs, so they're looking to do better this time round. Let's see if they do. But Bliss Warriors, you can see that Dookie, every time he wins the toss, he just says, we're going to have a bat. And if he doesn't win the toss, they're made to bat anyway. So he's having it all his own way. And batting first seems to be doing the trick for him. But will they continue? Will they add to the tally at the top of the standings? You kind of get the feeling that if they get, say, another victory here today, that they're definitely going to finish in the top 2. And that means they will play in the final. They'll have a rest day tomorrow as well, which will serve them well. Mind you, you can say that they kind of deserve it, because they did play 4 yesterday, and then also we'll be playing 3 here today. So we're ready to go. And it looks like Hussein seems to have recovered from his foot injury. But, remember, didn't take the field when they were bowling because he was hobbling around, but he feels that he can bat. Maybe he's just going to stand there and smash the ball to the boundary. And he's joined out there by Aranga de Silva as the opener. And it's going to be Talababar with the ball. The man, we remember, has the emergency services number on his back. I know those of you that are getting ready to watch the Exton and Hornchurch there in England will all know about the 999 number. Well, that's what he has on his back. And he's going to start off proceedings with the ball. Was involved, of course, in a fantastic run-out yesterday. Here's the first. And it's going to be a wide. The first bit of action then for Andrew Begg, the umpire. A wide ball signalled. And that one strays big time down the leg side. A little bit of movement, bit of swing there, which will encourage Babar. But can he use it to his advantage? That's going to be the question. So the Gladiators also played 2 matches, so they've got matches that they can catch up on over the Bliss Warriors. But it's a win that they want. Hit firmly, and it's wide off. A great effort from Kaim Khan. He's sort of done the proper slide and slip, trying to stop this one. Well, you see him. He can't stop himself. I mean, he could never get to it. It was hit so well, but just watch the way he goes here. He slides and slips down. Top effort. But that's going to be a good hit, good boundary first up then. As Hussein opens his account with a boundary. And maybe that's what he's here to do, bearing in mind that he's not going to be running too much. That's not the best of deliveries on the leg side again. It just gets clipped away to the man at square. Gladiators, let's have a look at their field at the moment. So they're leaving the leg side actually pretty uncovered in the boundary sense. They've got a short mid-on, mid-wicket is short as well, and square leg. They've got a kind of a guy on the 45 where Nakvi is. He tends to hide himself in that position. Then on the offside, short third, we've got point, cover, and then you got long off, and kind of a extra cover back on the boundary. That goes to one of the short fielders on the leg side. I suppose if the bowlers bowl the right line, they keep it outside the off, then you get away with this field. In fact, you could probably get one more across on the offside. I don't think there's particularly a need to have the man on the 45 where Nakvi is. You could push your square leg the other side of the umpire and move everybody around a little bit. But change in the field now here to Aranga de Silva. I don't mind this change. He does like to hit straight, so they do push a wide, long on back. Long off stays back, everybody else inside the circle. And it's a good delivery, well bowled. Aranga did score runs in that last match, but he took a long time scoring them. 25 of 19. And Lahita Kalahara was the key batter, 49 of 30. Only got to 80, remember, but it's enough there. I think at the moment, the Bliss Warriors will probably feel they can defend anything. We were expecting to see maybe higher scores today, and in fact, that hasn't been the case. Will this match deliver? It's played nicely with the back foot, straight to the fielder. He's wearing the traditional white cricket cap. Always brings a smile to my face when I see that. Brings back some memories of maybe the good old days. There it is. A proper white cricket cap. Welcome back, of course, to everybody in the chat as well. You can see that Emmanuel Robbins has joined us on there as well, and John Hesham is there, and Dave, of course. I think everybody excited to see not the action continue from here. That's a lovely shot. Almost takes out our camera. That's played beautifully by Ijas. It's a bit of width on offer, but how well he plays that. It's all about the balance, you know, as well. It takes a lot of balance and technique to get that one away. That's a lovely shot for 6. And Hussein gets another one away. That comes right at the end of the over as well. So 13 come off that first over from Babar. As we have a look at what will be happening there, of course, in Hornchurch today. 5 matches and about to start there, actually. And it is the Sharks Cricket Academy that are going to be batting first against the mighty Tigers. That's the first match coming up there. So 5 matches there from Hornchurch. Remember, they're 2 hours behind us. So that's why they're starting, well, it feels like they're starting pretty late, but in fact, I suppose they will start about 1/4 past the hour. 9:15, I think it is probably there in the UK they start. In fact, I might be wrong. I think it might be 9:45 actually, because it's 11:45 I think in front of me. So, yeah, 9:45 start. They've had a bit of a line, the lucky fellas. But anyway, good luck there. Have a good start. Just push down and wait there. Good call, actually. That's well fielded by Mohammed Rashid, who comes in and makes sure that the batters don't get anything away. Well, I know that I'll be pretty keen to see how things go there. And Hornchurch, first time that we're going to Hornchurch, that ground itself. I know Phil G, who joins me back, is going to be interested to see how those matches go. Phil, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Rico. I will indeed be keen to see how that goes. And I'm keen to see how far that goes as well. Just bounces inside the rope, I think, didn't it?
Yeah, lovely shot. He plays his shot really well. Just bounces inside the rope. And we say sometimes he needs to just get a little bit of oomph in his hitting. But when there's no fielders, there's no problem. So Aranga de Silva, he opens his account with his first boundary as well. And handsomely signalled there by the umpire, Aramis Sathisen. What's the reply going to be from Zahawa? Oh, he goes short, but hardly too much bounce in this one. I think he takes the pace right off that. It's good comeback from the bowler.
It was a good comeback, yeah. There wasn't really no pace at all. Batter really played for that one to pick up a little bit more and swung hard, doesn't connect. I notice Ijaz, he's still hobbling a little bit out there, so he is still carrying on with that injury that he had successfully given himself in the first match. And he
you know what will be interesting here, Phil? Let's have a look at this. Now, he ain't got this out of the middle. It's a catching chance, and it goes down. And it's 2 fielders sort of eyeing it up. I think Mohammed Khayyam gave up on it straight away. It meant that there was more work to be done on the fielder who was next to him. But down it goes. You can't be putting good players down. Aranga dropped on 5.
Yeah, and we'll note that one down. See how much that's going to cost them in the end. Yeah, that's just out of position continually the whole way. Keep running. If you're running and trying to catch the ball while you're running, you've got to have a bit of luck going your way, and you can't take those catches. It's not good.
Probably going to be a wide delivery here. Yeah, what I was going to say about Ijaz is it'll be interesting what he does when it comes to them in the field, because he started this match with that injury.
He did, yes.
So if he says, oh, my foot's hurt, I can't field, the umpires will say, but it was like that before you started, so get out there.
Exactly.
So, yeah, he's going to have to take the field to play, unless, of course, it's a different injury. Shot. That's going to go all the way. Bolle. Ginna sona. Shakalagia. Seis carreras.
Yeah, he's hit that sweetly, hasn't he? Straight out of the middle. Crunch. Downtown with a big 6. Massive chasse, as we like to say here at the ground. Out of the ground shot.
Yeah, a really good shot. He just looking good. Looking to, well, put a bit of power in the power play. This is one thing, not just them, but just teams haven't been able to do here in Romania. These 4 teams playing this series just haven't been able to get big runs in the first 3 overs. Oh, well, that one just pops up off the scene. We saw this a few times yesterday, and Zawa just changes his angle and decides he'll come around the wicket to finish off with, and finishes with the dot ball. But the over does go for 12. The first from Babar went for 13. It's 25 without loss after 2.
Yeah, the pitch has done a few funny things in the last day and a bit. We've seen it take off. We've seen a couple keep low. More often than not, it does play quite true. So if we look at the standings here, Bliss Warriors sitting very pretty on top on 15 with that win they notched up in their first match today, match number 6. Bucharest Gladiators languishing at the bottom with just that 1 bonus point to their name from 2 games played yesterday. And like I said in my intro, they really need to re-kickstart their tournament here with a good win over Bliss Warriors. Oh, could have easily gone to hand that. Easily could have done. Gets the leading edge. Bowler doesn't follow through quick enough, and Rashid misses out on a caught and bowled opportunity. Only bounced the pro about a metre in front of him in the end. Just maybe a little bit slower the blocks, or just a bit of luck riding with the batter.
Yeah, I think he gets a bit fortunate here. Aranga de Silva, of course, already was dropped on 5, and he could have gone just to run later, but Rashid just can't get there.
Yeah. So let's see. Hussein on 17. Aranga swinging and missing at the striker's end on 6. And a fair bit to do here now. It's good over this one from Rashid. Just nothing but dots at the moment. 25 for no loss. The power play, yeah, a little bit better than we've seen recently in terms of averages. So it's good to see that score picking up. However, they're getting bogged down again here in this over.
Yeah, playing and missing, and it's Aranga again who's the slowest out of the blocks.
Nice shot down the ground. There is going to be a race on. It's emergency services. Barbar gets around and cuts that one off. You call, he'll come running, and that's what you want to see from someone who's got 999 on his back. And he gets around to stop that one from touching the boundary line. Just the one run down the ground brings Ejaz, the injured Ejaz, onto strike. And see how he handles this. I noticed earlier when he played a couple of shots in the first over that he was hobbling, quite obviously hobbling through, favouring one leg over the other, almost hopping at one point, hop and a skip to get through the other end. So maybe just, as you said, Rico, he probably wants to deal in boundaries.
That should be out. And it will be out. And it gets spiked into the ground. It turns him inside out. And he just has said he might want to be wanting to deal in boundaries, but he gets squared up here. Just have a look at this. It's a very good delivery. I don't know if it does an awful lot, but you can see there he does. He has no idea where that is. The catch is well taken. It's a little mini spike into the ground. They remove the dangerous Ejaz Hussain.
Yeah, I think he's completely missed that with where it's pitched, and maybe it's just got a little bit of extra rise on the ball, which is why he's turned his body away from it, thinking, oh, that's going to rise up and collect me, possibly. There was just that weird little way that his body language suggested he was taking evasive action, and you see there just the walking wounded right there. Let's have a look at this replay again. Yeah, not sure about that.
Ball doesn't do anything, does it?
It doesn't actually. And on the replay, it's just a good straight delivery, and it was a good line and length, and he didn't know how to handle it.
Yeah, he's in the wrong position basically, and then the worst thing he's done, he's taken his eye off the ball. You can see the head goes down, and the ball just sort of hits the outer edge of the bat and goes kindly to the fielder, who ends up taking a nice catch. So that's a nice moment there for Safi.
Yeah, I think maybe he found himself in two frames of mind of how to play the shot. And in the end, it was going to hit him on the body. And he realised, I can't play a shot here. So he turned away from it and got caught. It gets played through the infield as a race on here for the fielder. Gets around. The ball almost might have stopped, actually. They're going to get through for a couple there. That's a good start there. Djibouti off the mark straight away with a couple. Played nicely backward a point. The backward point fielder couldn't get around to stop that one. They didn't actually go past him that far. And then it was all on third man to make the big, long strides to cut that one off. He does so successfully. Rashid now, he's got 1 for 3 in this over, bowling very nicely. Still got one more to come to finish off the power play. 28 for 1 on the board. Djibouti facing. And just tucks himself up and defensively prods it down onto the offside. Nothing doing there. Dot ball to finish with. And that is the power play done. 28 for 1 in the power play. 3 overs gone. And that run rate just under 10. But Bliss Warriors, this is pretty much how they've been travelling in this tournament so far. You know, getting sort of into the 20s in the power play and then looking for the top and middle order to sort of try to kick on in those middle overs. Looks like the ball's going to be replaced. Umpire Beg is not happy with its shape. Throws it to tournament referee Stefan Gooch, who concurs. And he says, hold that thought, I'm going to get you a fresh one.
Yeah, there was, just before the start of that over, I saw that Rashid was having a chat with the umpire about it. Mind you, considering that the over only went for 3 and they took a wicket, I would have said, hey, we'll keep it.
Let's keep it going.
Let's keep it. It's fine.
Nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with it, but it has been changed because I suppose it was noted by Andrew Begg. So a new ball does come out there, but, well, let's see if it serves Bucharest Gladiators well, or will the Bliss Warriors can get going again. Yeah, they'll be disappointed with that. There were 25 at the end of the second over. So to not push past the 20, once again, it's kind of been what the power play scores have been here, around about 25. I think a couple of times yesterday we got into the 40s, didn't we?
We did, yep. Into the power play as signalled by the umpire. Just exactly what we're discussing there. The power play is now done and dusted. Field can be spread a little bit further and wider if they so desire. Shout out to people in the chat. Hello to Dave B. Was 20 in the chat as well, and Johnny He. Thanks for sticking with us. I know you guys are standing by also to watch a little bit of Hornchurch ECS action. Stay with us though. Down leg side. appeal, a lone ranger appeal there as it tapers off into nothing. Might have just collected a little bit of the leg as it went through. If it hadn't collected the leg, then it's collected the bat, in which case the finger would have been raised. Hence, it's definitely just flicked off, I think, the back of the batter's pants on the way through.
Yeah, good decision there from Romania. T10 just catches a bit of that thigh pad, doesn't it, on the way through to the keeper.
Good straight delivery, punch down the ground. Bowler can't get down to that one. And a single. Need to keep that scoreboard ticking over. Don't want to get bogged down here. We've seen a bit too much of batters getting bogged down already today. And just lacking a little bit of aggression, a little bit of oomph in the batting.
Yeah, good this from Zawa. He's coming over the wicket, left arm over, but we did see him finish around the wicket and he got that pitch to talk. So I wonder if he'll vary it again this time.
Djibouti just plays it gently out into the point region. No run. Not showing any sort of intent and aggression. We're into the 4th over. 29 on the board. Only 1 wicket down. This is the point in time in T10 where we expect to see, you know, the pedal to be, you know, the bicycle to be pedaled a bit harder, the running machine to be stepped up a little bit. Basically, give us some oomph. This is what we're looking for.
All right, this is a change now. So this is where he's now going to try from around the wicket. And he's going to get pasted. Oh, he's held the pose here. There's Nguni. Djibouti goes big. That's a massive hit. I mean, he's a big, strong lad, is Nguni. And when he hits it, it stays hit.
Yeah, I suspect I'm mic'd up to the centre of the pitch because Djibouti has obliged. He says, Phil G, you want some oomph? How about some of that? There you go. Have a big, warm, helping teaspoon of that. And that was a tremendous blow. Went out, absolutely out of the ground, downtown. Big chasseur, that one. 35 for 1 now. 2 more balls to come in the 4th. Need more of those, please.
Well, he's going to stick around the wicket. And he goes full. And this is going to be 4 runs through the cover. So 4 more. As the man from Zimbabwe, Nguni Djibouti, gets another one away. I don't know why he's changed, actually. I think he started pretty well from over the wicket. But I think he might have just thought, well, the end of that last over got one to really bite outside the off. So I like that part of the pitch, but he hasn't been able to hit that mark again. In fact, he's been too short with one and over pitch, but he's sticking around the wicket. He makes a little change in the field, gets a quite a wide extra cover and long off back on the boundary. It's defensively played with soft hands, a long chase here. And Safi will get there and gets the throw in. That's well, does Safi. Keeps it to 1.
I was worried there was going to be 3 boundaries and 3 balls from changing sides, and almost in my mind pleading with the bowler to go back over to the other side of the wicket to finish off the over, having been hit for a monster 6 and then a 4. In the end, finishes just there with a single. Djibouti then races up to 13 from 6. The score is 40 for 1. 4 overs gone. Aranga De Silva at the non-strikers end. 8 from 10. Zawa finishes with 24 from his 2 overs. These sort of scores, well, I mean, the average of that bowling from Zawa, I mean, he's gone for 12 off both of his overs. So that's pretty much how we see sort of a lot of par going on here at the moment. Sort of scores of overs around about 12, that sort of thing. And a couple of tight overs here and there, which is probably why when we saw the stats at the start of the day, we saw the average score was below 100. It's it's just no big magical overs. You alluded to this earlier, Rico. No big magical overs yesterday. We maybe had 4, and that's probably why the Maximo rate is down from yesterday. That's probably why also the wicket rates are actually high up as well. Just partnerships missing, big scores missing. We're hoping we're going to fill that void today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. We just need these teams to step up and say, I want to play in the final on Wednesday. Bliss Warriors looking like that they're pretty much, I wouldn't say they've locked themselves in, but one more win. I think you said this earlier, Rico, at the start of this match. If they can get this win, I reckon that's it. They've got their ticket to the final.
I mean, you saw there that they're something like 10 points ahead of the team that are second. I mean, that's a huge gap. And that then makes me think that really, I mean, they probably could have done it even in this match. They could have maybe rested Aranga, top of the order, maybe got Delusha, Lakshana to open up. A bit of a sort of a hopeful appeal here from Samuel Safi. I mean, I think the height is too high. That ball is forever climbing. And probably going to just miss the top of leg stick anyway. But they go with pace off. So, yeah, I just think they could have made a few changes to the batting order. Give some others an opportunity. They ain't got that many matches to go. Unlucky there, the bowler. Safi gets this one through. It's completely plays and miss it. So, you know, you got the likes of Delusha, Lakshan, who could probably say, look, go out there and have a bit of a knock. Kalahara, who just started to get in the runs. Maybe you just say to him again, look, you're in the runs. Do it again for us. Dinesh Marusankar. So they've got plenty of guys there that you could probably give them an opportunity with the bat because you're so far ahead in the table. And maybe they'll do that in the next match. That one gets flat batted across to the leg side, and will only go as far as the fielder. And Talha Babar does the fielding there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the names you rattled off there of the batters for Bliss Warriors, they're the guys who probably need to get a little bit more time in the centre. And yeah, I would have thought the same, but then when you think about it, yeah, maybe they want to lock in this game and then maybe try to sort of try a few differences in the next game they come up against the Royal Eagles after this match.
Oh,
Shot.
That's put away. You got to put away the rubbish, if you like. And that one, I mean, the whole thing, he said he's gone. He said he's gone. I can't go in there. The snake's in there. But look at the arm action here. It just didn't look right when it came out of his arm. It's too short.
Yep.
And he's scratching his head once he bowls that. And, well, that's gone a long way. Well, remember, we just recently changed that ball. Well, I think now this is when the Bucharest Gladiators say, can we have that old one back, please? Because, as I said, they changed the ball after the over. Only went for 3.
That's right.
Another big hit there from Chibui.
Chibu's raced up to 19 from 9. Score is 48 for 1. 2 more to come in the 5th. And Safi just got taken out of the ground. See if we can come back with this next delivery.
It's gone as well. That's good, impressive hitting. This is what's been missing from the Bliss Warriors at the top of the order in the power play. And Ngoni Chibui is bringing it on at the moment. That's a lovely shot. I love the way he goes down on that one knee. Gets right under it, and he clobbers it. Big hit. Good shot.
Yeah, it was indeed a good shot. That brings up the 50 as well. And Chibui races up to 25. Still one more to come in the over. Let's see how they negotiate this one. Bucharest Gladiators want to try to close this over out with a good dot. It's started to get away from a little bit now. The run rate now well into double figures now, 11.2 plus this. Just defensively pushed. Single on the cards though, quick single, good quick running there. And they're going to finish with that extra one there. So Safi goes for 14 off his over. Score races up to 55 for 1 after 5. Chibui, he's sitting very happily there on 26 from 11. De Silva there, he's not doing too badly as well. We have a look at the calendar for 2025, ECS calendar. Romania and England Hornchurch, well, that's exactly what's going on right now.
Yeah, it is, and what a big calendar as well. And we're almost through the first page of that, of course. Finland or Bulgaria still to come, and you'll be in Czechia before you know it. And then we go over to the other side, and Belgium, back to Belgium again. Of course, you know all about that ground.
That's
we
right.
go back to Krefeld in Germany, Stockholm in Sweden, and then, of course, we go to Wimbledon once again to Rain Sparks. So looking forward to the action there in England. Hopefully the weather will be kind to us in July. Croatia, then Kiel in Germany. One of my first events, you know, Germany, Kiel.
Yeah.
Beautiful area, lovely ground. And I don't know if I'm going there yet, but I'd love to be back at Kiel. Really is a wonderful place. Got a lovely sort of coastal area down there. Great harbour.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And, yeah, very nice to walk down. Very similar to actually where we are in Malaga, when we go to Malaga.
Yeah.
Benalmádena has got a really nice harbour there. Very similar to that.
Okay. Nakvi starts the 6th. Gets instantly knocked out towards the cover boundary. Just for a single though. He's got protection down there. And Nakvi had a bit of a harsh day yesterday. He was you could see he wears his heart on his sleeve. And in that gut-wrenching game that they played last night, where they just couldn't secure a win. And he was telling us how he wanted to try to push for that golden ball. He had to bowl the last over, didn't want to bowl the last over. He's bowling this one now. Well, it's going to get away from everybody. That has just been played to a vacant part of the ground where it's going to go for 4. The only thing down there is a boundary line, and it crosses it. So that is a very, very bit of luck there, riding with the batter as he turns his head, evasive action. But he's guided it fine for a boundary. Nice shot.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is one thing we picked up on Oranga yesterday.
Yeah.
He did get better as the day progressed,
Yeah.
but that shorter delivery, he never looks too comfortable playing it. And I think Nakvi's tried to tuck him up there. Now, I don't mind that, a bowler thinking that way, but as I often say, set the field. Get the field right. They've got nobody there, and there's no point bowling it if you don't set the trap.
Yeah, fine leg is very wide. And he's actually moving wider as the bowler's running in as well. Don't know if you saw that. He just kept going out towards the square position.
Yeah, and he actually, after that last ball that went for 4, he's actually trying to move him finer, so he's straying from where he should be. Oranga here, you can see that he is trying to get going. He's 13 off 13, so once again he's a slow starter, is Oranga. And this time he does charge down the track to try and put Natby over the top. I wonder if Natby goes a bit fuller here. No, it's not a good delivery. It's a wide ball. Natby just can't get that ball in the areas where you want it. Can't get the ball to be going across the right-hander.
Yeah, he's just bowling without success at the moment, isn't he? He's only gone for 6 in this over, but still, he's just not putting it in the right spot. And, yeah, the field, I'm not sure about the field setup either for this kind of bowling. He's persisting leg side. There's obviously a deep square boundary rider, that fine leg who's quite wide, and deep mid-wicket. And regulation mid-wicket indicates to the boundary rider that's yours.
Yeah, now this would be interesting because Nakvi has been bowling a little bit short, which, as we said, we don't think Oranga de Silva is the best puller or hooker of the ball. But now this would be interesting, him bowling to Inugi Chibui, because Chibui has already shown, well, it's interesting, changing to over the wicket to Chibui. So he's obviously thinking that around the wicket works to De Silva, but not to Chibui.
Well, bangs it in short. Umpire, wicketkeeper is appealing, maybe trying to deflect any sort of thought of possible wide there. Let's have a look and see how high this goes over. Yes, yeah, I think that's yeah, that's never going to work. I think
wide and 1 for the over.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, that's it exactly. Look, it's funny how the wicketkeeper tends to go up as though to say, but look, don't worry about the wide. What about me? I might have caught it. Don't you worry about the wide in the hope that the umpire will forget. You see that so many times. Umpire, hey, don't forget.
They don't forget. All right, he's can't bowl another short one. Well, he does bowl another short one, but this is like the slower short delivery.
Yeah.
I think that one's okay. They might want to check these on the camera, but the batter's also ducking down here. I don't think there's any issue with this. I don't know if you've got it side on. We'll see it here. I think that's kind of okay. If he's standing upright, no. I don't think that's right.
No.
I don't think that's a good call, actually.
No. He's down on the knee.
I think that's a slower delivery. The batter is down on his knees. I don't think that's actually going over the shoulder. I don't think that is a no ball. I think they get that one wrong.
Yeah.
Natvi's not happy about it, and if I was the bowler, I would be the same. I do not think that is a no ball.
Yeah, that's pretty harsh. Anyway, free hit coming then. Let's see what they can do with this one. Chibui, no, bit of a false start. I think they just had a sudden realisation of let's check the field first. Well, the umpire wasn't quite happy. Either way, bit of a false start. Let's try it again. Let's see what Chibui can do with this. Swings high, up in the air. Well, remember, it's not a catch. It's definitely not a catch.
Well, this is proper Crocodile Dundee style. This is crocodile catching. Just have a look at their hands here. You're never going to catch a ball like this, are you? Oh. And I'm not sure what he's seeing out there, but he wasn't seeing the ball. I suppose the good news is it doesn't really matter. It wouldn't have been out.
No. I was more concerned about the player's safety. If he's not going to use the hands, don't use the head. Last ball of the over. It's been sent out of the park. One more time for another chassé. Lovely struck that one. De Silva swiveling on that one and elevating, and it nicely put across the line. Nakvi getting spanked just towards the end of that over. And maybe we feel this bit harshly dealt with that no ball called. Well, and maybe that might have thrown him a little bit.
That's the difference. No ball, extra ball has to be bowled, and the extra ball gets hit for 6. Score goes to 71 for 1. Much better from the Blitz Warriors. The last 3 overs, they've gone 12, 15, and 16, and I think that's the best run that they've had in this entire series.
I would agree.
So they're on track here for the bigger score that they've put on so far. I think the highest they've managed batting first was that 109 against the Gladiators yesterday.
Ah, yeah.
So, they could and they should probably, again, I think they should be challenging themselves to that 120 kind of score. Changing the bowling here. They're going to go with Ali Zain, who is listed as the captain for them this time. Interesting that we haven't seen Likshan Sasanga bowl. He bowled so well yesterday.
He did, didn't he? Yeah. I wonder what that's about. He's definitely out there. So not sure there, why. Yeah. Yep, just look for the big man with the big 9-9 on his back.
So just think who we haven't seen so far. So we haven't seen Sasanga bowl. We haven't seen Kaim Khan bowl.
Kaim Khan, yes, good call.
All right, okay. It's gone nowhere. It should be caught and bowled. And it will be caught and bowled, so they're going to get a wicket. As, Chibui totally miscues this. It's a real loosener from Zain. But Zain, punje baat ke catch pali. Have a look at this delivery. There is nothing on it. I actually think it would have been a no ball.
It would have bounced the second time.
It would not have bounced.
Yes.
It would not have bounced over the batter's screen. It would have bounced twice before he gets to the batter. And in fact, he's managed to slice it up in the air. And Ali Zain has taken a wicket from probably one of the worst balls he's ever bowled. So they get the breakthrough. Chibui is going to depart. You can see there that while he's walking off, the players are taking a drink here. Now, this is going to be interesting. I don't think this is a scheduled drinks break. So they've taken a drink very quickly. Otherwise, they would have taken that 5 overs.
Yeah.
But the clock surely has to be ticking for the batter to get there within 60 seconds. So that's all very interesting. I mean, I know that officially, once the temperatures get above 28 degrees, we do start to say that after 5 overs, there should be a very short drinks break, or if a wicket goes down 4 points something, you take drinks. But I think that was unscheduled. I think a wicket went and said, right, let's get some drinks in. But the batter needs 60 seconds before we did see penalties yesterday for the batting side and the fielding side.
We did, yes. Yes, no, it's a good shout there, Rico. I think you're absolutely onto something there. Find out from the officials later.
I want to see what this next ball looks like from Zain. And, he could have had another.
My goodness.
That was close.
Tossed it up, and he's almost collected the top of the stumps. Big wind up and swing here. Look at this. The bat is raised up high, and he's almost spun himself out of control there. That's Krishnan, the new batter.
Where's the justice? You bowl a filthy ball, get a wicket, then you bowl a good one, and you get nothing.
Exactly.
That's the way it goes. It's a funny old game.
Zane's reaction, too, after catching that caught and bowled, he lay on the ground for a second and just looked around, and you can see in his face it was genuine. Wow. He's connected with that one. Shouts to catch it. Not sure they're talking to, because there's no one going to get near that unless it's maybe the wildlife that's existing somewhere close towards that pond. Oh, the play's going into the undergrowth. I don't know. Someone put a rope on him. We don't want to lose the players as well as the Grizzlies. It's an incline not too far beyond where the ground sort of finishes there. It does incline quite down on about a 40-degree angle at one point, and you wouldn't want to get your wrong footing and end up in the drink. So need to be careful over there. 77 for 2, halfway through the 7th. And, on track here, on track for a score in the 110s. Maybe push them towards the 120s. As you said before, Rico, this is an opportunity for them to make a 120 score.
All right, now how much of this does he get? Fielder takes the catch, comfortably done. And, there he is again. The man with all the 9s on his back, Talababa, the emergency man. Well, that's the number to dial when you're in a bit of emergency. This really does pop up. I mean, look how high that ball bounces. And you can see that this time, Sanjula Krishnan waits for the ball. So he could have gone out to it, but he waits to let it bounce. He thinks, I'm going to let it bounce, I'm going to clob it. But I don't think he expected to bounce so high, and he hits it as hard as he can, but only as far as Talababa, who takes the catch.
Yeah, and he gives himself a little tap on the head with the bat too, as though to say, I should have seen he was there. Why'd I hit it straight down his throat? And poor old Barber, Emergency Services Barber, he had to wait an eternity for that to come down. He didn't have to move left or right. He just had to wait forever for that to fall out of the sky. There he is. Takes a well-judged catch in the end, just that back foot. Probably about a good foot inside from the rope. Well-judged catch. 3 wickets down now.
A little bit of all sorts this over really from Ali Zain, but he has picked up 2 wickets. He still has a chance to maybe pick up a third, as it is Kalahara who comes out at number 5 to join Aranga.
That's another delivery that almost would have bounced a second time before hitting the batting crease. That, unless it had been struck, that could have been another one possibly. So tucked around the corner here,
Should be an easy 2 here.
Should be very easy too. Yeah, throw put the batter under a bit of pressure, but I felt that was always easy too. I think you did as well. That's well, that's the end of an interesting over from Zane. He gets 2 from 9. He happily gives the ball back to the umpire and says, "I've done my job." Strange all over that one. Very interesting little bowling action there. Maybe trying to get out of the back of the hand, but in the end, he's not really putting a lot of oomph. And there was about 3 deliveries there that could have bounced twice, unless it had been struck.
Yeah.
And it was struck.
Definitely. Well, we were having a look at this earlier, and he's back with us again. Maybe it's another opportunity to look at the right-hand side of that. We got as far as Kiel. We will come back here for the encore, and that will be in August. It will be hot then, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
It will be hot in Hungary as well. Switzerland will be interesting, go back to Switzerland. And then, of course, it's the big one, the Melchior Shield and Western Shield, which leads us on to the ECS.
ECC action. Looking forward to that one. Mouth-watering stuff, that. Shot out to the boundary line, just a single there. Yeah, the ECC action, really looking forward to that one again this year. It's a bit of a showcase, something that everyone marks down their calendar. And I know you look forward to it, Rico, and I hope everybody does. Fantastic stuff. Challenger Premier Division in action there.
It's dragged away to the deep mid-wicket. They're interesting. They've gone to Safi again. I think this is just because they've got rid of Chibui, who was really laying into Safi. So they're feeling that maybe the slow stuff, the slower bowling, is going to work a treat for them. So that's the plan. Well, he's out. He has put this into the glove.
He has.
Look, the bowler can't believe it. The bowler doesn't know it's out. This is quite interesting. So Samuel Asafi doesn't even know he's touched it. The wicketkeeper knows and he's celebrating. The batter knows and he's walking. Safi has no idea. He has no idea. Have a look at this. Can you show us the whole thing again? He's so embarrassed. Have a look. So goes for the reverse Malachi, hits it straight. Look at the bowler saying, "Oh, that's nearly out. I nearly bowled it. Oh, I'm so close. Look behind you. Look behind you. The batter is walking." He says, "What happened? What? How's it? How'd you get him? What happened? What did I do?" "You got a wicket, son. You got a wicket." As Kalahara wants to get funky. He wants to play some sexy cricket. And in the end, well, sexy cricket don't work for him. He's gone.
Never seen a bowler so disappointed to get a wicket. Absolutely disappointed. No idea what had happened there. That was incredible stuff.
Yeah, well, we're in the process of showing you the wicket ball, but that's a good delivery. Well done for Safi. Another dot.
Yeah, putting the brakes on here is Safi. This time it gets away. There is protection out there though. It goes straight to a backward square leg.
He does well to get bat onto that.
Didn't he?
Because that was on middle peg.
It was going on. It was absolutely going on. Would have been absolutely dumb plum pudding otherwise. 83 for 4. One more to come in the 8th. Great over this one from Safi. Comes down the wicket to meet that one. Punches it. He's going to find the gap. No, he doesn't find the gap. Fielder gets down. Emergency Services, Barbar gets down and makes sure that boundary line is protected. And good work. Generous round of applause to the Bucharest Gladiators fielders. 8 overs gone. 84 on the board. The loss of 4 wickets. Oranga de Silva still there on 24.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that wicket again because this is just gold. So look at the bowler. Keep your eye on the bowler. He's disappointed that it hasn't bowled the stumps. He said, "Oh, I was so close." Then he turns around and says, "What? What happened? I got a wicket? How?" Look at him. He just can't believe it. They're all coming from... And then I like this. They're saying, look, you know what happened?
It was a catch.
He held the catch. Catch battle. Oh, I love it.
That's brilliant
I love
stuff. The 9th over starts now. Wrapped on the pad. Umpire says that's not doing what it should. To give an LB, we're going to continue.
Just drifting across, I think. You see that ball is probably... It's angled across. The bowler's bowled it from pretty wide.
Yep.
And you feel that it's probably going to just go on and miss the leg stick as they do go back to Rashid here. I thought maybe they'd go back to Ali. But sometimes, you know, when you get something like Ali saying get an over in, right, high up in the air, should be another corner ball. There will be another corner ball. Rashid gets his 2nd wicket. And he got the wicket off Ijas, remember, when Safi took the catch, and now he's going to do it all by himself as Delusha Lakshan does get an opportunity with the bat, but he's now going to depart. And, well, Bliss Warriors, they put themselves in a really good position to get to that Well, I was saying they could push on a 120, but the expected score was around 112, 114. And now, with them just losing wickets like this, they once again could struggle to get to the 100.
Indeed, yeah, Lakshan. So a procession of wickets in the last couple of balls now. I was just keeping an eye on the clock as well, but I guess with that wicket falling, that's going to assist Bucharest Gladiators from staying away from potential 5-run penalty point for a slow over rate, as there will be a little bit of time added there. Still keeping a close eye on it though. It was down to, it's at just below 2.5 minutes now, and there's, 4 deliveries to be bowled. Probably should be okay about now though.
They should be okay.
Especially with that last wicket falling. It's a feint edge. It's going to run away. It's going to run all the way for 4 runs. Valuable runs here in the final couple of overs. Just as the brakes were being applied by Safi's previous over with that amazing wicket that he felt that it wasn't a wicket, and then he had to have it explained to him. And now here in the 9th, just a few runs coming here. Sasanga was chasing that ball down, the big 9-9 on his back, and he just looks a little bit proppy. He's just favouring the right leg a bit there. So hopefully he hasn't done himself a mischief as well. Last thing they want is one of their key batters to be in a bit of strife. Good ball. Just a good ball.
Yeah, good comeback. This time changes his angle, doesn't he? I mean, we've seen him go wide and angle the ball in. So this time Rashid just goes straighter. It's a good comeback from him. This is Madhusha Lakshan. Plays that nicely off the back foot, just plays it away. And takes the single and gives the strike back to Aranga. What do you make of Aranga de Silva here? So 24 of 19. We know he can score runs. I mean, we've seen him score 50s, but he usually uses up about 30 balls to do it.
Well, you're right, Rico. Picked up 2 50s yesterday. He's probably going to carry his bat again in this innings, and he's going to make about a quarter of the score as well. I don't know what to make of his day today. I feel like he's out of sorts.
Well, yesterday he scored 50 of 29. That's the first 50 he made. Then he scored 57 of 30.
Right.
And on both occasions, the Bliss Warriors only just got to the 100 mark, 106 and 102.
Yeah.
So they're going on to win matches. So I suppose you have to say that they need him to get past the 100 mark, because the Bliss Warriors, they're the sort of team, I think we sort of came to that conclusion yesterday. They're the sort of team that say, get to 100, we'll win the match.
Yeah.
They back themselves to do it. So I suppose with that in their mindset, maybe that's the reason why he bats like that, where maybe if the captain said, hey, you know what, we want to thrive to get to 120 or 140, it might change the way that he bats. But I think at the moment, he just, he doesn't take a chance. He doesn't hit the ball in aggression, but his strike rate is too slow. He's on 25 of 20, and he's been there right from the start.
Yeah, it's a strange day for him today compared to what we saw yesterday. Wide delivery to start off the 10th. Yeah, no, I have to agree with you. I'm a bit bemused by his approach today. Definitely slow on the strike rate. With a couple of good 50s yesterday too. Sort of, lit us up a little bit. Had a couple of failures with the bat as well. I mean, he batted 4 times yesterday, but, carrying his bat a couple of times through the innings. And it looks like he's going to do the same thing again in this game too. Carry his bat all the way through and end up on a score in the 20s. Depends if these wides can stop, if he gets a chance to swing the blade and try to connect with the bat. But he's not being tempted. He's being very cautious. He's not stepping out to a wide ball, even in the last over, and just saying, I'm going to have a crack at that. I'm going to have a go at that because I've got a big bat. I changed it many times yesterday. I know I've got the one I want. I want to put this out of the ground.
It's actually a different bat, isn't it?
I think it is.
Since you mentioned it.
It is a different bat, yeah. I think the one he changed yesterday didn't have a yellow handle.
Oh, if it hit, it was gone. Yeah, the one yesterday he finally ended up with. I remember it well because it reminded me of one of my favourites.
Okay.
Of the Gray Nichols, which actually could be the bat that's in the hand of Madhusha Lakshan, because he's got a nice Gray Nichols. There it is. I think that's the one that he had yesterday.
Okay.
And I think Lakshan has probably said, well, no, I'm batting today. It's my bat. I'm going to use it. Oh, wow. I tell you what, I think that was in the ghoulies.
Yeah.
And let's see if he's all right here. He does get to the other end. Well, no, he's rubbing the leg. Oh, I thought that was going to get him right in the box here. Have a look at this. Oh, he's lucky.
Oh,
it sort of does divert to that area, but you can see from the way he's running, he was all right. It catches him on the top of the leg.
Yep.
There it is. Good shot over there. But again, well bowled. Keeping the ball outside the off is Baba. And, well, can they keep it to, under that 105 kind of mark? An inside edge, got to get down on it, the fielder. Gets a little bit on it. Yeah, I'm going to go back to talking about Ali Zain. He bowled 1 over 9 for 2. I think sometimes you take a gamble with a bowler like that, and if it pays off, you stick with it. Don't get greedy. They could have gone back to him and he could have been mullered for like 30.
Totally,
so I think the captain's done the right thing here. He's got other like-for-like bowlers, good bowlers, and he's stuck to his plan. Babar, though, disappointing. That's the 3rd wide in the over. I mean, if he bowled a little bit tidier, they might have even kept it to under 100. So that's disappointing. He started with 2 wides, then a single, a leg by, a single, now another wide.
Yep.
Disappointment, Babar. Just, again, is he trying to bowl too fast here?
I get the feeling he's trying to bowl too fast. That's exactly what I thought with the 2nd wide he bowled. I thought he's trying to go for an effort ball here. And that's what he is doing. Just bowl like that. That's perfect. Literally, that's perfect. We want more of that. His team wants more of that.
Yeah, this time round you can see that he doesn't try and bang the ball, and he's not. There was no oomph. There was no sound effects. He just let the ball come out beautifully out of his hand.
Yeah.
And gets a dot ball through. Let's see if he can do it again. 97 for 5, 2 balls to come. And he's going to go wide again because what does he do? Puts the effort in.
He does. It's the effort ball. You heard the grunt. And he's not letting it go at the right time, and that's the problem. Maybe he's trying to bang it in a bit short, extra pace, whatever he's doing. He's not releasing the ball at the right time. He's releasing it after the sweet time to release the ball, and he's pulling it wide.
He's bowling to a batter who's not in, so you might as well attack the stumps.
That's right.
And just get legal deliveries in. Oh dear, that's an awful delivery. That's another big wide.
Yep.
So that's 5 wides in this over. So it's almost like they're saying, yeah, we'll let you get to 100. And
we'll carry you there with wide, shall we? Why don't we do that? Let us handle the work for you. It's not good.
That one you saw, the way that ball was, the way he came and approached and delivered that ball, it was never going to go in the stumps. That everything was wrong about it.
Yeah. Let's see if we can try again. See, much better. Bowls the perfect delivery. And it's almost like he's forgotten that he's also bowled more wides than he's bowled great deliveries in this over. It's just it's a funny old 10th over to this game. And
right. What do you reckon? Will you finish it off with a dot? All right, here we go. Dot, boundary, wide.
Wide.
Wide. Wide?
I'm calling wide.
All right, I'm going boundary.
Okay, let's see how we go here. Okay, 99 on the board. Could be the last ball of the 10th. You never know.
And it's going to go to the boundary.
Rico wins the sweepstakes here in the commentary tent with the boundary call. Nicely done. Well done indeed. Saw the writing on the wall. Read it better than I did. Crunch. Nice shot. Bounce. 4 runs. Finishes with a 4. And so they get the ton on the board. And the Bliss Warriors will also end up with 103. I make that 103 for 5 after 10. And the umpire's just wishing the Bliss Warriors a lovely day as they walk past him. Going to roll the highlight package now and have a look and see how it all unfolded. And unfolded with a bit of slip sliding around the ground and a few big hits as well. And it was, look, the Bliss Warriors, they got off to a pretty good start. The power play, after 2 overs, I think they were well into the 28 after the power play, I think it was. And then the 3rd over thing, the brakes got put on. And we thought, well, we were sniffing around a sort of like maybe a 40, a good score in the 40 for the power play. As it is, look, they held wickets together, and then the first wicket finally fell. Poor old Narkvi bowled with no success at all. Really felt for him. This was a very bizarre caught and bowled. Caught it, and as it came down, he's going to sit on his moneymaker and then just sit up and look around and say, how did that ball get a wicket?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Well, how did that happen? Well, he wouldn't get 1, he'll get 2 because this was the second one. As the batter waits for it to bounce and crunches it as hard as he can, Krishnan, but only as far as the fielder. So wicket taken. Now this was just classic gold. It's classic gold. We've got to remember that one and to maybe send that through to our social team because that is just fantastic. That's when you think you're so close, you think you got a wicket, when in fact you have got a wicket. And everybody else that comes round and says, yeah, he caught it. Didn't you see that he caught it?
Yeah, and his face lit up too when he realised what had happened and he understood. His little face lit up, and I thought, well, good for you. Good for you. You thought you were close, you were gutted, and then suddenly you're happy again. You see there the Bliss Warriors batters walking off the field, having scored with that last ball boundary to get the 100 up. and post a score of 103 for 5 after their 10. A score which is, well, from what we saw of the stats yesterday, that puts them slightly around about par. Maybe they're going to feel good about that. A couple of batters to talk about there. Well, Eranga de Silva, we discussed him at length, 27 of 22, stuck around for a while, carried his bat all the way through as well. And of course, Jabu there with a very good 28 from 15, showed good intent as well. And 13 extras in total, including 9 wides. And I think there were 5 wides in that last over. Thanks very much to Barbar for that. You can see the bowling figures there. A couple of wickets to Rashid and a couple of wickets to Ali Zain. In the end, 103 for 5. Is that going to be enough? They're going to be able to defend that? Well, they've defended lower scores, so there's every opportunity for them to be able to do that again. We're going to find out shortly. What do you make of that, Rico?
Well, I think one thing that the Bliss War, for me, teams should always be looking to try and improve. I think, you know, there's the old saying that you can always learn something. You can always improve a bit more. And I think what the Bliss Warriors haven't done for me is try to go on past that 100 score. They've been, look, I was going to say lucky, fortunate, but they've done well to defend the scores in the hundreds, the 106, the 102, the 109. Here they got 103. Maybe they defend this again. We saw them defend 80. So, you know, their bowling department certainly are challenging themselves to always defend those low scores. But I think the batting department should be challenging themselves to score more. And that I'm not seeing. I'm just seeing them sort of batting in a comfort zone, scoring 100 and think, yeah, that's enough. Our bowlers will do the job. The bowlers are not always going to do a job. If one batter from the opposition goes out there and scores 60 runs, they lose this match. So I think that's one thing that Bliss Warriors they need to do, and I think I'd like to see them push and try and do that more in the next match, the last match they play, and then they've got a rest day tomorrow. Because I think when it comes to the finals day, you know, we would expect them to make it in the top 2. I can't see how they'll fail to do that. But when it comes down to that, they're going to have to try and score bigger runs. So I like what Chibui did. I think he certainly got the right idea, 28 of 15. But Eranga de Silva, 27 not out of 22. I think he's the man who's got to go and do it. Because don't forget, the other thing about them is they don't lose a lot of wickets. It's not like they struggle, and it's not like they haven't got other batters to come. So that's one thing I think they need to challenge themselves to do better, to try and go out there and get bigger runs. So we're going to take a short break now, about 10 minutes time. You can, if you haven't done so already, flick over to see what is happening there in Hornchurch, and I can tell you that things have kicked off. Sharks Cricket Academy currently are 40 for 3, coming to the halfway point of that, and they are taking on the mighty Tigers. So have a look at that, and then why don't you come back and join us for the reply to see if the Bucharest Gladiators can register their first win.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to the conclusion of match number 7 here in Romania. This is the European Cricket Series at the Moravassia Cricket Ground. A lovely part of the world, as you can see. A beautiful ground in a lovely location. And now that the sun is out, it's absolutely delightful. Bliss Warriors are having a great time at the moment. They've only lost one match so far, and that was the one they lost yesterday when they played 4 matches. And they've won their first one here today as well. So they've won 5, lost 1, looking to make it another win. And it's a score that they've posted, which they've defended quite comfortably against other teams. It's a score in the hundreds, 103 this time. It looked like they were going to get past that 110 on this occasion, but it was not to be. The highest score that they've scored is 109. Bucharest Gladiators, let's talk a little bit about them. Yesterday, we did see them score 125 for 5 when Atif Nakvi and Sasunga both scored half centuries, but they would lose to Phoenix, who knocked off the runs. Funny enough, Phoenix, with the team that we just saw, not able to chase 80 against the Bliss Warriors. But the second time that we saw the Bucharest Gladiators was in the final match of the day, where they couldn't chase the 110 required against the Bliss Warriors to get the win. So they've lost to their opponents once already by 40 runs yesterday. That was a disappointing end to their day. But can they start their day well with a win? They've got this match and one other to play today. They will play Phoenix in the last match of the day, match number 10. But they'd love to start with a win. And the win would see them sort of kind of jump up to, well, almost into that second spot. It certainly would take them off the foot of the table where they are at the moment with just the 1 point to their name. So they need a good start. And they do have the man who comes into their side, Sidun Pereira. We saw him behind the stumps. Somebody has scored runs on the network. He scored a 62 actually against the Royal Eagles back in 23. Last year he didn't get any big runs really, didn't have the best of luck with the bat, probably didn't get as many opportunities either. Just on the legs and no runs to start off with, but he's a good player and he's somebody who should strengthen them at the top of the order. Let's see how he goes. He's out there with another good batter, Atik Nakvi, who did at least in one of the matches yesterday show the potential that he has. Plays away, will take the single. Nakvi struggles to get going, Nakvi, but once he does get there. Oh, you can hear the old cuckoo, cuckoo in the background again. The sounds that you hear in this beautiful ground is quite amazing. You hear all the birds chirping away. Yesterday, we just heard non-stop crickets all the way through. I've got the old cuckoo there as well. As long as we don't hear the growl of the grizzly bears. I think there's some 2,000 bears in Europe. And that's hit firmly. It's going to be well fielded on the boundary. Good work. No issues. That's firmly stuck by Nakvi. But very good fielding on the boundary. Nicely done. And stops himself going over the boundary rope as well. That's Delusa Lakshan. They've got good fielders. That's one thing we have to say about the Bliss Warriors. Lakshan on this side, and then on the other side you've got Kalahara. And just a single there. Yeah, so talking about the bears, of course, we know that in Europe, apart from Russia, it's here in Romania that you have the highest number of bears. So approximately 6,000 brown bears are to be found in and around Romania, of the population of a total of 200,000 brown bears worldwide. So that's a big percentage. Gets worked away. And big shout of no this time from the non-striker. Nakvi's got to be careful. Remember, he got out yesterday in that second match where he, first of all, chipped the ball up on the offside. The ball didn't go to hand. It just dropped short of the fielder. But then he was in no hurry to get back in his crease. The throw came in, direct hit. And that was the end of him. Goes for it, and just out off the reach of the fielder. That was Dinesh Madhushankar. Puts a hand out, but not able to reel in the catch. It's end of the over. First over is completed, and 4 come off that one. And I suppose the key thing is that at least they do see out 1 over of the dangerous Mahesh Abhisinghe, who continues to be a threat. And so far, every time that he's played and he's bowled, he's always caused issues. And that's what's been so impressive about him. Okay, it's Mahan Dookie. Gets this one hit hard, and that's outstanding. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, this is world class. World class from Dalusha Lakshan. Lakshan, absolutely brilliant. Have a look at this. Ah, sensational. Absolutely sensational. Well, let's cue that up for the highlight reels. And now catching opportunity, and that is it. A soft dismissal as Pereira will go just for 2. And that is all to do with Dalusha. That wicket belongs to Dalusha, because if it weren't for that fielding, then it wouldn't have been Pereira on strike. That's just excellent work. Excellent. It's another wicket, though, for Ishfahan Dookie. Just has the knack, doesn't he? Has a knack of getting wickets. Next batter will now have to come out. And this morning I was saying how having somebody like Sidham Pereira in the side should help them, but it hasn't done much. Now I'm going to keep an eye on the clock here. I just don't know. 60 seconds batters have to be up there and be ready to face the next delivery. Now, ready to face means having taken guard and ready to face that first ball. So the clock keeps ticking. It takes a long time to get out there. I haven't seen, again, nothing from the umpires, but that's close to it. Just casually played away. And this is now Sasanga that comes out. And well, Sasanga, we did say that we didn't see him bowl. We were wondering why. I wonder if it's because he too is struggling with a bit of an injury, because he certainly wasn't running very well. Right, Nakvi, these two pretty key now here. That's going to be just carted over the top of the infielder, and Nakvi will get a boundary, 4 runs. One thing we haven't seen here is enough batters like the Nakvis, because he's the guy that could get out, could be called early, but I think if every team that we've seen had 3 Nakvis or 3 Chibuis in the side, then we certainly would see more runs. And there he goes for it again. This time the field just changes slightly. They bridge that gap, and this time it's only going to be a single. But yeah, batters just haven't been wanting to attack the bowlers. On another day, the likes of Dookie and others, the likes of Dookie, even somebody like Hussain, they would be under attack. Dookie just waiting for the field to be set. Played out, will just bounce a couple of times, tailed to the top fielder, Dalusha Lakshan. So Dalusha Lakshan on one side, then you have the likes of Kalahari on the other. That's the end of over number 2, and the score is 12 for 1. Phil G joins me back in a rather warm and muggy and stuffy igloo at the moment.
Yeah, it is getting a bit warm, isn't it? The breeze has dropped in the last 20 minutes, maybe half hour. I've just been out there in the centre as well, and it is, it's got such a kick to it, has the direct sunshine. Speaking of a kick to it, have a look at Bliss Warriors tournament so far. They've got a kick to it as well. 15 points sitting well clear of second place, 10 points ahead of the people second. That's Phoenix on the standings there, putting together a really good tournament for them. And we kind of feel that if they get the win here, that's going to pretty much lock them in for Wednesday finals action. Last game on Wednesday being the final. Nicely hit back there. And they're looking pretty tight. They're looking pretty good here. 2 overs and only 12 on the board, chasing down a score of 104 the Brookhurst Gladiators. So still need to be going at around about 12 and over to try to gobble that up. And it's pretty tough going for the Gladiators at the moment, losing that first wicket as well. But these two are promising. They put on a massive 98-run partnership yesterday. And that could be curtains. It is indeed curtains. Running, where were you going?
Oh, dear.
The question is asked, where were you heading off to? Sasanga's put his hand on his hip, staring back at Nakvi and saying, what was that? What on earth was that? That was extremely disappointing.
Yeah, very disappointing. Two guys who we saw yesterday bat and put a partnership on about a 98, was it?
98.
98.
Yep.
They should know each other well. They're not the quickest of runners. And have a look at this. I mean, there's no way he's going to get there. There is no way on this earth that Atif Nakvi is going to get there. It just, I don't know. Yeah, he's looking at the clouds. He knows he's not a quick runner. I don't get that at all. I don't understand it. He has literally run himself out. And in the process of doing that, well, I said that partnership was very important. Possibly landed another victory on the plate for the Bliss Warriors.
Yep. I can understand why Sasanga was at the non-striker's end with his hand on his hip, looking back at Nakvi. We couldn't see his expression, but I guarantee his expression was simply, what were you doing, Nakvi? You had no chance of making that run. It should have been an instant call of, no, wait, whatever, but it was never going to be just trot through. There was no trot through single there. No time. And he's looking up to the clouds, he's walking off thinking, yeah, my head's up there somewhere. And I've completely missed that. Big appeal, desperate appeal from the bowler. I'll tell you what, Gladiators lose another wicket. It's all over. Absolutely all over.
Yeah, I think he probably just gets a little bit of bat on that, or is it the height? The ball's certainly doing a lot. Just watch this, comes back in here. And I think it just...
Pitched and straightened.
Yeah, it straightens. It's all a question of the height, I think. But
I'm thinking height.
You see, Andrew Begg is already sort of moving away, like saying, nah.
Yep.
No, it's not going to do it for me.
Fair enough. It's a wide ball there to follow up, so it doesn't really keep the pressure on there. Been very impressed with Mahesh's bowling. He's bowled some terrific over. Bowled a few balls, a few wides, and a few deliveries. We've sort of gone, okay, so he needs a few looseners. But yesterday he put on a bit of a spell where he bowled some absolute jaffers, some real peaches, and collected wickets. And batters, no answer whatsoever. Oi, just over the top of the infield though, but there was enough crunch on that one to send it down towards the European cricket sign there. Have a look at this again. Swivels, elevates, not too far above the infield, but enough.
Yeah, gets it enough. Nice looking shot, controlled shot. It sounded nice off the bat as well, so
yeah,
it's nicely put away there by Mohammed Rashid, who, of course, played his part with the ball as well. And I think he was one of the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 9, same as Ali Zain, who also had the same figures, 2 for 9. And of course, we are here in Romania. We talked a little bit about the brown bears, and of course, a lot of people will see the aerial shot, the drone shot of where we are, and say, "Wow, that's quite amazing." Don't forget that Top Gear host Jeremy Clarkson declared that I think it's called the Transfarhagen Road in
Transfargation.
Yeah, go on, say it again.
Transfargation.
Yeah,
highway.
He's saying that that road in Romania is the world's best driving road. Stretches for 90 kilometers, 56 miles, cutting through mountains and all sorts with those hairpin bends and great spectacular views as you go higher to the top, being some 2,134 meters, 7,000 feet. And you know, that's one thing. I love driving.
Yeah.
That's one thing I love to do. I love to drive. So, and when I do drive, I always like to, there's no such thing as motorways. If motorways can be avoided, forget the motorways. I always like to take the scenic route, even though it might take me an hour and a half out the way. That's something I'd love to do.
It's a
road like that.
It's an amazing piece of asphalt. It really is, and an amazing engineering feat as well. Big hit, that one. Found the gap, and that is going to go across the boundary rope for a Maximo. That's chasse any way you cut it, but a really good shot. No danger there whatsoever over the infield and splits the outfielders as well. So a much needed boundary there. Gladiators, well, maybe they can battle their way through this and find themselves on the right end of a victory. That's the power play done, 23 for 2 in the power play. Sasanga doing the job out there with Rashid. Lot on their shoulders here now.
Yeah, well, let's have a look where they are. I think, once again, we've said this many a time, in terms of the power plays, two teams pretty similar, 23 to 28. They have lost a wicket more, and that's going to be the issue. But Rashid, All right, I like what he's done. He's got a couple of shots away, a couple of boundaries. Sasunga, we know he can do the same. Let's hope that he can stick around. I think when you have a look at who's to come, I'm having a quick look at that batting lineup. Really, I think these two have to do most of the work, I believe.
I believe so too.
We don't know too much about Ali Zawar in the side or Ali Zain. But, yeah, these two, if they can get them to keep this rate to around about the 10 and over and take it to the last 3 to go at that with a few wickets in hand, they've got a chance. It's played away. But, yeah, today's been a day of errors and big errors, isn't it?
Big errors,
Look at the way the Phoenix played in that last match. Look at what we've seen already here from the likes of Naqvi. It's big errors, and not errors that have been. They're not errors that players or teams have been forced into making. Sometimes errors are made because you've been forced into it. You've been pressured. They're unforced errors, and I think that's what really. I mean, Phoenix earlier, and then maybe the Bucharest Gladiators certainly will be looking back and regretting those decisions they've made.
I think describing those unforced errors is the perfect description for what we've seen. There's not been a lot of pressure because the scores haven't been that high. There's not been a need to accelerate at 18, 20 runs per over. It's been what you'd think is, scores which are achievable. It's not too much pressure. Some of the bowling has been good, but has the bowling been, sort of explosively amazing? That's going to be elevated over the top of the fielder who sets himself, but no one's going to stop that except for someone's kit bag that the ball runs into after it crosses line for a big chassé down the ground. So momentum still going here. Mardumal, he comes back on. Skipper's obviously thrown the ball to him and said, look, you took 4 wickets in the previous match. Show me some of that magic again. And he hasn't shown it thus far. He's only halfway through his first over.
Good shot there from Sasunga.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, this is a thing. This is what we were saying when Phoenix were out there in the last match. Attack.
Yeah.
Just attack. They had so many wickets in hand, even at the halfway point. And so, see, and when you attack a bowler, then you got them trying to do something different.
Yeah.
He was never attacked. I mean, he took 4 wickets. Well played.
Yep.
I'm going to take nothing away from Mardumal in that first game. But they never attacked him. It was just easy. Wherever he put it, he stood a chance of getting a wicket.
Yeah, the way I would describe it is exactly that. The batting team allowed him to get those 4 wickets. They allowed him through their lack of intent.
Yeah.
And when you do that and you allow a bowler to dictate terms, you're not going to win a game. You simply will not win. And your batting lineup, well, you're made to look a little bit soft. And that's not what they're there for. Middle order is there to make runs.
All right, now this is going to be a bit of a teaser. And, it's been dropped and dropped over the rope. It's going to be 4. It doesn't go all the way over. That's 4 runs. And
man down.
That's a rare error in the field, especially on the boundary for Bliss. Let's have a look at this again. I'm not sure who that is out there. But one thing I'm going to ask you, where is our friend? Oh, is that our friend? That is... No, that's not Kalahara.
No, it's not Kalahara.
That's Lakshan, Marusha Lakshan. But where is Kalahara? Because he's not in his normal position.
Isn't that Kalahara chasing the ball out there and just had to give way to his captain? I think that might be Kalahara out there.
Why would you move him? Why would you move a gun fielder?
Because he's been a gun down here at long off.
Exactly. I'm not saying that was his catch, by the way.
No.
But I just noticed he's not there. He's not where you'd expect to see him. Maybe it's somebody else here. And maybe this time it's a Dinesh Madhusankar says, that's where the ball goes.
Yep.
I want a bit of glory in that era myself.
Yeah.
Anyway, that over does come to an end. And the Bucharest Gladiators, fair play to them and these two.
Yep.
They are taking the fight to the Bliss Warriors.
Yep, they really are indeed. That's not bad at all. 39 for 2 after 4. And yeah, Kalahara, he is an outfielder. He doesn't need to be in the infield because he's got such a strong arm. We saw him yesterday and we praised him yesterday for the throws from long on to the keeper on the full, mind you, not bouncing it in. I mean, he kept the batters running to the keeper's end
absolutely
honest with some very good fielding. And so you don't want him in the infield. Get him on the boundary rope. He's got a great pair of hands. He's fast and he's a good throw.
Wow, okay, well, I think the mistake was made, or the catching chance, it was Madhusha Lakshan who didn't take the catch. And here he is to make amends with the ball. And it's just going to be pushed away. They're taking the single, and there is definitely an issue with Sasunga. Now we know why he didn't bowl.
Yep.
He does have an issue. It looks like it's an ankle or calf, and he's not running very well.
Yep.
I want to say hi to Scotty. Scotty was just saying we were talking about the road. Say it again.
Oh, yeah.
What's the road here?
Oh, Transfagarschen Highway.
Transfagarschen. Okay,
Transfagarschen.
highway. And Scotty was saying you need to try the Great Ocean Road in Victoria here. Well, Scotty, I've never been to Australia. Vinny keeps saying he'll invite me one day, but I haven't had that invite. But if I get out there, definitely will do it. No doubt about it.
I've driven that Great Ocean Road. I'm not kidding, probably about 1,000 times. I know it quite well. I used to, as a teenager, I would drive down to Torquay. I would surf down at Torquay. I would drive all the way to Anglesea, to Ayers Inlet, to Apollo Bay. Apollo Bay, my favourite little getaway place in Victoria. Always loved going there. And I drove all the way to Warrnambool, to the 12 Apostles as well, Port Fairy. All these destinations, I'm telling you, Rico, you don't know them, but they're all on the Great Ocean Road. It is a lovely drive, by the way. Yeah. The only one place I'd ever stopped was a place called Lorne.
Lawn,
place called Lorne, Lorne. It was called Lorne. The reason it liked it was because a chain hotel took up a lot of ground and built a large hotel with a great views, and all the people who lived in the small houses behind it, they all got robbed of their ocean views because the chain hotel moved in, and people were furious about that. Well, no one's furious about that one because that's a monster hit, smashes into the batting cage, big chassé, big smack over deep mid wicket, lovely strike.
And here we go. Big time. Balle, shaka lagya. And shaka sachet. It's very similar, isn't it? Shaka. We call that in Punjabi. For 6, shaka lagya. Sachet lagya.
Chassé.
Sachet lagya.
Daniela will be very happy with our pronunciation.
Well, here we go again. Is this going to be a... Yes, it is.
Chassé.
Genial, que grande. Sachet lagya.
Oh,
nice shot. Taking the attack, Mohamed Rashid to the Bliss Warrior bowlers as Marusha Lakshan gets put away one more time. Hey, we're talking about driving, so this is in general to everybody.
Yes.
A lot of people in the chat at the moment as well. So if you were going on like a tour like that, what would be your ideal vehicle? Here you go.
Oh, my ideal vehicle.
Ideal vehicle.
That's tough because I've only driven a handful of cars in my lifetime, so I don't have a breadth of experience of what I like to drive. Oh, give me a moment. I'll come back to you on that one. Well, that's a great question.
To everybody. I mean, would you want like a Mustang convertible to do it in? You know, we're talking about say you're going for you're going to start early morning on a Friday. You're going to drive Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and it's a 3-day drive. You'll stop off at a few places, but it's going to be open road. What would it be? Would it be a nice little sort of GT sport car? And let's going to get that over the fielder. He is. He's going to get lucky. And well, where does he stop this? Does he stop it on the boundary line? Or, well, they've got to be thinking about 2. Oh, come on, guys.
Are you kidding?
The fielder has run past it. So think about this. The batters have to run what they've got to run here, about 30 yards, right?
Yep.
They're going to run about 30 yards. The fielder has run 50 metres almost.
Watch how far he goes back.
Stops
You're absolutely right.
Could have broken his ankle. Keeps on going. Comes back. He doesn't even pick it up first time. Look, he tries to pick it up and misses it. Watch here. And then he throws it in.
He forgot to pick it up on the run
only
back.
Take the one.
That's incredible.
Yeah, that's not good.
They're showing us intent with some blistering hitting, and then something like that happens, and there's a couple there. That's weird. That's really strange. Oh, well. Now, we're just pausing for a second. Was it the end of the over? It is indeed. 55 for 2 after 5. I think they were just making sure that all the balls were bowled then. So it's 49 for the win, and it's 30 deliveries to go. So we're halfway there. As our friends in Bon Jovi would say, we're halfway there, living on a prayer, but they still have got a bit of work to do. 2 wickets down. Sasanga clearly carrying some sort of niggling injury as well.
Oh, wow.
Well, he spooned that one up in the air. He's lucky to get away with that.
Well, what is that from Sasanga? I mean, come on. I mean, is that the shot of an injured man? He just literally pushes it, and it's almost like an invite for somebody to catch it if they happen to be there. But anyway, he gets to the non-strikers end. Rashid, 30 off 11. Well bowled, Dookie, with these little away swingers. Tricky customer is Dookie. You never know what he's going to bowl, but he's always teasing you, and he's always trying to tempt the batters to come out and try and hit him over the top. I think Rashid, if he sees it, if it's there, he'll go for it.
Ooh, just plays the defensive role there. It was a little bit shorter. He got a bit of sight on that one. And if you have a look at leg side, he could have pulled that between two fielders, one backward of square, one deep mid wicket, where you could get a fleet of battleships through there and nobody would notice.
Monty says Morgan Roadster. It goes for it. And he's going to be lucky again. It's another one, similarly to where Sasanga put it earlier, that drops agonizingly short of the two straight fielders. Okay, Morgan Roadster. Yeah, I don't mind that.
A Morgan Roadster. Oh, good shout there, Monty. Yeah, I like that.
Dave says a Sherman tank.
A Sherman tank.
Okay, Dave.
Obviously, Dave's not interested in going anywhere.
I said 3 days, not 3 weeks.
Where's Dave going? Warzone? Scooped up again. Interesting. And interesting shot selection from an injured person. And if you're going to do that, maybe hit along the ground and take the single.
I've never known about it. Why did this never happen to me when I played? If I hit the ball in the air, I could have crunched it. Somebody catches it. Here's Sasanga trying to give catching practice to people. Nobody did take it. He wants to come off. Yeah. He wants to come off. He's had enough.
I bet that's what it is.
He's going to retire out here.
He needs to be retired out. He's making the indication. Yep, there it is. He's asking, I want to be retired out. I want no more. Someone's got to oblige. Someone has got to oblige and say, look, mate, get out of there.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens here. Oh, that's a good, clever bowling from Dookie after floating a few up there. It's taken a while to be given the wide call. Dookie was celebrating and going into the face of the batter, saying, what about that? Then have a look at this.
Yeah.
I don't think it is a wide. But look at Dookie. Dookie saying, hey, how about that one? And then behind his back, Mr. Thiessen says, it's a wide ball.
He couldn't believe it.
Dookie had to stop in mid-sentence.
He did, didn't he?
Spitting feathers.
Oh, dear. She launches into that one. It's going to be a couple of bounces. One bounce, actually, to the boundary rider. And just the single. What a funny odd over. Oh, it's going to get through. No buzzers there. And that's going to complete the 6th over. Only 5 off that over. So Dookie's done the job yet again for his team. Been very economical there. Just 1 for 13 from 2. 60 for 2 is the score on the board.
Now, let's see if there is a retire. I think, he's saying, if nobody's coming, I'm going anyway. So there is. So going to be retired. Interesting one, this, Sasanga, because, again, I think he comes into the match with this injury. So I don't think he can retire hurt. He's going to have to retire out here. I don't think he can come back. He doesn't look like he can come back anyway. So Sasanga is going to have to walk off or limp off with 14 off 11.
Yep.
And a new bat's going to have to come out there and join Rashid, who's going well. 32-15, 6 overs completed, 60 for 2.
What was your preferred car for this hypothetical you put to us?
Okay.
Yeah. What was your? What were you thinking?
I would definitely go with something with a bit of muscle.
Yep.
But also something with a bit of comfort and class. So it's got to be a Bentley. Something like a Bentley Road Cruiser.
Oh,
know the Bentley Sport?
Yes.
I've seen it featured. Yeah, it's got, because I want the comfort.
Yep.
I want the comfort, but at the same time, I want to know if I put my foot down, the thing is going to go like the wind.
Okay. If money's no object,
yeah,
I would say a Bugatti Veyron.
Ooh,
but if money's a problem, just give me an Aston Martin Vanquish. How about that?
That's a good call, actually, Aston Martin. Yeah. I think you need a bit of class because you want to have the picnic hamper in the back. So you need a boot. You can't have one of these sports cars where there's no boot.
Oh,
You want the chiller, you want the champagne in the little fridge in the back, which the Bentley will have.
That's
so
true.
You can just stop somewhere, open a bit of alcohol-free fizz and have a little sip, some strawberries there as well, and say, right, let's carry on. Let's go a little bit further. Yeah, I like that.
I like the shout of the Bentley, though. That's got all that. Plus there's the wow factor, too, of, a Bentley. Wow.
Yeah, and also I want to make sure that I'm in the car that is not going to break down because they're not the sort of place you want to break down, I would imagine.
That's also true too. Yeah. And I think for me, I'm favouring the Aston Martin, but probably because I did watch an old episode of Top Gear where they had a race to Switzerland. Oh no, it was to Monaco, and Jeremy had the Aston Martin Vanquish, and it was very, very comfortable. He said. No backache, no bottom ache, very comfortable ride, and I think that's important for me.
Interesting one, that. I mean,
What's this?
It's there or thereabout. If it's called, I wouldn't mind if it's called because we say waist or above. The batter's not ducking down, he's not attacking, he's staying pretty straight. In the end, the bowler gets the benefit of the doubt. This is Dinesh Madhusankar who's got the ball. Beg your pardon, I've just swallowed a fly. Oh, a bit of extra protein.
Oh, there
I
you
need
go.
something to wash it down with. Phil, over to you.
Go for it. Okay, well, Rico's taking care of an insect-related problem. I'll continue here. Hope he's all right. That was. We are getting a bit inundated with bugs in here as well. There's some bug spray floating around, but you don't want to have a bug that's just been sprayed either. 62 for 3, halfway through the 7th. Continues here with just a dot ball there. Motosanka bowling pretty well here. 4 balls bowled, only 2 runs from it. Rashid looking to press on here. Gladiators, they still need 42 from 20, so there's still a job there to be done. 3 wickets down. Let's see if they can hold their nerve here and try and get the big win over the team that's top of the table. Smash goes down the ground, and that is, I think it's bounced just on the inside of it. No, just on the other side. No. Even the umpire changed his mood from a Maximo to a 4, indicates it as being 4, and that's gone down the hill. It did go quite a long way. I thought it bounced on the first view. I thought it bounced just inside the line, and then continued skipping down its way towards the pond for a bit of a dip, and I'm sure it'll be back momentarily. Petra LL, like the good call with the Aston Martin. Good stuff. What other answers do we have in the chat? The Montalis says the Macrolino. That'd be an interesting one to try. Oh dear, the Macrolino. Could you imagine doing a road trip in that? Oh my goodness. I wouldn't want to drive to the end of a dead-end street in that. I'd be so cramped and so uncomfortable. It's a good-looking car, don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't want to take a long drive in it.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'd like to say that it tastes like chicken. It didn't, that fly. It didn't taste like it was horrible, but I washed it down before I could get any more taste.
Oh no.
Microlina is in town, isn't it? I think if you're down in like when we were in Bologna, or even when we were in Drua, actually, or even Estonia. Estonia, by the way, have all of these things. I mean, Starship. Look up Starship. These little robots are delivering things all over the place.
Oh,
and then, of course, we had the robot dog in Estonia as well. So I think the Microlina in Estonia would be absolutely classic.
It would be at home.
It's a nice, smooth ride, the Microlina.
True.
But, yeah, I think on the road trip, it's got to have something with a bit more muscle, I do believe.
Fair enough then.
Did we have anybody, who else came in with the chat while I was eating flies? Anybody else come with anything? Microlina is what Monty came up with.
I apologise about you eating the fly without mentioning. I did bring the hot sauce today. I could have.
Now you tell me.
We could have sort of followed it with some hot sauce and seen what that would have done to your insides. That could have done all sorts of strange things. No, we need to keep you going, Rico. We're only get towards the end of the second match of the day. We've still got 3 to go. Need to keep you fit and healthy. It's played out towards the extra cover. Hesitation and a bit of a misfield allows that one through.
That would have been disastrous. The last thing they need, look, they're finding here. They're keeping it under the 13. They keep this going. Is what I said. Keep it going and have about between 10 and 13, say even 14 of the last. Leave those alone. You'll get the wide. So this is now Ijaz, who's bowling with an injured foot.
Yeah.
Ijaz Hussain.
That's right. Rashid is putting up a really good, strong account for himself here. I'm impressed with him. 37 from 20. Looking to score. Gets down the pitch to meet the ball. Just going to be the one run that goes straight to the outfielder, but it gets to him very quickly, so no chance of a second one there.
He's done what we've been saying that batters haven't done. It's not always going to work for Rashid and batters who bat this way. Sometimes you're going to get naught, sometimes you might get 6 and out. But you know what? If all batters batted bravely, then somebody out of the 11, 2 click, you can get there. Now, this is going to be going upstairs. I think he was struggling when he was running here. Running has not been the best thing. And the last thing that you want is Rashid to go here. I think can we just slow this down one more time?
I think he's good.
I think he just slides that bat in time. He's running. It was a good technique. The arm is stretched forward. He is sliding the bat. Where is he here? Let's see. Just gets there. Good technique. And all the youngsters that are watching, that's the way to do it. Slide the bat in.
That's right. Don't place it over the line. Get that slide in. I saw that a few times in the night series in Belgium. Players running, and then when they get to the line, they would put the bat over the line. They wouldn't be sliding. And I thought, is that a Belgian ball aspect? Not too sure about that. I spoke to a few of the players, and a few of them said, we do tend to do that. It's just, sometimes we get to slide, so we place the bat over the over the line, and you're okay about that. All right, fine. I can't teach you anything different then.
Yeah.
Fair call.
It still amazes me. We're just in Estonia recently, and before then, of course, we drew in France. Top quality players.
Yeah.
Players that play national team cricket don't know how to run with the bat.
Yeah. Just these little things. These maybe they don't consider it, or they think, you know what, if I'm running for a single, I get run out. Hey, that's my fame, that's my fortune. That's also my regret if I don't make my ground. But you know, you make your fortune by putting the bat down and sliding, and then you get some players who will just do the full-on face dive, try to get home.
That will do nicely if it goes to the boundary. It will go to the boundary. So Zain, not where he meant, gets a boundary of the last ball of that over from Hussein. That means that would be game for 9. But we're going to have a big finish here. You're going to need some 29 runs off the last 2 overs. Not impossible, but the 9th over is what it's all about. Now, Rashid will be on strike, and Rashid has to, for me, I think he's got to go magical here.
He does have to do something. They need to get their noses in front going into that last over. And so I agree. They need a massive over here. 29 off 2 overs. You know, I feel like I'm going through deja vu. Last game I said the same thing. Going to leave themselves, the batting team will leave themselves too many runs in that last over. And that's not what you want. You need to get as many as you can in this over. It's got to go magical. So if you're facing that final over needing double digit, then, you know, you're probably thinking, you know, I wish we'd done a bit better earlier. If you're facing a single-digit target in the last over, you're going to be a lot more comfortable, and you know that if you miss the first or even the second ball, you're still in with a chance. Yeah. There's still no need for panic. But if you leave yourself 18, 19 runs for that final over, just the pressure on that first ball is immense. So we'll see what happens here. 9th over's about to start. Madhusankar to bowl. Shot. Inside out he goes for a boundary. There we go. There's 4 of them. That gets it down now to 25 from 11. That's what they wanted to start the over with.
Overpitched. Clever. Nobody on the boundary in the offside. All he had to do was hit it over the top of them. I think that's an error. A rare error, actually, in the field from the captain, Farhan Duki. He's been pretty good getting it right, but he left that part of the field unprotected. Still no change. Tries to give himself a little bit of room here, does the bat. I think he would have been better off just standing still. He wants a wide, but if you look at where he's moved here, we'll see it one more time. He's moved so far down the leg side, that's why he can't get it. And see here, look, nowhere near a wide.
His heel is basically in the opposite tram line. That's how far away he went.
Right, they do make a change in the field. They do put a sweeper up because they can see that Rashid is looking for that area.
Oh, he cuts nicely just in front of square. There is protection there. Now, it's just going to be the one.
Look at the running there in between the wickets, by the way. I mean, they literally just trot.
They're trotting. Yeah.
No pressure on the fielder at all. No sort of attempt to try to get Rashid back on strike. All right, Zain, he did get a lucky boundary earlier. They do push third back to him. I like that. Third goes back, and the sweeper on the offside comes back into the circle.
Bowler in again. Oh, a bit of a nothing shot that. Even if you connected, not sure where that would have gone. That would have just dropped in front of him for a dot ball. Just not looking for the aggression there, and that's not the time to play that stroke. And he missed it anyway. So, Zain, not sure what the battle plan was, but you need to do a bit more than that. 24 from 8, and this is slipping away now from the Gladiators. Wides will help. Oh, it's definitely a wide ball.
It's an I don't want to be unkind to someone like Ali Zain, but just looking at his technique, I mean, he looks like a number 10 or 11, but he's come in to bat at number 5. You can't tell me there's not other batters out there that can wield the bat. I mean, just look what he's trying to do here. Now, should be a run out, will be a run out. I suppose the only thing that Rashid has done, he's got himself back on strike. Rashid's now saying to Zain, you knew the plan, why didn't you run? What were you waiting for? But, I mean, that's not a bad thing. If you've got a guy who can't hit a ball out there, then you've got to get rid of him. So he'll go for 7 off 7 deliveries, and one of those was a top edge. But again, I think it's a little bit like we saw from Phoenix when Definder Singh came in at number 3. I mean, there are other batters out there that can clearly wield the bat better than him. So why was he out there? And you could say the same thing about Zain.
Zain's reaction for getting run out there, just, you know, it's a team sport.
Well,
he's a bit upset.
He's going to get in trouble now because he's just thrown the bat there and he's been caught on camera. So Stefan Gucci's going to have his work cut out now. And Gucci's going to have a word.
Yeah, that's just a lack of team awareness from Zain. He was looking like a deer in headlights, just prodding at a ball which he needs to be swinging through the line and absolutely putting the kitchen sink behind it. With a couple of balls left in the match, a few runs needed, and just a little bit of aggression. I can understand why Rashid made that bye. Completely understood. And I reckon the memo was sent out, and Zane probably just ignored it. But that is going to be the end of the ninth. There was a run out in the ninth, and there was one boundary in it, and that's not going to be enough because there's going to be too many to try to collect in the 10th. It's still very much possible. I'm not going to write them off just yet, but it's like I described only minutes ago. The first ball of the 10th over is going to be so much pressure on the batter.
Yeah.
Because he knows he has to hit a boundary first ball, just to stay in touch.
It's disappointing, really, in a way, wasn't it? Because they got a boundary of that last over of ECS, so 9 came off that. And then they got a boundary, the very first ball of that over, that 9th over from Marusanka. And you thought, okay.
Yeah.
And then there's a dot, and then he does take the single, which I don't think was the smartest thing to do. And then, of course, we saw the rest, and it was Zane just not able to get back on the ball. And then he throws his bat like he's some injustice being done there.
Yeah.
It's good delivery. He just is, I mean, even when he's 75% fit, he's hobbling around, but he just knows where to land the ball. He's such a good player, ECS is saying.
Yep, I agree. And that top ball, for me, that's, well, to be honest, the 9th over was pretty much the ball game for me. Gladiators are not going to suddenly have a reversal of fortune and find 4 boundaries plus, well, maybe 5 boundaries is what they need. They're not going to find them in the next 5 balls. Not off EJazz. He's a clever customer. He's a clever bowler, and he's done pretty well so far in this tournament, even off a couple of steps. There you go. That's just been clipped away to a third man.
Well,
what's happening here? That's insane.
We've seen too much of this cricket today. That's all I'm going to say. It just doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, Khan is going to get himself run out. I mean, he's probably thinking, I wanted to get you on strike, but yeah, think about how. There's no way he's going to get back there. No way on this earth. In fact, he's moved out of his crease when the ball is already on its way back, if not in the gloves of the keeper. It's, again, another example of not very good cricket.
The Gladiators completely falling on their swords here. And not for the first time in this tournament do we have to say that as well. They steam along at a certain rate of knots, and then, I don't know, they're not sure how to finish. Maybe they don't want to finish. They're struggling, completely struggling.
You've got to feel for Rashid. 44-26. He's given it everything. First with the ball, now with the bat. But nobody has given him any support. And you thought that Sasanga could. He then says, I can't do it anymore, and goes off. Not prepared to battle it out, really. I thought he would have thought, okay, I can't run, but I'll just try and clobber somebody. I'd rather see a battle like that get out trying than, I know he's hurt, but try and get out rather than just say, I can't do anymore, and just hobble off. It's a team game. You've got to do it for the team. That's what Rashid was trying to do, but it's going to be all for nothing as the Bliss Warriors are going to add 3 more points to their tally. And the Gladiators, they will pick up a point, but that'll be just 2 points out of the 3 matches that they played.
Yeah, just not good enough. Not good enough indeed. They're gonna remain being the cellar dwellers in this series. And obviously the Royal Eagles will get a chance to do something different maybe in the next match as they take on Bliss Warriors in the next game coming up later, or not too far away. And just miss-hit. Almost another chance for a run out there. Been a lot of run-outs in this tournament thus far. And some of these run-outs, I reckon probably about 40% of the run-outs that I've seen so far have been just completely down to just complete misjudgments of the batter. And also, there's an element of bizarreness as well in there. Shapes up to hoik this over deep mid-wicket, ends up just punching it. And that will be another one. There we go. Another run out. Easiest dismissal that you'll see here today. Just an easy run out. Again, it's that bizarreness element of these run outs. I can't get my head around it.
See, again, if this was happening, say, in the 6th over, the 7th over, when there was still a possibility of them trying to win the match, I'd be saying, hey, I don't mind that because they're trying. They're not getting boundaries. They're trying to get. But when the match is done, you're in the last over, you're not going to win it. I mean, what does Babar achieve by running himself out for 1? What does he achieve? Nothing at all.
Exactly.
He doesn't gain. They've already got a point. What you gain? All you gain is looking bad. That's all you gain is looking bad. So 6 wicket goes down.
It's a good shout. Good shout there, Rico.
ECS. Well, that's another wicket in the over. Another run out.
Swing and miss. Bottom edge. Can he get a run here? They're going to chance for a second.
Well, there's a bat in the middle of the pitch, by the way.
Who owns that bat? Someone's got to own up to that cricket bat, please. If no one claims it, I'll take it.
Well, I think it's Khan's bat. He said, "Can I go get me bat?"
You
can
say,
go
umpire, can I go get my bat? Is that okay to get the bat?
I don't know who was on. Well, there he is. He's on the floor. Then he picks himself up. At least he doesn't need to slide the bat in to get in. And then he's asking everybody, "Please, can I go get me bat?" Yeah, you can. Come and use it. Hit me a boundary. Hit me a boundary. Hit me a 6 and get to 90. Come on.
Well, you've got the bat. Do something with it. I dare you. And he doesn't.
Look,
And he's
running.
run himself. Where are you going, man? Where is he going? You don't go that
Help
way.
me, somebody. Help me. That's the third run out in the over. So it's literally gone dot run out, single run out, single run out. And, well,
Oh, my
Bucharest
goodness.
Gladiators, let's just say, Gladiators I thought were there to fight, not to run.
Yeah.
These Gladiators are running away from the battle,
Easy.
not prepared to fight the battle.
Oh dear. That's just. Oh, just draw a breath in, Phil. Count to 10, and continue as we see the players there shaking hands with each other and the umpires. Let's have a look at match 8 coming your way very shortly indeed. That's not too far away. That's in about 15 minutes' time. Bliss Warriors for their third game on the spin, taking on the Royal Eagles. Royal Eagles, remember, they did have one win yesterday, and it was against Bliss Warriors. Let's see if Lightning can strike twice and see if they can capitalise on that little bit of momentum. We'll find out in about 15 minutes' time when that kicks off. In the meantime, let's have a look at the highlight reel. It's going to show the Bucharest Gladiators who didn't get off to a great start. And honestly, they sort of like fits and starts and, you know, injuries and people hobbling and strange run-outs. Here's one. There we go. What was that about? That was the first one where we scratched our heads and said, Rico, what on earth is going on there?
Yeah, Nakvi can't run on the best of days, and considering that he's at the non-strikers end and he's the one calling that for a quick, sharp single, it just makes no sense at all. Really none. One thing I did like is the batting from Rashid. I mean, he did try. Let's talk about the 1+ point here maybe for the Gladiators. Well, that was a rare error from Bliss, and the ball would eventually touch the rope. And at this point, Rashid and Sasanga were going all right. Then Sasanga, all of a sudden, the injury that he's got just got worse, and he just struggled to try and get anything going. A couple of times we just saw him just chip the ball up in the air. It was almost like he was kind of giving catching practice, where you can see just the difference here, just not able to do anything. That one was a close one. Rashid luckily just made it.
Yep.
And in the end, Sasanga says, I can't carry on with this. It's just too much for me. And Rashid, though, fair play. I mean, that was him just trying to keep his team in it. At one point, there's about 13 and over required. And then, well, crazy run-outs like this were happening. It didn't really make much sense. And that was one of many. In fact, there's the bat swing. And, well, I don't really know what that was about from Zayn, because he was never, ever going to help his team's cause. In fact, he just made it more difficult for them. And, well, talking of run-outs, there was quite a few in that last over as well.
Yeah, you're right about Zayn. He was never looking like he was going to really make good contact with the ball, so that was a little bit of play there, I guess. But anyway, the run-outs came thick and heavy there. A little bit of an exaggerated run out there from the keeper. Why not? You know, smile when you're winning. And there was, I mean, I'm not sure why the batter's gesturing to his counterpart saying, why didn't you run? Because they would not have crossed anyway. I mean, that's a brain fade of monumental proportions. Despite the fact that the game was already done and dusted by then, it was a bit disappointing there from the Bucharest Gladiators. And they've again tried to chase a modest target, and they've just come undone in those latter overs. In the middle overs, when that man Rashid was hitting the ball really nicely, at 44 from 26, bit of a star. And then suddenly he left, and it was up to the lower middle order, who basically couldn't string a couple of runs together. Yeah,
they couldn't, could they? Well done, by the way, to Bliss Warriors. I think in the last match they only gave 4 extras away. This time only the 6. So they certainly keep it nice and tidy with the bowling and with the fielding. I suppose the way to describe the performances against Bliss Warriors, as we have a look at the bowling card there, only the one genuine wicket to a bowler, that means 6 run-outs. That's right, you heard me right. But what I was going to say about Bliss is they're doing everything as far as they're concerned right.
Yeah.
They believe 100's enough. They're getting 100. We may not like the style they're getting at 100, but they're getting there. And then they're restricting teams to scores in 70s and 80s
They are
and
indeed.
winning matches. So you can't blame them for what they're doing. They're doing everything right. It's the other teams that are just not smartening up to the fact of what the Bliss Warriors are doing. And the Bliss Warriors, well, if they carry on going this way, well, you're going to have to think hard to see who can beat them. Or maybe it will be the Royal Eagles. We are going to see them in action in the next match. And guess who they're playing? They're playing the Bliss Warriors, and you can probably even guess what they're going to be doing as well, the Bliss Warriors. But we'll leave that for later. And that match is coming up pretty quickly, so me and you have got only a short period of time to get ourselves sorted for the next match. I don't know about you, but these liqueur chocolates are looking pretty inviting at the moment. But I will hold off from doing it. Anyway, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back for this one. The Royal Eagles are taking on the Bliss Warriors. Will the Eagles be flying high today, or will the Bliss Warriors be shooting them out of the sky once again? Join us back, myself and Phil G, when we return in about 10 minutes' time.
sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Well, right now we should be listening to Phil G giving us a roundup of this match number 8 here. The Bliss Warriors were taking on the Royal Eagles, and I'm pretty sure that he had plenty to tell us, particularly about the Royal Eagles. The Eagles are a team that we know finished second last year in the European Cricket Series. They didn't have the best of days yesterday. They did manage to scrape through a win against the Bliss Warriors. But the Bliss Warriors have got to be very, very good. So these two are one apiece in the series. And this is, of course, I guess it's kind of a deciding series. So each team will play each other 3 times. So let's see which one takes the prize of winning this week in the series. The Royal Eagles will be hoping that their captain Shabam Alam can be flying high. We've certainly got good bowling, we know that. The likes of Tommy Chima and Ricky Gill and Fazal will be very good. Sahud Jan was good yesterday as well. But before we go any further, I am told that we may have the coin toss. So why don't we see what happened at the coin toss?
Bliss Warriors to call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It's come down heads. You won the toss.
Betting.
Good technique. Good luck.
Thank you.
All the best. All the best.
Thank you.
Bliss Warriors have won the toss. They're batting.
Well, Stephen Gooch has got a pretty good technique as well when he's with the bat. And Dookie, I don't know if it is a good technique, really. We've never really seen him out there, but he knows what he wants to do when he wins the toss, and that is to have a bat first because, well, they're not setting the world alight with their batting skills. It's definitely worth mentioning that. But what they are doing is winning matches, and you can see there that they continue to do that. So they've won the 2 today, they won 3 yesterday. So they've got a 5-1 record now. 54% to 46% is what the win predictor is saying here for the Bliss Warriors. So myself, Rico Full, I'll talk you through the first innings here while Phil G and mingles with some of the crew and some of the players and has some lunch, and then we'll change things around for the second innings, and I'll break away and get some lunch. And don't worry, he's not eating the liqueur chocolates. They are still here, kept under lock and key, under my watchful eye, my beady eye. So, how do we see this one going? First of all, welcome back to everybody in the chat. And I suppose I should say well done to the mighty Tigers. They were mighty. After they gobbled up the Sharks. The Sharks got 115 for 6 there at Hornchurch in their 10 overs. And the mighty Tigers knocked them off inside 5 overs. A comprehensive win for them. Here's the first ball of match number 8 here. Ed Chan, oh, he's dropped it. We could have started with a royal duck. And he's there for one thing only. That's to catch this ball. And he doesn't do it. I don't think he was ready. He seemed to be walking in. If you're in that position, you shouldn't be walking in. You should be ready to pounce and take the catch. So, oh, a big life. Huge opportunity to remove Ijaz. Ijaz being dropped on 0. Should have been a royal duck. He did have one yesterday. All right, so Hujan with the ball. Now bowling to Aranga de Silva. Well, John just doesn't feel right. He stops. That's something I think all bowlers should do. If you don't feel right, back out of your run. There's no point bowling a bad delivery and then thinking about it afterwards and saying, I shouldn't have bowled it. Just don't do it. And that's exactly what John does. Bowling now to Aranga de Silva. Now, they've stuck with the same batting lineup. I must admit, if I'm the captain here, I would have made some changes. They're going to finish, we feel, top or top 2. There's no doubt about that. I think this would have been an opportunity to just make some subtle changes. Not big. I'm not saying reverse everything around. Just a few subtle changes. Maybe the Delusha, Lukshan, top of the order. Not sure what's going on here now. I think there seems to be some bits and bits. What's happening there? Well, he seems to have lost. Oh, it's mine. If there's any euros in there, they're mine. You can have the bronze stuff. I'll take the euros. Well, I don't know what's being picked up the ground there. Well, it's still happening. Maybe he's got a hole in his pockets and all these Maltesers or Sweeties have fallen out. Anyway, it's being sorted. It's being done. I've no idea. I guess we'll never know. Well, we got our own problems in the cube. We're being attacked by flies and all sorts. Anyway, we will continue. John Maybe he was attacked by some of whatever's in there or out there at the moment. It's good delivery, good shape on this ball from John. And yeah, that's Aranga de Silva saying, oh, that one certainly did come in. What a good delivery this is. Just watch this one come in. A really good shape on that ball. Delightful ball. And well watched also by Aranga de Silva. Yeah, so I would have made some changes. I probably would have gone with Kalhara, top of the order, maybe with someone like Delusha Lakshan. I think maybe the other Lakshan would come out there as well, but Usanka could have come up the top of the order. The reason for that is, you know what Hussein is going to do for you. You know what Aranga is going to do for you. So try batters. I mean, even like Ngoni Chubui, you could have given him another chance top of the order. Say, look, you've only played 2 matches. You clicked in one, not in the other. Because the thing is, the way they do bat, not ECS so much, but especially Aranga, I mean, he's not going to be somebody who's going to throw his bat and get a quick 24 or something, then get out after about 7-8 deliveries. Ain't going to happen. If he's out there, he's going to score those runs, and he's probably going to score those runs in about 24 deliveries. So it's not going to be too much of an opportunity for the other batters. Played in the gap, and the outfield, folks, what did we tell you? It's going to get pretty quick, pretty rapido, as that one will go to the boundary and races away. There is a slight slope, if you like, from right to left as you look at your screens, and that means that anything down there is going to race away. So that's nicely played shot. ECS Hussein, we know he has power, but he has a little bit of finesse about him as well. I must say, it's good to see that Rajinder Jesse is back with us with his... well, whether you either love that cap or you hate it, it's one of those. We sort of called it the kind of cap that you'd wear when you go to Trafalgar Square. It starts blue and it comes up with blue and white. That's a lovely delivery. And this time, we saw Aranga defend this out quite competently. ECS didn't know too much about it, and it almost gets through. Have a look at this. Almost gets through. And in fact, it probably does too much. But well bowled. Eagles, they will be a handful with the ball, but they're another team like many, probably like all the teams actually, apart from Bliss. They do struggle with the bat. Bliss is the only team that's been consistent in scoring 100 maybe, which in another tournament and another day is probably not enough. It's a good change of length from Jan to finish his over. 6 off it. As I said, they're not going to be easy to get away. You've still got the likes of Taimur Chima, who bowled very well yesterday, 2 for 7. Usman Ali, who slows things up a little bit with E-spin. He also took 2 for 4 in this contest. They restricted Bliss Warriors to 79. That was 79 after they were given some penalty runs as well. And they knocked them off with only 3 balls to go. So the match we're going to see at Hornchurch is going to be Marco London taking on Sharks Cricket Academy. The Sharks will be looking to bounce back after being mullered by the mighty Tigers. They wouldn't have picked up any points at all in their first outing. So can they come back well, or will it be a Marco London that will start with a victory? Action, of course, there in Hornchurch. And I'll tell you that that match would have started by now. No, not started as yet. So probably, in fact, starting in the next 10 minutes, under 10 minutes. High, in the air. I don't think it will go in hand. It'll probably plug, though. And it does. The batters will come back for a couple. That's Aranga de Silva's go-to shot, isn't it? When he chips that ball over the extra cover area. On this occasion, it won't go to the boundary. And sometimes you see these clock the fielders as they're running towards it and they get booted over the boundary for 4, but it's been pretty well dealt by the Eagles. Well, the Eagles should be used to things flying around, I guess. That's played beautifully. That's 4 runs. It's too short, too wide, and Aranga de Silva plays a delightful cut shot for 4. It's a good shot. Maybe he is thinking about that strike rate of his. It's certainly going, well, this is the start. He's going better than what he has done previously, so that's nicely put away. I think that's the thing here with the Bliss Warriors and their batters. They've got to be thinking, hey, we're not going to be bowled out here. It ain't going to happen. So let's go out there and let's try and improve on these scores between 100 and 110. Let's go bigger. Up in the air and, well, throws himself at it. That's really good fielding. And it's well backed up there as well. Excellent fielding. This is tremendous. It's up in the air. I like the fact that the fielder is going for the catch. And then at the last moment, when he knows he's not going to get there, he does stop the ball getting past him. One little tip to those would-be teams that are thinking about your snazzy kits and things. White numbers on the back, just not a good idea. Don't go with white numbers. We can't see a thing. Scorers hate them. We hate them. And when they're on a sky blue shirt on a sunny day, you don't see much of them. And the fielder's not going to see much of this either, as that's going to race away from it. It's going to be 4 more runs. The outfield is definitely quickened up, as myself and Phil did say it would here today. There's not too much on that from Ijas, but once it gets past the infield, it's going to go for 4 runs. So 4 más carreras. Nicely played away. A big shout out to the Federation for bringing our lunch to us. I can see Phil G is tucked into his with a little bit of his hot sauce. I can't wait. And it's a nice, juicy chicken burger. Or chicken sandwich. What's with that? Why call a burger a sandwich? It's a burger. It's in a burger bat. Why do you call them sandwiches anyway? A nice chicken burger. And with some nice chippies. So it's chip time today. And of course, with a little dashing of the old chili sauce. Number 5, I believe. Yeah. We go with that Mambo number 5 today. He has got the hot one. You know what? I might be tempted. But but you might not hear from me for the rest of the day. We're talking about hot. Well, that's hot out the middle. And Stephen Gooch, just for a moment, I think Gucci wanted to take the catch. Then he just thought, you know what? I have a damaged thumb, which I damaged in Malta, playing in those international matches. So I think I'm just going to shy away from it. Well, there he is, Steph. He's got a good pair of hands there, Steph. The thing with Steph is when he normally takes catches, he's a bit like the way I used to. I used to take the catch and always end up on the floor. I always like to take the catch and dive and colour the ball. And I just think he probably thought, well, it's probably not going to... I've got a few more coin tosses to do. It won't look great if I've got grass-stained trousers and the white shirt with grass stain. So he elects not to take the catch. And that over from Rajinder Jesse. Not going to plan, and that's not going to help either as the boundaries keep on coming. So at the end of 2 overs, the score was 23. They've been here before, though, the Bliss Warriors. I think it's where they were in the last match. But then that 3rd over, only the 4 runs came from it. So can they improve? They do go back to John, and the first ball off his 2nd over will go to the boundary. His first over was fantastic. Only the 6 came from it, which also did include a boundary, by the way. Better from Maranga. And straight to the fielder. And that's a sharp, spicy catch. Well, I was talking about a little bit of spicy sauce. Well, there's a little bit of spice out there in the middle as well. Well, put a little bit of masala on this. Well, gande kaat ke, adhkar lassan pa ke, mircha pa ke, janga turka laya. And there's a little bit of masala there. This is a good catch. He's hit this pretty well. And sometimes we accuse Oranga of trying to paddle and tie the ball, but he does hit that. But unfortunately, he hit it into the hands of the fielder, either side of that fielder, and that's going to be a boundary. So this time it's Oranga who goes first. Good catch there by Ricky Gill. And Ricky Gill takes the catch, and John picks up the wicket. And he's deserved that wicket as well. 27 for 1. But the thing I will say, look, he's gone in the end there for 12 off 7. That still, for me, is much better. I know it sounds strange, but it's much better than 27 or 22. I'll go with that. That's better for me. And you might find if all the batters take the same approach, they could end up with a much bigger score. That's a good start. This is Chubui. Now, the story with Chibui, you see him just touching his helmet. I did hear 1 or 2 of the players saying the issue that we have with Ngui Chibui is getting the helmet over his head, because he has got the classical sort of dreadlocks as well. So getting the helmet over the dreadlocks and fitting the head comfortably, it's a bit of a task. I think they have to use the rubber mallet to get it on properly. It's a good delivery, nice sharp ball. As Hood Jan just keeps getting this ball to come and dart back in. So Bliss Warriors in the 20s again. Are they going to get out of the 20s in the power play? We do know that Chibui can hit the ball pretty hard. He was player of the match, in fact, in the last match with the 28 of 15 he scored. Jan, 1 for 10. Bowl well, gets that ball to come in. Chibui is getting tucked up here. He's batting well outside of his crease to try and compensate some of that ball coming back into him. And you can see he likes to give himself a bit of room. Got to get down here. Oh, he's going to get kicked away to the boundary. Oh, dear. Well, if Regina Jesse doesn't get a foot on this, I don't think this ball is going to get to the boundary. I think the fielder, who was also supporting him in the chase, that's Tamo Chima, would have got here. But you can see here, he gets a foot on it, and it just accelerates away. And it's going to be 4 runs to Jimbui, and that means that they will get out of the 20s in the power play. 31 with the ball to go. Yeah, that's disappointing. I think he had the chance earlier to slide at it, but opted not to. Then stuck out a foot and booted it over the boundary. And that gets tucked up. On this occasion, it's just going to be a dot. So they do only just get past that 30 mark. 31 on the board. 1 wicket down. Good over there from Jan. Good spell as he spell finishes with 1 for 14. And he certainly did get that ball to move around. That over goes for 8. His first one went for 6. Now, who did they go with here? I don't think you go back to Regina Jassy. Remember, he bowled 1 over yesterday, which was very, very expensive. I think it went for 25, and it was also the last over of the match, which helped the Bliss Warriors to get to that 102 mark. And then they themselves struggled to get anywhere near it when they fell 32 runs short. So that 1 over made all the difference. So they did try with him today. I guess you have to. He did play very, very well in the earlier match. They played the first match when he was the player of the match in the win against the Bliss Warriors. But he seems to have lost his form pretty quickly. So they will go to Timor Chima. And this seems a much better choice for me. I like the way that Chima bowled. Of course, as I mentioned last year, he did play for United CC, and he was their top wicket taker with 13. Ricky Gill was in that side as well. He picked up 11 wickets. So those two are good additions to the side. And also they've got Wakas Ahmed in the side as well. Starts with a nice full delivery. And we'll take a single as this one gets thrown in sharply to the wicketkeeper Sohail. Terry Richmond is saying hello to me. Hello to Terry Richmond. Hello to Waz. And nice to have you with us. A nice breeze just hit the ground, which is very pleasant, especially when it's sunny at 28 degrees. Oh, it's a good delivery. He's got a kind of a loopy delivery, isn't he, Tamachima? So, with some bowlers where the ball comes through, it's all in the arm, and you watch the arm and you get an idea of the pace the ball comes through. With Chima, the arm comes through quickly, but the ball sort of slides out of the fingers. He's not a wristy bowler. It's almost like a finger bowler, pushing the ball through with the fingers rather than the wrist. I think every so often he will let the quick one go as well, but he's just it's difficult to pick. And he comes again. And this time it is the quicker one. This time it is the sort of wristy arm ball, a little bit shorter. It's a swing and a miss. As Ngoni Chibui just getting a little bit tucked up, a little bit perhaps frustrated as he misses out on another. And plenty of colourful hats on display. There's another one there. Not sure if that, I think that looks more like the team hat. Very colourful kits. I said before, the Eagles, they certainly get the prize for the best kit. I'm loving their kit. The only thing is the numbers on the back. I think next time, get those numbers. And this time it's clipped over that fielder. Ricky Gill is going to have no chance to stop this unless he was on a step ladder. That's a nice shot played away. Doesn't have to hit the ball too hard. It's one that gets straight. I like the way he gets his legs out of the way. gets himself, opens himself up, is the best way to describe that, and then just clips that over that close fielder. And once it gets past it, it's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. So on their way again to that score of over 100, between 100 and 110, they'll feel that 9 times out of 10 that they would then go on and defend that. We'll have to wait and see if the same works out here. Chima, better delivery, better areas, good early call there from Chibui. Takes a single, and Chima's over. I think it has 1 more to come, 6 from it so far. Just that 1 boundary. And yeah, we've been talking about all kinds of things here today. We've talked about nice roads that countries have to drive on. We know Romania has a beautiful one. We talked about what would you go, what car would you take on a road trip? Sort of a little tour across country, and I was saying that I'd have one of those sports Bentleys with travel with a bit of muscle under the hood, and also a bit of class. The old champers in the fridge and strawberries you can stop off and do all of that business, and then put your foot down to catch up. And some people were talking about all sorts of things. I think the Aston Martin was brought up as well. So, and maybe a few people I didn't mention at the time were saying like some of the old classics, like a old classic Mercedes-Benz, for example. That'd be pretty nice. And thanks for getting involved with the chat. And we're always up for being engaged in your conversation. End of the over, 37 for 1. So a good one that. Just a 6th would come off it from Chima. So expected that. And this is now Ahmed to come and bowl. Because Ahmed, and on his day, if he's on fire, he can make things happen. Yesterday, I think it's the first time we saw him play the 1 match. Yesterday, didn't play the first, came in the second, and he bowled okay. In fact, they bowled well in both their matches. It was just the batting let them down in both. They managed to dig out a win in 1. Good start, lovely seed. Good delivery and a little bit of away movement. So Jabui is the first to say, yeah, good ball. Watch this. He draws Jabui out and then there's that movement away. So the classical defensive stance from Jabui, but he gets beaten. Talking about great bowlers, I'll talk about one in a moment. Born on this day in 1865. And more defensive than Chibui wants to see what Ahmed has to offer, so giving him a little bit of respect. So yeah, 1865 birth of one of the greatest bowlers of all time, England's George Laman. His stats are jaw-dropping actually. In 18 tests, he took 112 wickets at an average of 10.75. To put that in context, nobody else with 70 test wickets has an average below 15. That's quite incredible, actually. And he took a wicket every 34 balls and conceded just 1.88 runs per over. That's quite amazing, isn't it? And that, of course, is the late George Lohman, who was born on this day in 1865. And another one that I really have to mention, Ahmed comes in again. It's played away, but you have got the third back there. So once again, after getting 31 in the power play, the next few overs, they're not able to get the acceleration. As Chima's over only went for 6, and Ahmed, nice and tidy from him at the moment. Yeah, 1965, a great few minutes for Australian cricket, as the War brothers are born on this day in the Sydney suburbs. Steve, about 4 minutes older than Mark, made his test debut 5 years before his brother lit up Adelaide with a dreamy 138 in 1990-91. Mark had been called up to replace Steve, but eventually they became the first male twins to play in a test together. In all, they did it on 108 occasions. So on this day, 1965, the great War brothers were born, and weren't they fantastic? And many a time, not just sometimes one, sometimes both, put marvellous performances in, especially in those test matches. Pretty happy and pleased with himself at the moment here is Waqas Ahmed. Can he finish the over well? And that's a good delivery. He really is tucking up Chibui. And Chibui, he said not want to be tucked up. We saw him having a bit of a field day, a bit of an outing in the earlier match when he was troubling the bowlers. But you see here, he's likes to get, what with Chibui is, he likes to give himself a little bit of room, get himself in a good position, and then get the swing going. But when somebody's got a little bit of extra zip about them, as Waqas Ahmed is showing here, he ends up being a little bit late on him because he's going for power than timing. Only 2 off the over. Whatever happens here, it's a good one. And he'll finish it a good one. Excellent spell. Sensational. And that takes us to the halfway point. And they score 39 for 1. Just a couple of runs from it. And again, it's the same old story. Although it was better in the power play, only the 1 wicket down, but they just can't get things going. Here's what we'll be looking at when we go to the Cardiff Oval, starting on the 25th of September to the 18th of October. The Field of Dreams. Yeah, it will be indeed in the region of Andalusia. Group A, Group B, Group C. Take your pick. Only one team will qualify and go into the championship group where England and Netherlands are awaiting. Don't forget, straight after that, we'll have the Challenger division as well. Oh, it's going to be an absolute cracker. And the Cardomania will be rocking the world once again there at the beautiful region of Malaga. And we'll be going there several times. Don't forget, we'll have the ECC women's as well. And no, it's the call as Ricky Gill gets there pretty quickly. Chima does come straight back. I like this. Sometimes teams have been tempted to put other bowlers on, but when somebody's bowling well, keep them on. Now we could have another injury as this one's also caught the foot. Now it's Ejaz, isn't it? Ejaz, of course, already does have a bit of an issue. Well, look at him here. He's barely walking. And you know what? That's the same foot that he crunched himself on last time. This time, I don't know if he's got any bat on this or whether it's gone straight on the foot, but, well, oh, there he goes. Oh, not again, he says. Ejaz, he'll be batting on his knees soon. Plays this one away. And quick, early. One thing I like about Ngoni Chibui is his calling is great. You can hear him from here. And I've got the headsets on. So if we can hear him, then I think everybody around the ground can hear him. Yes. He's a good early caller. It's one of the first things that you're taught, isn't it, as a batter. Get that good early calling. Short delivery, which gets a little bit wasted. He shows his hand a bit early here, does Chima. I was saying about Chima, he's difficult to pick with the pace of his ball. But on this occasion, when he's going to bowl the short ball, he sort of gives it away. You can see from his body that it's going to be a short one. And he wastes it as well. If it was at the body, it would have been a good delivery, but he's down the leg side. That also means it's one for the over, so he can't bowl another one. Played away, gets the call, and takes the single. And Tika Koi. Oh, that's just classic comedy. Cue the music from here. Hang on a minute, let me find it. Okay, ready to press play. And all good so far. And then I like it being sped up as well there. Good work there from 2 circles. That just, there's no need for it. And what I was just about to say there is you could hear the eagle saying, Koi galni, koi galni. I'll translate that after this delivery from Chima. And gone. Great catch. Good bowling. And he just had Chibui's number, didn't he? And Chima gets the wicket of Chibui. It's a good catch taken by Sohail. So Sohail makes amends in the end. Well, maybe that was part of the plan, Sohail says. I wanted you to give him 2. I wanted him back on strike so I could take the wicket, take the catch. So Chibui is going to depart. But yeah, Koi Galni basically translates to don't worry, it's only a single. And then, of course, Sohail throws it away. But that's a good, sharp catch, good glove work. That ball comes off the bat pretty quickly. Chima gets the wicket. And Jabui, who was really frustrated there, he also will go for 12, but 12 or 15. Nicely held there by Sahel. And again, good reward this time for Chima. And then the bowlers, we know they will bowl well. They are very, very good, tidy bowlers. They don't give too much away. It's this is a new player, Jiwana Chaturanga, comes out to bat here at number 4. And he plays and misses. Umpire Andrew Begg kind of thought about the wide delivery. Could see him looking and thinking, and in the end the arms just stayed where they were. It's another dot. Oh, they have just come to an absolute standstill here. The last 2 overs. Chima's first went for 6. Waqas Ahmed went for 2. This one's gone for 4. And no doubt, well, I'll be very surprised if they don't bring Waqas Ahmed in to bowl the 7th. Holding him back for what? Just keep going. Just keep trying to knock the big boys out. That's a really good delivery. It's a tremendous bit of bowling, this from Chima. He's been unlucky as well. It was the one that went to the boundary, which was not his fault at all. It was more a fielding error. 10 runs off his 2 overs. That over only goes for 4. He picks up a wicket as well. And the Bliss Warriors, they've been here before, though. They're 43 for 2. And it doesn't look like, at the moment, Waqas Ahmed's coming on the bowl. If he is, he's all of a sudden grown a lot of hair. 43 for 2, 6 overs completed. Good over that. So Chaturanga, let's see what he has to offer. He's been given a chance, so that's good. It's in line with what we were talking about. It's going to be Ricky Gill. Ricky Gill started things off with a good catch on the 45, and he's going to bowl a wide ball here. I must admit, I'm a little bit surprised. You know my thoughts. If you're bowling well, and especially if you're a quick bowler, Waqas Ahmed's first over was sensational. He just gave away 2 runs, and he bowled with some fierce pace. You go straight back to him. You can hold him back, and he may not find that rhythm again. And you could have always bowled Ricky Gill in the next over. That's a better move from Ricky Gill. Getting good bounce. And Ijaz Hussain. Now, I always say that when you've got an injury, now he just has clocked his own foot on 2 occasions. That foot is hurting him big time. And that does, of course, it affects you. He knows what he should be doing. He just can't get hold of them. Well, he gets hold of this, though. That's a good, solid shot. As he walks into it. Have a look at the footwork here from him. On this occasion, he's deep in his crease. Now watch him go here. Yep, a little shuffle across to the leg side. Gets the ball where he wants it. And he clears the field with a biggie. Shaba. Ginna Sona. Shaka Lagya. 6 carreras. And want a few more of those. Now he'll carve this into the air. Catch gets taken. And Ricky Gill gets his man after being hit for 6. It's a nice catch there taken by the fielder. That's Safi again. Remember Safi, he took one, or almost took one in close very early in the match. But this time when he's been pushed back, he comes in. It's good alertness from him, actually. When you're in that position, you've got to be alert. You've got to know the ball might come your way. And he is alert. He comes in. Look at the head. Perfectly still. Eyes fixed on the ball. Straight into the hands. He just will go for 24. 24 of 15. Delivery. Safi holds on to the catch. And Ricky Gill, he did get pumped for a big 6, but he does bounce back with a wicket. He just gets a few gentle high fives. He no doubt will now sit down, take his shoe off, and put a bag of ice or something on that foot. So 3 down, that wicket falling just when the Bliss Warriors brought the 50 up. And it's Lahita Kalhara who now comes in to bat. He made 49 in the first match of the day, 49 not out. So in good form. He's a very good player. Myself and Phil G like him a lot. He's exceptional in the field, though we were a little bit surprised that in the last match he didn't hold on to his normal fielding position at long on. Chaturanga plays and misses at another, and he's getting some advice there from Kalahara. As soon as he plays that shot, you can see Chaturanga just looks up at the skies and mumbles something to himself. Come on, he says, I can do better than this. He's keen to impress. He wants to hold on to this position. And a wide ball given here. I'd like to see this one again. It didn't look so wide to me, but umpire Mr. Thiessen calls this one, and I suppose it's difficult with that angle. Does any of this ball catch that line or not? And once it goes past the line, it's easy to say. Right, edge, but Safi's a little bit wide, and he throws himself at this. It's a great effort from Safi. Samuela Safi charging around. It's Umair Safi, beg your pardon. Getting me Safi's mixed up. Umair Safi charging around, throws himself at it, but he can't stop it. It's a good job he doesn't do himself a favour. I've seen plenty of the fielder sort of hurt or dislocate their shoulders trying to stop this, but he wasn't able to do it. They do get a second boundary in the over, so Ricky Gill goes for 13, but does pick up a wicket. 56 for 3. 18 balls to go then. So you have a look. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll let you have a look at your 2025 calendar. And my tip would be get your phone out, take a photo and save that, because we're going to a lot of places. And people say to me, where am I looking forward to going? Well, I've got to say, I'm delighted that we're going to 2 other destinations in Spain. So we'll be going to, of course, to Alfas de Pi. They're in the region of Alicante. They like this one. Now, any bat on this or not? I mean, there was a sound, but I'm guessing it catches probably the upper body. That's what Lahara is saying, and I think he's right. I think this ball, it does too much. It follows him right into the body and then goes into the hands of the keeper. This is Amir Faisal now is coming on to have a ball. Basically, what they're showing us here, the Eagles, that in terms of bowlers, they are loaded with them. That one just gets clipped to 45. I mean, Faisal again here coming on the ball, and he looks sharp. So every bowler that we've seen so far is, apart from Jesse, it has to be said that for some reason, Rajinder Jesse just hasn't been at his best the last 2 times we've seen him with the ball. But I'm sure he'll come back strong as well. Maybe use him as the batter. I don't know. But they've got plenty of bowlers. But chance and gone. Good work. Really good work. And yeah, the umpire will eventually give it. There's no doubt about it. I don't think you can claim there's nothing but bat on this. Bat or gloves. That's a really good catch. Exceptional work from Sohail. Well, he's making amends after his little Benny Hill comedy moment he gave us. But yeah, that's off the bat. Great footwork, great anticipation. I've said this before, and he takes it in the webbing off the glove. Really good catch. Nicely done. And Jiwana Chaturanga, he's going to have to depart. He never could really get going, could he? He'll go for 4 or 5. Thanks to a good catch and another bowler picking up a wicket. This time it's Fazal's turn to get one. And again, it's Sohail behind the stumps. Good little bit of work from him. Delusha Lakshan then. Now coming in at number 6. He's a lot better than that. The only thing is time is running out. Oh, wow. This time he wants to do the same thing again. Banging it in short. Well, he was hoping for the same kind of dismissal. But Lakshan, he gets a lot more onto it. Gets a nice swivel on this. A little bit of the other MJ. Oh! As that one will fly over Sohail and go to the boundary. So I like that. Rajinder Jassi just runs over to the bowler and says, okay, it worked once. It didn't work the second time. Let's go at the stumps here. Let's go at the stumps. Let's not give these runs away. You can see that breeze. I wish some of that breeze was coming in here. That's not that far from us, but I know what's happening. It's blowing behind us. Shot, chance. Great save. Great save. And Umair Safi, he's a little pocket rocket out there, isn't he? He's taken a catch. He's made some saves. This one as well. Look, once he realises, all right, he does get hands onto it, but I think he saved 3 runs there. If he takes the catch, it would have been magical. It would have been a magical moment. I think that ball is always dipping. He's done exceptionally well to save the boundary. A ball to go then in this, the 8th over. And bends his back, does Fazal. It's just going to be a single. 63 on the board. 4 wickets down. That over goes for 7. And Kalahara, he's once again seems to be struggling. And he's got Delusha Lakshan out there with him, who has hit a boundary. Plenty of options. And it looks like Ricky Gill is going to bowl the night. So they're probably saving Waqas Ahmed to bowl the last over. Gill says we're ready. I get the feeling they are aware that we've got about just under 3 minutes to bowl this over in, which shouldn't be an issue. And that's hit pretty well. Fielder's got a bit of work to do and doesn't do it well. Yeah, isn't there? It's a big difference, isn't there, when we look at fielding like this and then we switch teams and replace the fielders with those of the Bliss Warriors. The Bliss Warriors aren't letting these sort of things go to the boundary. They're stopping them. So it's probably they haven't done that bad. It's probably only the second time that they made an error like that. And then there was, of course, the overthrow from Sohail. Edge, talking of Sohail, he can't get to this one, and nor can Safi. So back-to-back boundaries. One a mistake, and one a little bit of luck. And the thing about this one is, of course, we'll dwell on it, that if the last one was stopped, it should have been just a single, then Kalahara would not have been on strike. So Kalahara, that's better. 2 boundaries, one kind of assisted, but that one, a little bit of luck. Gill. His first over also went for 13, so he's a bit of a surprise. Remember, he came back when we thought that Waqas Ahmed would. All right, in he comes again. And this time Fuller. And a better ball into the gloves of Sahel. So this field at the moment, they've stuck with Safi being deep. They've got a man on the 45. And then on the leg side, they've got mid-wicket in, but they have got square leg and long back, long off, and a sweeper on the offside. Slow ball, cleverly bowled, and he's going to be disappointed, Ricky Gill, that he's let this one go past him. It was a slow ball from him. It was slowly hit from the batter, but the fielding from Ricky Gill was pretty slow as well. So slow, slow, slow results in a slow single. Okay, Lakshan knows what he's got to do. He's got to latch onto these. He's got a charge, got to come down the track. Gives himself a bit of room, and he plays it away. Safi in the action. Beautifully done, Amir Safi. He saved a lot of runs out there, and he gets a lot of warm applause from his teammates. And the little pocket rocket continues to impress on the boundary. Slides and makes the stop. Expected score around 86 this time. They have defended 80, remember. And 4 runs. If it gets past, and it will get past, just clipped away. That'll help. So 4 of the last from Gill. So he was hoping to keep it under 10, but it will go for 14 the over. 14 from it. And the score into the 70s now, then 77 for 4. That once again will be the one thing that, if anything, will be disappointing. If Shahan Dookie, it will be the rate that they've scored at. I said right at the beginning when Oranga, I said at the time when he got out for 12 off 7, that I prefer that from when he's making 20 odd off 19 deliveries. It's better, and if all the other batters had that approach, even they still wouldn't be bowled out. And I was absolutely right. They've only lost the 4 wickets going into the last over, so they can afford to be much more aggressive. But then again, like I've said, maybe they know that if they get to these sort of scores, we'll be looking to get close to that 90, and with the big over, they might even get to the 100. But surprising who they elect to do the bowling here. They will go back to to Rajinder Jesse, which is a huge surprise, actually. Jesse went for 17. He bowled over number 2. And you got, amazingly enough, Waqas Ahmed, who bowled just the 1 over and conceded just 2 runs. So you can make up your mind about that. Maybe they just want to give Rajinder Jesse some confidence. Maybe they do feel that, oh, well, I think Jesse pulls away from this because he probably had the instincts that most cricketers have and say, yeah, it's in the air, catch it. And then at the last moment it says, no. I think it's probably better that I save parts of my body and don't get involved with this. So, still not bad. It's just a single. So he's got a dot ball and a single. See if he can keep the line right here. Now bowling to Kalhara. That's hit well. There's a fielder out there. Who does well, makes a stop. In comes the throw. No chance of taking the second. Good work. It's nicely done. And that's Buckers Ahmed, who's probably thinking, yeah, you're applauding me, but hey, captain, what happened to my second over I was promised? Look at the kit there, the Eagles. I do like that. Maybe you can have a nice close-up on that, Emans, when the bowler walks back after this delivery. Well, batter's walking all over the place. It's in the air. Catching chance, is it? Yes, nicely held. And it is Jussie that will get the wicket. It is straight in the hands of the fielder. He was, it was like he was sat down on the deck chair, just sipping on a pina colada, and then thought, oh, hang on a minute, what's this? Ah, it's a grizzly. And then he puts a little bit of mayo on it just for fun when he takes the catch. There he goes, rolls around the mayo, nicely taken. Chima holds on to the catch, and Lakshan will have to walk off for 7 of 6 deliveries. So well done to Chima. Good catch taken. And yeah, well done to Jassie. Now look, if this is a good over, the captain could have done a great thing here and given Rajinder Jassie the kind of confidence that he needs back in his game. Because his last 2 overs that he's bowled haven't gone well and haven't gone to plan. This one though, only 2 from it, and he has taken a wicket. 2 more balls to go. 79 for 5. Place it out, and once again, a hand on it. Will they attempt the second? No, they won't. So again, good fielding. Eagles, they are flying high, bowling well, fielding well. I'm not going to say exceptional. There have been some errors, but much better than what we've seen from them in the past. And they are keeping the Bliss Warriors, looks like, to a score in the Grady 80s. They have, as I said, they made 80 in match number 6, the first of this match day 2. And it looks like it'll be 80 again here. That is the end of the innings. So they made 80 against Phoenix and restricted the Phoenix to 68. The Phoenix, it has to be said, were a little bit shocking in that match. Now the Royal Eagles, well, they're congratulating each other. They're hugging each other. And that's nice, actually, for Rajinder Jassie, because remember, he went for 17 in his first over, and I thought, well, that's a real risk to go back to him, but he only goes for 3 in his second, and he does pick up a wicket. So 80 for 5. As I was in the process of saying, 80 was enough against Phoenix, but will it be enough against the Royal Eagles? But it has to be said, it was a low-scoring one last time in match number 2 between these two. 79 was only just got to by the Royal Eagles. They finished on 82, getting there with 3 balls to go. But then second time round, they only got to 70 when they were chasing 102. So this one could go either way. I think it all depends on how the top order of the Eagles go. I think the first 2 wickets probably are going to be very key. If you can get those, then who knows? Well, that one was one there. Jassie just helped along the way. He gave it a little boot, and the ball did go to the boundary. But they managed to take the chances when they were there. Chibu was really tucked up well. I think Chima bowled so well to him. He really did. He didn't give Chibu anything that he wanted. He kept him outside the off. And then Ijaz Hussain, we know that he's injured, and they always say beware the injured batter. But the only thing is that he would injure himself even further, and then he would give his wicket away. Safi taking the catch. What about Safi? I mean, look at him here, throwing himself around all over the place. He wasn't able to get to that one, but he was key. Also, I think Sohail was key as well. That was a really good catch. Good bit of anticipation to get there. He tries to do the same thing again, does the bowler, but this time round, Fazal gets the treatment. Yeah, there were a few of those, but nowhere near as many as we've seen, and there was a little bit of luck sometimes as well for the batters. Well, swing hard and maybe you deserve your luck, as that one got away from Gill and would go to the boundary. But just when you thought that there could be that big over that would get them to the 90 or the 100 mark, a wicket would go. This time it's Chima doing the catching, and it's Rajinder Jassie bowling a very good final over, which only went for 3 runs. So looking at this batting scorecard, he just was saying 24 off 15. He got a little bit of support there from Aranga. I said, and look, he's not going to be in the 20s, Tom Aranga, but I think that's a better innings. And I said that before. Just look at the strike rate. When you compare it to some of the others there, 12 or 15 and 16 off 11. So I think Aranga, that's more what you got to do. So that's good from him. Tupu, he just never got going. They bowled really well to him. Chaturanga gets an opportunity, wasn't able to make the most of it. And Kalahara, he did stick around out there. He's the not out batter. They probably will argue that he didn't get too much of the strike, but he did get 11 balls to get to the 16 that he's at. So we're not quite seeing that sort of 300 or 250, 300 strike rate that you want to be seeing from some of these batters. The big question, of course, is will the 80 be enough for the Bliss Warriors? Quick look at that bowling scorecard. It was only Waqas Ahmed, amazingly enough, who didn't pick up a wicket, but he's one over. Oli went for 2. Amir Fazal, he's one over, went for 6, but he did pick up the wicket there. And Rajinder Jassi, 20 come off his 2 overs, but that last over, Oli, the 3 runs. It was Ricky Gill, actually, was the one who was expensive. He went for 13 and 14 in his 2 overs. So we will take a break now. It'll be about 10 minutes time, and then I'll go and have a spot of lunch, and it will be Phil G talking you through the conclusion of this match. Match number 8, when it will be the Royal Eagles needing 80 for victory. And who knows, maybe the Eagles, maybe they will be flying high, maybe they will be eyeing up 4 points in this one. Can they get to the 80 in 7? Well, if they go well from the start, there's every possibility they can. Phil G will be back in about 10 minutes time, and then I'll be there to join you for the start of match number 9 a little bit later on. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back, cricket fans, to the continuation of this third match today. Match 8 coming your way. The run chase is about to kick off. Bliss Warriors posted a score on the board, and it's going to be time to see if the Royal Eagles can overhaul that one. There it is there. Bonus point equation tells us that 80 was the score on the board. So for the batting team, pretty straightforward. Score those 80 runs in 7 overs or less. 81 runs that'll be. And for the fielding team, Bliss Warriors to try to restrict them to 56 or less. And what we've seen so far in this tournament, we've seen Bliss Warriors defending scores which are quite low. So they're becoming a bit expert at that kind of defence. Let's see if they can do the same here in this match. So once again, just welcome everybody in the YouTube chat, or maybe you're watching from India via fan code. Doesn't matter how you're watching us. I welcome you to the commentary area. Phil G here to take you through the next innings. Rico's off to go a bite to eat and have a bit of a break with the crew, and he's deserved it as well. Very tough conditions here, not just for players, but also for a crew alike. People huddling under any shade possible when they can, because the sun is really beating down. I was just telling Rico when I came back from my little wander that there is a breeze coming across the ground, but even that breeze has actually gotten really warm too. It's like someone following me with a hairdryer right around the ground, and that hasn't happened since the 1980s. Not that I ever used to have someone follow me around since then. Actually, yes, they did. Never mind. Anyway, that's a personal issue. We'll talk about that a bit later. Let's get into this match. Royal Eagles, can they overhaul this target? Is this going to be another incident similar to match number 2, where the Royal Eagles, they overhauled the target and got the win on the board against the Bliss Warriors? So far, the only team to have beaten Bliss Warriors. And that was match number 2 yesterday. We saw that happen. Could happen again here. Looking forward to seeing how this is going to turn out and how Bliss Warriors are going to approach this game, considering the history between the two teams in this tournament. Going to be a really interesting run chase coming up. 2 batters are out there. There's the striker just getting his little stretch in. A little bit of yoga on the crease there. Takes his guard. That's Jan. Sahel is at the non-striker's end. Abid Singh with the ball. Here he comes. Gives us a leg side wide to kick things off. For your ECM bingo card, make sure you tick that one off. That's a popular one. That'll probably be the centre square. If Tina and I get around to making those bingo cards, that will be the centre square, I reckon. And give everyone a little chance to get off the mark straight away with a nice little tick. But we shall see what happens here. Shout out to people in the chat. I see Terry Richmond, you've been with us for most of the afternoon. Good to see you there in the chat. Dave B, of course, was 20, now 21. I'm guessing that's why the name's there. Helix has joined us as well. Good to see you there, Helix. I didn't spot you there before. And Chris Smith as well. Danielle, I've seen you around there. Bundaziwa to you. And Bundaziwa to everybody, of course. Everyone, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the game. No matter if you've got a blue spanner or not, always great to see you in the chat. Drop us a line. If you have any random questions, throw them our way. Myself and Rico are always here for you, for help you with anything cricket related or even non-cricket related. Our doors are always open, especially during the time of cricket being played here. So second ball. The fielder was just getting set for the left-hander. It's a good dot ball. So left armour to left-hander. Bliss Warriors have been quite impressive so far in this tournament. They played 4 games yesterday. This is their last game for today. They played 3 on the spin today. We'll see if fatigue creeps in the later part of this game. At the moment, they're still looking quite sprightly. So they will get a day off tomorrow. Just for everyone's awareness, we won't have Bliss Warriors at the ground tomorrow. They get the day off. Then they're going to return on Wednesday for 2 matches. And then, well, it looks to me like they've booked themselves a spot in the final already. I'd be pretty confident to say that I'm expecting them to be, if they're not top of the standings, they'll definitely be there in second. I just get the feeling it's how things have worked out. They've played 6 games. This is their 7th game in the tournament, and they've got a lot of points in their pocket there. So they've done a great job. They've defended well too. They haven't made amazing scores. They've been scoring pretty much around about 100 almost throughout this entire tournament. They've batted first in most of their games, but defended so well. That's a lovely strike. That goes square, and it's going to just make the boundary line, I believe it does. Just trickles over. Only just, though. Have a look at this in the replay. It's just going to pull up there. Just almost didn't make it, but it does indeed. So that's a nice boundary in the first over. 6 on the board. 1 more to come in this over. Not a big target on, but as I said, as we've talked about through this entire series, run chasing here seems to be quite difficult. Not many teams have succeeded in chasing the required runs. And Bliss Warriors have been exponents at defending small scores. Hit there with a lot more power than the previous shot, and that is going to definitely get to the boundary line. 4 runs there. So a couple of boundaries in this over. Sahel, the left-hander, he's turning it on here. He's got the necessary runs to keep this score exactly where it needs to be. The run rate required is just popped down just a little bit. Not chasing a big score, so really well done. Helix has a question. Phil, question. How many bears are in Doe's Woods? Oh, Helix, that's a great question. I reckon in Doe's Woods there's a lot of bears. There's my answer. A lot of bears. Often my question is, how much can a koala bear? Well, I tell you what, I just saw the 95 pop up for the number of games since we've had a golden ball. I tell you what, there's not much more that this koala can bear before he's going to crack it, because I really want to get that number down back to 0. We need a reset. That's what we want. We want a dead set reset of that score. And Rico said it this morning. He said, what's the likelihood of Hornchurch ECS resetting with a golden ball on day number 1, and whereas we're toiling away in the heat trying to find a golden ball? Could happen. Up in the air. It's going to be a tough chance. Oh, Lakshan, he's only inches away from crossing that one. He had all the correct momentum. The hands were in the right spot. In the end, the ball probably just missed the hands by about 6 inches. Have a look at how it comes down. Yep, look at that. Just a slight misjudgment. Just need to extend those elbows a bit. Interesting also, a bit of a slide on the ground. There's been a few times I've seen fielders slip and slide on the ground there. The grass probably does need a bit of a haircut. There's still the moisture from, the torrential rain we had a week ago and a week and a bit ago up until about last Wednesday. It only stopped about on Thursday. Then on Friday we had the massive storms where we were getting the government-issued warnings sent out to the population. That's been hit up in the air and straight down the throat of deep mid-wicket. So the wicket does fall, despite it was Lakshan who couldn't take the catch in the previous ball, but the wicket does fall the very next delivery. So that's not too much of a costly error at all. Just that poor shot selection and poor execution as well. Picks out one of the only 2 fielders who are outside the circle, and not sure why you want to elevate into a place that's clearly a danger zone. Hoping to get it over the boundary line rope. And then as he walks off, he practices a forward defence shot. Maybe there's some irony in that. And then a shake of the head. There's no irony in that. There you go. So Helix, thank you very much for that question about how many bears in Doe's Woods. I appreciate the way you've asked that question too, by the way. And have a look at that. That's a nice catch. Just watches it straight into the hand. Pretty happy fielder out there. And the lone fielder who was out there for that catch has now disappeared. What is he doing? He's come into the infield. They're still trying to work out the infield here. Duke it is who came on and got the breakthrough. Pushes the dot ball through a little bit quicker, that one. So 11 for 1. Eagles here. Not chasing a big target. Chasing a target where they need another 70 of 33. The run rate required is at 12.7. They need to be consistent with the run scoring, with the boundaries. And these dot balls, just Ricky Gill comes in higher up the order than I think probably he should. And he's chewing up a couple of dots here now. As I said in my introduction, which didn't unfortunately get to air, but Rico also echoed those sentiments as well, that Royal Eagles, a team which have got 1 win over the Bliss Warriors, the only other team in this tournament who've actually got a win over Bliss Warriors. So if someone's going to get a second win over them, it's going to be them. They get every opportunity here, chasing 81 within the allotted 10 overs. Swivels, shouts of catch, but that is wide behind square, and that's going to bounce over the rope for 4 runs. Dookie, hands on hips, the double teapot handle stance, walks away from the pitch and says, well, that's it for me. And he yells out, guys, next over, 15 for 1, 2 overs gone. So who was planned to come to bowl next one? Of course, it's going to be Abasin. He's going to come to bowl his second, as he should. So Look at that, the standings. 18 points, Bliss Warriors sitting top of the table with that previous win they had over the Bucharest Gladiators. That pretty much secures them a finals berth on Wednesday. I think Rico and I are pretty much in agreement on that one. So for me, it's Phoenix and Royal Eagles to fill that second space in the finals. Royal Eagles with a red-hot chance to do this. And don't forget, they've got the match coming up after this against Phoenix. So there's something to play for here for them. And obviously the next match, very important as well. That's gone straight up in the air. It doesn't have the legs for a boundary. And it's been caught probably about 5 metres inside the boundary line rope. A good catch, very good catch indeed. And that is that's pretty tough going then for the Royal Eagles, who are trying to hit out, and they don't seem to have the power to make the chassé that they need to, just to get that extra oomph to go over for a 6. Have a look at this. Steadies himself, nicely caught, long way away from the boundary line, and well caught indeed. And it's all looking very familiar, getting a dreaded sense of deja vu here. I'm not talking about the special down at my local takeaway store, the deja vu with a bit of hot sauce. This is deja vu, clean and crisp in my head. I feel we've been here before. This is not good. Team's buckling. Rico said it earlier. He said, look, the Bliss Warriors, they're a good team, but the unforced errors coming out of the other teams is what's getting them over the line. And I 100% wholly agree with that. And here we have the Royal Eagles, who I thought were starting all right, looking okay. 15 for 2 suddenly, still inside the power play. And Bliss Warriors look like they're executing their defence of a score of 80 perfectly. Just pushed on the ground, shouts of no, no, no. To be fair, Mahesh Abhisinj has bowled beautifully, and he's the bowler you want to see off, not a bowler you want to sort of try to get after. If you do that, you want to be absolutely supremely confident you can do so, but he's a clever bowler. Bit quicker that one. Nicely bowled. I'll let everyone in the chat has also joined us. I was shouting out to Helix. Also good to see Dave B in the chat as well. Terry Richmond. I realise that there's also some cricket going on over in England at the moment on the European Cricket Network. Hope you're enjoying that as well. And also probably you're watching us at the same time. Oh, a bit of evasive action for everybody there. Unfortunately for the fielding team, that's just outside my line of control and I can't quite grab that one. That has rolled straight past me, unfortunately. And that has gone for 4 runs. Evasive action taken by the non-striker. As the ball comes back. So 62 from 26 required. That run rate has now climbed to 14.3. And it's climbing every time I look down at it. So Bliss Warriors looking like that they are becoming the defence experts in this tournament. They seem to be doing a great job of constantly putting a score on the board and defending it. Swing and a miss. Gets a bit of rush of blood there, pro from the previous boundary. Just feeding a bit of extra enthusiasm into the batter. Can't connect though. Gill, 4 from 4. Alarm, he's 4 from 4. And the Eagles need to step up here. If you want to play in the final on Wednesday, this is your test, Eagles. You've got to step up. I'll try that one again. Yeah, 62 from 25 to pick up all 4 points. Don't think they're looking for a 4-pointer here. I think they will just look to secure the win if they can. Still a long way to go. They already lost 2 wickets. Last ball, the power play coming up. Crunch. That's emphatic. That's a great shot. And that's spilled by a catcher who's on the wrong side of the boundary line. It's one of the Eagles in the dugout. He doesn't hold on to a red-hot chance. Hope he doesn't do an injury either. And Alarm has sent this one out of the ground. Big hit, big strike. Just what the doctor ordered. And that's going to be the power play done for the Royal Eagles. Let's have a look at the current situation with the 3 overs gone. That is going to be, well, it's not bad. I mean, obviously they lost 2 wickets. That's not too good, but 25 on the board. That's not too bad. Wouldn't be too upset about that. Abhisinj goes for 20 all up, so he's a little bit more expensive than we're used to seeing him. Only gets the 1 wicket as well. So he's not getting that ball to move around as much as he has yesterday. And the batters are probably very happy about that as well. He had that ball absolutely on a string, just moving it wherever he needed it to go. Batters had no respite at any time against his bowling attack. So, Aranga da Silva in the shades. He's going to get a chance to have a bowl. Carried his bat in the previous innings, so obviously he's not tired. Happy to come on and roll the arm over. Let's see how he goes. Going to slow things down a bit as well, looks like. Still trying to get that field right, though. Let's have a look. Yeah, the deep cover is moving around. It was a bit too square for their liking. Moved around a bit now. Goes to play a bit of a late cut and almost changed his mind from a late cut to a defensive prod out on the offside and ends up getting nothing. Lucky to get a feather edge on that one. Oh, tossed it up. Now, if you watch that again on replay, Ricky Gill had no idea what to do with that. It was like giving a golf club to a blind person saying, there you go, hit that. And he had no idea what to do with it. Astonishing. Well, now he gives a bit of a dance and a loft. And it's going to carry the boundary line for a big 6. So maybe could have done that in the previous ball, but clearly he had no idea. It's chalk and cheese out there. 1 minute he's deer in the headlights. Next minute he's the embodiment of Vivian Richards. Just smacks it down the ground. Apologies to Vivian Richards fans for that, but that's what it felt like. Just that one extreme to the other. Shapes to pull that one. Sort of pulls the shot ever so slightly and goes straight to the fielder out there. Couldn't have picked him out better. 31 for 2. 32 for 2 now. 2 to come in this over. Ooh, now, that's interesting. Shouts of come on there. Still 32 for 2. Gill has raced to 11 with that big strike alarm. He's on 10. He hasn't faced a ball yet this over. Cut in the air, just over the top of the outstretched hands of the fielder there. He has to run back and mop up. Chaturanga down there in that position who put out the mitt, just hoping it would stick to the fingers. It didn't. It didn't even flick the fingertips. He's probably the shortest guy on the field, to be perfectly honest. He's probably shorter than me. And I reckon that's fair enough. Maybe a taller person could have grabbed that one. Anyway, it's down the book as a couple of runs, 34 for 2 after 4. And the run chase is pretty much in hand. The run rate, I'd say, in hand. Yeah, they're going at 8.5 and over. They needed to be going at 8 and over. So everything seems to be in hand for a good run chase here for the Royal Eagles. Keeping wickets in hand. Trying to hit that loose delivery. And this Warriors trying to reduce the number of loose deliveries and making sure that they keep it nice and tight and don't give too many away. Lakshan onto bowl now. He starts his spell. Starts us off with a wide. Just as a nice little breeze is coming through the tent here. Oh, I can feel that. That's very nice. It is quite warm out there in the centre. And it's quite warm here at the ground. Temperature pushing up 28. Feels like a lot warmer outside of the tent, to be honest. In the shade, it's we're at 28 degrees. In the sunshine, oh, you can feel that sun beating down. Hit uppishly, but it's well placed, and it's going to get past one fielder, and it's going to beat the outfielder across the boundary line 4 runs. Square driven beautifully. Look at that on the side on angle. That looked really nice. Good textbook stuff, that. Sorry, Helix, I didn't see your message back. Could there be a drop bear in Doe's Woods? I reckon there could be a drop bear in Doe's Woods. That's why I'm not going to go in Doe's Woods. Helix, it's pretty simples. Don't go in Doe's Woods. And I guarantee there's a lot of people got no idea what you and I are talking about. Punched also into that same space. This time he goes a little bit finer and gets it past that same fielder who's also getting a sense of deja vu, but this time went to his left-hand side and gets another boundary. So Eagles here. Looking to upset the apple cart here and buck the trend. Trying to chase down a total. Playing against a team, Bliss Warriors, who, as I said earlier, they've been exponents of defending low totals in this tournament so far. Eagles in with a really red-hot chance here. Well, for a bonus point, if they want to get the bonus point, collect these runs inside 7 overs. They've got 16 balls to do it, but they need 38. And there's a few boundaries coming just recently, so you never know. Oh, shout to catch it. Bit of footwork done there as well. Good slide along the ground to save that from the boundary. They're going to get back for a couple. They are indeed. That's good running. That's good aggressive running, much better. We've seen some interesting running from the Phoenix and from the Bucharest Gladiators cricket clubs here today. And they could probably take a few lessons from what we've seen just then. There was two there. They hit it directly to the outfielder, who only had to move about 3 or 4 metres to his left, had to make a bit of a dive, went to the ground, picked it up quite straight away, but still got through for 2. Punch down the ground, just out of the outstretched hand of the bowler on the follow through there. Nice throw from Lakshan, just fielding just down here in front of us. Hits the stumps. That's, of course, the other Lakshan, just so you don't think I'm talking about 2 Lakshans in 2 different places at the same time. With the Lakshan with the job. Sorry, that was Dilshah. He's fielding in front of us. The other Lakshan is bowling. It's a nice short ball defended, and it runs halfway to the boundary with that defence shot just out to the offside. Nicely played. So the scoreboard keeps ticking. Gill is up to 22 now. Alarm is on 13. 47 for 2. 1 more to come in the 5th. Eagles 34 required for a good win here. Bonus point is still up for grabs. 34 off 13. Otherwise, it's 34 off 31 for a win. Punching the covers through one fielder. Captain can't stop it. And they don't look for 2 this time. Oh, it could be a buzzer. No. Probably could have almost been a second one there. They turned it down. End of the over, that's going to be 48 for 2 after 5. And these two seem to have steadied things very quite nicely here. Premier Division ECC coming your way in September. Look at this. Starting Thursday, the 25th September. Group A, then Group B 4 days later. 4 days after that will be Group C. And then there'll be a bit of a break until the championship group kicks on, and that's the Thursday, the 16th of October. So we start with groups A, B, and C, the Premier Division, and then we have a bit of a break. The Premier Division has a break, and then they come back for the championship group, where they are winners of those groups will meet the England 11, Netherlands 11. And just remember, between the end of Group C and the start of championship group is, of course, going to be the Challenger Division. The filling in that wonderful ECC sandwich, and that's something to look forward to. Tons of action down there in Kardama, and so obviously the Western Shield and the Metal Shield will precede ECC. So that's I've lost count of how many weeks it is. That could be 6 or 7 weeks of amazing cricket there in Spain. And it's September time. That kicks off. Edged. And turns down a run. Interesting. Gill gets the edge. Probably could have scamped through for one if they wanted to, but turned it down. He wanted to have a moment to himself to look to the sky and ask, how did that happen? Damal, he's got the ball. Well, they've taken the bails off, asking a question. It's a wide called. I don't know if they're going to go upstairs to have a look at the... I don't know if they called it a not out immediately. We might have a look from side on. Make up your own mind. Ooh. Now, he jumped up and then jumped down. Maybe gravity was his friend there as he came down to the ground. Have a look at this. Yeah, I think maybe the foot just beat the hand to bails. Maybe see it one more time, nice and slow, as the batter is coming down here. Nope. It's not out anyway. There we go. It was close. It was close. But as they say in the classics, close but no cigar. 49 for 2. Cut nicely. Straight to the boundary rider though. Brings up the 50. 50 for 2 in the 6th over. It's 5.2 overs bowled. Nice little shot, that one. Mardumal, who picked up 4 wickets in the earlier game today, also helped himself to a player of the match. Hit downtown, and that has smacked into the advertising hoarding on the full. Crunch, 6 runs. Just sat up for too long, and any batter worth their salt will put that one out of the ground, as exactly what happened there. Nice strike. Alarm getting into some good batting practice here. He needed it. Sort of hasn't kicked on in this tournament so far. It's a great platform for him to make a good 30, 35 runs here if he wants it. But this run chase looks like it's pretty much in control now. We'll see if I've just laid down the commentator's curse for that one. 56 for 2. Just halfway through the 6th, so plenty of time, plenty of balls to play. Shouts a catch. That's been hit nicely out towards deep mid-wicket. Just a single again, though. So they're going with a boundary and a couple of singles every over. They're going to run for a buzzer here. That's just pretty poor from the bowler. Doesn't really show much interest in stopping that ball as it comes past him. Just need to get something behind it there. And he had no backup either. To be fair for the Bliss Warriors, this is their 7th game in a day and a half of cricket. So it wouldn't surprise me if a little bit of fatigue is settling in. Gets it on the full, can't really put it away. Good work on the boundary line. Just a single again. Yeah, when you play 7 T10 matches in what is essentially a day and a half, not even half, day and a half. I mean, they played their first game yesterday morning and they're playing their 7th game now here. And it's 2 o'clock, 2:45 in the afternoon. So that's a lot of cricket. In 30 hours, they've played 7 T10 games. You can understand if a little bit of fatigue is settling in, or just a little bit of soreness as well. But they do have the day off tomorrow, and they were happy with the schedule as well. I need to point that out. There was a couple of messages in the chat a little bit early about that, about why they're playing so many games early on in the schedule. Well, the schedule was agreed to by all parties. We put the schedule together. And this was obviously in direct response to the fact that we had our first ECS washed out completely. And the teams were happy to come together and to play something, an ECS, a shorter version of the ECS when the weather was good, as it is right now. Shout out again to people in the chat. I can see Daniela's there. Hello, Daniela. Was it 20? Was it 20? Now's a 21, I reckon. KG, good to see you too, Ken. Chipped uppishly. Obviously KG in the chat from my old part of the world, from Victoria. Johnny He's joined us as well. Hello there, Johnny. And Terry Richmond, who's been with us for a few hours now this afternoon. Good to see you sticking with us there, Terry. Hope you're doing well. I saw you mention before, Terry, that it's very cold where you are right now, about 11 degrees. Oh, I yearn for 11 degrees. It's really quite warm. And the wind has dropped yet again here. Swing and a miss. Ooh. Alarm a little bit lazy on that shot. He's a bit cross with himself. He knows he's just played a bit of a nothing stroke there. It was almost like a casual look away. I'm just going to play this shot no matter what the ball is. Didn't play it on its merits. 61 for 2. And the bonus point we can say goodnight to, because they need to get 20 runs off the next 4 balls. That's wide shown. Umpire extends his hands and says, there you go. Bowler's got hands on hips. Got the double teapot handle happening here. Shouldn't be too upset with himself. Lakshan's been a little bit expensive. He's gone for 16 off his 1.2 overs. He's still shaking his head. He's still not happy about that call. Well, just needs to bowl it a bit tighter then. See how he goes on this occasion. That's better. So the scoreboard keeps ticking. That's important. Royal Eagles getting closer and closer with every ball. That's also important for them as well. Bliss Warriors, they love to break this partnership. This partnership has really stepped up and really done some amazing things for the Royal Eagles. These two came together. The score was at only 15. So it's a 48-run partnership so far. Very impressive. Shouts of no, no, no. Hits it straight to the opposition skipper, Dookie, who's there in the covers. But they are only 18 runs away. Oh dear. Looks like Ricky Gill is a bit upset with the bottom of his bat here. It did sound a little bit strange. He's indicating to the bottom, to the umpires, that his bat needs to be replaced. Oh, so watch the umpire's reaction here. And I think the umpire is saying, yep, that's okay, you can do this. As new bat is run out. The young man in the high-vis jacket. Let's see if Ricky can do well with this one. Just every now and then you hear a shot and you can hear, and obviously we all play a lot of cricket and we can hear sometimes when the shot's not right that maybe the bat has taken a little bit of damage there. Well, that sounded nicely. That sounded almost like a horse clopping across cobblestones. And that's gone straight to the boundary line for a run. So there you go. The bat change is better. Don't want to play with a damaged bat. Looked like the foot of the bat was injured quite badly. And this was a nice shot. You can hear Dookie calling out instructions to the fielders, asking why do you put yourself fine? I need you there. That's all right. As the skipper, that's your job to make sure you put the field in the right place. I don't think you need to be harsh on the players, but hey, that's the skipper. I'm just the commentator. Only 14 runs required now, 14 off 19 needed. Just played with soft hands, goes straight to the man at point. They thought about a run, would have been trouble aplenty if they'd gone for that one. End of the over, 7 overs gone, 67 for 2 on the board. It looks like the Eagles are, well, I wouldn't say they're storming their way to a win here, but they're slowly grinding their way to a win. So what's coming up next? Match number 9, Phoenix come back, and they're going to take on the Royal Eagles. And this is a match I'm looking forward to, because this is two teams I feel are pretty evenly poised. There's a number of players there we've always got our eyes on. Looking at Joshek Kadka in the Phoenix team, he's a great competitive bowler. When he gets it online, he's a pleasure to watch. And also Jaya Surya. We'll see what they do with him with the batting. I feel they haven't used him to his full potential. Probably still unsure about where they should be placing him, but a lot to play for in that match between those two teams. And as I said earlier, Bliss Warriors, after this game, they will go and take a day off for a well-earned rest, and we'll see them back here on Wednesday. And they would have played 7 games, obviously so many more games than the other teams, and they will take a deserved rest day tomorrow. And that is as simple as you like stumping there. That was Gill just getting a little bit too ahead of himself there. Chased after a wide ball, and the stumping was pretty straightforward. Have a look at this. Just goes through the big swing, and he's come undone there. Look at that. He's he didn't even make a really concerted effort. But I think you're 1.5 meters out. Your momentum's taking you forward. You're not going to be able to turn around and get back in. And cleanly taken. Bails are whipped off, and so there is the breakthrough. Third wicket falls at 68. Ooh, because is this going to be the change that we're wondering is going to happen now? Could this reverse the fortunes of Bliss Warriors? Because at the moment, you've got to say, I think the Bliss Warriors look like they're heading towards only their 2nd defeat. And funny enough, their first defeat was against this same team. So that will be interesting. That's something to keep in the back of their mind. Royal Eagles only need 13 from 16. 13 runs required from 16. Alarm still out there. He's at the non-striker's end. Just been joined by new batter, who hits this one uppishly. It doesn't have the legs. Wasn't a convincing shot though. Just a little bit too uppishly for mine. Anyway, Alarm's on strike now. He's still got 4 balls to face in this over, and I think it's his responsibility to try and hold this end. Well, no, he's gone up in the air, and he's going to cough up his wicket here. That is disappointing. Extremely disappointing that he's done that. He had every chance to stay there, hit the winning runs, and to see his team over the line in the next over or two. He had all the time in the world, and instead he's coughed up his wicket. He's given it up as easily as you like, and that is disappointing. And as he marches back to his dugout, I think his team would have a quite right to say to him, why would that happen? What's that about? We had this game in the bag. As Phil G in the commentary just said, you only need less than 5 runs per over to pick the win up here. That's all that's needed. So there was no big strike needed. They could do this in singles if they want. So this is going to kind of come down to see the Royal Eagles' state of mind as to how they want to win this game. Do you want to win it by singles, or do you want to win it in a blaze of glory in 3 deliveries? I know what I'd prefer. 69 for 4 now. Shouts a catch, just gets edged. And just the one. I mean, that's the catch, isn't it? You could win this game in a couple of big sixes, or you could win it with a bunch of singles, maybe the occasional 2 or boundary. It's still going to be points in your bank. You're still going to get 3 points onto the board. Doesn't matter how you win it, as long as you win it. Just pushes it. There's singles everywhere if they want to. That's how easy this win should be for the Eagles. There are singles everywhere. And you've got someone bowling like Mardamal, who's got no pace, and you can place him wherever you like. However, he's done with his second over. He gets 2 for 16, gets a couple of wickets. A couple of wickets during this over, which you got to say, that's didn't have to work hard for it. It was the unforced errors by the batters that's allowed that to happen. So 71 for 4. 10 more runs needed from next 2 overs. This looks very gettable. Bliss Warriors skipper Duke is going to bring himself onto bowl. Have a look at those run rates. The Worms are fully intertwined now. 2 overs to go. A few people in the chat saying they might fall over. Oh, I tell you what, Helix, if you're onto that, that'd be disappointing if they do. I heard shouts of just one. Oh, now that is a real communication breakdown on the boundary line there. So 2 players converge. The front player, a fielder, he's run over it, and his backup has not noticed that he's run over it and just allowed it through. Watch this again. Oh, he tried to put his foot down at the last minute, and then they're trying to blame each other for that. Well, that's comedy at its best. It's your fault. It's definitely your fault. And the skipper is furious. He comes back with a dot ball. 6 needed. 6 runs needed. Surely the Eagles will pick up the win here. Bliss Warriors, can they defend the next 10 deliveries? Well, Cheem has done everything you can do to try to get a dot ball there. So halfway through the ninth, 3 to come. Cheema looking to get bat on ball, score a few runs for his team. That's all he has to do. Hits down the ground, shouts a catch. And it's been spilled. Oh, just in front of us. Lakshan with a chance there. Oh, red hot chance. Puts it down. Hands on hips everywhere around the ground. Every fielder's got their hands on their hips or on their head. Hit it hard and straight. 5 from 8 required. Eagles, 5 from 8 needed for the win. Oh, goes to play the soft late cut. Too close to the body. It bounced up nice and high. And once again, you sort of think shot selection. Wakos Ahmed hasn't exactly set us alight with his batting prowess. He missed out on bowling a second over in the previous innings as well. So this is his chance to make it up for his team here. Crunches that towards deep mid-wicket. 1 bounce. Fielded cleanly though. Just a single. So if they want to do it by singles, that's exactly what they can do. They've got the ability to do it. And that's going to be the end of the 9th over. 77 for 4. It's 4 runs in the last over to get the win for the Royal Eagles. Just 4 runs. Bliss Warriors, the experts, the exponents at defending small totals with a real task at hand here. Who's going to get the last over? They're going to turn to Oranga de Silva to bowl his second. Let's have a look. See, he's got the ball. Now, looks like it's going to be the ever-injured Ijaz Ahmed, I think it is. Ijaz Hussain, sorry, not Ijaz Ahmed. He's a different player, plays for a different team. Starts us off with a wide. That's not good for him, though. So that's a quarter of the runs required right there. Now it's 3 from 6 required. This is probably one of the slowest photo finishes I've seen in a long time. But it could be indeed a photo finish. Clipped uppishly. They're going to get 1. Don't think they'll go for 2. It's fielded cleanly, so just the single. And that puts them within touching distance of ensuring they don't lose the game. 79 for 4. 1 run behind the score posted by Bliss Warriors, which was 80. 2 runs behind the required number of runs to win. That's going to level the scores now. Scores are level here at the ground. 80 apiece. And there's still 4 deliveries to come. So 4 balls to collect the 1 run. If you're the captain, are you not bringing all the field in? You are indeed. Dookie is now saying, everybody come in. Everybody. All fielders into the circle. Well, he's done the right thing there. Absolutely done the right thing. Okay. Wakas Ahmed, what are you going to do? And they're going to run, and they're home. They get the win. There you go. How about that? Royal Eagles pick up the win. They can't defend the score of the Bliss Warriors. This is the one time that they haven't defended their low score. Obviously, a few runs too shy there, but it went to the 10th over, so they had every chance to try and defend it. Congratulations to Royal Eagles. They get their 2nd win over Bliss Warriors in this tournament, and maybe that's something to lock away in the back of your minds come finals time if the Royal Eagles make it to the final, that they've got the 2 wins over Bliss Warriors in low-scoring affairs as well. So it did go close. It did go down, not quite down to the wire. There's a few balls left. I think 4 deliveries left or 3 deliveries left. And Wakas Ahmed, he stands tall and gets the runs that is needed. So well done. Well done to everybody. And there's handshakes all around, smiles all around. Let's have a quick look at the dashboard coming up your way in, what's that, about, 1/4 the hour. So that's still a few minutes away. But that is going to be Phoenix taking on Royal Eagles. So Royal Eagles have time to celebrate, shake this one off, and come back against Phoenix in this next match. Match 9 here on this lovely, warm, sunny day here as the players march off. And we're going to have a quick look at the highlight reel and see how the run chase unfolded when the Royal Eagles, they chased down a score of 81 successfully against Bliss Warriors, who, as I've said a few times today, they are pretty much experts at defending low totals, but they didn't defend this one. And there was wickets tumbling. There was a few boundaries here and there. At no time did either team really take the ascendancy and control this game right from the get-go. It was pendulum swinging this way and that way, just all that sort of thing. So there you go. It was still a few good shots, good boundaries here and there. Nice little sky there. Alarm, I was impressed with him. I thought this was a great chance for him to really get into the runs here. There's a couple of big sixes he played late in his innings, and that lovely square drive as well. So he got a couple of good boundaries, but then things got a little bit funky. Just after this sort of late shot here, he got a little bit funny against Mardumal and coughed up his wicket really quite badly. And I thought, well, why have you done that? You know, this is the thing. Teams, sometimes they forget how to win. And when you march out of the crease like Ricky Gill did there and gives himself up, made 32 runs and then gets out stumped in really strange style. 2 wickets almost back-to-back there from Mardumal. And he just suddenly thought, oh, hang on a minute. Is this the moment where Bliss Warriors find that amazing surge of energy and adrenaline and come fighting back? Like used to watching the wrestling, every time Hulk Hogan looked like he was going to lose, he would summon the crowd's energy to fight back and get the win. It felt like that's what Bliss Warriors were looking for, but they couldn't quite do it. Royal Eagles get the win with only a handful of deliveries to spare. So congratulations to them. Let's have a quick look at the card here. So what's the talk there? Ricky Gill, that 32 from 22 deliveries, and Shahab Alam, 22 from 14. Good partnership for those two there. Unfortunately for Ricky Gill and for Alam, they coughed up their wickets to Shamad Mardumal a little bit easily in that over. The stumping and then the skied catch, and just things wobbled ever so slightly. But Chima, he held his nerve, and so did Wakas Ahmed, and they saw them over the line with 3 balls to spare. The bowling card is very impressive. No one got taken to the cleaners. Mardumal gets himself 2 wickets for 16 and 1 wicket a pair to Dookie and to Abid Singh at the top there. Other bowlers unsuccessful. Ijaz Hussain only bowled those 3 deliveries. He didn't get a chance to bowl earlier, just brought on to bowl the 10th, and he couldn't contain it. Coughed up 4 runs, the 4 runs that were required. So match number 8 is in the can. It's going to show that Royal Eagles chased down successfully a score of 80 posted previously by Bliss Warriors. They win by 6 wickets with 3 balls to spare. So match 8 is done and dusted. Congratulations, Royal Eagles. Bliss Warriors, we bid you goodbye. We'll see you back here on Wednesday. You'll have 2 matches here, and we look forward to seeing you completing your group stage on Wednesday and potentially playing in the finals. It looks like you've already booked your seat in the finals, but obviously we'll have a look at the standings tomorrow night after tomorrow's 4 games. Remember, 4 games tomorrow. And we'll see how it all goes there. News from match number 9. We're going to have a delay of about 10 minutes before that game starts. So that means, I estimate, we'll probably be back at about 25 past the hour. It's only just 6 past now. So we'll see you back here. I'll be joined by Rico Full again for that game number 4. The 4th game of the day, game number 9 overall. At about 20 past. Hopefully in about maybe about 13 minutes time, we'll be back on to have a chat with you all and introduce you to match number 9. It's going to be Phoenix taking on Royal Eagles. A very, very interesting match, this one. We're going to watch it closely because that could determine, it'll give us a good litmus test as to who should get the 2nd spot in the final on Wednesday. Anyway, Phil G here. I'm rambling. I'm going to lock it up now, and I'm going to see you back here in about 15 minutes time. Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying, see you later. Don't go too far.
divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket fans and welcome back to match number 9. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network, continuing with this ECS Romania, a short down, slimmed down version from what we originally planned, but a series nonetheless. Hope you're enjoying the action coming to you live from this wonderful part of the world. Beautiful ground here too, by the way. I've fallen in love with it, I have to say. Greenery everywhere, and we're going to get straight into the next game coming your way very shortly. It's going to be the Royal Eagles taking on Phoenix. Two teams which for me, they're pretty evenly paced actually at the moment, and they're both going to be vying for that second spot in the final coming on Wednesday. My gut feeling is that Bliss Warriors, with that previous win they had earlier today, they've booked themselves into the finals, I think, for Wednesday. Hey, anything can happen. Let's get over to the coin toss. Stefan Gooch, our tournament referee, he has the captains. Stefan, take it away.
Royal Eagles to call.
Tails.
Tails is called. It's heads. You've won the toss. What would you like to do?
We're gonna bat first.
Okay, good luck. Have a good game. Phoenix have won the toss. They're batting.
So there you have it, Phoenix win the toss, want to have a bat first. Not a bad idea actually, get a score on the board. It's getting very warm out here in the centre, and it's going to be interesting to see how the teams can handle the heat now, because the sun is probably about as high as it's going to get. It's 28, maybe pushing 29 degrees. The wind keeps dropping, but when it picks up, it's so refreshing and so nice. But at the moment, the wind is completely stopped. It's very warm here in the centre. Tough conditions under the sun here, but it's there for all teams to play, and it's there for the win for the teams to pick up as well. The team who gets the win here today, they're going to probably go straight to second place on the standings, chasing, nipping at the heels of the Bliss Warriors to try to secure that position in the finals come Wednesday time. This is a very short series. That's why we're already talking about finals and who's going to be there. It's all there for the Royal Eagles or the Phoenix Club to take it on. Anyway, let's get over to Rico Full in the commentary position. Rico, news from the toss. Phoenix win the toss. Going to have a bat first.
Thank you very much indeed to Phil G doing a wonderful job out there in the glorious sunshine. I can tell you that as soon as he gets back here, the jacket is coming off. And how about that from me? A moment ago, I was in Hornchurch with Tina and Nish. Then I hopped on to the bus. I got the traffic moving, and I made my way back here to the Moravassia cricket ground in Romania. And Nish, you are absolutely right. This is one of the nicest and picturesque ground that we have in Europe. It's absolutely delighted. I have to say, though, as I leave you to have a look at the teams there. So Phoenix, they've had some changes to a disappointing team that played early today. Vishal Sharma and Nosad Mumin coming to the side. Royal Eagles, they're unchanged from the team that beat Bliss Warriors. They're the only team to do it, actually. They've played them now on 3 occasions, won 2, lost 1, but both of them being low-scoring games. But one thing I will say, been absolutely blessed this year. Some of the grounds that we went to, I had to say, that started off by going to the Porto ground there in Portugal for the very first time, right at the beginning of our season, and what a ground that is. Hope to do some more tournaments there. And then, of course, I've been to some glorious grounds. I mean, just lately, can't think of them all because it goes so quickly. Estonia, lovely ground there in Tallinn. Tallinn's a beautiful place. The Dreux ground, once again, in France, absolutely sensational. Of course, Malta, the great Marsa International Cricket Ground there. We're just spoiled for some of the venues that we go to. And I've got to say, I've got to throw in Madrid in there. First time that we went to Madrid. And though not a cricket ground, it's a baseball ground, but that looks stunning on camera as well. And welcome to all of you that I've got the split screen on. At the moment, you're watching to see if the Sharks can pick up their first victory. They're chasing 131 against Marco London. But they're just having a bit of a stutter, aren't they? Let's see if they can pick things up towards the end of the innings there. And those of you that are coming back here, welcome back. Hello to John Heasham, hello to Terry, Kroom and Helix. Yes, we will get ready to go here. And as you heard there from Phil, it will be Phoenix that will have a bat first. So we are ready to go. It is warm here now, bitterly warm. And I think certainly, remember the Eagles, they just finished a match there. They're going to be feeling this. They would have probably appreciated slightly longer break. We should have come back 15 the hour. But just running a little bit behind time. But here we go. It's going to be Baba to start. And he is going to be launched for a biggie. As that one will just bounce before the rope. Cuatro carreras. Hey, where was this? This is exactly what we were talking about Phoenix in that earlier game when we were saying, remember, they were chasing 80 from Bliss Warriors and they just didn't want to get a move and they just didn't want to take a chance. This is the way to do it. Just go out there and play your shots. And nicely played. Good start, boundary straight away. Now, this definitely isn't Jayasuriya because Jayasuriya is a left-hander. So I can tell you that. I think they might have the batters. Yeah, the batters are the wrong way around. That's Bilal. So we're just going to have to change the batters round. So Bilal starts with a good hit and then misses out on this one. We'll just get that sorted out for you. So Bilal Ahmed has got a boundary to his name. Jayasuriya trying to get going. And the thing is, when you look at the teams here, these two players, these are good batters. So it's very hard to imagine just why they haven't been scoring runs. Well, it's up in the air. This is the way Bilal got out earlier, but he's going to get lucky. Oh dear. Remember in the last match actually against the Bliss Warriors, Bilal was dropped very first ball. He could have been gone for a royal duck. Then after that, he did get to 11, then get out playing a shot like this. But this time the fielder, it's not an easy catch. I will say that. He's coming from the boundary to try and take it and not able to get there. So Bilal Ahmed, he does give a chance. I'm going to call that half a chance, but he does get dropped on 4. And Jassi, who sort of rekindled his form, he will be opening the bowling and he'll feel that he should have had the wicket there of Ahmed. Rajinder Jassi behind the stumps now. Who have they got behind? They've got Sahel, who keeps his position, and why not? Got a genuine catcher in close as well. Pitching down the leg side. And when I see bowlers appealing for these, I think they should be fined. Simple as that. Yeah. How does a bowler appear for an LBW for a ball that is pitching well outside the leg stick? I mean, even if it was in danger of coming back into the stumps, it's never going to happen. We get a chance to look at those fantastic tops of the Royal Eagles. Every time I mention it, they go off camera. And I'll try and remember next time, but I think they're fantastic. I want one of those. Hint, hint, Royal Eagles. It wants to play the Hollywood shot. Good backing up there from Jassi. I think he knows that Sohail is going to have a go here. Yeah, maybe not the right way to play. Jayasuriya, I reckon that Phoenix could take a leaf out of the Bliss Warriors book when it comes to the batting. Jayasuriya is a capable batter. He's orthodox and he can definitely bat 10 overs. Maybe he's the one who needs to be thinking that and the other batters bat around him. I don't mean by that he ends up playing tiki-taka. I mean that he plays shots like that. I mean, he's been very unlucky for me. He's probably been the most unluckiest batter that we've seen so far because he plays some glorious shots out the offside, but he always tends to find the fielders. But he's somebody who could bat all the way through, finish with a 50 or 60 to his name, and supported by the other batters, they will get a 120 on the board. That's guaranteed. What's also guaranteed is that we're going to have some fun this afternoon, and with myself and Phil G. He joins me back in the Eagle for the last 2 matches, and it will certainly get some interaction from yourselves, and I reckon we're in for 2 very good matches.
I would agree with that. Thank you very much, Rico. Yes, 100% agree with that. I think this is going to be an interesting game. First game without Bliss Warriors in attendance. They've now gone home for a well-earned rest after playing 7 games in just 30 hours of cricket. That's a lot of cricket in anyone's book. So it's now the Eagles, Royal Eagles, and this team, the Phoenix Cricket Club. They're going to go head-to-head. And yeah, I agree. I think we're going to see some exciting cricket now. And the match comes after this, of course. We'll see the Gladiators back as well.
Yeah, well, this is what's happening Hornchurch today. Of course, Tina and Nish are talking you through the action there and doing a wonderful job there as well. And I think we're going to get some fantastic commentary from Hornchurch because I know I've seen already in the brief time that I went, switched over and watched some of the action. You got the classic road running behind the ground. And this is Waqas Ahmed, who's going to do his best to get a second over in this match. Didn't do too much wrong in the last one, did he, Phil, when he bowled one over and only gave away 2 runs. No wicket, though. Maybe that was the problem. But no, going back to Hornchurch, they've got the street at the back. They've got the red London buses.
Yep.
And you know what it's like. I mean, here we can talk about animals and greenery, but you got the buses going by. You could talk about the buses. You could talk about some of the cars, the characters. Plenty to talk about there in that Hornchurch ground. Not a good delivery as he goes down the leg side this time to Jai Surya. The other thing was, I don't know if you found, when I was looking at the ground, without looking at the road and things, but just looking at the ground from the camera behind where the scaffolding is, and also camera number 4, which shows you the bowler's head, it looked so much like the Marsa International Cricket Ground.
Yes, it did. It was reminiscent of Marsa, yeah, it really was. Uncanny, really uncanny. Even from the different, I think it was the square leg camera view, I actually thought, hang on a minute, have we clicked on the wrong feed here or something? What's that about?
Oh, this is a chance, you know.
It is too.
Sohail has put this one down. This is straightforward. It's straight in and out. Look at this. Oh, he's look at the way he tries to take it. Yeah.
Oh no, that is a red hot chance.
Big moment, and well, Waqas Ahmed, he's going to say it's not my fault, Rico. I could have had a wicket as well. Oh, he should have had a wicket. That's a big moment.
He should get a second over in this match, I reckon. He didn't get a second over in the previous game, which mystified both of us, but at least he had the pleasure of being out there in the centre when the winning runs were hit. So I guess maybe that was in the back of the mind of the skipper to maybe say to him, look, not going to give it a second over, but, you know, you get to get out there and hit a few runs for us when the timing's right. You might be able to sort of walk off proud as punch that you were there for the winning runs to be hit against the current standing... Well, the standing champions, the holders at the very top of the standings ladder, and that's Bliss Warriors.
Oh, well, this one, it's made a double sound here.
It has, hasn't it?
It's sort of like, I wonder if the bat came up and hit the lid or something. It was the double sound. Wonder if we can see this again, maybe see it side on perhaps, and see if that gives us anything. I think it could have been just the gloves coming up or the handle hitting the lid.
It sounded like something hitting the grill or the lid. It sounded almost like plasticky, metally sound. Yeah. That like an alloy. That's what it sounded like to me as well. And I heard it as well. A bit more high pitched. Definitely wasn't leather on wood. It wasn't like a double hit of the cricket ball. But there was something. Definitely something. He seems okay. He hasn't sort of shaken off any cobwebs from any sort of mischief he may have caused there.
Waqas Ahmed taking a long time to get the field right. I think he's saying he's putting a slip in here. So he's taking the square leg and putting him in. I think he says he wants him in a gully. Well, he's not going to gully. He's going too far.
He's going to
it goes to sort of point.
It's a very wide gully if it's a gully. I wonder if he's going to walk in or just hold his ground there. Okay, so maybe a backward point, short backward point.
Okay, game for the shot. Fielder gets himself in position and takes a really good catch. The man with the lime-coloured shoes takes the catch. That is Chima. Beautifully judged. It's good movement from Chima. Gets himself into the position early. It's not a good shot there from Bilal Ahmed. He's not getting this right, is he, Bilal? He's getting out to that lot of times. He's not using his feet. He's trying to use his wrist, but he's getting it all wrong. He's getting the ball in the air, and having been dropped earlier on 4, he's not going to make the most of it this time. He's going to go for 5. Well done to Waqas Ahmed. He thoroughly deserves that wicket.
Completely agree with that, Rico, 100%. He definitely deserved that one. Well done to him. For Bilal Ahmed, I hope he watches that dismissal again a few times and realises that maybe he's not the wristy kind of player that he thinks he might be. Because if he's going to keep getting out like that, thinking he's got more power in those forearms, he needs to realise he doesn't. And that's how he's getting out.
Yeah, I mean, wristy players, when you see them, Phil, I mean, you see them outside the off, don't you? You see them leg side. Not hitting straight down the ground like that.
No.
You know, and if they are hitting straight down the ground wristy, they're hitting over to long on and they're clipping the ball, walking into it. Not playing it standing still.
Yeah. And the wristy player, they are wristy so they can turn the ball to the ground and not elevate every time they come to contact with the ball. Whereas Bilal, a couple of dismissals that we've seen from him already, he's just going aerial with no power whatsoever.
Yeah,
and I think he just needs to have a bit of a look at that and address that situation.
It's almost like he's trying to play safe, but in the process of trying to play safe, he's actually playing badly. He's actually giving more chances away, just catching chances.
Yeah.
Oh, good ball. Good delivery. Good delivery. Starts getting the ball angled in, and then it moves away, and the batter just no answer to it. This is Roger Kuma, the captain, who's promoted himself up the order. Don't mind that move. None of the other batters seem to be clicking, so he wants to try and take responsibility, the captain, but he gets done by a good one there.
Yeah, just the way he hanged the bat out, almost hoping just to defend it down to the side, to the right-hand side of that slip fielder. Not a really high percentage shot.
Well, now he wants to swing himself out of trouble. It's not going to do that either. So it's the end of a very good over. And Waqas Ahmed, I think he was very unlucky not to get a second over in the last match. It didn't seem to hurt them too much. They still would go on and win it. And that's what they're looking to do here, the Royal Eagles. Get another win here. And they'll be playing catch-up with the Bliss Warriors. And right on cue, there's a look at that table. So the Eagles, they are second. But you can see they are some 13 points behind the Bliss Warriors. But they do have those 4 games in hand.
Yeah, that's something to keep in mind. You look at that standings there. Bliss Warriors, they are leaps and bounds ahead on the standings table. But they have played 4 more games than every other team. And that is something that's going to be addressed in the next, the next 6 matches, which will not include Bliss Warriors. It's going to include the other 3 teams. So they will get their opportunity to catch up in terms of games played and potentially points in the points column. And that's what it's all about. Try to battle your way into that second place. And who knows, even the numbers may turn in such a way that maybe a team could battle themselves into top place. We'll see. We'll find that out as we continue here. Stifled a little appeal there. No point appealing for just a good delivery. It's got to maybe try to find an edge. But, yeah, just a bit of excitement there. Jai Sarir, 2 from 7. He's chewing up some dot balls here. So we talked a bit about him and about how they're going to use him as a batter. And I think they need to have a bit of a look at this. Maybe they should try Jai Sarir maybe coming in a little bit lower. I'm not sure because he takes a while to get going. Obviously, if he comes in a bit lower down the order and he takes a few deliveries to get going, well, that's not what you want around about sort of 7th over, 8th over. He tries that again to hit himself out of strife. Misses. Coughs up a dot ball. That's now, well, 2 from 8. And Jussie, he's bowling pretty nicely here. I noticed in the first over when a catch went off his bowling, skipper immediately ran across, gave him a bit of a pat on the back, gave him a bit of a hug on the shoulders, and you could see him literally saying to him, keep your chin up, keep your chin up, you're bowling well, keep at it. And I thought that was a really good move from the skipper to do that. Swing and a miss. Jai Sarir, you've faced 9 balls, you've got 2 runs. At what point do you simply try to hit the ball? Maybe not hit the cover off it. Maybe play yourself in a form with a couple of singles. But that scoreboard has to tick over. Surely that's the game plan from Phoenix. Get that scoreboard ticking. We're halfway through the last over of the power play. There's only 9 runs on the board. And in anyone's language, that is just not enough. Well, that one sits up for him. It comes in towards his leg stump, and it sits up just for a split second, and he swivels that around and pulls it down to the ground around for 4 runs. So a relieved Jai Sarir gets himself a boundary there, and maybe the Phoenix team could sort of also allow themselves a sigh of relief as they see a 4 scored from the bat of Jai Sarir. Need more from him, though.
Yeah, you do. Jai Sarir, swinging and missing. I don't, when I said that, he needs to try and bat all the way through. That doesn't mean you swing and miss and hope for the best. It means you just play balls on merit.
Yep.
Take the single, guide the ball down. He is a talented player. We know that. And that's what he needs to do. He doesn't need to try and... What he was trying to do is manipulate the field there because the fielders... They've got nobody on the leg side to. They're basically saying, well, go on then, hit it over the top.
Yeah.
And he was taking on the challenge but missing. Play your normal game, and try and get a partnership going there with Roger Kuma. Speaking of Kuma, he needs to try and get off the mark as well. He's faced 2 deliveries, not off the mark yet. They're mid-off, comes back into the circle. So they've got a long on and a very wide kind of backward point on the boundary. Oh, well.
Everyone goes to ground there. Oh, boy. Evasive action all around Rico. Everybody went to ground. Bowler went down. Umpire goes down. He's got a big smile on his face, though. Oh, that was close.
That's the way to do it. The umpire ducking and diving out of the way of this one. And there he goes. The umpire says, I'm going down. I'm out of here.
See you later. Not for me. Thank you very much. Yeah, the outstretched hand of the bowler was only half-hearted, but both the batter and the umpire took evasive action, quick hurry. And, well, anyway, it's score on the board. 15 for the loss of 1 wicket after the power play. That's a desperate little graph there if you're a Phoenix supporter. You're looking at that and thinking, well, we're only doing a current run rate of 5. It's early days. We need to put the foot down now. These two need to kick on.
Yeah, that was umpire Imran, by the way. Imran's out there with Ramesh. We've had a number of umpires today. We've had Vicky, we've had Andrew as well, Damindra. And for this match, Imran and Ramesh, Damindra is the third umpire. Of course, the umpire's been well led by Stefan Gooch, who's the tournament referee. So, once again, low power play, it has to be said, just a 15 from it. 15 for 1.
It's good to see the umpires are rotating because they're dressed in black, standing out there still for, 40, 45 minutes at a time each innings. And that could be pretty tough on the, tough on the body.
Just away onto the leg side. That's just going to be a single. That'll be taken there. So we've got to try. I think just keep the scoreboard ticking. I think once again we're not going to see when you're only getting 16 or 15 as it was in the power play. You're not going to get a big score here, but there's still scope to try and push it along and get past that 78 expected and try and still get a score in between the 90 and 100. And it just takes a couple of good overs to do that. Jai Surya has certainly seen plenty of deliveries. He plays that one out, and I wonder if this is a bump. I think this is a bump.
There's only animation from the catcher.
Well, he probably doesn't know this. If we slow this down, we probably would be able to see this ball going into the ground. There you go there. Goes down into the ground and then goes upwards. So Ramesh Satheesan shaking the head straight away. And, he's done very well. I've seen his umpire like Ramesh. He stands very still and watches the ball well. Of course, a very experienced cricketer as well is Ramesh. Now that's up in the air. This one's going to be
he's put it
dropped.
down, I think.
Yeah, Waqas Ahmed has put it down. When I looked at this, I thought his feet went from under him. Let's have a look at this. He has to charge at it. Watch his legs here. I don't know. He falls heavily. But he throws himself at the ball rather than lets the ball come to him.
Yeah.
He never gets a steady base. And we all know that if you don't get a steady base, it makes the catch much harder. So another life. Jai Surya gets put down again.
Yeah, leaving dangerously is Jai Surya. Dot ball there. So interesting to note that the Royal Eagles, this bowling attack, they restricted the Bliss Warriors to only 79 in the previous match. So it'd be very interesting to see as a comparison what they do here with Phoenix batters, and that's going to probably tell us a bit of a tale about the difference between the teams as well, because it's almost it's identical teams. I don't think the Royal Eagles have had any changes between the previous match and this one, and if they keep the same bowling attack, that would be a bit of a litmus test there.
Yeah, all right, catch me if you can. Fielder's lost it. He's lost it in the sun. He had no idea where it is. He had no idea where this was.
Yep.
And for a moment, he doesn't take any evasive action either. Look, he loses it once. एक बारी होए, 2 बारी, 3 बारी, किधर गई यार, बच गया यार, बॉल इधर सिर दे ऊपर लग सकती थी. He takes no evasive action. Oh, there. I mean, this got to be said, it's not easy. I mean, the sun is bright.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I think the smart players have got the cap and the shades on.
Yeah, if you're not wearing bifocals like I am, then you need to be wearing sunglasses out there. It is quite bright out there in the centre. And the moment you raise your eyes above ground level, you are getting that sun straight into the eyes, and it's quite tough indeed. Yesterday, the players were a bit lucky because we had some cloud cover come over about this time yesterday, and it almost looked a bit threatening at one point as well, didn't it? But with that cloud cover coming over, suddenly there was no sun to worry about. Catches were getting taken, because we even talked about how the fielding got a lot better as the day went on. I think that had a bit to do with it as well. So 18 for the loss of 1 after 4. It's really tough out there for Phoenix. Just remember too that Phoenix won the toss and wanted to bat first. So this is probably not to the game plan that they were expecting, with a run rate of only 4.5 and over at the moment.
Yeah, look at that, 18 on the board. And the thing about it is, I don't know how many times, we're going to sound like a broken record, me and you, but the thing about it is they've only lost the 1 wicket.
Yeah.
So again, sometimes you see this score at the end of 4 overs and it's 3 or 4 wickets down, you say, right, okay, they've got to rebuild, whatever. Only lost that 1 wicket. So,
that's right.
I mean, it should have been more. The catches weren't taken, but they just haven't been able to accelerate. But we do know, and it's worth bearing in mind, that the Royal Eagles, their bowling attack is pretty good. Here comes Jan. He was very good as well. He gets the ball to cut in. And just as I say that, He starts with a real looseness. He goes down the leg side to Rajesh Kumar, but when he puts it in the right spot, he gets his ball to nip back in. And if he pitches it up slightly and gets it started and off stump, he's going to take middle.
He certainly will. Yeah, he's a good competitor. He's bowled with with probably a little bit of unsuccess is probably not the right way to say it, but he has bowled with a limited success so far. He often comes off his bowling with a nunfer, but yeah, he's got a couple of good deliveries up his sleeve, and great chance here to get stuck into the Phoenix batters here, who are struggling to find bat on ball.
Oh, it's going to be another wide.
That's
so
not good enough.
Yeah, just strained down the leg side. I hope we're not too late to say good night to Helix. See you tomorrow, Helix. Thanks for your support, the European Cricket Network. And
yeah, good on you, Helix. Thanks for joining us.
And Takroom is saying, when the sun is out, the sunglasses are very important. I have to say, it took me a very long time to find a nice pair of shades to wear when I was in the field. They were always, they were always either too dark or not really doing the job.
Yep.
And I always used to be like on the boundary, and I used to put them on, take them off, say, is it better on, is it better? It took me a while to get used to them until quite later on, and this was in Spain, because then in England you didn't really need them that much, in fairness, but quite later on in Spain, one of the well-known supermarket chains that also does these sort of goods had their own brand, and these are the ones where you could change the lenses.
Oh, okay.
Clip on, clip off.
Oh, nice.
And I found a set that did the job. They were ideal, and the lenses are kind of yellowy colour.
Oh,
but they work much better. They kept the sun out my eyes, but they still allowed me to see enough off what I wanted to see, and they were brilliant. And I got on really well with those.
Are those the kind of lenses that they cut the glare without actually being like sunglasses per se?
Yeah.
So they do cut that glare, so you can still see. You can still see things. You still got an issue if you look up to the sun, but at the same time, anywhere else you look around, the glare is cut, so you can see. The outline of things.
Exactly.
You can
still see.
Right.
You still see everything fine. So, like some of the ones I wore were fine up. I'm looking straight.
Yep.
But as soon as I looked up, everything went dark. I thought, well, that's no good. I can't see the damn thing now.
That doesn't work. Yep. I know what you mean.
Missed opportunity doesn't place this a little bit too early. I think that's Rajesh Kumar. So even not managing to put the bad balls away. And I'm not saying that there's been many of them either from the Royal Eagles. And at the moment, the way things are going here. Expected 76. They may not even get to that.
Yeah, so true. This is looking like a real struggle here. I mean, 3 balls left until we're halfway through the innings and we're still in the 20s. It's Phoenix just not going their way at all.
That's better, but straight to the fielder. Jai Surya. This guy has found the fielders more time than he's found the boundary. It's quite amazing. Every time he crunches it, whether it's leg side or offside, it goes straight to a fielder.
If there's anybody in the chat watching today and you've just recently lost like a bit of jewellery or you've lost your favourite, watch or something like that, get in touch with us. We'll send your ISU over to you because I'm sure he'll find it. He finds the fielders every single shot. I feel bad for him for saying that, but it's just happening so often. He plays a good shot. It's a bit of power behind it, but the placement is just, it's straight to the fielder. When he's been caught out, in the previous innings, he smashed a lovely shot up in the air, straight down the throat of the fielder at backwards square leg, who didn't have to blink an eyelid, just didn't have to move a muscle, just went, caught, thank you very much. Didn't have to do a thing. So he's picking out the fielders really, really well.
That has been played very well.
Yeah.
I tell you who isn't picking out the fielders. Rajesh Kumar, as the captain gets his first boundary. It's a lovely cut shot, actually. They needed this. It's the first boundary in the last 2 overs. It only gets them, though, to 28 runs at the halfway point.
Wow. And
it's a good opportunity, maybe, for us to say hello to some of our viewers around the globe. Well, welcome. Rico Full here, and I'm here with Phil G in sunny Romania, watching the action. And no bliss to talk about this time, apart from the wonderful, blissful sunshine that we're getting here at this ground at the Mahara Vassia Cricket Ground. But we're going to see the Royal Eagles in action once again, looking to make it back-to-back wins. Phoenix, they've got this match and the one after this as well. That's against the Gladiators. They and the Gladiators will be desperate for a win. But Phoenix could do themselves a big favour by getting something out of this match. But at the moment, they're once again struggling with the bat.
I totally agree with you. Look, the Eagles are looking pretty good. I think they're looking good at the moment in this tournament. For Phoenix, they need to step up here. The next 5 overs are going to be so critical to their chances of continuing in this tournament, or else they're going to find themselves well out of contention. And it's going to be the Eagles and Bliss Warriors all the way to the final. They need to be careful.
It looks that way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Hello to Dr. De Soto, who's joining us. And I know that he's from Australia, Adelaide, I believe.
Oh, from the City of Churches. That's Adelaide.
The City of Churches, is that what it's known
called? The City of Churches, yes. A lot of churches in the Adelaide Central Business District. A lot of churches there. It's been called the City of Churches as far back as I can remember. I worked in Adelaide for a little while back in the early 2000s. Spent 3 months there working for a company who actually were buying out another company there. But anyway, that was like eons ago. There's a wicket for you. Top of off stump, rock back. Joe Surya is put out of his misery. He's faced 17 deliveries for 10 runs. And there's a bit of a get around here for the bowler. Safi has hit the stumps. Good delivery, that one.
Yeah, it is. I wonder if this is the first one which probably misbehaves a little. It doesn't come up a lot, but I don't know if this is because Safi has just skidded this through, or whether it has genuinely stayed low. Just have a look at that. It doesn't come out as much, but look at the movement on that. It's actually it's a beautiful delivery. I'm not surprised Jaya Surya has played sort of outside of this. I think he's looking to play this ball on the offside. He plays the shot pretty well, but that ball comes in a lot more than he thinks.
Yep.
It's a good seed, and Jaya Surya probably, I think we're going to call him probably one of the most unluckiest batters seen. Look at that. It's a great delivery. Well bowled. Safi on the money straight away, and the stumps are going for a walk. Jakade Fatte. Umair Safi gets a breakthrough. Umair Safi, we saw him fielding on the boundary there at third in that last match, and he was just brilliant, and he deserves to get a chance to bowl here. And, well, this is where he was fielding.
Exactly where he was fielding.
He'd love to be there right now to stop that one, but that's going to be 4 runs as Aleem Abdul, well, he needs to have a better day, doesn't he? Remember the way he got himself out in that last match against Bliss, but he will start with the boundary.
Yeah, he really does. Needs to redeem himself here, does Aleem Abdul. And Safi, after that ball was bowled and the hit went down there, he followed through. It was almost like in his mind was to run down there, because that's exactly where it's been patrolling when it's his turn to field. Good bit of work there from the keeper with the gloves there. Had to change his momentum to stop that little undercut that almost got past him. Safi's putting together a pretty good over here. He's gone for 4 runs from it. He's picked up a wicket as well. And Aleem Abdul, just fresh to the crease. He's looking to try to step things up for Phoenix Cricket Club. Goes to the big swing, tries to hit his team out of trouble by trying to go downtown, and misses the lot.
Misses the lot. So it is Western Australia Day today being celebrated, or was originally known as Foundation Day. So Australia then, what would you say is the best part of Australia that you've been to?
Victoria.
Victoria?
Actually,
you didn't have to think hard about that.
No. It's because
you can't change that.
Because it's my home.
You were straight up Victoria. So come on, I've never been before. So if I was saying, I'm going to Australia, I'm going to go there for 3 weeks because blah, 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 where would you say you've got to go?
Cairns.
Okay.
Cairns. Palm Beach in Cairns, that used to be my go-to, my getaway spot. Rent a beach house for about a week and a half, and just go there, lock myself away from the world, and just chill. It was just a beautiful part of the world. It's just down the road from the Daintree Rainforest near Port Douglas. And, Cairns, flying to Cairns, get a hire car, go north, up the coast road. And it's just a lovely place to just put your feet up. There's a few saltwater crocodiles. You've got to watch out for that. So if you swim in the ocean, make sure you swim in an enclosed area.
No, stop. You can't. Listen, we're worried about hornets and mosquitoes and things here, and big spiders. And you're telling me about crocodiles? That's it. All right, give me another place. Forget the crocs.
I took Renata to Palm Cove a few years ago, and we rented a beach house. I said to her, if you want to swim in the ocean, we need to swim in these special areas which are marked off. It's in the ocean, but it's like a steel netted area with like floating pontoons, so nothing can get in there. And then across the news comes the news, a salty has gotten into the swimming area. Please don't go there.
Catching opportunity, maybe.
Oh,
no, well,
doesn't stop the boundary either.
Yeah, that's not good, is it? That's not good. I mean, I think Fazal's a little bit slow going anyway, and then I could see this happening. He was like, he's not going to take the catch, but more importantly, he's not going to save the boundary. I think number one priority has got to be, right, if I'm not going to catch it, save the boundary. Don't give the boundary away. So I don't think Tom Chima bowling his second over here is going to be too happy about that. Salties, is that what you call them? Salties?
Yeah, saltwater crocodiles, just call them salties.
A salty.
You know,
Okay.
you don't want to yell at, Rico, behind you, there's a saltwater crocodile. You know, you want to say, Rico, salty. You want to say it quicker, just so you realise there's a what? Oh, yeah, better move, rather than going, saltwater crocodile.
So
Okay.
come on, being a local lad and you know about salties.
Yeah.
So if there was a salty, I would imagine I could outrun it. Do you run or or is it one of these don't run or scream at them or whatever?
Oh, no. You remove yourself from the location of that salty as soon as you can. Don't even hesitate. Don't even bother packing up your gear. Just go.
All right.
Oh, speaking of gear.
One bounce into us, maybe. No,
No,
in fact,
taken.
It goes to the fielder. Nice catch. Nothing crocodile about this from, who is it? Umair Safi, of course it is.
Of course it is.
He's having a good day, isn't he?
He is. Loving it.
Gets himself into a good position. Takes it. I really thought that one might have come in here this time. And I thought we were going to have to avoid not the salty, but the grizzly. But doesn't get enough into the shot. Not enough power there. And another one bites the dust. That's going to be Aleem Abdul. At least he does a little bit better than what he did in the early match. He goes for a run of ball 5. Good catch there from Safi.
I saw Sean, 1989-89, called an absolute peach of a previous delivery. And Sean, where we come from here, we like to call it a persica. That's the word of the day, folks, for a peach.
Yeah.
Persica. That's what we want to hear you guys talking about. That's that Romanian for peach. And we've seen a few persicas today and yesterday.
We have indeed. And I tell you what, I wouldn't mind a nice cold persica right now because they've got some nice drinks out of persicas. Well, that's not a persica. That is a cuatro carreras. As that gets played away over the top. Nice shot. Been few and far, these kind of shots. Maybe Arun Kumar, Krishnan, who just seems to keep going lower and lower down the order for whatever reason. He's a good batter, this guy. He should be up the order.
Yeah, I agree.
Starts with 4.
I agree. He comes in often sort of very much towards the end. He's on a hiding to nothing to just put the foot down and accelerate. But he's got a platform here. He's still got 3 overs and 2 deliveries. So shots like that, if he can stand up and play this sort of innings, put a cameo 25, even a 30-run score on the board, that would do his confidence so much.
Well, he's gone 4, then 6, and maybe he is looking pretty slick. That will go all the way. Nicely played. So Arun Kumar, Krishnan says, come on, Captain Rajesh Kumar, you and me, let's get ourselves and push on to a decent score here. So for the first time, you're saying that the Royal Eagles, today actually, because not even the Bliss Warriors could get their teeth, well, we were talking about salties, can get their teeth into the bowling. And Chima, who's normally pretty tidy, has just gone for 10 of 2 deliveries. Got a ball to go. Can he get his revenge against Krishnan? Slower delivery, but he strays down the leg side. It's not going to be stopped either by Sohail. They will get 1, and nay, go back. And it's probably a good call. Don't get greedy. Let's take the 2 and the extra ball.
I agree. Yep, they didn't want to go back for another one there. That could have been trouble aplenty there. Oh dear. Thomas Martinez joins us in the chat. Hello there to you, Thomas Martinez. Lovely to see you there joining Dr. De Soto. Johnny here as well. And of course myself, Enrico Full. Kroom is still with us as well. So welcome to everybody in the chat. Hope you're enjoying your start of the week wherever you're watching from around the world. We're enjoying ours, albeit a warm one, but we're still enjoying it.
Same again.
Carbon copy.
Yeah, it is a carbon copy. So normally Sohail was pretty good with those balls on the leg side. And Dr. Sohail is saying to me, you've got to go and see a match at the beautiful Adelaide Oval, Rico. Well, if I'm ever there, I will do. And hello to Thomas Martinez, o I should say. Buenas tardes, Tomás. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Qué tal? ¿Todo está bien? Y yo creo que hay mucho calor ahora también en Madrid. Yes, that's a nice shot, but there's a fielder there. Holds on to a good catch. That's a really good catch. I saw this unfold from the corner of my eye. Again, he's on the boundary, but he's quick running in. He comes running in. He gets his hands into position early. And Arun Kumar, he thought he had the right approach, but he finds the fielder. And it's Usama who holds on to the catch. Well held. It's another one that gets sent back, and Arun Kumar is going to be disappointed because he made a good, productive start, but he'll go right at the end of that over. Chima picks up his first wicket. In fact, that's his second, isn't it? He'll take 2 for 22 off 2. Well, all the 2s against Tamu Chima, and I know that Thomas Martinez will say when he sees that 2 for 22, make a wish. It's a name. It's a name. It's a thing, you know, in Spain. When you see the tattoos like that, 222, you make a wish.
Oh, okay.
So,
I didn't know that.
Make a quick wish as we have a quick look at our upcoming events. So Checky Out is, well, only around the corner now. Of course, we finish here on Wednesday. And before you know it, you and Danny Hudacek with Vinny Sandu as well will be starting things off there in Czechia. So what do you start off with? Because T20s, right, first?
Yeah, we started with T20Is, and that's going to be the Men's Central Europe Cup. And then we're going to have the Women's Central Europe Cup, and which is also T20Is. So that starts this Sunday. So it's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and I think Wednesday and Thursday. Then I think there's also then the ECI for women will then be before the ECS Challenger Division. Just clamp down there. So there's a lot on. So you got T20I men and women. You've got ECI women, ECS for men. There's no ECS for women, unfortunately. But the ECS men is a Premier Challenger Division.
So when you say Central Europe, how long's that been? How long is that? It's a tournament, I guess.
Yeah. It's we have this massive, large, very unattractive trophy.
You're not supposed to say that.
Oh, Rico,
you're supposed to say very attractive, large
I'll
trophy.
show you the picture of the trophy at one stage. It looks like someone's taken a lovely gold cup and put it in between you and me, and then they've just ripped it open from in like this.
Oh, I see.
And pulled it back. And it's just like someone has torn the guts out of it. Danny Hudacek can probably explain it better than I can. It's not pretty, and it's massive, and it's so heavy. I mean,
I take it stays. It stays in Czechia, and then they give a replica, which looks nicer.
We give them another trophy from our friends down in called Garco down in Brno. Giving a quick shout out. They're wonderful. They always give me a 20% discount. Mention my name, they might give you.
It's got to be 25 now. Surely.
It's got to be.
Say it again. Who are they?
Garco. Garco.cz.
30% now.
30% and increasing. Yeah. No. Every time I order trophies from them, they're always happy to hear from me. They've got a wonderful website, easy to organise your trophies on. Anyway, so we get a really good trophy from that. Give it to the winning team, but for the photo opportunity for the actual presentation, they get to, three of them have to lift up the trophy and hold it for the photos. Then they want to put it down straight away. I'm not kidding. The base is like concrete. It's so heavy.
It reminds me a bit like the very first Western Shield we did there in Portugal at the SEG, and the very first Shield. I know it's been kind of modified slightly.
Yeah.
That thing weighed a thing.
Oh, I heard stories about that one.
It weighed a thing. I mean, Dan Lincoln is a strong guy.
Yeah.
He was sweating buckets trying to hold this thing. He really was.
Yeah.
But, we got, I mean, our trophies in general are huge, aren't they?
Yeah.
The ECL Cup, the ECC. Right, in the air, catching opportunity. Should be straightforward. And it will be straightforward. Nicely held. This time, no mistakes from Waqas Ahmed, who, by the way, is he still waiting to bowl his second over? I think he probably is, isn't he?
I think he is, yeah.
Yeah. And this time he did pick up a wicket. Should have had more. I'll tell you who else has got a wicket. It's Faisal. He bowled very, very well in that last match as well, didn't he? He took one for 6 off his 1 over he got, and he's done the same here again. And look who it is. Well, that's what he had to do. He had to take a catch of Faisal. So Waqas Ahmed will get his second over.
Excellent.
As Phoenix 8 overs down there, 55 for 5 at the end of 8. I mean, they're still expected to get that 70, but I don't know.
It's a lot of work, Rico. A lot of work to be done. And over the next couple of overs, they really got their work cut out for them now to post a decent score on the board. As I said earlier, Royal Eagles, they kept the Bliss Warriors to only 79 in the game just before this one in match number 8 from earlier. And so if they can do better here, it'll show their quality over this opposition for Royal Eagles. So there's a fair bit here for them to play for. They can try to keep this score below 80.
Dos patitos was what Thomas Martinez would say. Oh, well, this is going to go to the boundary. Now, as it hit him on the head, he's up again pretty quickly. Now, there's all sorts of talk here. I mean, just get up and get on with it. But it was a chance. Have a look at this. He's getting underneath it. I thought he headbutts this. I thought he nodded this over. Let's see. Hands. Almost gets him.
Oh, that was so close.
Again, he's falling backwards. He's not in a stationary position, which always makes that catch harder.
Yeah.
And then, look at he's poor Waqas Ahmed. Could have had 3 wickets, maybe even 4.
Yeah.
Now that goes to the boundary. He's upset. He's annoyed.
Yeah, I don't blame him either. I mean, you toil under the hot summer sun, and, you want your fielders to back you. You want them to do what they train for every weekend, and that is to hold these catches.
That's struck well. There's a fielder out there. If you can get a hand to this and stop the boundary. And he will stop the boundary. They will get a couple.
Good work.
something for you to ponder over, folks, before at some point during the next innings. I've got a question for you. Who became the fastest batter to 8,000 test runs? Okay, the fastest batter to 8,000 test runs.
Ooh, that's a good one.
We'll reveal that some point in the second innings, maybe after the 5-over mark, perhaps. So have a think about that. I know we'll get all sorts of answers. That's a nice looking shot.
That is.
And good footwork, good teamwork actually there. As that is Rajinder Jesse who comes across and gets the foot on it. The man who's had the fight with the Seagulls. And if you want to know why, just take a look at his hat. I wonder if I can challenge 2 circles to show the cap there, Rajinder Jesse, so our viewers know exactly what I'm talking about why he's been fighting the Seagulls. We'll catch up with him pretty soon because he's kind of right under the scaffolding tower. Maybe after this delivery.
Yeah, our fielder at long on. That's who we're talking about, Nimuts.
And it's played up in the air. It's going to be left. Oh, they're taking on the second. And he's going to be gone here.
Trouble.
That's gone. That's a great bit of fielding.
Yes, it
and
is.
it's our man again, the little pocket rocket. There's Umair Safi.
Safi.
Picks it up, throws it in. Good throw. And the keeper takes it on the bounce and does the rest. Nicely done.
Yeah, good work there indeed. Safi gets a hug for his trouble from Waka. Very happy team they are. And I really feel the Eagles are really pulling this one together quite nicely here. Phoenix just haven't had a proper response despite winning the toss and electing to bat first. It's looking to me like that was, well, if they had a game plan, the game plan was thrown out the window in the first over because they have just come across a very good bowling attack and great fielding as well.
Very good fielding. I'm just worried about what I just saw there.
Yeah.
I think that was alarm. Well, alarm bells ringing for alarm because when he let that ball go to Safi, but when he pulled up, it was like he was holding his hammy. But that's the end of Kumar, I think, who was trying to double up. He goes for 25 in the end of 18. So the captain, a bit of stability, but nobody working alongside him. And now you got literally 2 new batters out there. Ali Haider and Josap Khadka, who are better known for their bowling than their batting.
Thomas Martinez with an interesting comment. We'll get to that in a moment. Going to be just the one here. Yeah, Thomas Martinez saying first time gets to look at the ground. It has some slope, quite noticeable. Well, there is a slope, but it slopes after it leaves the ground. I feel there's a slight incline along the ground, maybe helping with drainage, but I think it's as noticeable. Maybe on the beauty shot, the wide shot, it does look like it slopes away, but it's only because I think the background peters out to the right. I don't think the ground has a genuine slope in one way or the other.
I think. Slightly, ever so slightly from right to left.
Slightly right to left.
Chance and you gotta laugh here.
He's smiling.
Even Waqas Ahmed is smiling.
He's smiling.
I think he thinks he's coming to him faster than it is. And just watch this. You gotta laugh. This is gonna be great. So he has a catching chance. He goes in on the chest. And he just can't get it second time. Look.
The dive.
Oh, the dive was beautiful. It's like the Cobra dance at the end. He doesn't take the catch, but he's still smiling. That's what it's all about. 65 for 6, the end of the 9th over. Waqas Ahmed doesn't get another wicket to his name, but there is that run out thanks to that great work again from Umair Safi. So, yeah, I would say just a slight, a very slight slope going from right to left, but nothing major. So Julian Dawson, hello to you. He reckons
Julian.
Tendulkar.
Oh, Tendulkar. Yeah.
Okay, not a bad
Good
one.
Good shout.
Joe Root was pretty fast, says Ash. And any others, we'll reveal in the second innings as that's just going to be played away for a single. And the question was, if you missed it, who was the fastest batter to get to 8,000 test runs? So have a ponder about that.
It's a good question, that. Think about it, folks. Don't resort to search engines. Just have a think about it. Think about players you've watched over the last 20 or so years, and give us your thoughts. Ooh,
that's timed pretty well. This is going to be a really interesting one because the question, I think the fielder said for himself. That's really honest. Give him a clap.
Yeah, good on you, Safi.
That's good honesty from Safi. Because the question was, did he hold on to release the ball here? And I think that ball has followed him it's hard to say, the foot just about there. We keep this
Yeah.
game backwards now. There's the foot touching. Where's the ball, though?
Yeah,
Where's
he
the
feels it.
ball? And just there. Just there. There it is.
Good man. Yep.
Yeah.
No, well done. Well
Well
done.
done. Well, he's saying he definitely touches it. What will the umpires think, having looked at that? I don't think they're
Interesting.
convinced yet, you know.
Well, the man himself has said, I held the ball and my foot touched the
I
rope at the
don't
same
think-
time. He's been honest.
Yeah, did they give
And
the 4? I think
I'm-
they did. I see it on the score sheet, though. I didn't see the signal from.
Because, hey dear, I think that was him getting off the mark.
All right, high in the air.
Who wants
Catching
it?
chance. It's the captain. And he holds on to it. Well held. And the man with the colourful hats take the catch. Well, you've got to wear a good hat if you want to keep the sun out of your eyes. And that's nicely taken. That's Shabam Alam, who holds on to the catch. We haven't seen the best of him yet, actually, with the bat.
Yeah.
Maybe he will come good in this match. But more smiles on the faces of the Royal Eagles. One thing that the Eagles are doing, and I suppose that's reminiscent of what we've seen from the Bliss Warriors, their bowling and in general their fielding has been very good.
It has been, yes. I've been impressed with them. Very impressed with them indeed. And as I said earlier in this innings, they restricted the Bliss Warriors to 79, and they're looking like they're going to restrict this team to a score of around about the same. So it's currently 70 for 7 at the moment. So next few deliveries will tell a bit of a tale. If they can keep that score below 80, I feel that will be a massive, massive half a win for Royal Eagles.
They're taking this on, and they will get there. I don't think there's
Yeah,
any
they'll get
point
there.
really for Fazal to throw this away. You don't mind giving the things away. And the only thing I think the Eagles will want to do here better, of course, it's only halfway stage, and we've seen low defences, so we're not going to say that this match is done and dusted. But if they are going to win this match, they'll want to challenge themselves to do it, not in the last over. I mean, when they have won the 2 matches they've won, and both have been against Bliss,
Yeah.
they've done it in the last over, chasing low
Yeah.
runs.
That's true.
So they've got to say, hey, we've got to do better than this, because if a team gets 90 or 95 to 100 on the board, we're not going to do it.
Yep.
So they've got to go out and they be positive. Now, whether you tweak your batting a little bit or whether you say, look, Ricky Gill was in good form in the last match, he's going up the order, and let's just throw somebody else up there. Let's open with Rajinder Jesse. Why not? Look,
Try
he
it.
showed what he did in one match.
Yep.
When he won it was the first win they got, actually. He won the match for them. Stuck around, scored 20 odd, coming in about number 7 or 8. So maybe try him at the top of the order. That's a Gundy ball. Bit of a full toss. Might have a look at this side on as well, I think. Let's have a look. Well, they're taking on the second. It's going to be a run out, I believe.
Yep.
The question is, are they going to get an extra run for height here? That's the main thing. Dancing down the wicket, I don't think so. I think
he's
that
all
one
right.
probably is
Yeah.
on the way down. So I think that will be probably the one run and a run out that will conclude the innings. So I feel it's going to be 72, 73 will be the chase here for the Royal Eagles.
Yep, that's how I see it as well. And that is a very good performance from the Royal Eagles. They're high-fiving all around. They're coming together. They're looking like a pretty happy unit there. They've managed to restrict this team to less than what they had the Bliss Warriors restricted to in the previous match. So for me, that's a bit of a big tick for them to walk off the ground knowing that the chase is 73 now.
Yeah, well, that's the concrete evidence that
There we go.
definitely is
Yeah.
out. So that will make life a little bit easier for the umpire. So he will be given out, and it will be 72 for 8. With Oli, the captain, Rajesh Kumar, registering any runs to really talk about 25 of 18 as we talk through the highlights. Again, just never happened in the power play. We keep calling it power play, Phil. We're going to have to give it another name because
We're not
there
saying
just
power,
doesn't
are we?
seem to be too much power in the power play.
It's so true. We're not seeing power. Power play seems to be almost an ironic name for it now. Unfortunately, we just haven't seen that kind of acceleration in those early overs. And the acceleration has been coming in all matches so far in the middle overs.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't come there, then the team's capitulating. You see here, Phoenix, okay, the occasional boundary here and there, but maybe more through luck than design. I mean, that's luck. That was unlucky that it was not stopped by the fielder out there. And then there was, Safi. He put a great effort in the field as well. And we thoroughly appreciate his honesty here on the boundary line just close to us as well.
Yeah, I got to say, not too many fielders. I don't know why. Are keen to help the umpires out, but he was very sporting of him to say, no, I've touched the rope with my foot.
Yep.
That was a great catch there
That
as
was.
well from the fielder running
Attacked
in
the ball, didn't
from
he?
the boundary. Yeah, that's the way to do it. It's a good catch taken. They just were, most of the time they were good. I think you're seeing this one here was the run out. Now, that was when I was worried about the captain,
Yeah.
Shahaba Alam. But what a good throw that is from Safis. And this one, well, it just always makes me laugh the way he dives forward to it. That's a Waqas Ahmed doing the Cobra dance. And then this was the one we were talking about.
Yeah.
Very good honesty there. You see straight away here, he says, hang on a minute, guys, that's 4 runs. But good catch taken here by Alam. Doesn't seem to be showing any signs of that little muscle strain he had. And this one, it's the run out they do. I mean, you got to go for the second one. It's an easy, gentle throw, and then the wicketkeeper rolls it onto the stumps. He can play in my 10-pin bowling team, no problems at all. So let's have a look at the scorecard. So once again, well done to the Royal Eagles, putting a top effort in there with the ball. Amir Fazal, after a good bowling performance in the last match, where he took 1 wicket. I know he gave 6 runs away. This time he gets to 2 overs, and he is 2 for 9, 2 for 22 from Tamil Chima. Just keeps on picking up the wickets. But with the batting scorecard there, Rajesh Kumar, he just scored 25, but none of the other batters. Bilal Ahmed, who just keeps getting himself out. And you're right, Phil was saying that really we've got to get Bilal to have a look at the way he gets out. He's playing those false shots. Jai Surya, he's so unlucky, is the guy. He really is. He keeps finding fielders when he's hitting the ball along the ground, so he doesn't get the runs that he probably does deserve. And then they always find a way to get him out, and he got out to an absolute corker of a delivery there from Safi. On the bowling front, 2 wickets to Fazal, as we saw, and Chima. Tidy stuff again from Umair Safi. Just gets the 1 over, but he bowled absolutely beautifully well. So you would say it's going to be a routine one. Phoenix, they struggled themselves, didn't they, in the first match against the Bliss Warriors when they were chasing. They only made 68. This time they only made 72. But they did restrict the Bliss Warriors to a score of 80. So we do know that they probably, like some of the other teams in this series, are probably better with the ball and in the field. But can they pull off a little bit of a surprise here? Or can the Royal Eagles get another win and really kind of make it a 2-team sort of run for the top 2 spots here? Because unless Phoenix or the Gladiators can get something going here in today and tomorrow, then it feels like it's going to be a race between the likes of the Royal Eagles and also the Bliss Warriors to see who's going to finish in the top 2, and then also play, of course, in the final. Rika Full here, and it's always a pleasure to be alongside Phil G. We don't spend too much time together, so we're making the most of our 4 days here in Romania. John is back in about 10 minutes time for the reply from the Royal Eagles, who will be hoping to make lighter work of this than they did with the 80-run chase against the Bliss Warriors. We'll be back in 10 minutes time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to the Mwara Vesia cricket ground on a beautiful sunny afternoon. 2nd of June, would you believe it? And well, Festa della Repubblica being celebrated there in Italy. I hope you're enjoying your celebration. The Western Australia Day being celebrated in Australia, also known as Foundation Day. And well, we've got a question for you as well. Remember, as you have a look at the bonus point equation, leave that on the screen while we remind you of the question. Who became the fastest batter to 8,000 test runs? So you've had a few questions in there already. And I'll keep that going. Of course, today in 1965, on this day, there was a great day for Australian cricket as the War brothers were born there in Sydney. And we know just how brilliant they were. They actually were the first twins to play Test cricket, and they played 108 times together. And also in 1865, birth of one of the greatest bowlers of all time, England's George Lohmann. And he had an incredible average. Took 112 wickets in 18 tests at an average of 10.75. That's quite impressive. Born on this day, on the 2nd of June, back in 1865. So just some of the memorable feats that have happened on this day back in history. And talking about history, Phoenix, well, they want to start to change theirs as well. They would want to win under their belt. It's a lot of bat, I think, here. Certainly heard the bat. I think the bowler probably feels there might have been pad first. Let's have a look. No, definitely bat. Bat on to pad. But a good start from Josak Kudka. Now, if there's one man who could give them a good start, it is this guy. He has bowled very well throughout the tournament. And unfortunately for him and maybe some of his other bowlers, the batters just haven't turned up to the party as yet. Let's hit straight down the ground. Gets fingertips to it, which means he takes the pace of it. It'll just be a single. Gets fielded there by Muhtaram Shah, who probably will be warming up to bowl the second over. Welcome back to Croom. Stephen Kelk is in the chat as well. Hello, Stephen, and welcome to you. And we had Waz 20 in there as well. I think a lot of people are keeping an eye on what's happening there over in Hornchurch as well. Somebody tell me, has the traffic sorted itself out? The last match that we were watching was to see if the Sharks could get a victory themselves when they were chasing 131 against Marco London. They weren't able to. In fact, they ended pretty badly there. 114 they got to for 8. So they got their second loss. What's happening there at the moment? I'll tell you after this delivery. It's going to be another dot ball here. So the mighty Tigers have, well, they're putting in a big score on the board. They're at the currently 181 for 1 and still got 12 balls to go in that innings. And I'm guessing that somebody's put a big score on the board over there. And I'm trying to have a look myself, see if, yeah, there is a big score there. And it is a massive score, actually. That's another delivery as Sean Chowdhury, 131 and still batting. He's batted only 32 deliveries, 18 sixes and 5 fours. Now, there's still about 10 balls to go in that innings. We could see a 150. So keep an eye on that, folks. I know we'll be using your split screens. I certainly will be. As that's another good delivery from Kudka. Not the start the Eagles want, but they've been there before. And it looks like it's going to be the same again. They're going to keep this nice and tight as Josak Kudka getting the ball in the right areas. Kudka just wants to make a little change here to the field. He's pushing back the mid-wicket and brings up the man who's was in the covers. And that one, stay there. And well, now they reckon they got their man. Now the umpires are going to have to look at this. I wonder if the bat is in the air. That's the only thing I think that he does badly. So he starts to go, has to get back. Let's have a look at this. It's an underarm throw. Where's the bat? It's a direct hit. It's hard to tell. That's the shot there. Is that bat past the line or not? Can we zoom in here by any chance? Let's see where the bat at. Oh, it's a tough one. I feel maybe he's has he just got back? They might go with the umpire's call here. It's very, very tight. Excellent work, by the way, from Two Circles. They're doing a superb job here. They're going to go with Nonna. I think that's probably go with the umpire's call. I think from what we've seen there, it's probably the right call as well, taking everything into consideration. That's Imans and Martins and also Rudolph of Two Circles here at the ground doing a fantastic job. And spare a thought for them in the sunshine as well, especially when you're up in the tower. I see Martins is up there and wearing his yellow cap. Hello, Martins. Give us a thumbs up, Martins, and maybe after this ball. As we have a look at that again. Here's the work. Good work, actually, but just makes it back as we get ready for the start of the next over. Only the one came off that, by the way. So one without loss. Sharp with the ball, and it's a good time to welcome back Phil G.
Thank you, Rico. Just right on cue. It's a nice shot into the covers. Yeah, nice to be back here under the safety of the commentary igloo out of the sun. It is getting quite baking out there, and just think we've still got a couple more days to go of this kind of weather. I think it's going to maybe get a little bit warmer the next few days. Yeah. But it's been a fun day of cricket. We've seen a bit of everything today. It's been a bit of a licorice all sorts, a bit of those like those containers you used to buy from Cadbury's that have a bit of this and a bit of that. You used to check out the menu to see which one you want to pinch. It's been everything happening today.
Just flicked away off the pad. Says Sohail and Alarm trying to get going. So they go with the same two openers again. They don't make a change. They don't go with Ricky Gill or push anybody else up there like Rockers Ahmed maybe, or even Rajinder Jassi. So they want to get the batting at the top of the order clicking. So you can sort of understand that.
I was also keeping one eye on that Mighty Tigers match going over there in Hornchurch as well, Rico. And as soon as you said that Shawan Chowdhury was 130 something, he's up to 144 with, I think, one ball to come. Yep, one ball to come. 212 for one of the Mighty Tigers.
A ball to go, and he's on 144?
He's on 144 from 39 deliveries.
That's a knock and a half, isn't
Unbelievable.
It? All right, let's see if he does get to the 150. If he does, that's an amazing feat. There's not that many. I know that one man. I know one man very well who's not that far away from us, who's got the 150 to his name. That's a delightfully timed shot, and he will get 4 runs. Lovely shot there. And, of course, I'm talking about Stefan Gooch. There's a spider just runs across my folder. Get away from here. Off you go. Come on. Down you go. Thank you very much.
Guess what?
Yeah, tell me.
He got it.
Did I?
He got it.
He got it? He got the 6?
Shawan Chowdhury got the 6.
Oh, wonderful. Congratulations.
Congratulations from everybody here at Romania at the ground here to Shawan Chowdhury. 150 not out of 40 deliveries. How about that?
Well, Shawan Chowdhury joins the club.
He does.
Exclusive club that Stefan Gooch is part of, the 150 club. Well done to Shawan Chowdhury. And we have another century that will be going on to our Hall of Fame and happening there in Hornchurch as the Mighty Tigers. They certainly are showing their might. And Mark or London, well, they've got a bit of a run chase on their hands.
They do indeed. Chasing 219 for a victory there in Hornchurch. A far cry from what we're looking at here. That's a lovely strike. That's a very lovely strike, and a needed strike from Alam, who goes downtown with a big chassé straight down the ground.
You know what we've got to do?
What's that?
We got to speak to Bizway, organise some of the bowlers to be sent down to Hornchurch, and in return they send us a few batters. What about that? I think that might do the trick.
Shawan Chowdhury, tell you what, get over here and we'll see what we can do for you. We've still got a couple of days of the series here, so we guarantee you maybe a game.
Yeah, I think we can organise that.
Maybe do that. Maybe bat him down the order. Strengthen the middle order, maybe one of the teams. There you go. Oh, well, that was interesting. Shouts of yeah from a player who ran in front of the man who picked up the ball. And yeah, just a bit of comedy capers there in the field. Maybe get out of the way if I want to shy the stumps. In the end, he hits the stumps. So that was actually a good throw. He had to negotiate his own fielder to get a shot at the stumps. 15 without loss.
Yeah, over comes to it. It's a better over. I suppose after the first one goes just for one, they get 14 off the second. So again, we're on to this 20-odd run power play. As it is, as you said, 15 without loss. So sharp going for 14. They normally will go straight back to the opener, but it doesn't look like they are this time around. It looks like whoever it is ready to mark up his run up. So they are going to make a change here, which is it's a bit unusual. They have normally always bowled out Kudka, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they've always bowled in 1 and 3. That's interesting change up here. Okay.
Or is it? No, it's not a change. He just marked his run up again. That's all. It
okay.
still is Hozak Kudka. He just wanted to mark his run up again and make sure he had the right. He was going to the right marker.
Fair enough. Nice hit down the ground, wasn't it?
Yeah, bobbles away to the fielder who does the fielding. In comes the throw.
Nicely done all round. That score is slowly grinding along, but they don't need to go at a hefty rate, the Royal Eagles. 57 from 29 for the bonus point alone. Otherwise, it's 57 off 7 overs and 5 deliveries, which is a lot of runs. So a lot of runs and a lot of balls there. So all up, it's 57 off 47. I make it for the actual win. So you think the Eagles should be able to march this one in. They chased down, was it 80 off in the previous game, 81 for the win it was against Bliss Warriors. They should be able to do this on current form.
That's a good looking shot. And he plays that nicely in. Oh, well fielded.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh, shooby do. Here we go again. Shooby do. What are you doing? You missed the ball again now. Oh, there, Shooby. He comes charging in. Here he is. Shooby do. Uh-oh. Oops, I did it again. Shooby.
Bit red face there.
He's going to hide himself under the marquee for the rest of the afternoon. Shooby, the heat's getting to everybody. And it's good comeback. Thinking about the run in the end, no. So 20 without loss.
Going okay here. There's no cause for any massive acceleration. The run rate is being managed. If they want to look at a bonus point, though, they can put the foot down and go at, say, 12 and over to pick up a bonus point. And all 4 points definitely up for grabs here for Royal Eagles, and they would love to grab that. Just wonder if that's part of the game plan, though, or just get the win.
I think bearing in mind that we did see the Bliss Warriors take those 2 lot of 4-pointers yesterday, they will probably feel that if they... The thing is, though, the other way of looking at it is for the Eagles is, I mean, finishing above Bliss Warriors probably, it doesn't matter either way, does it? Because the top 2 are playing each other in the final. But it's always nice to finish top of the pack. So if they're going to do that, they do need to pull off a couple of 4-pointers.
True. Yeah, true.
A swing and a miss as Kudka now a lot happier when he's bowling to the right-hander. That's Shahab Alam. Misses out on that one.
Love the sound of the crickets who've come out to join the cricket match. Just in the background there. It adds a certain level of serenity to the ground amongst all this carnage and leather getting smacked around the ground with those crickets chirping away. They start early here. They do start early.
They do. And telling me, yesterday it was they started very early. End of the over. Cut nice and tidy. Good spell from him. He's been a good bowler, I said. Yes. He's been on top of his game all the way through. This time wicketless, but look at the economy rate. Fantastic. 21. Then is the power play score. 21 without loss, but their opponents were 15 for 1. So they are marginally ahead at this moment in time.
They certainly are. Have a look at the towel block situation there. 1 big over of 19 runs in the Phoenix innings there. That was the 7th over. Apart from that, not a lot to talk about. 2 overs worth 10. Everything else less than 10. It just showed the quality of the Royal Eagles bowling and fielding. They were really on in that game. Absolutely stopping everything. Big shout out to our good mate Safi, who patrolled the boundary line close near to where we are commentating from, and he put in a stellar performance as well with the ball. But it was a really good effort from Royal Eagles. But that was only half the job. Here's the second half if they can make the next 52 runs in the allotted next 7 overs. We shall see.
I got the Mozzie. It's a biggie, isn't he? Look at the size of that.
I saw you go after it. Where is he?
He's over there, look. Hang on. You watch the play. I'll finish him off.
You take care of him.
Die. There he is, done.
Die.
No blood in him, though, so we saved somebody. And, well, as I sort out the mosquito, we see a boundary here, and it's well struck by Sohail. And the umpire, that's just gone over. Look at this side. The umpire starts to duck and thinks, I'm all right. 4 runs, nicely played. And that smashes into the boundary fence as it's gone down.
I just noticed that. I didn't notice that was gone down. But, yes, that's at one point, sometime today in the last half an hour, that's fallen over because I don't think that's been there like that for that long. That's a bit...
So down it goes. That must be the wind that's put it down.
Okay, so the fence went down. Obviously, one of those gusts of winds that we've been sorely searching for to try to keep us cool has instead knocked the barrier over. We'll have to get that one fixed up. It's funny because we've been using that as our little guide for the side shot runouts and the high deliveries and the no balls, and did not even notice it had gone to ground. 27 currently without loss. 3.2 overs bowled. Royal Eagles need another 46 runs. And if you're looking at the bonus point equation, they've got 22 balls to get those 46. Still very, very gettable if they want to pick up all 4 points here against Phoenix. Remember, Phoenix won the toss, elected to bat first, and things did not go their way, only managing to put on 72 in their allotted 10 overs. Edged. Going to run away. Chases on. Fielder goes straight over the top of it and cannot prevent the boundary. Disappointing there for the bowler. As he watches that one go across the boundary line, coughs up another boundary. Royal Eagles looking solid here, looking good. Just need to hold it together and not get too panicky about what's needed.
Yeah, Vishal Sharma, he's no Safi, is he? He couldn't get there. It's going to be another boundary. So the Royal Eagles, they're getting there slowly. You can see that they can do it, run a ball, but they'll be thinking, this is a really good opportunity to get all the points. And that's a dot ball. I think that's okay. Well bowled.
No, called wide.
Is it called a wide? Oh,
Yeah,
no.
yeah, watch this.
No.
It's
No,
not.
no,
It's
no,
not a wide.
Not a wide.
Unfortunately, the
He's
umpires...
thought long and hard about it, and in the end, decent. They said, I'm going to call it. Yeah, I don't think that one was Ramesh.
Yeah.
He'll look back. He'll look back at that. I know he will. He'll talk to me about it tomorrow. Right, down the ground. He's up in the air. Fielder has messed this up big time. Messed it up big time. The bowler is absolutely fuming. Rajesh Kumar, the captain. It's understandable. Look, he's got to be on the boundary. He comes away from the boundary, and this ball has gone over him and bounces over the rope for 4. That's not good.
Yeah.
And not good at all, that from the fielder. And that's Mukhtaram Shah who gets that completely wrong.
You're right. He should have just gone around the boundary line, kept that boundary line nice and tight on the right-hand side, turned and caught it. That would have been the easiest of catches. In the end, he's made it look really, really bad. Yep. Bowler was absolutely filthy on that one as well. Kumar, his captain, looked over and couldn't believe he'd gone under it. That's a life there. 37 without loss. One more to come in the 4th. Royal Eagles looking like they are cruising here, but I'm not going to make any foregone conclusions on that. We've seen stranger things happen, and I'm sure we'll see even stranger things happen in the future.
Yeah, a few people talked about that knock from Chowdhury and Alec Groom and Thomas Martinez have come and let us know. Yeah, we were sort of kind of keeping an eye on it. And, well, I know I'm not commentating there, but I did say that 150 is on if you wanted. He had, at that time, there was 8 balls to go, and he's on 130 something, and he would do it. Obviously, hitting 6 off the last ball to do it as well.
He did.
Well done, great knock.
2 sixes of the last 2 balls.
Excellent.
Yeah, 138.
Fantastic.
138 with 2 balls to go. Couldn't believe he hit 2 sixes in a row, but then I think, what did he hit, like 26s for the whole innings or something astonishing like that?
Well, he had, actually, that's a very good point, because when I had a look, it was 18, right?
I thought, yeah, I heard you say 18
now,
sixes.
if he's hit 21 or more, I think that's a he hit 21.
21.
I think he equals the record.
Wow.
I think when Arslan Amjad scored that 183, I think he hit 21. Or was it 22? I'll have to double check. Somebody will come back and tell me. Maybe Vinny Sandu himself is in the chat. So, I mean, 150 is an amazing feat. Of
Isn't
100. So, it's 150 of 40 balls, 21 sixes, 5 fours. It'd be interesting to know how many his 100 actually came off.
Yeah.
Because that would have been pretty fast.
Yeah. And then what did he accelerate at some point? Was the middle 50 his fastest 50? What was his fastest 50? I'd love to know that. You know, did he come out of the blocks, or did he take a few balls just to get himself in and then realised, you know what, I'm liking this, and then just put the foot down? But that is an astonishing bit of stat there. 21 sixes, 5 fours, was it? So 26 of those 40 deliveries were boundaries, and 14 other either dots, ones, or twos, or possibly threes.
Oh, yeah.
Wonder how many dots he might have chewed up. That's an interesting one as well. Imagine interviewing a player who's just bowled 150 or 40, and you say, but what about those dot balls?
Yeah, yeah. So there was 8 dot balls in there. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah. See, this is why I'm not allowed to do player interviews.
This is going to be interesting. It's been called a wide, I think, for height by square leg.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll have to see this side on. Does this go over the helmet? Let's have a look.
Well, he's kind of crouched.
I think if he's standing upright, I don't think it does. I think, again, it's Ramesh Thiessen who calls that from square leg. I don't think. Yeah, again, a batter's got to be in his upright position.
Tough.
It's a tough call, but the umpire has to give it the way he feels. So it's been called a wide. And it's also the one for the over, so he can't bowl that one again.
Yeah. Yeah, a bit tough that one. You can see definitely that the back leg was crouched down, not in his fully standing position, so a bit of a harsh call that possibly. Doesn't matter. It's in the book as that. 42 on the board, inside the 5th now. Royal Eagles 31 from 17 in order to pick up all 4 points. That's something to keep your eyes on, folks. Will they get all 4 points?
You know, when you look over to that side, Phil, after this ball, because we don't want to miss any of the action. Oh, well, we're going to miss a misfield. That's going to be 4 runs and not helping themselves here, Phoenix. I have to say, they're really going to have to ask themselves some serious questions. They've still got another match after this one against the Bucharest Gladiators, but they're just not playing good cricket at the moment in the field with the bat and even to a degree with the ball. And they're very quiet out there. You can hardly hear them, and that tells you a story. They're going down here. But are they going to get anything to show for it? That's the question. It's going down the leg side, and it's going to be an easy single. Right, here we go.
Yep.
Look down that side.
Yep.
Now, we've already established that the fence, you can see there that the boundary fence is down because of the wind.
Yes.
What else don't you see?
What else don't I see?
You know, what else was there earlier that you don't see?
Oh, the batting cage.
Yeah.
Where is it? Is it gone? No, there it is. There it is.
It went down the hill.
It's gone down the hill. It's gone for a swim. I could just see it above the heads of the dugout.
So if you're wondering why the boundary fence is gone, well, never mind about that. That could be lifted back up, but the batting
cage is gone.
Has gone.
Why has no one gone over to rescue that?
I think they probably decided if we bring it back up,
it'll just get blown down again.
The thing is, though, we are baking in here.
Yep.
So how do we get some of that wind in here? Because
yes, please.
I've tried opening this up, and there's nothing.
Nah.
So it must be coming from behind, and because we've got obviously the European cricket media wall behind us, that's stopping the air.
It's stopping the air coming through. Yeah. We were lucky yesterday. The wind was coming straight in.
That's a nice shot, isn't it?
That is a good shot. Oh.
Lama pe gaya, ball thale chal gayi, chauka lag gaya, and it's another. You got to say, without sounding too harsh, it's another error. He's got to be trying to stop this to get the slide timed in and push the ball forward. He lies down, it goes underneath him. The 50 up on the board now here, needing just 22 from here. And they're going to try and do it in, 14 deliveries?
Yep, they'll be looking for the 4 points. All 4 points to take away from this game.
High, catchable. If anybody can get there, it's going to land right in the middle. Yep, there you go. The Bermuda Triangle. Nothing is going for Phoenix at the moment. A little bit of luck there. This time for Shahil. It goes sky high, but nobody can get there.
Yeah, I do feel for Phoenix because you're right, Rico. Nothing's gone their way. They've had any bit of luck that's a 50-50 flip the coin. It hasn't gone their way. It just simply hasn't. That's in the field, that's with the batting, that's with some calls on the field as well. And that's nothing to do with any detriment towards the umpires either. I think the umpires have had a really good tournament so far. It's just things haven't gone their way. Anything close to 50-50 just hasn't gone their way. And you know what? They're probably feeling a bit hard done by, but what goes around comes around as well. Slows that one down appreciably there, didn't he? And mishit. Just Alarm just leaning on his stick there and just taking a moment. I realise he's just missed that. 5 overs gone. 52 on the board without a loss of a wicket. And these two doing really well. Here we go. 2025 Hall of Fame updated for that man, Shawan Chowdhury, there in Hornchurch. We've just been talking about him today, belting 150 not out of 40 deliveries. You heard right, 150 not out of 40 deliveries. He got the 150 off the last 2 balls, hitting both for a 6 each. Yeah. That's incredible.
That is incredible. I mean, we do it. I wonder if it got, probably not done. I suppose somebody will do it eventually. Maybe Ravi will do it. But we'll have to see our highest scores, individual scores, being updated, because he might be on there. Talk about it. Here it is. So this is it at the moment. But, of course, you can see that Stefan Gooch, Imran Asif on there. Now, of course, Stefan did it off 40 balls. Imran Asif of 40. So that will change. One of those. So Imran Asif, bye-bye. He will go off that. Stefan Gooch then will, well, he'll be hoping that nobody else done it. It's quicker than 40 deliveries. But, yeah, that's the way it looks at the moment. That's going to be played away. There's a fielder out there who does hold on to the catch. There will be a little bit of joy in the field for Phoenix as they finally do get the wicket. Sohail, he wasn't quite going at a very good rate, but he was providing good partnership for Shabam Alam, and he had to go for this shot, really. If you want the 4 points, you've got to get something going. He's not able to. He goes for 17 off 15 deliveries. I suppose he does his job, doesn't he?
He does his job indeed. Yeah, he's got them off to a fantastic start here. Put the team into a very much a match-winning position here. And he's basically saying to the next batter coming in, first drop walks in, he says, you know what? Go collect 21 runs, the game's ours, and we can get all 4 points if we get them in a quick time as well. Quick shout out in the chat, Trip, Denny has joined us. Hello there, Trip, Mr. Kitty. Lovely to see you as always, giving good big hello to you and me, Rico. It's always good to see Trip in the chat. He tends to light things up a little bit.
He always starts the Trippy clan. Hello to you,
Yes.
Kitty and Denny. Nice to have you with us. And yeah, it must be nice for everybody just being able to. I know that KG's in there, so I saw KG. That's probably going to be a wide, I think, too high. And they're calling this a no ball. Now, is that the second one then? That can't be a no ball.
Look at that. He's standing up tall, and that has gone.
Yeah, it's over the head, but
way up.
It wouldn't be a no ball unless he does it twice.
Well, the square leg umpire, he put out the wide, and then he dropped a hand and left one up.
Yeah.
That was,
I think that's only. Yeah, that's got to be. It's not his second offence. So
yeah.
I don't.
Can't be. It's only his first ball of the over. Or second ball of the over,
Yeah, but he
isn't it?
took a wicket.
Yeah, so he hasn't infringed yet. Strange.
But they have called that a no ball, though. Anyway, free hit. Even if they catch it, it won't be out. They will stop the ball. Yeah, I'm a bit confused there. So he got a wicket with the first one. Now, maybe it was over the shoulder and was allowed as one for the over and then caught on the boundary. Maybe that's why.
Possibly.
So they've obviously said that the one before, the short delivery, was also over the shoulder. So that's why it was a free hit. So Ali Haider coming on the bowl a little bit later than I would have expected. He's got some paces, Ali Haider. He demonstrated that in the earlier match. Well, that one doesn't come up at all. That's actually very well played by Alarm.
In the end, he's really just dropped the bat down in a hurry because that bends the back, and you could see that was going to be a short ball. No, it was not a short ball. It hit something else on the pitch and just, well, I wouldn't say it grubbed, but it did not get up. That could have been trouble aplenty if that had gotten through.
Well, Trippy said he's got Hornchurch on the TV and watching this on the phone. And I think a lot of people are using multiple devices to see the action.
Good on you, Trip. We appreciate you joining us as well as the mob in Hornchurch. You're doing a great job, by the way.
Straight to the fielder. Straight to the fielder. Gets plenty off this.
Yeah.
There's John, and he thinks, oh, shoot, he says. How can I put it straight to the fielder? But we have seen a lot of that. I tell you what, why don't we bring up the answer to my question after this over? So my question was that so listen carefully, who became the fastest batter to 8,000 test runs? So that was the question.
I'm gonna do a shot in the dark here.
Go on then.
I know I'm wrong, but I have to give it a shout.
All right.
Ricky Ponting.
It's a very good, very, very good answer, but it's not the right answer. But I can see where you're coming from there.
Yeah.
There were actually a lot of good answers there, so
Yeah.
you got a ball to get a few more answers in if you want to.
Come on, chat.
And
Help
then
us out.
I will start to reveal all.
Come on, last chance to give us that answer to Rico's question, everybody. Jump in. Let us know who you're thinking. I'm wrong. It's not Ricky Ponting. Please don't say Ricky Ponting. I've already made that mistake. Michael Clark.
Another good answer.
But not right.
But not right. Not right. You'll shoot yourself in the foot when I tell you.
It's an Aussie, isn't it?
Because you'll say, oh, how could I not?
Yeah, I know.
How could I not?
I
All right,
know.
Ali Haider to finish his over. And it's a good over. He'll only go for, should be just the 5 runs. He does pick up a wicket along the way as well. And you would think that with that over, he should have at least salvaged a point for his side. 57 for 1 after 6. So, yeah.
There we go.
Here we go. It should be coming on your screens now.
What do you got for us?
The question, of course, was who became the fastest batter to score 8,000 test runs. And there it is. 1989, Smudge is born, the birth of Steve Smith, who was on the 21st of March in 2022 in Lahore. Steve Smith became the fastest to 8,000 test runs, and 3 years later reached the 10K milestone as well. 151 innings, I think he got to the 8,000. And the people who were probably wondering, there were some guesses of Tendulkar. I think Tendulkar took something like 154, 55 innings.
Right.
So, yeah, he did it pretty quickly. And, yep, of course, born today as well on this day in 1989. Smudge is born, or Smudger.
It's also his birthday today.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
also his birthday today, yeah.
Now, did I see somebody with the correct answer? I got a feeling I saw someone mention Smudge earlier. I thought it was in response to your question the first time you asked it. Oh, well, it protects the boundary, so that's a good effort. The catch was always going to be tough there, but protects the boundary. So 15 off 4 for the bonus point. That's looking like it may be a couple of balls too little to try to pick that one off. I think if they had a few more opportunities, they may get there, but I don't think that was always. Now that they lost that first wicket, I'm pretty sure they'd just say, you know what, let's just settle back into the recliner rocker, get ourselves a nice little cool drink, and let's get the runs within the 10 rather than the 7. Let's see how they go.
Plays that nicely. He's got 2 men straight. He should stop this off, and that's keenly done. And, well, almost a direct hit from the fielder there. That's Shah.
Was indeed.
Shah, remember, he did put 1 catch down. He'd be disappointed with that when the ball went over his head and bounced over for 4. And that's been the story, really, hasn't it, with Phoenix? I mean, whether if they took all the chances that they put down, especially there was quite a few early on, whether that would have made the difference of them to winning this match or not, we don't know. In the air, and it's well held. Really good catch there, taken by Josak Khadka. That was hit hard, and he's having to take this one kind of round about chest height in the end, but does it the right way. Look at the technique here. He gets the hands in the right place, fingers pointing in the right direction, and holds on to a really good catch.
That was coming straight at me. I was ready for it, and I've had the catch stolen right in front of me. So that's okay. That's okay. I think it's more important for the players to take these catches than me. So there we go. I think, is the umpire just asking for the number? I think he's just trying to verify the catcher.
Yeah, well, it's Khadka. We know that.
Clearly it's Khadka. Right in front of us.
Right in front of us. Really good catch. That was hit pretty well.
It was.
And I can vouch for it. I think Phil G was ready.
Yep.
He had the hands in the right position.
Thank you. But Khadka was in front of me, and I gave way. Said, yep, you take that catch. I'll just stay here in the commentary position, put my hands over my laptop, protect the equipment, rule number 1. Just ask Danny here to check about that.
Yeah.
Hello, Danny, if you're watching.
Did Danny tell you about what happened to him in France?
Yeah, day 1, wasn't it? Day 1.
I wasn't there. I got there, I think, for the start of day 2.
Oh, okay.
And he was actually quite jammy because the production crew actually had a spare monitor, one of these.
Yeah.
So they were able to connect that up to his laptop. So he had a massive, great big screen. I mean, I thought Vinny had the big screens. He was massive. So I get there and I'm thinking, oh yeah, what's going on here? And he said, I broke my screen, my laptop. He got one right on the base of it.
Yeah, hit flush. Yeah, he told me about it. Mind you, though, he was in absolute rapture when he found out that I damaged my laptop in Portugal, but that was weather-related. We had this kind of igloo, and the laptop was here, and the wind hit the wall, went like that,
Yeah.
and it knocked my cup of coffee right across the keyboard,
no.
and then it all fell to the ground. Picked it up. The screen was still on. Picked it up, and then I can't remember who it was came across, and he said, "Is it okay?" And we tilted it, and the screen just went bing. Like, no, it was okay, and now it's not. There's coffee all through it. And for the next day, I was just holding it, and coffee's just dripping out for like the whole day. I'm like, it was a full cup of coffee.
Did it ever come back?
No.
Never came back.
I saved the hard drive, so that was good.
Okay.
Got it home. Oh, I got it home, and the missus had already gone out and bought me this one. She'd bought me a brand spanking new Lenovo.
Ah, you.
She's a darling, a keeper.
yeah.
She's a real keeper.
Well, I wonder if I wonder if things like insurance. I mean, you would probably have to not mention the coffee.
Yeah, I would just said weather. But then I thought, well, you know, it is insured. I could have claimed it, but you know what?
Was it old one?
Oh, yeah. This was a Dell that I bought in the UK back in 2015 or
Okay.
2016. It was ready for an upgrade, and it was ready to be shipped out. And, yeah, the cup of coffee just helped on its way. I was actually a bit filthy about the coffee because it was early in the morning. That was the horrendous storm that hit us. We were absolutely drenched. It was awful. That first day in Santarém, we lost the first match in the Challenger division on that Saturday. And I was commentating by myself, and then Tina turned up on the Monday, and I want to share your equipment, please. Hi, Tina, great to see you again. Can you please set up so I can see the players' names? That'd be great. Just one of those awkward moments. But yeah, that was, and obviously the chat were very aware about my coffee incident. I had to wear that one with a bit of embarrassment for the following couple of months. Anyway.
Flipped away, and it's going to go to the boundary. 4 runs. It's a long, hard chase. So I suppose Phoenix, they will be happy that they've avoided getting nothing from this game. They will take a point away, but it's the Royal Eagles who are well on course to a victory here now, just needing 7 more runs to do it. And the Eagles, well, they're flying high today. First, they get the win over the Bliss Warriors, which no other team apart from them have been able to do, by the way.
That's right. Yeah.
And now they're going to get this win over Phoenix. Phoenix are really going to have to pick themselves up. It's been a tough one for them. They did have the break of 2 matches after the loss to the Bliss Warriors, but it hasn't seemed to have served them very well. And now they're into a tricky one against the Bucharest Gladiators, because you get the feeling whoever goes down in the final match, match number 10 of this day 2, probably to come back from it's going to be very difficult.
I agree. Going to be really, really hard to come back from that if you lose that one. It's up in the air. Catching opportunity. Oh, goes for the dive. That would have been a spectacular catch had been held. As it is, marks for effort there. Super. I hope you haven't done yourself a mischief. That is such a great effort there. Kadka, you threw yourself full length. You've almost reeled in the catch of the season. Almost. Well done.
Can we see that again? Have a look at the butterfly here. I mean, have a look at this. Kadka is getting a lot of love from the butterfly. If we haven't got it straight away, maybe after this delivery, I think we'll see it. Watch the butterfly going round him here. Butterfly's giving him a little bit of love. A little bit of love from the butterfly, saying great effort. Oh, that one almost takes the stumps. It's 1 boundary would do it. 3 runs for a victory, but that is the end of the over. So they will take it into the next. So 8 overs completed, and the Royal Eagles are 70-2. We said earlier when we were talking about run chases, you want to try and do it with balls to spare, or at least an over to go, and that looks like what the Royal Eagles are going to try and achieve here.
Yeah. Look, they haven't panicked any time. They've lost a couple of wickets along the way, but they've approached this chase really, really well, because it's not a massive score, but it's still a score nonetheless. And this tournament so far has been full of low scores to be chased, and they've not all been chased down. We've seen a lot of chokes at the end. Some very serious situations where teams have snatched defeat from the jaws of victory right before our eyes in that last over.
Yeah.
So still going to get these runs. They are expected to get the runs, but they've still got 2 overs to go. So if they can wrap it up in the next couple of deliveries, they're going to feel very good about themselves here. It's a nice shot.
Nicely played. Test for the fielder. Will make the stop. So we will continue. And, well, Trip was saying, is this the last match? No, we've got 1 more here today. We've got match number 10 to come. But we do have 4 tomorrow, don't we? Tomorrow we have 4 matches.
Yep.
So just the 4 tomorrow, and then we go back to the 5 matches on the finals day Wednesday. That one just floated up, just played away down the ground, not trying to do anything supersonic. That will tie the score, so you might as well bring everybody in here now.
Might as well.
Any run will win it for the Royal Eagles. So Royal Eagles, they're looking to make it 2 wins out of 2. And that will be them done for the day. And, well,
Oh, not just yet.
it's a wicket for Momin, who gets a chance. And that's a little moment for him to enjoy. Momin picks up a wicket. This is John has played all around this. I think he was just trying to get a bit of bat onto the ball.
Yeah.
And Momin is saying, I did a bit of this and a bit of that. And I took the stumps. Here it is again. And let's have a look. It's just a straight ball, really.
It is.
More than anything else. And I think the batter's just trying to get bat on ball, win the match, but not going to do it. Chima's still there, but is going to be the new batter who's going to have the opportunity for getting the winning runs. And it's Wakas Ahmed.
Yeah, well, that's poetic. If Wakasama could just nudge this around and give himself a single, then he'll feel good because he was there in when the Royal Eagles beat Bliss Warriors a moment ago. Well, he's almost lost his stumps in the process.
Nudge it around is not what he's thinking.
He wants to go down in a blaze of glory. He wants to hit a Maximo out of the park. He's aiming to put the Grizzly in the pond. Someone tell me he doesn't have to.
That'll be
Ah,
it.
there it is.
It will be done with a wide, and that will be the match. So congratulations as umpire Imran giving the signal that concludes this match. The Royal Eagles win another. They get 6 points then in the day, but they will feel probably in both occasions against the Bliss Warriors, and maybe in this one, that after restricting teams to scores of 80 and 72, that maybe they've missed out on an opportunity of 2 looks of 4 pointers. They could have been eating octopus tonight, but in the end, they're going to have to settle for the 6 points. But that'll do them nicely. It puts them in a comfortable position in the standings. And remember, they do have games in hand over the Warriors, and they'll be looking to make further catch up on them tomorrow. This is how it started. There were opportunities there. This one was very, very close, but the batter only just did make it back. But that's the thing, when the chances are there, even the half chances in tight matches like this, when you haven't got a lot of runs on the board, you need to really hold on to them. But I like the partnership there between Shohab Alam and Sohail. Sohail just played his part quite patiently, the left-hander. This was one boundary that he did get away, and that's the first time that we noticed that fence had been knocked over, which has ended up back on his feet again, though the batting cage is still down this morning. Yeah, that's another error there this occasion from the fielder. He should have done better and found himself in the wrong position to take that catch. And this was another one that probably shouldn't have got through. But there would be some joy. This was one of them. That's a really nice catch taken to remove Sohail. That was Devendra Singh who came across to take it. This one was stumped down the ground, and what a good catch that was from Jasak Kodaka as well. He certainly has been excellent with the ball and in the field. It's a shame really for players like Kodaka and one or two of the others in the side, because they just really haven't had some of the support from some of the other players.
There's the butterfly shot there. That will be known from now on as the butterfly shot, as it circles around the head of poor Rod Katko, who couldn't quite make the fantastic catch there. And you see here there was another wicket fell here just towards the end, and then another wicket there. That's just the proper angle of that wicket there. Very happy young man there, picks himself up. A bit of a consolation there. That was when scores were level. The next ball, however, was a wide ball, and it was game, set, and match to Royal Eagles, and they pick up a good win here. Very important to them. They played 2 games today. They walk away with 2 wins, and you know what? If you can bank that on a day out in the tournament, then you've had a good day. Look there, Shahab Alam leading the way, the skipper, with that 31 for 21. Equally, give a shout out to Sohail, the wicketkeeper, that 17 for 15. They set the tone for this run chase, and I think they did a terrific job. Really, really good. And it was only left to a couple of players at the end there. Chima especially just stepped up and hit 11 from 7, just to ensure that there was no little sort of bumps and fits and starts, that they got the win. They did it with 8 balls to spare as well. The bowling card, not a bad looking bowling card, I'm perfectly honest. No one really got gone after. Joe Saria went for 12 off his 1. He was probably the most expensive of all the bowlers, but you can see there that opening stand of 52 is what did the job for the Royal Eagles. So congratulations to Royal Eagles. Unfortunately for Phoenix, it just wasn't their match today. It wasn't their match previously as well, but they've got one more game to come back and try to do their best against the Bucharest Gladiators. It's going to be hard for them to come back like this. It would be their third game today to play. For the Royal Eagles, we're going to see them back again tomorrow. They've got 2 games tomorrow, and then they've got 3 games on Wednesday. So they've actually got a bit of a tough run on Wednesday. And think about if they make the final, they're going to have 4 games on Wednesday. So Wednesday could be a tough one for Royal Eagles. I know we've been a little bit sympathetic towards the Bliss Warriors, who are playing 4 games yesterday and 3 games today. But think about that. If you're a Royal Eagles, you play 3 games on Wednesday, 2 tomorrow, 3 on Wednesday. If you get into the final, which we feel they will, we feel they're a little bit above the other 2 teams in this competition. And we feel that the final is looking like it could be a Royal Eagles and a Bliss Warriors final. If that does happen, they're going to play 4 games on a very warm 30-plus degree day on Wednesday. That's going to be tough. A test of stamina. I said it right from the get-go of this European Cricket Series Romania. I said this is going to be like a Survivor Series. It's going to be testing the players, test their stamina, and test their intestinal fortitude and see what they've got. So anyway, let's get on with it because match 10 is coming your way very shortly. Phoenix are going to bounce back. Hopefully for them, they'll bounce back against the Bucharest Gladiators. Bucharest Gladiators desperate to get a win on the board. We know that they're better than that. We know they're a quality outfit, and we're looking forward to seeing them getting on the park for the last game today to take on Phoenix. I can't wait for that one. Thanks for sticking around, everybody. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. Myself and Rico will be back on the air in approximately 11 or 12 minutes' time. Introduce you to that game, and we'll see you then. Until then, stay cool. We'll try and stay cool as well.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
And welcome back everybody to the continuation of this European Cricket Series Romania. It's the last match of day number 2 coming your way, match number 10. And we've got a big one coming for you right now. It is going to the Bucharest Gladiators. They're back to take on Phoenix in this up and coming game. Very important game for both these two teams. Struggling to find a win in this series so far. Well, one of these two teams are going to come away with a win right now. They're going to get the points. Can't wait to get into this one. Let's get across to Stefan Gooch. He's got the captains for the all important coin toss. Stefan, take it away.
Gladiators to call.
Tails.
Tails is called. And it is tails. What would you like to do? Okay. Good luck. Have a good game. Okay. Gladiators have won the toss. They're batting.
So there you have it. The Gladiators win the toss and they've elected to bat first. Pretty quickly to say that as well. I think it's a good toss to win for them. Get a chance to get a score on the board. They're going to have to dig deep. Their batters are going to have to find something that they haven't found yet in this tournament, and that is a big score. I'm hoping they can do it for their sake. For Phoenix, they're going to have to bowl out of their skins to restrict this team to a decent score, and they'll be chasing in the last innings today. Under this hot sun, it's going to be a tough match coming up for both teams. I'm looking forward to it. Hope you are as well. I know one person who is looking forward to this is, of course, my co-commentator and good friend Rico Full. He's in the commentary position, ready to take on this game and to bring you into it straight away. Rico, the news from the toss is that the Gladiators won the toss. Going to have a bat first.
Thank you very much to Phil G. And I like that move from the Bucharest Gladiators. Don't forget, when we did see them bat first, it's probably the best game that they played. They were pretty unlucky against Phoenix of all teams. So this is a rematch of that match. And of course, it was match number 3 when the Bucharest Gladiators batted first, but 125 on the board, but unfortunately couldn't defend it. As Bilal Ahmed, 33 of 9 deliveries, and Aleem Abdul, 21 of 9, helped Phoenix get a victory with a ball to go. Remember, they got there when they ran the extras, when the ball thrown in from by a fielder hit the stumps, and 1 became 2. And that was the end of it. Lalit Punjabi comes back into the side for Phoenix. And you see that it looks like Jan Said comes in to the side there for the Bucharest Gladiators. So it's going to be an interesting one. I think with the bat, it's got to be said that Nakvi Sasanga, question marks over his fitness, though. Remember, he was hobbling around and had to actually retire out at a crucial stage in that match against the Bliss Warriors. I thought that was a key part. Expecting better from Sadun Pereira as well. He's a good player. We've seen him score runs in the past. Hasn't had too much cricket out there. And Alizan, the captain, let's see which part he plays in this one as well. I think once again with the ball, they'll be good. Talha Baba, the emergency man. Well, I tell you what, this is a bit of an emergency, this match. They do need a win. So it's a good time to have the man with all the 9s on his back. And they also got the man with all the 8s on his back as well, Mohamed Khayyam. And, well, why not have the man with all the 4s on his back as well, Muhammad Ali. So let's see how they can go here. Need a victory. You could say the same about Phoenix. I think myself and Phil are of the position that the team that loses this match probably is the first of the 4 teams that we can probably say is not going to make it through to the final on the Wednesday. And even the winner of this one, the Gladiators, remember at the moment just 2 points from the 3 matches that they played. They also themselves have to try and get something from it. So big match this coming up. One of these two teams want to go away from this with a victory. Phoenix have got a win under their belt already, but remember, they haven't been able to pick up too many other points along the way. So everything to play for. Bucharest Gladiators searching for their first victory. If they don't get that victory in this contest, then I really do believe that even if they were to get a really good run on in their remaining fixtures, for them to finish in the top 2 seems pretty unlikely. So welcome back, everyone. And to a lot of people have been talking about this beautiful ground. It is absolutely sensational. And here's the first one from Hosak Kadka. He's marking up his run-up. And while he's marking up his run, the batter seems to be walking away from where he should be. He needs a little bit of assistance to get his helmet sorted out. There's Atif Nakvi, it looks like, he's out there. Well, Nakvi's pretty naughty, really. That should be sorted out before he went out there. And that's what the umpire would have said to him. So Nakvi with his captain, Ali Zain, are the two openers. Once again, I'm going to be interested to see how Sasanga does go, because we know he was really struggling with it. Looked like a sort of a knee stroke hamstring kind of injury. So we are ready to go. Here comes Kadaka. And it's a big swing and a miss early on from Nakvi. Now, he's been run out on 2 occasions of the 3 knocks that he's had. And on the one where he did manage to stick around, he did score a very handsome 57 or 25 deliveries. And that's what he's looking to do here. He will play his shots. It's the sort of player that he is. He's not one to push the ball around. If it's there, he'll go for it. And he gets beaten again. And there's a bit of a, and there's not the bowler this time grunting. That's the batter grunting because he misses it, Nakvi. Beautiful afternoon. The wind did pick up slightly at points in that last match. We did see our boundary fence at the square leg area go down at one point, which has been put back up and in the air and dropped. Oh my, Nakvi, what an opportunity. How many times have we seen this at the beginning of the innings? Batters giving chances and not being taken. Kadka is filthy with the fielder. So he should be. He's been put out there to do one thing, and that's that when this ball is bowled, to be ready to take the catch. The plan has worked perfectly. The only thing is the fielder hasn't played his part, doesn't take the catch. Nakvi gets dropped on 0. It's his luck about to change as Kadka now has to change the field to the right-hander, pushing the third back. Yeah, that's a huge let-off, really is. Here comes Kadka now to the right-hander, and it's going to be a little bit too wide here. Misses his target, and hear those crickets. That time of the day, the crickets are singing. The birds have quietened up. You'll hear the odd flutter of a butterfly. The odd fly or bee buzzing around. And, well, National Geographic has got nothing on us, I tell you that. We've got a little bit of everything. All that we need is a big friendly bear to just come out of the woods. Can you imagine we're looking at that scene there and a bear just comes through there? That's all we need. Mind you, I don't know whether we'd stick around or we'd be running as this gets played away. And I know I was talking to some of the first time that I came out here, and I was reading about the number of bears that there are in Romania. So we know that there's 6,000 brown bears here in Romania, a total of 200,000 brown bears worldwide. But here in Romania, forming the largest population outside of Russia. And what a lot of people were telling me as we see another wide here from Kadka was that obviously because, and it's a sad thing really, isn't it, with wildlife, that as we grow, we sort of invade their space and their areas, so we start to encroach on their lands. So they're closer to people, and I think bears now are coming into the towns around Romania and helping themselves to whatever we leave in the garbage bins. That gets played away, and it's going to be stopped there by the sweeper on the boundary. So it's more and more sightings of them, and thankfully it's not too many serious issues with them around. Some people do tend to say that they're more scared of us than we are of them. So, but yeah, that would be a sight. Mind you, the good news is that most of this ground is pretty well fenced off. So if there are bears in there, they're not going to be easy for them to come through here. They'll have to swim across the lake. And what's no ball being called here? Now, this is an interesting call. I wonder what this is for. Is it for fielders? Is there too many out? I think there might be too many. Yeah, I think there's too many out. 1, 2. I think there might have been 3 fielders out. And because it was called by the square leg, I think my feeling is, yeah, they are counting now the fielders. My feeling is that they should have brought in one of the fielders, and they didn't do it early enough, and free hit has been called. So that's a naughty one. And Kudka would probably be thinking, what is going on here? He's had a catch dropped, and then the fielders not where they should have been. Kudka trying to finish the over off and needs some support once again from his fielders. Lovely slower delivery. It's partially stopped by Arun Kumar, Unin Krishnan, who is behind the stumps for this one. And the over comes to an end. And one thing that I'm noting here, and Phil G is about to join me back, and probably touch on this as well, there just doesn't seem to be any positive vibes coming through from the Phoenix side. I suppose I get it. They've not had too many good things happen to them, but you've got to be positive. Phil comes back, and as he comes back, we'll talk a little bit about our 2025 calendar as well. Any particular venues there that you're really looking forward to, Phil?
Well, thanks for the welcome back, Rico. Yeah, look, obviously I'm looking forward to ECC. I'm still trying to work out my travel plans. I'm hoping to pop down as a spectator to watch the Czechs play. And I'm trying to coordinate something with a couple of our friends in the chat, Dave B and Ian Smullen, who are doing a road trip. And I'm trying to figure out a way that I can somehow be that lonely hitchhiker on the side of the road who joins their little caravan of courage and gets a little quick trip down to Malaga with them. So that's in the pipework, something I'm trying to work on. So I'm looking forward to ECC for a couple of reasons, a little bit beyond that one. And to be honest, I'm still trying to get the okay from the missus just on the quiet. So she doesn't know the full plans just yet. However, now I'm announcing to her in the world. She will know. She'll probably be tuning in. I think she knows. Actually, no. I think she's got a conference in Pilsen today, so maybe she'll be a bit busy. She'll find out eventually. She always does. But that's what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to ECC. Apart from that, I'm looking forward to Croatia actually. Only because I'm going to be on that one. I can't wait to get down there and meet up with Sam Horton again and the rest of the guys down there, and they seem like a really good bunch, and it's apparently a very good venue from what I've been told. So I'm looking forward to that one.
You know, the things that are happening with Croatian cricket at the moment is fantastic. I mean, they're women. The way they've come on board in leaps and bounds is amazing. I know that Vedran Zenko is doing a fantastic job there with the women. They played some excellent cricket recently when I saw them in, Malta? Yeah, see them in Malta?
And we've hosted them in Prague a couple of times too the last couple of years. So, and they have come on, as you're saying, leaps and bounds.
Yeah, they really have. And I remember them it was about 18 months ago when they came together. And, you know, very similar stories to a lot of the women around Europe. You could say the same for some of the girls that played for Cyprus recently, for Malta, even for Estonia. You know, never played before, and in a year, the improvement that's been made from going from softball to hardball, 6-a-side to 11-side, is fantastic. And Croatia, they're playing some really good cricket at the moment, so I'm really looking forward to going there. I think I'm going to be on that tour as well, so seeing how they go. And the thing about Croatia is because they don't have too many teams themselves. Depending on the size of the tournament, there's always an opportunity for players from nearby to come over and play, maybe even the team. So be interesting to see how that goes. But always see some good, talented, not just homegrown players there, but also some players that have travelled from maybe other countries nearby. So always a good tour.
Oh wow, I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, big time.
That's it well, but to the fielder, and uses more of his knee than his hands, I feel here. A good cut, but he does make the stop.
Yeah, you mentioned before Phoenix looking just a little bit flat when they came out to the field, and I kind of agree with that. You know, those 2 losses they've had today, that's got to hurt. That's got to be a bit of a body blow to them, and they know that they're one more loss away from pretty much writing off the tournament. Pretty much, they're going to be in a world of trouble if they don't pick up the win here. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to pick up a win here. They do have 3 matches again tomorrow. So there's hope from them, but they just got the 1 match on Wednesday to follow up. So if they can't prove it here with a win, they've only got 3 more opportunities tomorrow, and if they can't do it there, they're never going to get a chance to get into the top 2. And once that's done, that's it. That's all over then. and it will end up being, as we do suspect, it's shaping up to be Royal Eagles and Bliss Warriors to end up atop. And right on cue, the standings appear on the screen there. Bliss Warriors, 7 matches, 19 points. Royal Eagles, 4 matches, 9 points. And they're Phoenix and Bucharest Gladiators just languishing, struggling to get wins on the board. And, well, especially Bucharest Gladiators, still searching for that elusive first win.
Yeah. Phoenix, good start though. I mean, they may not be making a lot of noise, but having said that, the bats from the Gladiators are not really either. So it's maybe they're just saying, look, just stay focused on the job at hand, try to keep the score down, keep putting the pressure on the Gladiators, and let's do one thing that they've only been able to bat well once, haven't they? And that's when they beat the Gladiators in this fixture, match number 3, when they chased the 125 that was the score that was set by the Gladiators. So they've got a good record against them. They'd love to get another win here. And if they do, well, look, all of a sudden they're on level points with the team, the Royal Eagles. All right, the Eagles have got that game in hand, but they will play each other. So that's the important one. Just quickly looking at the fixtures tomorrow, I do feel that those two teams, they play each other tomorrow twice, the Eagles and Phoenix. So he slips down. He's going to have to get himself up and crawl back into the crease with the captain, Ali Zain. Yeah, so tomorrow, the fixtures tomorrow, Phoenix will play 3 matches. They'll start with a repeat of this match. So it's going to be the Bucharest Gladiators taking on Phoenix.
Right.
And then we will have the Gladiators against the Eagles. And as you mentioned already, the Eagles will play 3 on the spin, but 2 of them, the last 2 matches, will be Phoenix and the Eagles. So match number 13 and 14. So those 2 matches could be very decisive.
Very big indeed. Yep. That'll be the test. That will really be the test. But yeah, 2 teams with 3 matches tomorrow. That's going to be tough as well under warmer conditions. Probably warmer than what we've had today.
Yeah.
Today's been pretty warm. And then Wednesday, Royal Eagles, those 3 matches, they've got 3 matches on Wednesday. And if they get in the finals, that's going to be a 4th match for them. You got to feel that's going to be a bit of a pinch for them as well. Should they make the final, of course. Should they get there?
It's played away quite beautifully. And there'll finally be some gentle applause for the batters as the boundary comes out. It's a good shot from Ali Zain. That will be his first boundary, and he desperately needed that after scoring just 3 runs off the 9 balls that he faced up until then. That takes him to 7. And Khadka, who is on this occasion bowling the next over.
Johnny here asking me if I can play an instrument. Obviously, me mentioning that I'll be, potentially could be in a car with Ian Smell and Dave B. He wants to know if I'm going to make up some sort of band there. Wide delivery there as well. By the way, not much chance to run it, but gets home. I do not. Actually, I do not. I'm not for that musical. I kind of can play a bass guitar. It's the first instrument I learnt, but I haven't picked up bass guitar for 12 years. I know one end from the other, but I could play a couple of chords, a couple of notes, and a couple of tunes. But I wouldn't call myself a player anymore. It's not my thing. Not my thing.
Tambourine? Indian bells?
Percussion.
There's always something.
There's something.
There's always something.
I could play. If I picked up a triangle and tried to hit it, it wouldn't go ding. It would go donk. It's it's that kind of thing. I could play a cowbell. Just the old sort of donk donk cowbell. I could do that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, so no, probably I would have to revert to percussion. I never really learnt to properly read music. I never learnt to pick up piano. I played cello when I was 12 years old. Would you believe that? My parents got me to learn the cello for a year. Seriously, the cello was bigger than me. I used to have to take it on the bus and take it at high school for practice every Monday. And people would just look at me with these eyes that just said, I'm so sorry your parents are making you learn the cello. Why couldn't your parents ask you to learn the violin? It was so much easier to carry a violin, but no, I had to carry a cello. I was a very small child, and I got to tell you, that cello, that was bigger than me. Really tough. 16 in the power play. Sorry, folks.
It can't be fun. I remember in my sort of younger days in the UK when you used to see some of the kids that were learning instruments that were bigger than them and just getting onto the bus, and you just felt for them. They're struggling to get this thing on the bus.
No.
And it's not much fun, is it?
No, you can't get a seat. You're hanging on to the instrument. You're hanging on to anything for dear life as the bus driver tears around a corner and, Yeah, bit of a mercy thing that. Tucked up in the air, that's going to run away from the fielder. There's the race on, and the ball's going to win that race. And it's well picked out there. 20 is the score without loss. In case you missed it, it was 16 off the power play. And hello there to Jacob. Jake Stewart join us in the chat, giving us a big wave there, you and I, Rico. Hello there to Jacob. Wonderful to see you again. It was good to see him. He joined me a couple of times during the night series, but then instantly had to say goodnight and go off to bed. So it was a little bit too late for him. Had a good chat about ice cream as well, making us very jealous about all the ice cream he was getting. Sitting on the couch, watching the Belgium night series and eating ice cream. The life is good with him. Almost affects a run out. Not quite, though.
Yeah, hello, Jacob. Oh, Jacob, I tell you what, ice creams would be bliss. I mean, Bliss are not playing, but ice creams would be bliss right now.
Yeah.
And Abdul Shakur, if you are listening, we'll put a request in for ice creams and a cool box tomorrow.
A cool box tomorrow.
For the next 2 days, actually. That's what we need here, don't we?
We do.
A nice cool box with a few of those, either those ice packs or some bags of ice with a few nice cold babies in there. Can I just say, we were by Atif Nekvi before the start of the day when he arrived. He did bring us some nice chocolates. They were chocolate liqueur with rum inside. I'm guessing it was, well, that's going to go all the way to the boundary, as you can see how quick the outfield has come. It's going to be leg buys, in fact, 4 leg buys. And he did bring us some chocolates. They, as we suspected, because they had liqueur in them, we did say we can't really eat them now because obviously they have alcohol. But they have melted.
Totally, yeah.
They
that's
have
right,
melted.
yeah.
But if we had the ice boxes, we would have salvaged them. So we're going to have to try and find something to do with those melted chocolates.
I still like the idea of letting them melt in a jar, maybe adding a little dash of milk or a little scoop of, maybe a small little scoop of ice cream from the hotel bar and getting them to whisk it into almost like a milkshake situation. You could either put it in the fridge, have it as a mousse, or you could have it as a milkshake.
Okay, look, I do. Good fielding. I do you a deal. We'll go back together. So, oh, well, you want to say, what are you doing? Oh, no, this is just
where
madness.
are you going?
Absolutely.
Oh, no, it's...
This is just
Come
madness.
on.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. Atif Nakvi, he's there at the... I mean, Nakvi has been involved in 2 run-outs already in the 3 knocks he's had. So he's not moving. I have no idea what the Ali Zain is doing here. Ali Zain has run 3. Nakvi has run 1.
Well, Ali Zain, he ran himself out in the previous game he played, and he was filthy about that too, wasn't he? And that was... He's the skipper, and that's probably why he had the right to be a little bit upset. Oh, evasive action taken by the man in black. That went super quick.
Well, that's a thunderous shot from Nakvi. Did the fielder try and stop this with 1 foot as well? Well, there's the umpire. What's the fielder trying to do here? Yeah, look.
He does.
Trying to stop it with his foot.
I think he got a little something on that
that's
too.
That's Ali Haider. If Ali Haider did get a foot onto that, let's just say he certainly wouldn't be bowling in this match. That would have hurt him.
Big time.
Anyway, when we go back, you can go to the bar with the box of chocolates and ask the question.
See what they do
and
for
if
us.
they say yes, I'll join.
You'll share in the spoils, will you? Right,
come on,
okay.
People in the chat, come on. Give us some ideas what we could do with our melted liqueur chocolates. They've got rum in them, by the way.
Yeah.
And they are Romanian. So they're a Romanian brand because they've got the Romanian flag all over them. And asking the question, is there any bat here? Nakvi doesn't look like he's troubled by it. I think if anything, it might have caught a bit of the arm on the way through the elbow.
Yeah, something like that, possibly. Yep, okay. Yeah, so we have melted chocolate pralines with a very small little bit of rum in them as well for a bit of flavor enhancer probably. And we're trying to figure out what to do with them because we know what's going to happen when you open them up. It's just going to be goo. And I'm thinking, turn them into like a yummy chocolate milkshake with a scoop of ice cream. I'm hoping I can call in a favour with our friends back at the hotel. Maybe I can call in a favour there. There's a couple of staff who recognise us at breakfast every morning, and I think if one of those is on when we get back, I might put in the word to say, hey, look, we're checking out tomorrow morning. Could you do us a solid? It'd be really good if you could do us a solid. Have a go at these, put them in the blender, a scoop of vanilla ice cream. Rick and I will wait here for a couple of minutes while you do that.
Yeah.
What do you say? And they might just say, no.
No.
Straight up, no. We can't do that, sir. We have regulations and rules.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
The thing is, I kind of get it.
I'd get it.
The keeper wants to stand up here, so helmet's going to come out for Arun Kumar. But you know what the problem is? So it's like with all of these ideas, it's a good idea. making the beverage is one thing. Cleaning up afterwards. Can you imagine getting
That's
that
different
stuff?
completely.
Cleaning
Yep,
that blender. Yeah, anyway, we're going to see. This is going to be Bilal Ahmed who's going to have a bowl, isn't
Johnny here in the chat on the back of that conversation about me playing an instrument. He says, Phil, that's no good. Busking with Dave on a road trip. I have no intention to go busking with Dave on a road trip, Johnny. I can tell you that for nothing. I work for a living. I'm not going to go busking. Where's Ali Zane going?
I have no idea what Zane is trying to do here. Maybe he's trying to run out Nakvi again. Nakvi probably thinking, right, mind you, I was going to say, if he thinks Nakvi's batting too slow, 7 of 10, well, he's not doing much better, 14 of 16.
He's like a frog in a sock. He's all over the shop. He takes a run, he turns around without a call or a look of the eyes, and then suddenly halfway down the track, he'll be, Nakvi, what are you doing? And then we're all saying, Ali's saying, what are you doing? Just stand still, man. Oh, like a rocket.
Yeah. Good shot. He's played that a couple of times, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And I tell you who's looking at this. Jai Surya. He's saying, when I play those, I always go to a fielder, you know. Always go to a fielder, you know, when I play him.
Yeah, it's not fair.
It's not fair.
It's really not fair.
And he's, of course, out there in the field, isn't he? Jai Surya. You've got to feel for him. Nakvi's played 2 of those and he's gone.
Why has Jai Surya suddenly got an East End accent? It's not fair, isn't it, bruv? It's not fair. I swear you were going East End there.
Maybe it's a talk of busking that has brought it out.
Yeah, that's probably what's happened. Yeah, okay.
All right. Well, that one's going down to the. Well, you might as well have a practice in the net.
Is that what he's?
Well, he's come out from the net. 2 of them have come out from the nets. They have a little practice. But that's where the nets have ended up. And the 2 players, they end up in the same place.
That's bizarre.
They have made it back, though.
Okay.
But they haven't come with the ball. New ball comes out. That's one that I think Shubi, after his fielding attempt a bit earlier, is going to have to go and try and find that one.
Yeah, actually, they did rescue. There is a ball just over on the side of the rope there behind the player. Don't know if you can just see that. I think they did find something down there, which was interesting. Just every time players go down the hill, I think, oh, for goodness sake, someone put a locator on them. Oh,
okay.
Okay, that's interesting. Forward defensive while walking. Interesting move.
Listen, beaten by the pace. There's nothing being put on here by Bilal Ahmed, by the way. He's doing a bit of bowling here. And he comes again, and ugly. Oh. Everything, including the kitchen sink, misses out on this one. I've got another question, by the way.
Shoot.
And you're going to like this one. I think you know the answer.
Okay.
So I think most people should. Who is the first player to be timed out in international cricket? High in the air. Well, this could be time for Nakvi to go as well. Nakvi now. Well, it's going to be gone. And it's only right because the amount of times that Zain has tried to run out Nakvi is now going to succeed in running him out. So Nakvi gets the life as this catch is dropped so many times. Look where, Nakvi does start to go. He only reluctantly takes. This one comes off the hands, hits him on the peak of the hat. Devinder Singh puts it down. And then how is he expected Nakvi to get back? He gets sent back and he's going to be run out. Look at this. I've seen the wicketkeeper. Just knock the bails off, mate. Just knock the bails off. He ends up giving the stumps a bear hug. I know that the bears are around here in Romania, but have a look at this. I wonder if can we just see the running of the batters? It's quite crazy. Nakvi survives as he gets dropped on 10. But, just look at that. I have no idea what the captain was been doing out there, Ali Zain. Maybe he's forgotten that Nakvi... Look, he's still complaining. Yep. There's never a second here. Yep. Behave yourself. Have a look at this. It goes up in the air. The catch is dropped. It hits Devinder on the head. The throw comes and, well, look, there's no way that there's 2 runs there. Played out onto the leg side. It's Kaim Khan gets an option to make a mark in this one. Gets elevated up the order. That is the end for the 5th over. It probably gives us an opportunity to say hello to some of our viewers that are tuning in from around the world. Shall we get... You know what we should do?
What's that?
Shall we do a good old-fashioned lurker call-out?
Oh, should we?
We haven't done one in a while. We haven't done one here in Romania.
That's true.
And we know that there's a lot of you, we're talking about you all over the world that are watching but you never get on the chat.
That's right.
Now, why don't you do that? Why don't you just send a little message, tell us who you are and where you're tuning in from. And we normally say, come on, come to us, come to us, come on. Come on. Let us know who you are, where you're in. There's a little lurker call out to you. Just say hello, and we'll say hello back to you. That's short and ugly from Jai Surya, and that's going to be worked away by Kaim Khan for 4 runs.
Yeah, good shout out to do that call out of the lurkers. Please step out of the darkness and let us know you're watching, you're having a good time, and tell us where you're watching from as well. Always love to hear from where you're tuning in to the European Cricket Network. And obviously, I can tell you now that, Rico, we're here in Romania, just about half an hour on the highway outside of Bucharest, just to the northeast, in a lovely part of the world where the crickets are chirping, the rolling hills roll away into the background, and there's a nice dark forest next to us as well. It's a good part of the world. And the score here is 40 for the loss of 1 wicket. That first wicket has just fallen with the captain, Ali Zain, being run out. Flat bat shot down the ground. The race is on. Good work from the fielder. Got everything behind that. That's Kadkar patrolling the long on area. Well done.
Yeah, he's also patrolled. One thing that we have seen that I think all teams have some very good ground fielders in that long on and long off position. And we've been pretty impressed with some of those.
Yeah.
Some of that fielding. It's just the ones that square leg have been a little bit poorer. That's hit firmly into the deck. Back to Jai Surya, who makes a stop.
Your question again. Repeat your question again for the chat, please, Rico.
So my question was, who was the first player to be timed out in an international cricket? The first player to be timed out in international cricket. Oh, that's pretty close to the helmet. Maybe I just gave a clue away there. Something to do with the helmet.
There you go. There you go.
Something to do with the helmet. And it weren't that long ago, actually, and there was all kinds of controversy about it as well.
Okay. Finlay's Chickens. Finlay's very keen. He's got the answer. He's wrote it in a couple of times now. Finlay, hold on to that thought. We'll get back to you. We'll get a few other people to contribute and let us know what they think. I can see you're very keen with telling us that it's Sal Mendes. We'll see about that. Finlay's Chickens, by the way, that must be the name of your shop, surely. I mean, you wouldn't want to have come from family called Chickens, would you? Finlay's Chickens. You're based in Austria, so that must be like maybe a barbecue shack in Vienna or something. Let us know, Finlay. Let us know.
He's watching from Dubai. So
from Dubai?
Finlay's Chickens. First of all, thank you for answering a lurker chat. And well done for joining our family. Lovely to have you on board. And I will reveal who the answer is. Thank you for your input in the air, and it's going to go all the way. 6 runs. His fingertips on this from Devinder Singh, who, remember, put down a bit of a dolly a bit early on. And, well, Devinder Singh, I always like to say with the Punjabis, ਪਰੌਂਠੇ ਤਾਂ ਖਾਂਦੇ ਨਾ ਰੱਜ ਕੇ, but ਹੱਥ ਤੇ ਘੀ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਘੀ ਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਕਰੋ, ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ catch ਨਹੀਂ ਫੜ ਹੁੰਦੇ. And that one, though, you can see, couldn't really do too much about it, was just trying to save the boundary, was Devinder. Brings the 50 up for the Gladiators. They're on their way to a sort of score in the 80s/90s at the moment, unless something spectacular happens. Big hoik this time from Khan. Couldn't get this one away. But look, the difference though, just have a look at the difference. Khan's just come out there and off, what's that, off 5 deliveries, he moved on to 12, 6 of 12 now, whereas Atik Naqvi has had 15 deliveries and he's on 12.
Interesting.
That's the sort of thing we've been trying to, I think, get through to the teams here.
Yep.
Don't chew up more. Go in, have a go. If you get out, don't worry. Somebody else will go in. I don't think, and I'm pretty 100% sure, no team has been bowled out yet.
True.
No team's been bowled out yet.
That's true.
So why are batters afraid of having a go?
That's right.
You know, just go out there and have a go. Look, 50 for 1. There's only 24 balls to go. Just have a go.
It's also about having trust and faith in the rest of your batting card. Your teammates, that they can carry on to do the job.
Yeah.
So have faith in them. Oh, Naqvi, he's run that single hard and he looks absolutely out of breath. But shout out to May Webb, who's watching both games from Trinidad. Hello there, May. Thank you for tuning in to ECN and picking up both games at the same time. Good for you. And I hope you're having fun there in Trinidad on this lovely Monday.
Yeah, tell us what it's like in Trinidad at the moment.
Yeah.
I think, what are you there? Probably later in the afternoon in Trinidad?
Let me think. It would be it'd probably be morning. What time is it now? It's
We're coming up to
6 o'clock now. It must be about midday in
Okay.
Trinidad. That's my guess.
Well,
6
May,
hours difference.
Let us know.
May, yeah.
Yeah, let us know what it's like. And thank you for getting in touch.
Yeah, it's good to hear from you. And anyone else, let us know. A couple of people watching from Dubai, welcome. Great to have you here. Always good to have people tuning in from all over the world. So, yeah, definitely let us know. Rico and I are very keen to know where you're tuning in from.
We have Mohan as well, who's saying he's also watching from Dubai. So, hello to everybody watching in Dubai. It seems to be quite a few people there watching.
Tommy Thomas as well. Hello to you. It's always good to see people coming out in the chat and saying hello to us. And hello to everyone else in the chat, greeting each other, maybe meeting each other for the first time. A great way to find a few people. Obviously, the people in there with the spanners, they're our mods. They're looking after you. You look after them, and they will happily look after you. Engage with them, chat with them, see what they've got to say. And they are all over the ECN, and they're a wonderful bunch, the guys in the blue spanners.
Yeah,
I'm one of them, so I have to say that. So
they are, though. You're
they
absolutely
really
right.
are. They
You're
really are.
absolutely right. They hold everything together. Tommy Thomas, by the way, from Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone, lovely.
Welcome.
Nice part of the world, that one too. So welcome to you.
Kumar with the ball with the captain. And this is going to be dragged kind of on the leg side. Doesn't really get the power in it. He's played, it's been made to hurry again. You see Nakvi, it's a terrible runner. And he will scamper home. I like that from the fielder, saying, if you don't want to run, I'll make you run.
Exactly. 54 for 1. That expected score in the 80s. I think if Bucharest Gladiators can get 80, sort of 90, even 100, that'll make it really tough for Phoenix. Gets it around the corner, past the fielder, who's there to stop that shot, but it did go pretty quickly just to the left-hand side of him. So it was more about just a good placement of the ball rather than hard luck for the fielder there. But he is there to try to stop that. Couldn't get hands on it. 4 runs. Adds to the total while the crickets chirp in the background. And the wind is just picking up a little bit here, giving a bit of relief to the players out in the centre. Unfortunately, we're not catching a lot of the wind here in the commentary because it's coming right from behind.
We're not so lucky, are we? We're not so lucky with the breeze coming through. I mean, look at it out there. I mean, I'd love to be where that tree is right now, there at the back, and that's not that far away from us.
Exactly, yeah. It's looking very nice. But hopefully it's keeping it down for the players and the umpires, though, in the centre.
Gets a bit of bat onto this, has no idea where it is. And if he's expecting Nakvi to be running down, it's not going to happen. Nakvi keeps having a look at his bench. I reckon he might be thinking about retiring out here. I think he is, you know. Yep, there it is. Nakvi is being retired out. It doesn't quite surprise me. 13. Well, he was going, and now he's not going. I don't know what's going on here. It looked like he was being retired out there, 13 of 17. I can see another batter on the boundary waiting to come out. So I think the umpires are just checking something here, saying, yeah, okay, off you go. I think that you got to make that call probably.
Yeah.
Should have made it, I
think so
reckon,
too.
about 8 balls ago, actually. So Atif Nakvi is going to be retired out for 13 of 17 deliveries. So he's going to make his way.
May Webb, who's tuning in from Trinidad, just lets us know it's morning. It's 11 o'clock in the morning. It's a little bit of rain, a little bit of sun. So she's getting 4 seasons in one day there. 11 o'clock in the morning. So not quite 12 o'clock. I was off by an hour. That's just my summertime body clock getting things wrong, as it happens very often. But thank you for tuning in, mate. Lovely to have your company, as always, everybody else.
A little bit of rain and sun, he says. I tell you what, I mean, I know we had some chocolates here with some rum in, but I love a little bit of rum from Trinidad. a nice rum.
Nice
a
bit of
Cuba
rum.
Libre has, Nakvi now, Frangi's gear all over the place.
Yep.
Fortunately, I see it, but we don't see it on camera. That's good. Yeah, nice rum punch. Ooh.
Hello.
Ooh.
Yeah, now you're talking.
Naughty. We can do that. It's the last match of the day. We're allowed to have a random talk about food and drink.
That's right.
And, hey, have you had the Palinka?
Funny story about Palinka. I've had it before. I haven't had it while I've been here on this time, though. But I was introduced to Palinka in 2004. And I had a rocky relationship with Palinka ever since.
Oh, that's nicely hit. And, Saba.
How about that?
Kinna Sauna. Well, that's a one-handed catch. Is that Rashid? I think that might be Rashid out there. And I don't know why he's out there not batting, actually. But Rashid takes the catch one-handed. Maybe he's in the process of getting padded up. Well, he has got his pads on. That makes sense, actually. He should be out there. But I like this from Kaim Khan. And he's trying. You see, this is exactly what we've been saying, Phil. Get people like this guy out there. You know, I said about Phoenix, one thing they could have done earlier, change the batting order right round. And, give these guys a chance. They never get a chance because you're never being bowled out. You're losing 4 or 5 wickets. These guys are there. And, look, they can hit it. And they can hit it big.
Crunched.
Bolle, ginna, sona, shaka lagya. As Kaim Khan goes, boom, shaka lagya, boom, shaka, boom, boom, boom. Arriva, that's more like it. This is all you got to do. Just say, right, you batters ain't performing. You're chewing up too many deliveries. We're going to change it round. Come on, boys. Come on, the bowlers. Show them how it's done. Rashid did it earlier, and now Kaim Khan is doing it 29 of 13.
That's a really lovely shot, that, isn't it? And that's the kind of momentum we want to see. Rico, you're absolutely correct. How about some of that? How about a bit more of that, please? Oh, winds up and hits it straight back at the throat of the bowler. I hope he didn't wear that one. He's a bit ginger going for that. I think he's indicated the umpire he got the hands up, but that looked calamitous. Watch this one again.
Yeah, he hits it pretty hard. And
yeah, he got the hands up. Oh, thank goodness he got the hands up.
Yeah, he did well, and he did well to keep those hands together because that was throat or chin bound.
Yeah.
Well done. Well, now goes aerial fielder. Well, he's going to save the boundary.
He will indeed.
He dives forward at this. Once again, I mean, I like this. It's not an easy one. And that, again, is Josat Kadka. So he's diving forward, but you can see he's making sure the ball doesn't go under him afterwards. He's trying to flick the fingers up and stop the ball going through.
So, Rico, the mention of Palinka has brought Daniela back into the chat.
Yeah.
And see how fast she's come back in. Hello, Daniela. You heard Palinka? Yeah, I was introduced to Palinka with an ex a long time ago, many years ago. And I spent an Easter at her parents' place where she had a very, very large Rottweiler as a dog, her pet.
Yeah.
And at 2 o'clock in the morning, apparently I was dragged from the backyard playing with this Rottweiler for 3 hours whilst indulging in some of the Palinka that was in the freezer. You keep it in the freezer so it was ice cold.
Okay.
And I was indulging a few of those. So for 3 hours I was in the backyard playing with a dog. I had to be dragged in. And I've seen the photos. I know nothing. Absolutely nothing. And this dog was fearsome. That is a fearsome shot. Maximo Chasse. Anyway, you look at it, that's 6 runs. Lovely strike down the ground, that one.
I like it. This is Talababar, who now smashes this one down the ground. This is more like it. I'm liking the move here. So you've got Khan out there now. You've got Babar. These guys are having a go. That's right up there. It has been absolutely crunched. Yeah, it's lethal stuff. I know the first time. I only tried it last year for the first time. I heard about it.
Yeah.
It was Pavel, actually. For, of course, Pavel Florin, who is, of course, is a legend here in Romania. And a couple of years ago, he said to me, Rico, no, not good for you. You know, Pavel.
Yeah.
No good for you, Rico. Don't have. No good. No good. No good. Tomorrow, you not commentate. And I thought, okay. Pavel said no.
Yep.
And then last year we were here, and I had a day off, and we went to one of the shopping malls, and it was there, and I thought, you know what? I've got to try some of this stuff.
Okay.
And, yeah, it was, you know, when you sometimes drink something, and as soon as it goes down, you just... You can't stop your body from shaking.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit.
Yeah.
And the thing with it was, though, you just touched on it. If you have it when it's ice cold, it's different.
Oh yes.
So when I had it, it wasn't. I mean, it was cold, but not ice cold.
Yes.
But since then, I've had it when it's cold. It's come straight out of the fridge, the bottle. You've had it, and you think, that's better. And of course, they do have different flavors.
Yes, they do. Yes, they make it with different stone fruit. Yes. Yeah, but you're right though. Ice cold out of the freezer. There's something else about that. It's just. It still gives you that oomph, and that inner voice says to you, no, Rico, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you doing this to me? But I find it quite enjoyable the first time around, and the second time, not so much. But yeah, it's handled. It should be handled with care. That's all I got to say. And I've never had a store-bought Palinka. I've always had Palinka that's been made by people who I know.
Yeah. Now that's the other thing.
Oh, yep. Doesn't get down to that one, and it's completely clean bowled him, and it's gone through for 4 runs. Probably should have done a little bit better with that. That's not good. Yep. He's looking to the hand. Tell me that it's hit the hand. I'm not sure it really did hit the hand. If it did, it just grazed it because that went through at speed.
Yeah, it's again, Babar's hit it well, And, well, we don't really get to see there because
Yeah.
Arun Kuma's in the way. And it's a swing and a miss. But, hey, it's better. Swing hard. If you get lucky, good. If you don't, try again. Just have a look at how they've accelerated here. From the difference between when Nakvi was out there, what was he, 13 off 17 balls or something like that?
Yep.
And Ali Zain was 14 off 16. Those two just really they did no favours for the team. That's a good delivery, but it's been well played. It should be looking for at least a couple. And the other thing is, these two can run this brightly.
Yes.
And when you had Zain out there and Nakvi, they just couldn't run. They weren't even taking the singles, and they were always in danger of running each other out. So that's the end of the ninth over. I mean, they've already passed the score. It was looking like it was going to be a 78 kind of score.
Yeah, it did.
So these two have accelerated already, and with an over to go, maybe they could get 16 off this over and bring the 100 up.
Touching distance of a ton, and that would give them some real confidence coming out to field and to defend a total of 100 if they can get there. You're right, Rico. If they can manage that, these two are looking pretty good, looking very sharp. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing, and I hope you guys in the chat are as well. Finlay's Chickens, quickly, just asking who will be commentator the Central Europe Cup in Prague. That will be Vinny, Mr. Maximo, Danny Hudacek, and myself will be sharing the duties over the days that the Central Europe Cup is on, both the men's and the women's. And then, of course, the ECI for women's as well.
Yeah, there was also a question in there, that's going to be a why, about Romania. Tell us more about Romania. Do you like it? Is it good? I love it.
Oh, I love Romania.
It's probably the 4th time that I'm here.
Yep.
It's a very busy place. I mean, I think it's one of those places, no matter what time of year you come here, it's busy. And Bucharest, the centre, it's so busy, a lot of traffic, whatever. But one thing I find is, even though there's so many people, it's a very friendly place. You never feel intimidated. It's probably catchable if somebody was there, but they leave the mid-wicket, the boundary, vacant. Now, I think they want to check the height here because both the umpires are not giving a signal straight away here. So this is it. One angle. Can we see it side on as well? That doesn't show it dipping. I think we have a look at this one more time, if you could, please, guys. I think the ball is dipping. I don't think that's a no ball. I think it's on the way down. But that's been smashed away. Another big one. But, yeah, it's a lovely place. You can walk. Everybody's friendly. The shopping malls are the places to go because everybody tells me, especially in the summer, because in the summertime, AC, baby, AC. Everybody's in the shopping malls.
That's exactly right.
They love their ice cream here.
Yep. They do.
Every single flavour around. Food, very economical. It's another wide. So, Roger Scuba, they're not doing the best of jobs at the moment for his team bowling this last over. But what I like about it, as I mentioned, is a busy place, very congested.
Yep.
But there's a lot of open spaces, a lot of parks. Now, I went to a park from where we're staying at the moment. It's about a 15-minute walk. I didn't know it was there. I just started walking.
Okay.
I wanted to go the opposite direction of the shopping centre. And while I was walking, I sort of looked to my right, saw a bit of a lake. I don't wonder what that is.
Okay. Saw
an entrance. There's this massive lake. There's about a 5-kilometre radius. So you walk around it. And at various points, if that hit, that would have been interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Ajar, no, we're not coming. At various points, a little sort of kiosks to have drinks, something to eat. It's fabulous. It was absolutely wonderful. And it was like I was in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the wilderness, a little oasis. So, yeah, if you've never been and you're thinking about it, put it on your list. You'll love it.
It's interesting. I actually know the park you're talking about because I went for my long wander on Thursday. And when I was making my way back to the hotel, I passed this large lake, not that far from the hotel, close to the Promenade Shopping Centre, which is near us.
Yeah.
So you walk past it and then you do a little zigzag. Suddenly, the big, tall, cylindrical building where the Promenade is, it's right there. And this massive lake on the side. I'm walking on just going, why didn't I discover this? I'm actually... I actually want to get back to the hotel in the next hour, but if I'd known, I would have done a lap. It would have been enjoyable.
Yeah, it's very enjoyable, lovely walk. So, yeah, definitely put it on your list. You'll enjoy it. That's for sure. Kumar trying to finish things off here. High in the air. Fielder coming across. Can he get there? And it's well, how about this? Brilliant fielding. Oh, that's tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. Well, take a look at this. For it is Josak Karka who, watch this. I mean, the thing is, he comes across, picks it up, throws it away straight away. Then the bowler, Kuma, bang, thank you very much. I mean, whether he had to throw it or not, I don't know, but he wanted to do it in style. There you go. I think this could be here, Phil. Our HCL software play of the day. Let's run this one more time Fantastic piece of work to get the wicket. And good work. Have a look one more time. Hit down the ground. And you see Joseph Kudka come, picks it up one hand, gets a throw in. The batter was ball watching. He should have been on his go. Then he gets called back for a second. Kumar hits him, knocks him over. Explosive stuff. HCL Software. Play of the day.
Good shout there, Rico. I totally agree. And great call as well. That was a fantastic piece of work there from the fielders and from the bowler as well. That's not so great. That's going to go for a minimo. We don't see many of these, but there's one.
We've got to,
what did you spy?
Yeah, we've got to give it, if we have a, maybe the expected score has moved now, but somebody needs to wake up the man who's pressing the buttons for the expected score. Oh, he's still not right. Hey, wakey, we've gone past that already. Where are you?
Expected score's been expected. We have expectedly exceeded the expected score.
Well, it was 90 odd. It's gone up to hey, we're already on 105. Wake up, little computer man.
Maybe they keep kicking that tin can down the road.
That's out, isn't it? Yeah. Well, if it's not out, he says, just in case you think it's a bump ball, I'll get the non-striker out. I tell you what, he's homing on to those stumps and taking a battering. Let's just make sure here first that this isn't a bump. I don't think it is. Not a bump. Caught and bowled. And then he says, well, just in case, I'll have you as well. I tell you what.
Umpire, double play.
He's battering those stumps for nothing. I would, you know what? I've talked about this to Vinny sometimes when we have our conversation about things that you would want to change in the game of cricket. I think that is something I would like to see where you can get both batters out. Why not?
The old double play.
Yeah, the double play.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
That would be really interesting introducing something like that, just so players would know that you know what the ball is still live if there's a catch, you know, that kind of thing. That's astonishing what he's done there, though. That is. Crash! I don't like you, stumps. Take that. But yeah, I think just to be sure, the old Irish in him coming out. Well, they're going for the big second run. Stumps are broken yet again. Umpire's finger gets raised even as the bails were come flying in the air. They knew that was going to be another run out, but I think that was the last ball of the innings. If I'm correct, I think that was the final ball, was it? Yes, I think it was. So we're just going to get a confirmation that that's that, and then the score will be on the board. There you go. Stump's broken. Finger in the air. And the umpires are just conferring on the microphones, sorry, on the headsets just for a moment. I think that's how we're going to see it.
Yeah, well, we've seen this a few times. 3 run-outs in an over, and we'll see the same again here. 2 of them were pretty spectacular. Oh, well, what's going on here? We zoom it. Well, it's the back and forth already. Hang on, guys. We have to wait for the back and forth action. That comes at the end of the day. So that is the end of the innings, and... well, I suppose the Bucharest Gladiators are probably trying to say, well, if Bliss can do it, we can do it. It's their turn to get to, I think we're going to have to call this a blissful score. 106 is the sort of thing that the Bliss Warriors have been putting on the board. And then also defending Bucharest Gladiators looking to do the same against Phoenix.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the score is on the board. And we said, look, if they can get to triple figures, their bowlers are going to feel buoyed by that. They're going to feel they've got a target to work with. Yeah. They're going to think, you know what, we're playing against a team who hasn't batted well today. They're a bit down on their luck. They're down on their haunches. When they came out to play, Rico, you noticed straight away, they looked a bit flat. Yeah. And for the Bucharest Gladiators, this is going to be the red-hot chance for them to get their first win at their last match of the second day of this tournament. And you know what? This could carry them a bit of a smile into tomorrow's action. So they've got everything to play for in about 10 minutes' time when the run chase starts. Yeah,
that was the first of the crazy wickets to fall down when Naqvi just had his back turned to his captain and his captain was run out. Then Atif Naqvi, I noticed, I mean, he's walking off there. I saw him down as retired, not out. I don't think that's right. I think he's got to get retired out, surely. Because I don't think there was any injury there. He was just going to hit the ball. It's as simple as that. But once those 2 openers were out of the way, everything changed. I liked what I saw. Kaim Khan, 36 of 18, he mullered the ball to all parts of the ground. 3 sixes and 3 fours. Eventually caught and bowled there by Kuma. Was that a bit of moonwalking we saw there? This is the HCL Software play of the day for me. That's 1 run out. Then he would bowl the 5 wides. Here it is, which was Gandhi. And then once again, well, he needs anger management because he then gets the wicket and takes his frustration out on those stumps again when he knocks them out of the ground. Here we go, he says, 5 wides. Why did I do that? He gets there, and then he said, just in case you're not giving him out, he's out.
It was the gesture to the non-striker that got me. It was just the and him.
Yeah.
Umpire and him.
Yeah, I did like that. But look, much better from the other batters there. I mean, even when you look at the strike rate, 36 of 18 from Kaim Khan, Babar 14 off 9, Pereira never really got a chance to hit a ball, and Mohammad Rashid there just to get a run off the one ball that he faces as well. So it's a lot better. They can learn from that. All the teams can learn from that. But yeah, you just pointed out the number of extras there. 28, 16 wides, 2 byes, 4 leg byes, 5 penalty runs in there as well because of that slow over rate. So that's helped the Gladiators get past that 100 mark. So Phoenix, we did say they looked a little bit flat, and I suppose that's also been sort of seen from their performance there in the field. They just never really got motivated enough to get going, did they?
It's true. Yeah, motivation is the key word here, I reckon. I think you're absolutely right. It was that flat start, and it took so long to come out of their skins. And by the time the first wicket fell, you just felt that the game was already well and truly in control by Bucharest Gladiators, despite the fact that they didn't blow them out of the park with a massive score. It wasn't huge. It's 106. It's a very modest score, to be honest.
They were 36 for one at the halfway point. So Phoenix, it almost felt like without even trying so hard, they were easily in top of the game. But then those 2 openers got out of the way and things changed for the better of the Bucharest Gladiators. So they certainly have something to defend. Can Phoenix just pick themselves up here and go out there with a positive mindset and knock these runs off? Maybe Thalina Jayasuriya, maybe his form is about to change, and his luck perhaps, and he's going to get a few runs on the board. Bilal Ahmed, he's due some. He's a good player, hasn't quite got going at the moment, and maybe someone like Aaron Kumar or even Devinder Singh can contribute with some handy runs. Everything to play for in this match. We do feel that the team that loses out here may not get the opportunity to finish in the top 2. Join us back in a short moment. Rico Full here and Phil G. Loving your interaction. Keep it going. We'll be back in about 10 minutes time, and we'll carry on with some random conversation as well. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good afternoon, cricket fans. You are greeted back to this lovely ground by the chirping of crickets and, of course, the dulcet tones of one of your commentating hosts here, Phil G, here for the European Cricket Network. Soon to be joined by my counterpart, Rico Full. He's just enjoying just a moment's respite before we get into this final innings on this final day. Well, not final day, this final match, final innings on day number 2. 106 runs on the board. There it is. There's the bonus point equation. So the fielding team, if the Gladiators can restrict Phoenix to 74 or less, they're going to get all 4 points here. I mean, I'm sure they'll just want to get the win, but if they can get a bonus point as well, that will be the epitome of what a bonus would mean as well. And for Phoenix, if they can dust this off in 7 overs or less, they get themselves not just the win, but the bonus point too. So a bit to play for here. And as Rico and I have said throughout this match, and even in the previous match as well, this game is going to potentially put one team out of contention of playing on Wednesday. Potentially. We say that just want to cover ourselves there because anything goes, anything can happen. But the fact that Bliss Warriors have already played 7 games and got themselves top of the table. Royal Eagles have played 4 games and they've got 3 wins, looking pretty strong as well in second place. These are the 2 teams. One of them has to try to challenge the Eagles for that second spot. Remember, we've got 4 games tomorrow only, then 4 games again on Wednesday, and then the 5th game on Wednesday is going to be the final at the end of the day. So we're pretty much halfway through the contest right now. 18 group games, match 10 hanging in the balance. And this is going to be a bit of a tough ask for Phoenix to try to come out here and get 107 runs on the board in 10 overs. They haven't had a great day. This could turn things around. You never know. It is going to be a difficult chase. I just saw Was20 in the chat say that. Difficult chase. Took the words out of my mouth. It's going to be very tough indeed. And I can't wait to see how it's going to pan out. For the Bucharest Gladiators, they are red hot to get the win here. Absolutely red hot to get their first victory. They do have a couple of bonus points in the standings, but they need a win. They need to inject something into their tournament. And we start here with Emergency Services Barber opening the bowling. And off the mark with a single is Bilal Ahmed. And Jai Surya, the left-hander, he's on strike. Talked a fair bit about Jai Surya as well, haven't we? That he's taken a little bit while to get going often, and maybe this is his chance to do it. As Rico joins me here in the commentary position, and the two of us are going to take you through the final innings here on day number 2. It's match 10, hanging in the balance. There's a lot to play for these 2 teams. It could determine whether one of them will face the rest of the tournament thinking they're going to be cellar dwellers, or that they got a shot at getting into the final on Wednesday.
Yeah, good to be back for the final innings, and good that a lot of people around the globe are joining us as well. That's a nice rising delivery on around the hip area there of Jai Surya, who, Jai Surya just hasn't had things go his way. He's looked good at times. It looks like he's going to go and settle down and score big runs. He's played some good shots, but he's always managed to find fielders and not really had the rub off the green. He'd be hoping that can change in this match. Just got to deal with the emergency services first. As Babar, the man with 999 on his back, comes in again. He's gone for a big shot. I tell you what, if he connects to this, that would have sailed. That would have been gained all the way into the potato field. That would have. Yeah,
he looked good on that shot, didn't he? Just didn't connect. Missed it in the end by probably an appreciable distance. But yeah, if he'd connected, he was looking to put that over the sight screen and then some. Oh boy. Like to see him get a good innings here, Jai Surya. He's toiled away. As you said, Rico, I mean, we were having maybe a bit of a giggle at his expense at the previous match he played because he just was picking out the fielders every strike he was doing. And you really feel for a batter who's doing it because he's hitting the ball well. He's technically correct batter as well. I'm sure when he plays T20, he's astonishingly good because he takes a while to get going, but once he gets going, like a diesel engine, takes a while to get going, but once he gets going, he's off and running. Yeah. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, we've seen a number of batters like that. I think Aranga's been one. Kalahara, but those guys have gone on and scored past the 25-30 mark, which Jai Surya hasn't done that yet. I think maybe he gets a little bit too frustrated and finds a way to get out. But let's see if he can buckle down here and do something about that. And place is away. He will get it past the inner fielder, but not the outer. To be easily stopped there by a man who was sensational with the bat. Really did like the approach that Kahim Khan did show. It's nice to see that one of the lower order batters gets given a chance and makes it count. And he does help his team get past that 100 mark, gets them to 106. with a really good knock.
Did indeed. Habibur Rahman in the chat giving a bit of love there to Phoenix. Good on you. I really appreciate that, and I'm sure they will do as well. And they've had a rough day, so they would appreciate any support coming from the chat and coming from their supporters around the world. And, you know, we're trying to give them a rev up as well. They haven't had the best of days. It's been a tough old day in the field, and now they've got a chance. They do have a chance with the bat to pull off a big win here, maybe even a bit of an upset. Depends on whether you feel Gladiators have got enough runs on the board or whether you feel that Phoenix have got this well and true in their sights. Either way, if they could pick up the win, that'll be a massive character building for them. Lofted. That's out of the ground. That's a great shot. Oh, the umpire's having a chat. Is it a 4 or a 6? He's not too sure. I was a bit blindsided there by the side of the tent. We're going to have a quick look at the replay just to confirm. I felt there was enough on that one.
Yeah, he's hit that really well. I don't think we've got a good shot of this, but I think the only person who knows pretty well there will be the fielder. They're all looking at the fielder there. I think that's 6 runs, yeah.
They're saying 6.
Yeah,
they're saying
that's
6
6
over there.
Easy 6. So that's Ejaz saying. I think he's there saying that's 6. He's putting his hands up, and the umpires do the same. 6 runs, 99 matches since the golden ball here. So, hey, it's not happening in the Hornchurch. What is happening at Hornchurch? I can tell you what's happening there at the moment. Hornchurch themselves are having a bat in match number 4. They're up against the Mighty Tigers. Well, we know what the Mighty Tigers did in the earlier match. So Hornchurch need many runs on the board at the moment. They're 123 for 5. That's what they finished with, actually. So you would imagine that the Mighty Tigers will be looking to knock those off. Hornchurch don't have a very good record on when it comes to the European Cricket Series. When they played at Rains Park, they lost every one of their matches.
I do remember that. Yes, they did indeed. So yeah, that'd be interesting to see if they're going to get put to the sword here in that for that game that's going on right now. Keeping one eye on that one and one eye on how this one turns out as well. Jai Surya facing.
Just place that away. So they're going with Kaim Khan to bowl as well. Why not? They're probably thinking, right, maybe he's got a little bit of the Midas touch. He helped to score some valuable runs. Maybe the young man can also get his bowling right and pick up some wickets for us. It was 50-50, his performance for me on day one when he bowled. He sort of bowled one good over and one not so good. When he tried to put too much on the ball, i.e. tried to bowl too fast, I think he was too short. When he was flowing and letting the ball do the work like now, he looked a lot better. And I think that's what he needs to do. He just needs to say, you know what, I don't have to try and bang the ball in here. If I get that ball short of a length with my normal rhythm, then I'm going to get that ball to rise. Then the ball is going to do the work.
Do you see Sasanga there when he fielded that ball? He's already hobbling. He all had to do was to just go down to his toes and collect the ball and throw it in, and he's already limping in the field. I'm telling you now, he needs a couple of days off. I think he's looking really worse for wear. And effectively, you'd have to say they've got 10 people out there at the moment. He is walking wounded. He wouldn't be able to chase anything. See, look at that. Look at that. He takes off and immediately he's stifled. He's out. He's cooked. Stick a fork in him. He's done.
Yeah,
it's not good at all.
Yes, it's a big struggle, and don't forget that there's still plenty of cricket to be played here. Games tomorrow, games then also on the Wednesday. So the Gladiators, well, we did see they did make a few number of changes, so they have got a fair number of options in the squad. And I think there's now a question. They're looking at the fielder. I can see the 2 umpires just asking, hey, are you okay?
Yeah. And
he just gives a little nod and say, yeah, I'm all right, I'm all right. And the main reason, of course, I don't think he can come off is they don't have a 12th to replace him.
Right. Yeah.
High in the air.
It's coming down towards our area. It's going to land safely just inside the boundary rope. Just inside the boundary rope by about a metre and a half. Emergency Services Barber gets around and helps. Atif takes care of the throw-in. Yeah, Bucharest Gladiators got 3 games tomorrow. 3 games tomorrow. So, you know what? That man who's fielding at point, he needs a day off.
Let's see how he recovers. And he needs to get himself to a spa, get a bit of muscle therapy, a massage or something to get him fit again. Let's see what the Bucharest Gladiators can sort out for him. This one doesn't come up at all. And
wow.
Good. What's happened now to the wicketkeeper? Oh, no. I think he might have rolled his ankle. That looked nasty.
That looked painful.
That looked
immediately.
nasty. So you can see him here. It loses it, and just as he gets going here, and it looks like he just twists his ankle. And oh no! Well, we were just talking about Sasunga, and then having to play 3 matches tomorrow, and now you got the wicket keeper, and this is Sadun Pereira, who probably should be the freshest of all of them because we didn't see him play at all yesterday. So this does not look good.
No, they're calling towards the dugout area. I'm not sure who they're gesturing to.
Well, anybody.
Someone get out there with a sprayer or some water and lend some assistance. He's still down. The keeper is still down.
Yeah, I mean, when we see that again, I didn't actually see him twist that ankle. I mean, I thought it twisted proper. I just get the feeling that when he went down to pick the ball up, maybe he felt something go. So it looks like that somebody, now it won't be one of their players. I think this is probably one of the Phoenix. Well, actually, it's the Phoenix players. The 12th is taking water out to the Phoenix guys. There's nobody going out there to help out the wicket keeper, and that's Adin Pereira. And I think he's here. It's a question of we don't really know what he's done here.
Yeah, well, the 12th man there has gone out with some water for the Phoenix guys. He's actually sitting down having a chat with them as well. I mean, how leisurely can you get? And the poor old wicket keeper's getting no attendance, no water, no magic spray, no nothing. And now, oh dear, oh dear. He's walking over. It's a bit strange what's going on there. But we're keeping an eye on it. He is up. He is up. That's the important thing. He's up. He's standing on his own. Now, they're just checking out his helmet and his gear. I think he's looking okay, though. They're just removing the helmet now, just making sure he hasn't concussed himself or done anything silly. Hopefully, we're keeping an eye on things, folks. Well, hopefully he's all right. We're just keeping our distance here for now. Just hoping he's all right. The umpires are all over this. I think they're on the walkies talking to the tournament ref about what's going on. I think he's just getting his helmet readjusted. It looks like he's going to be okay. Maybe he just went down hard and maybe slipped a bit there. That's what it was.
Well, let's have a look at what's happening here tomorrow, day 3 or 4. Like we said, there are 4 matches, and you're absolutely right. Look at that. Bucharest Gladiators, they will start playing Phoenix, then they're taking on the Royal Eagles. So they've got 2 matches tomorrow. And then, Phoenix, they've got a big day. 3 matches for Phoenix. No Bliss Warriors, so they will put their feet up and be resting it. They do deserve it, though. They played 4 yesterday and the first 3 here today. So the Warriors will be sitting it out and probably still find that even without taking foot on the park, they'll still be finishing the day in top spot.
Yep.
But, of course, they'll have some work to do on Wednesday.
Was20 is in the chat asking about why the Hornchurch and Romania is overlapping. We'll go through that in just a second after this delivery. There's a very good reason for that. Swing and a miss. Well, this series, this ECS Romania, that was supposed to start on Monday the 26th. Supposed to start a week ago on Monday the 26th. Rico, myself and the Blue Crew, we all flew in on the Sunday beforehand. We were met with torrential rain. A few of us came to the ground on that Sunday afternoon to have a look at the state of the ground, and it was an absolute quagmire mess. There had been so much rain and weather in this part of Romania in the preceding weeks that the ground was simply unplayable. And that was last Monday. So we kicked the can down the road to the Tuesday, unplayable to the Wednesday. There was no break in the rain for 3 days. We thought we could get a restart on the Wednesday, and then the decision came through on the Wednesday that, you know what, we can't play. Yeah. We simply can't play. But the weather forecast said that the days were going to get very, very warm. Dry conditions were coming. We had the opportunity to dry the ground out, get down here, which you and I did, Rico. We came down the Blue Crew on the Tuesday and the Wednesday, and we tried our best to clean the pitch and to fix the muddied areas around the ground. And there was a lot of volunteers involved in that, and we need to give them another shout out as well. The decision then came through from the powers that be to say, right, we can get a series going, albeit a shortened series, starting on Sunday, running through to Wednesday, and was 20. That's what we've got right here, right now. That's why there's an overlap with Hornchurch.
Oh, if he hits, he's in trouble.
Oh, so close.
Yeah, and, Jai Surya running to the danger end as Bilal Ahmed plays it out, cuts it away, goes straight to the fielder, gets the throw in, and a direct hit, and he would have been in trouble.
And also, Johnny here's saying he thinks Vinny's in Finland next weekend. I can tell you now that Vinny will be in Prague next weekend because the Central Europe Cup starts on Sunday, and he and Danny Hudacek will be starting the Central Europe Cup in Prague on Sunday the 8th. And I'll be joining them on Monday. I think just myself and Danny taking you through the second day of the CE Cup action there. So that's what's happening currently in the European Cricket Network around the town. There's been a little bit of craziness. It's been about the weather, but we sorted it out, and we are thoroughly glad we've got some cricket on in Romania. And was 20, I see your comment as well. You're glad we've got cricket started in Romania. We were relieved to get to the ground yesterday and get a bit of action happening. That's what we're here for. Yeah. We wanted to play here. I wanted to see the ground, in full flight, and we're finally getting some action. Now we're halfway through our series. Ambitious.
Yeah, it's on the toe off the batter, Jai Surya. It's always going to be going down the leg.
Yeah.
Because it's a good delivery, it's good length, but he's going right into the legs of the batter. Jai Surya gets that on the toe.
Oh, yeah.
And he feels it. He's shaking his head, thinking, it's just not my day. Look at that, right on the toe.
Oh, ow, ow, ow.
Yeah, probably going to go on and miss the leg stick, but still good delivery.
Yep. No problem to Was 20 and to Johnny here for explaining what happened with the Romanian series. But we're very thankful you guys are sticking with us, so thank you from us to you as well. Oh, what a ripper. Oh, got him. Neck and crop, Yorker length, Bilal Ahmed. He doesn't try to scoop one in the air this time. He just gets bowled, neck and crop. And that's the first wicket to fall. Big wicket, that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same ball that he bowled to the left-hander.
Yeah.
But when he bowls it to the right-hander, Bilal Ahmed, he gets the pads in the way and not the foot, and it goes, I think, onto the pads and onto the stump. So that's the first wicket goes. Here it is again. Just can't get the legs out of the way. It's one of those where it's the right way to bowl to a batter that likes to give himself some room. Again, a little bit down the leg side. He wants to create room to hit anything that's outside the off stump down the ground. But if you follow him and you get it and wrap him on the pads, there's every chance that it will go onto the stump. So that's clever bit of bowling from Talababa. He gets the right length, and bowling the right length will always create some chances. So that's going to be the end of Bilal Ahmed. He goes for 12 with 7 deliveries, and Arun Kumar Unikrishnan comes in at number 3. He's a quick check where the fielders are. Seems to be counting them one by one. Well, what he will see is that the fine leg now has got on the boundary, and long on is back. Asking the question, probably again going down the leg side.
Ambitious.
Pushes his arms up in the air in disgust as Barber. Well, Barber, just for you, we'll have a look at it one more time, and we'll tell you what we think of your appeal. Let's have a look. And missing leg stump.
Missing leg stump. And when you watch the replay, I think you'll agree with us there. Don't bother calling emergency services. It was definitely missing leg. 999, he will ask every single time, which he's entitled to do so, clearly. But, yeah, all good there. Definitely missing leg stump. Last ball of his spell coming up.
Oh no. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
That is, well, hang on a minute. What's he rubbing? I think he was rubbing the inside of the thigh. Oh, yeah, just on the inside of the thigh. I thought for a moment that we were going to have another Mickey Mouse game. Mickey Mouse impersonation.
That's very inside of the thigh.
Oh, dear.
Well, emergency services got down there just to check him out straight away, so that's the right thing to do. Did you dial 999? Yeah, come and check this out. Oh, sucking in the big breaths there. Oh dear, oh dear. Let's look away. Let's look at something different. Hey, look, here's some graphics. Let's have a look at this instead. 106 for 4 was Bucharest Gladiators. A couple of big overs towards the end of that innings, a 15 to 13 and 15 in those last 3 overs. That's really helped them to a really good score, which is, that's a really good from them. That's the end of the power play, though, and that's a pretty good bowling effort, though, I have to say. So well done indeed to Barber, who's just come down the field in front of us. They give us the thumbs up, and he's bowled his heart out for his team, and he's put them in a good position, I would say, too. 19 in the power play with a loss of 1 wicket. That's pretty good. Game in the balance.
Yeah, it is. Two lots of power plays, very identical, almost 16 to 19, but there is a wicket being lost for the Phoenix side, and it's one of the key wickets as well of Bilal Ahmed. Arun Kumar Unikrishnan now looking to get off the mark. He just needs to buckle down. We know he's a good batter.
Yep.
And both of these guys, in fact, we know are. That's lofted, lovely stroke, beautifully played. Arun Kumar, he gets off the mark with 6 runs. Delightful shot. And that's what they need. Just gets a bit of the room, doesn't he? And he works it away as Mohammed Rashid, after starting with a dot, finds ball number 2 going the distance.
Yeah, now Una Krishnan, he's got a real red-hot chance here to make a bit of a name for himself for Phoenix. He's come out at in the first drop. He's just hit a lovely 6 there. He's got plenty of time, 40 deliveries left in this match to help Phoenix to 82 runs to maybe pick up a win here. This is a great opportunity for him to stand up. Good ball, though, from Rashid. Experienced customer.
Yeah, he gets tucked up straight away. Rashid's been bowling really well, hasn't he? I think we saw him put a very good performance in the earlier match with the bat and with the ball, but he was the only one who scored any runs. And the funny thing is, in this match, you didn't even see him bat. It's a weird thing. You don't really understand what captains sometimes are thinking. Rashid, I mean, let's talk about what he did. So we saw that earlier match when they scored only 84 in needing 104 to win, and Rashid scored 44 of those runs in 26 deliveries. Yet he doesn't feature in the batting at all. It just some things just don't really add up when you read things like that. But anyway, he's trying to make a difference here now. That's going to be up and over. That will also go all the way, will it? The umpire checking, and up they go. Bowl, bowl, bowl. I'm liking this signal from the umpire. And yeah, this is a little bit of it. This is umpire Imran out there, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
And Imran, let's see, he's checking first. Is it? And dekh arriva. Balle, balle, balle.
He's got little crab claws.
I like it.
It's crab claws, isn't it?
Like it. Like the style. And, no run this time.
I bet he's a lot of fun on the dance floor. I reckon he would be.
Yeah, that was kind of double changing the light bulbs, isn't it? I mean, the old light bulb move. He's doing it. And 2 in 1. End of the over. It finishes well with those boundaries. And you can see the score now. That's a little bit better from Phoenix at the end of the 4 overs. 31 for 1.
Yeah, the momentum is going the right way now. That run rate is 7.75. Still need to pick it up. Still need to get to that yellow line, which is just above 10. See it there going right across that screen. So they've got a little bit of work to do, but it is going the right way since they lost that earlier wicket. So every opportunity here for these two to put together a good partnership. And this is what they need to do. These two teams, they need to find these little moments in these T10 games, especially when they're playing each other, and they just got to work this thing out. Bliss Warriors, they've come along, they've played their 7 games. They seem to have worked to a bit of a pattern, a bit of a routine of batting first and defending. Bat first, defend. Now it's a chance for these 3 teams, Bucharest Gladiators, Phoenix, and as well as Royal Eagles, to try to work out their method without being under the pressure of Bliss Warriors, for a chance to try things against each other that they can maybe use later on.
Yeah.
To your point, you mentioned before about, who was it, Rashid, who belted a really good 40-odd in a previous game, doesn't get to bat in the next one. That's a head-scratcher, because I'd be thinking, get him out there again. Yeah. Show us what you can do. I want to see more of that. Let's get you pumped and primed for when we play the big matches over the next couple of days.
Yeah, and the other thing is, when you do put a performance in like that, whether you're a batter or a bowler, that one gets played away for a single. And then if it doesn't get acknowledged when you play your next match, you're probably thinking to yourself, well, so I either did or didn't do well. Well, if I did well, why am I batted again?
Yeah.
And if this is the reward for batting well, why did I bother? You know what I mean? It doesn't send a positive message to your team.
I totally agree. Yep. And if the captain's thinking, I want to give someone else a try, I'd be saying, is this tournament to give other people a try, or is this tournament for us to get into the final and lift a trophy at the end of Wednesday night? I'd want to understand that mindset as well. So, I'd be asking questions. I would accept the answers, of course, from whatever the captain says, but I would just like to understand the mindset, though.
Well, here's the captain. He's doing the bowling at the moment. And that one is going to be peppered out of here.
Whoa.
Good, solid stroke. Pings out of the middle of the bat. And, now both the umpires are having sort of a bit of a competition about their signalling. This one also goes the distance. Boom. Shakalagia.
Well, see, that's what Joe Saria can do. We've been keeping a close eye on him, where he has been eating up a few of the dot balls and, maybe slowing things up slightly in the run rate for Phoenix. But there he is. He comes out and he belts a really good-looking and really hard hit 6 down the ground. Picks up full maximum value for effort with that shot. And suddenly, you know, he goes from two runs from 11 deliveries, now up to 9 off 12. You know, another boundary or two under his belt, and suddenly he gets well above parity. And people start saying, "Oh, look, he's actually a good player. He's doing really well. He's not hogging the strike. He's getting runs. He's doing this and that." And I just saw a little comment in the chat about, you know, please remove this batter, Jay Soraya. And I'm thinking, hey, just hold your horses. Hang on a sec. Just give him a chance. And that's what he can do. He does take a while to get going. We've said that a few times. But when he gets going, like that shot was really case in point. He does another one like that. And suddenly, Phoenix, they're starting to think, hey, you know, Jay Soraya's coming good at the right time. And instead he gives us a lovely technical forward defence prod.
That's the only thing. If Corey was here now, Corey would be using the word intent. So, all right, if it's a decent ball that you know you're not going to hit the boundary, well, just play. You've got time to rock back and just play that in the offside and take a single. So you don't have to dot up. Well, that one's not going to be dotted up. Well, there you go. That's probably one of those deliveries which every so often Zane bowls, which struggles to get to the other end, actually, and it gets put away. So well done to Jay Soraya. I suppose one of the things he has to do is put away the bad balls, and this was a bad one. It was on the way down and bouncing a second time. You see where he hit it? That would have bounced the second time before he gets to the batter's crease.
That was quite low, wasn't it? On the side angle, I didn't realise how low it actually was. That was like ankle bone and descending kind of low.
All right, catching chance. And taken. There's the wicket. So Jay Soraya, he's going to have to depart in the end. He just about got himself up to a kind of a runner ball score. A couple of boundaries there. But he does reward Ali Zain with the wicket. I think this is, I mean, the catch has been taken there by Naqvi. Made it look easy. But a kind of clever kind of bowling from Zain. What he's trying to do, and that's why that ball is hardly reaching the other end. He's just saying to himself, I'm going to put no pace on this at all. Yeah. There's nothing on it. If you are going to hit me over the boundary, you better get it right, because if you don't, I'm going to get your wicket. So that's exactly. I think that's what we saw Mohammad doing earlier in the day when he picked up those 4 wickets.
That's exactly right. I think it's exactly what it is. I'm not going to make the pace. You make the pace. You want to hit me out of the ground? It's all on you to do that. ECS action in Hornchurch. It's ongoing right now, and that is, well, that's day 1 action. And we can tick off a couple of those games already. I think match 1 and 2 probably done. Match 3.
Match 3 done as well. That was the big scoring one. So we got Hornchurch and the Mighty Tiger. Mighty Tigers just going out to be chasing a score in the 120s.
That's right. Yep.
120 kind of score. We see another batter on the, I think, just checking his pads here. There's the batter who looks like he's wearing, it wasn't the batter, it's the wicket-keeper, wasn't it? Yeah, I was just about to say that batter looks like he's wearing wicket-keeping pads. What he is.
How did he get out there? Yeah, and well, okay, so there's one more match to come tonight in Hornchurch. Tina Goff and Nish looking after proceedings there. Hornchurch taking on Mancor London. The Mighty Tigers and Hornchurch game is either ongoing or it's just finished.
It's still ongoing?
It's ongoing. Okay, Mighty Tigers 39 for 1. Wow. In only 2 overs, chasing 124 for a win. So there you go. That's match number 4, currently ongoing in Hornchurch, and one more game to come after that.
No ball called. Well then. It must be a foot fault here. Let's have a look. See if we can pick anything up here.
Yep, he's gesturing.
And, he's missed it by a long way. Very good call by the umpire, Mohammed Khayyam, getting that wrong. So free hit available now for Arun Kumo and Krishnan. Look to see if he can put it away.
Yeah, it was a good early call from the umpire, and he did the right thing. Showed the player exactly where he stepped and said, this is what you did, and this is why I called the no ball. And the bowler gets a chance to recheck that and bowl a better one. And he does. Gets it through. Yeah. Gets nothing on that.
Really, Krishnan would be disappointed, wouldn't he? I mean, I think he sort of gave himself a little bit of room to try and work that away. Now he's a free hit, but misses out on it completely.
Now we're into the second half of this innings. This is the start of the 6th over. This is where you'll see the dot balls affecting the run rate pretty much exponentially now. So every time there's a dot ball, that run rate's going to tick up higher and higher every time. They need to be aware of this.
Good
so
shot.
Shots like that are going to be needed and wanted over the next 3 or 4 overs to keep that run rate down.
Yeah, that's a nice controlled pull shot, isn't it? He's not trying to belt the ball too hard. He knows where the fielders are, and he just gets that away. He's in the gap. He goes all the way to the boundary. So cuatro más. That takes the score now, closing on to the 50. Remember that the opponents did bring the 50 up around away at the halfway point. So they're there or thereabout. They're keeping it under the 13 and over. It looks like going to be one of those matches which does go into the last over, but they may be needing anything from 12 to 18 from it. All depends how they go. Sells him down the river, but he's going to survive. He will survive as they totally messed his up to the Gladiators. I mean, this is poor from Aaron Kuma. He starts to run, and then he decides, no, go back. Abdul could have been out for a diamond duck and should have been out for a diamond duck. The fielding side, the Gladiators, get this completely wrong.
Can't believe they missed that one. The underarm throw wasn't the best, but just zero effort to collect the ball from 888. And now adds an insult to injury, Rico.
Yeah,
that's what you were going to say.
That's exactly what I was going to say after missed opportunity at one end. Then Aaron Kuma gets a good swivel on this. As that one gets worked away to the boundary. 4 runs.
Did indeed, yeah. So no luck there for the man with the 888 on his back there at all. And he's going to be thinking, well, where do I get this wicket from? He needs to dig something deep here. For Phoenix, they stay alive. Well, the throw back has almost collected the batter at non-striker's end. That's come perilously close. I think the ball is literally passed between his shoulder and his helmet. That's how close the ball was being thrown back to the bowler. He's all right, though. No harm done. An apology shouted out from the outfielder as well. Lofted, driven hard, square drive. Lovely strike, that one. I think that it may have carried the boundary line. Umpires are going to confer here. Not sure. I was a bit blindsided there.
Let's have a bat. I mean, it's a lovely shot. He holds the post. Let's see if we see with his bounces. Probably, maybe just inside the rope.
Just
4 runs given there.
Yeah, fair enough. But nice shot. There was no one out there, which was a bit of a mystery as well. They're dropping someone back to that point right now, so it's part of that, chasing the ball sort of situation. If they're going to be putting players out there now, just don't bowl there again. Oh, it's a bit of a filthy wide, that one.
Yeah, not a good delivery. It's a wide ball called by the umpires. Umpires for this one. The men in black have done a wonderful job here today. Out there at the moment is Damindra and umpire Imran.
Kayam, last ball of his spell coming up. He's gone for 14, so it's been a good over for Phoenix. Need 50 from 25 balls. Launched. Who wants it? Nobody, because it's well over the boundary line for a chassé. Big 6, and the crab claw hands go up from the umpire as he indicates that's a big 6 down the ground over the cover region. And the men in the green room, they put their hands up in the air and indicate 6 as well. There you go, 63 for 2 after 6. And that run rate is still well and truly in hand. These two are doing a good job.
They're doing a great job. That is a magical over. There haven't been too many magical overs. I think that's probably the first in the day. 20 coming off the over. There was the no ball it started with. There was a wide in there again. And those extra balls have been punished because there were 4 boundaries in there, 3 fours, and that 1 big 6 there towards the end. So Arun Kumar going well. And remember this guy, Aleem Abdul, he's very lucky still to be there. He could have been run out for a diamond duck without even facing the ball, but he got lucky. Let's see if his luck continues. It looks like Ali Zain is going to continue with his little diddly droppers, is probably what you call them. There's nothing on this. There he goes. And it's going to be 4 runs as he strays on the leg side. Nice shot played there by Abdul. He waits for it. He's far better, I think, rocking back and playing the pull or the hook shot that he is when he comes forward. That's just an easy put away. Yeah,
look, if Ali Zain's going to bowl these sorts of deliveries, it needs to be pretty straight. The moment you linger on leg stump or just that side leg stump or a bit too much width on the offside and you're bowling it short as well, you're basically saying, look, try and hit me for 6, but the batter can say, I'd just rather hit you for 4 because I can do that every day, all day. Oh, tries the old wrist spin out the back of the hand. Oh, hesitation. There's no one at the stumps. It was there for the keeper to try to throw stumps down. Nobody could get to the stumps to cover the throw. It's something that I do see a lot in T10 is that when the wicketkeeper goes for a run, there's a lack from the fielder, just a lack of awareness of a fielder to run to the stumps to take the ball. Saw that in the night series a lot. I called it so many times. Like, if the keeper's gone away, who's at the stumps? Someone's got to be there. Now, he's done that again. He's bowled one of his little dibby dobblers outside leg. It sits up and just says, you know what, pull me around the corner for 4 runs. You don't have to hit the cover off me, but collect an easy 4. Yeah, it's an easy hit because look, if the ball is so short, look where that's bouncing. Yeah.
He's bouncing at such a lovely height just
Yeah.
to step across. You can't be OBW if it hits you, the ball's too high.
Yep.
You just step across and say, thank you very much. And he's given himself no protection in that area. And now you can see Zane is saying, okay, stay there.
Yeah.
But where's he moving the fielder in from?
Exactly. Yeah. So again, it's part of this whole chase the ball. I mean, does that mean he's going to bowl it outside leg again? I mean, maybe don't bowl it out there again. Maybe try to keep it straighter. Maybe try to make it fuller. Don't bowl it shorter, 2 stumps outside of leg. Let's see what he can do here.
Well,
There you go.
Bowl this one straight down. That's a better delivery. That's where he needs to be. See, when he's bowling it outside off that kind of lift, you can't. You sort of take away the pull and the hook shot. So the batter's got to either cut or come down the track.
Yeah.
He puts it down the leg side again. That's going to be a wide. He's lucky he gets away with that.
Oh, yeah.
Not really sure about the thought process here from Zane. I mean, he's relying on a lot of luck if he's expecting Abdul to place this into the hands of the fielder that's just been pushed back there.
Whoa, tosses that a long way. And it's allowed just to go through for another wide. 34 needed from 20 deliveries now. So still waiting to get to this end of this over. Still 2 balls to go on this over, then 3 full overs to come. Phoenix, they've only lost 2 wickets. They're in a good position.
A real run here. Nobody backing up once again. And you just get the feeling that if he was able to release this delivery, that the man who's just been pushed on the boundary would have had to come a long, long way to back it up.
Long way, yeah.
So
Because I think the skipper was going to run down to take the stumps for that throw. I think he was too busy mid-pitch just going, well, someone field that. Someone take the stumps on that one. And now, okay, so keeper's trying to get that fielder who's at a gully position, and there are 3 people trying to tell him where to field. That's not clever.
it's played away nicely, bobbles away. And good bit of fielding. They're taking on 2 here. And he's going to be...
On hands and knees. He's run out on hands and knees.
Well...
Oh, has he missed it? Has he got it?
I think he's out.
Keeper's
Everybody's
down. Keeper's down.
Keeper is down.
Bowler's down.
The bowler is down. The
batter's out.
I thought this was a competition of who could crawl to the stumps the quickest. Would it be the batter or would it be the bowler? I don't know why they want 2 here. Look, they're running so slow. Look at Abdul. He can hardly run.
Oh, my
Look,
goodness.
He is using the bat as a walking stick. And look.
Oh, no, that's terrible. Oh, no. He's hobbling. The batter at the non-striker's end. Oh, my dear. That's
Anything
Rico.
like it.
This is carnage. They're going down like 10 pins. It's like everyone's just gone to ground. Poor old Aleem Abdul, he's hobbled off.
Let's see if we can speed this up for you because I'd love to see this speed it up. Here we go. So first, they're hard. Look at him, Abdul. Go for it.
Keep going.
Abdul, he could hardly run the first. How do you expect him to come back? Look, he starts to use it like a walking stick. Look at him. And then he has to go again. And then look at the bowler. They're crawling. He can crawl to the stumps to run him out. Oh, dear.
On hands and knees. He crawls on hands and knees to affect the run out. Dear.
This is what's happening tomorrow. Phoenix play 3. The Royal Eagles play 3. Bucharest Gladiators, they play 2 matches. Oh, well, they almost... I mean, what's Abdul done to them? Because they wanted to run him out for a diamond duck. Oh, dear, that one's going to get past the fielder.
Dear, no.
Going to be 4 runs. Jan Said couldn't get down to stop this. Nice little shot, had to be said. Rajesh Kumar gets 4 of his first ball. So Phoenix definitely theirs to lose from here, I feel. Even though they lost that wicket, I mean, they should do this, surely, shouldn't they?
Surely. 28 from 17, 7 wickets in hand. There's so much time. The captain's out there now, Rajesh Kumar. He's there with Una Krishnan, who's got 32 from 16, hitting the ball beautifully. They should walk this.
Hit firmly. And it's going to be 4 more runs.
There you go.
Naqvi ain't happy. Naqvi is not happy. He wanted Tella Baba to stop this. Baba, yeah, he does go with the feet. I can see why Naqvi's not impressed with that effort. You would have expected a slide or somebody to get down with his hands to try and stop the boundary, but can't do it. That last over, by the way, from the captain, only went for 12. It just felt like it went for so many more, and he would pick up a wicket at the end of it.
Yep.
It's speaking of enemy, at the end of this over, I will give you the answer to the question, who was the first player to be timed out in international cricket. As this one is played into a pocket of space, that ain't going to be stopped either. That's going to be 4 more runs. So Rajesh Kumar, the captain, comes out and he's wielding the willow pretty well as he gets another boundary.
And Naqvi, look at his body language and the way he's looking around. He's gesturing in the air with his arms. He's looking frustrated. But you know what? He's brought himself onto bowl and he's been hit for 3 boundaries in a row. So, you know, maybe that room full of mirrors is going to be populated by a few players tonight when they have a good hard look at themselves. Look at themselves on the replay and say, well, what did I do wrong today? What did I do right today? Where can I do better tomorrow? And I think Atif Naqvi, he'll probably spend a bit of time in that room.
Oh,
it's coming down to us. Oh, not quite us. It just turned at the last minute, and that has missed everything, everyone. That's gone for 4.
Yeah, look, Naqvi is giving it all sorts of emotions out there, but these are hit-me balls. I mean, what is he expecting?
It's a shocker.
Yeah, I mean, he's pitching the ball halfway down the track.
Yep.
He's getting the treatment, and in fact, he's lucky it's only 4, not 6, and yet he seems to be disappointed. He's expecting his fielders to be miracle men and stop these. I mean, he's trying, Babar, but it's not a good delivery. It's a half-tracker, and this over's gone 4, 4, 4, 4. And they're almost home. They're almost home. 16 runs required.
Within touching distance now.
It's played out to the fielder. This one should and will be stopped. They think about 2. He wants to. No. In the end, he changes his mind and gives a good, clear signal to his partner. Look, you settle for that because it just means that he now just sits at the other end and says, yeah, I'm fine. You deal with this ball.
Yep.
And we carry on. So I like this.
Quick say to Jacob Jake Stewart. He's off for dinner. Thanks for joining us, Jacob. Hope you're having a wonderful Monday, and I hope to see you back again very shortly.
Yeah, and I want to have a report on dinner tomorrow. Tell us what
Please.
you had. All right, up in the air, fielder comes across, and he's put it down. He even gets a second bite at the cherry. Naqvi will take his cap and just go to the boundary and sulk. Because, well, this time it should have been taken. Gets a second chance. It doesn't. It's an expensive over. 18 come from it. Right, let's go over to my question. So who's the first player to be timed out in international cricket? And 1987, the birth of Sri Lankan all-rounder Angelo Matthews, who blew India away with 6 for 19 in a one-day in 2009. A year later, he was the driving force in the world record stand of 132 for the 9th wicket with Laminga. Yep. And Sri Lanka won that by 1 wicket. In February 2013, he became Sri Lanka's youngest Test captain at 25. In June the next year, Matthews led them to the first series victory in England, scoring hundreds in both Tests. But then, of course, in the One-Day World Cup in 2023, he's remembered for the less stellar reasons as he became the first player to be timed out in international cricket.
Incredible.
Well, that is just going to go all the way, I feel. Will it? Well, it will go to the boundary. It doesn't go for 6. Have a look at Naqvi here. That tells you the story.
Yep.
Sometimes it's a team game, and when you have a look at what Naqvi's doing here, look at Naqvi. Look where he is. He's just watching. Where this ball lands, that is not a team player. That is not the way how you play this game. It's also being called a no ball here. I think the no ball is because Naqvi shouldn't be out on the boundary. One of those guys has to be inside. So it's a double whammy.
Yep.
And, well, let's keep an eye on what's required here. So that's going to be 7. That is going to be 7. Score goes to 98. Naqvi, that's not good, really. I can see he was disappointed with his bowling efforts, but he's just sulking. He's not even trying. He's a senior player. He should be leading by example.
Totally.
I have to say he's not.
Yeah, no, that's disappointing. For a man who is disappointed, I mean, you know, it is a team sport, and he's an experienced player. Stand tall. Instead, now we have a free hit given to Unnikrishnan, who's going to look to cash in here. 4 runs required. That's it. 4 from 12. Phoenix are going to take a terrific win here in this last game. And that could be it. That could be the ball game. It runs away across the boundary line. 4 runs indeed. That is the shot that ends the game. 107 for 3. And that is 11 full deliveries to spare. I don't think they realise yet that the score has been made, but we calculate it's done.
Yeah.
Umpires now give the sign that says, guys, we're done here. Hand me back the pill. and you can all go off and have a nice cool drink of something, because we are done. Match 10 locked away in the bag. And thank you very much to Phoenix, and a good win. They beat the Bucharest Gladiators, and they beat them in the end actually quite comfortably.
Yeah, very comfortably indeed. And sum up Bucharest Gladiators, Ali Haider doesn't bowl. That just says it all, doesn't it? They tried a lot of different bowlers, yet
Yeah, how about that?
Ali Haider doesn't even get a bowl. That just tells you that there's something wrong with the Bucharest Gladiators, not just in the way that the team is being managed, but also the way the team is playing.
Yep.
The motivation isn't there. It should be there. I mean, look, the way they finished with getting 100 on the board, but they just, we thought it was Phoenix that went out there a little bit flat in the field. We didn't hear too much from them, but Phoenix, they just stuck to the task. They stuck to the guns. They restricted the Gladiators early on when they were fielding. They gave a few unnecessary runs away towards the end of the innings. But look, the way that they went out there, unlike what they did, Bilal Ahmed, he goes for 12. Jai Surya was there a long time. He went for less than a run a ball, 13 or 15. But once again, Arun Kumar, we know he's good. Arun Kumar finishes with 41 of 19. And
nice.
I feel that is his highest score on the network. Yeah, it is. It was 40 not out before, way back in 2023. So well done to Arun Kumar. That's his personal best.
Wow.
And that helps his team get a very important win. And one thing about that win is I know they played the game more than the Royal Eagles, but at least it puts them on points anyway. Joint
Totally
second
agree.
there. So
Yeah.
it's a big day for them tomorrow, isn't it, when they play those 3 matches. Of course, they play 3 tomorrow.
Yeah.
But did we see that the Eagles also play 3? So it's going to be a pretty big day tomorrow. We'll have a look at those later on. But this was the run out, and really, I think that's one that we definitely have to make sure it goes on the highlights.
Yeah, remember
of
that
run
one.
out.
Remember that one, Rico. We have to clip that one to get it out there
We do
for the
have
world
to.
to see exactly how desperate our people can be to get a run out. No matter what, no matter what's in their way, they will climb, crawl, scream. Doesn't matter. They will get themselves a run out if they have to get one.
They will if they have to get one. But yeah, this was the over where it all went wrong. As Atik Naqvi again coming on to bowl before the likes of Ali Haider, who just looked, he looked dangerous, he looked devastating, he looked lethal. Doesn't get a look in the same way as we mentioned before. The likes of Rashid doesn't get a chance to have a bat. And also, Mohammad Rashid, we know he can bowl as well. So there's something wrong in that camp for me. There definitely is something wrong. Something isn't right.
Yeah,
I don't
agreed.
think that Ali Zain is got a good grasp of his team. All sorts of issues. Things are just not going right. Things are just not happening. And it's reflecting in the way that they're performing. But well done to Phoenix. They just quietly went about what they had to do. Remember the way Phoenix started here today. They were awful against the Bliss Warriors when they were chasing 80 for victory. They only got to 68. Then the batting first against the Royal Eagles in the match before this. They only got to 72 for 8, and they lost that one by 7 wickets, but they did pick up a point. But in this, the last match, at least they put all of their experience together and they rallied as a team. And I think because they did that, they did get that victory. That's the scorecard there. So Arun Kumar Unnikrishnan, well done to him. 41 of 19, not out. Good strike rate. He put the bad balls away and it scores his high score on the European Cricket Network.
I also like the skipper, Rajesh Kumar. That cameo of 17 off 5, it just sucked the complete energy out of the Bucharest Gladiators. Any spark that they may have had was ripped to shreds when he came out and he belted 4 fours in a row.
Yeah.
And that was so vital. Really was. It wasn't just the runs, it was the way he got them and the way that Naqvi just shoulders slumped, the attitude changed. Gladiators saw that their senior player is slumping, they all slumped at the same time as well. And it all went pear-shaped for them. Congratulations to Phoenix, though, fought hard after a really tough day for them, coming off 2 losses to pick up that win. Really well done to them. 15 extras in that total as well, by the way. So there you go. Phoenix, congratulations. You keep your tournament alive.
Yeah, they do indeed. And I think it's also the first time that we've kind of seen hitting at that sort of strike rate. Arun Kumar and Rajesh Kumar. The 2 Kumars. Well, the Kumars doing it in style, getting their team to win. On the bowling front, I suppose the less you say about it, the better. I don't quite understand what the thinking is there from Ali Zain. He gives himself 2 overs. He goes for 24, does pick up a wicket. Atif Naqvi, 18 of that over. It could have been a lot worse. He will say it could have been better. He could have had a wicket. That is true as well. Talib Baba, as he always does, gave them a great start there. And Kaim Khan, he does come back on. But the game is done and dusted by then. But no Ali Haider with the ball. No Mohammad Rashid with the ball.
Yep.
2 guys who bowl so well when we've seen them in the field. So there's a lot of unanswered questions there for the Bucharest Gladiators. And I think we have to say that no matter how good they are, I think for the remainder of this tournament, with them going down in that match, only picking up a point, I just cannot see them recovering from it.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly confused by that. You've asked questions, you posed questions, which I'd love to put to Ali Zain if he was here in the comms area, just to say, look, talk us through what's going on, what's going through your mind, what was your battle plan?
Yeah.
Was that the battle plan, or did you change it halfway through? Because a lot of questions about the bowlers not used, about the batters not used, and the fact that he used himself more often as well. He himself opened the batting, yet so many times you see him, he doesn't look comfortable opening the batting. He's got pretty strong, well, he's got some really good players there in his team. So I think a few questions had to be asked. The Bucharest Gladiators, we know they're a quality outfit. There's some talent in that team. They just need to dig it out and find it again. And it shouldn't be a difficult task to do. But I think if a captain's going to experiment with these sorts of things, different bowling lineup, different changes in the batting, it unsettles the team and they don't have rhythm. They come out and they think, okay, what's the captain going to do now? What was it going to be? The battle plan was this. Okay, no, he's going to bowl the first 2 overs now. Now, if that's how it's going, it's little wonder they're still winless in this tournament.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be... I think you've got to play as a team, no matter what it is, no matter what players you have in your setup. If you don't play as a team, then very soon that's going to affect individual performances. It's going to affect the team dynamics, and there's no team dynamics in there at all. I think the difference really between the 2 teams there is one was focused, the other one wasn't. And Phoenix were focused because they knew that if they get the win over Bucharest Gladiators, then they'll have the upper hand going into the rematch tomorrow. That match number 11, first one. The first one of 4 tomorrow, they will take on the Gladiators again. And with the Gladiators, with a few injuries in the camp, with someone like Sasanga, doesn't look good. I mean, Naqvi just looks like he's had enough. That's going to be interesting content. I think Phoenix will know that they've got to go for the kill in that one. And then they have a bit of a break and they have 2 more matches back-to-back against Royal Eagles. Those are going to be massive matches.
Oh, yeah.
No Bliss Warriors playing tomorrow. So I think those, match number 13 and 14, if whoever wins those, if Royal Eagles or Phoenix win both of those for me will be the teams that go and finish in the 2nd spot with the Warriors, even with some matches to go on the Wednesday. And then in Hornchurch, by the way, I have to say well done to the mighty Tigers. They make easy work of chasing Hornchurch's 124. They do it in just, well, again, they take all the points to do it in 6.1.
Wow.
So a big win for them. They've got one more match coming up there. So when we finish, you can go straight to Hornchurch. But this is what's happening tomorrow. Rainham are going to be in action. I don't think they've played here today. And any other new team? No, just Rainham coming into the fold there. Sharks Cricket Academy, they need to get a win under their belt. Marco London, they've had a mixed day today, but they'd be looking to get the better of the Sharks tomorrow. So plenty of good cricket coming up there. But at the moment, the Tigers are the team to beat, but they have a day off tomorrow.
Interesting note, Hornchurch have the last 2 matches of the day again. Obviously enjoying their sleep in on day 1 and day 2, aren't they? Getting their beauty sleep before they rock up to their own home ground. But they've got a bit to do there, as you see there, Rico. You just told us that they were put to the sword by the mighty Tigers, who are looking incredibly strong at the moment. That's going to be fun action. That's day 2 there in Hornchurch. Make sure you tune in for that, but also join us here for day 3, as Rico has just described. Day 3 tomorrow, 4 games coming your way. Massive games, especially those 2 afternoon games. I agree with you 100%. They're the mouth-watering games to look forward to. I feel that Gladiators, their bubble may have burst now, so the first 2 matches in the morning, I hope they bring their A game. I hope they come with a fresh face, a fresh challenge, and a fresh approach, and get out there in the middle and show us their quality. That's what I'm looking forward to. We want to see the competition. We want to see how they go, and I'm looking forward to seeing that tomorrow. It should be another good day here tomorrow.
Yeah, look, what they've got to be saying to themselves tonight is they've let themselves down. They've probably let their supporters down. They're a big club with a big tradition here in Romania. And I think they've got to come out fighting tomorrow for the sake of themselves and their supporters. But Phoenix are not going to make it easy for them. Phoenix, no, they've got a good opportunity now to finish in second spot. To Bliss, well, Bliss have been wonderful here today. They won the first 2 matches, and they deserve their day off tomorrow.
Thoroughly.
Royal Eagles also, they got a 100% record here today, and they did win their battle with Bliss. All teams play each other 3 times, and the Royal Eagles beat them twice. Bliss did beat them that 1 time. And well done to Phoenix. They finish on a high, but it's all about, of course, the Gladiators. See if they can come back strong tomorrow. Tomorrow is moving day. It's moving day for the team.
Oh, yeah.
It's moving day for us.
That's it.
For
We've got to
us
move
as
tomorrow.
Well, we're without a home tomorrow. It's moving day for 2 circles as well.
Yes.
Everybody's moving to accommodate you, to bring you the action here in Romania. I want to say a big thank you to everybody involved in today's play, from the umpires, the ECN crew, to 2 circles, who were absolutely brilliant. And, of course, to all of you, wherever you've been tuning in from around the world. And it's great that we had some new listeners come into the chat as well and tell us where they've been tuning in from. We'll do it all again tomorrow. 4 from here tomorrow, 5 from Hornchurch. Time for us to say goodbye, but join us here tomorrow. Be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Thank you for watching. Hasta mañana, mi familia.
Bye-bye. Woo.
My body. Move my body.